A century ago, the extraterrestrial demon clan invaded the realm of humanity, repeatedly driving the human race to the brink of extinction. Among the illustrious predecessors of humanity, there existed individuals of unparalleled talent who pioneered the path of class transition and disseminated it widely. Thus, the dawn of humanity's counteroffensive was ushered in. 100 years later, a time traveler named Zhuxian arrived in this world, equipped with a system, and transitioned into a summoner. Subsequently, a notification chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained the summoning voucher for the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong has now arrived in this realm. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the sage summoning voucher. The Tongtian is currently setting up the exterminate immortals sword array. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Pangu summoning voucher. Pangu's attack has been unleashed. This world shall face annihilation in 3 minutes. In the face of Zhuxian's relentless summoned beasts, the extraterrestrial demon gods were reduced to tears. Wasn't it said that the human race in this world is feeble? Chapter 1. The Day of Awakening. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Today marks the culmination of your 18 years of hard work. Moreover, it is also the day you awaken your professions. From tomorrow onward, I shall no longer be your teacher. Nevertheless, I must remind you that while the knowledge you acquired in class consists of theoretical principles, it is grounded in the experiences validated by the blood and lives of countless predecessors of humanity. Certain professions may sound formidable, but if your family circumstances are lacking and your personal talents are not exceptional, do not force yourself into a class transition. Throughout history, those who have forcibly transitioned and ultimately achieved success number no more than a handful. Do not gamble your future on such rare exceptions. In the 7th District, Class 4 of the 3rd High School, the homeroom teacher earnestly addressed the students from the podium. If your strength exceeds the average, strive to choose the warrior class. If your agility is high, opt for the ranger. If your intellect is elevated, then select the mage. If you find yourself lacking in all attributes, then choose a livelihood profession. Remain in the rear to provide essential resources for those on the front lines. If you excel in all attributes and your family is affluent, then heed your family's guidance, for your life cannot be dictated by a mere teacher. At this juncture, some may inquire, Teacher, what if my attributes are high, but my family lacks wealth? Then choose the paladin. The homeroom teacher replied without hesitation. High attributes indicate that your potential is likely substantial. As long as you can develop, your future achievements shall not be lacking. However, the constraints of your family's circumstances necessitate that you frequently engage in dungeons to earn the vital resources for leveling up. Paladins can tank, deal damage, and provide healing. Moreover, they are widely recognized as the profession with the strongest survival capabilities. Choosing the paladin signifies that your chances of premature demise have been minimized. At this moment, some students may wonder whether selecting the paladin, a profession that emphasizes survival, might render them appearing too soft. Incorrect. Utterly mistaken. The homeroom teacher's gaze was stern, and he admonished fiercely. Do not perceive this as shameful. Survival is essential for your potential to be realized. Survive, and you shall contribute your fair share to humanity. To perish is to lose everything. Now, for the final question, let me challenge everyone. If one hails from a wealthy household but possesses low attributes, which profession should one choose? Upon hearing this, all the students erupted into laughter. Summoner. Precisely. The homeroom teacher nodded in agreement. With inadequate talent but ample family wealth, the choice of a summoner is indeed advisable. Of course, I do not intend to disparage the profession of summoner, nor do I believe its potential is lacking. On the contrary, the upper limits of the summoner profession can surpass that of most others significantly. However, once a summoned beast perishes, all the effort invested becomes utterly futile, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Moreover, the slot it occupied will vanish permanently. Furthermore, the majority of summoned beasts possess rather low intellect, making them prone to demise under various circumstances in dungeons. The direst scenario involves a summoner whose entire summoning capacity is occupied by low-potential summoned beasts, with the upper limit being nearly unattainable and the lower limit alarmingly low. Thus, for students from less affluent families, the profession of summoner truly proves to be a mere trifle. However, if your family is wealthy and your attributes are not particularly high, then choosing to become a summoner in hopes of striking it lucky could be a reasonable choice. As for talent, it is far too nebulous and elusive. I would advise against placing your hopes upon such an uncertain concept. The homeroom teacher shook his head, expressing a lack of regard for talent. Upon transitioning to a new profession, one not only acquires professional skills, but also has a certain probability of obtaining talent. Although the probability of talent appearing is not low, most are merely low-level talents of little use. Moreover, high-level talents may not necessarily align with one's chosen profession. There have been instances of mages possessing the high-level talent of berserk, leading one such mage to contemplate suicide in order to reselect their profession. Having said all this, I trust each of you now possesses a clearer understanding of your circumstances, so I shall refrain from further rambling. Coincidentally, the time is nearly upon us. Please gather in the square, and remember my previous admonitions. The choice of profession will shape your entire life. Do not act impulsively or presume to be clever. All right, class dismissed. As the homeroom teacher exited, the students could no longer contain their excitement. We are finally transitioning to new professions. Hooray! With my height of 1.85 meters, I should at least possess a strength attribute of 7 or 8 points, if not exceeding 10, right? Transitioning to a warrior should be a cinch. My memory is decent. I often rank in the top 3 during exams, so my mental attributes should not be too low. So, you intend to become a mage? No, I wish to become a priest. The equipment for mages is prohibitively expensive, and my family cannot afford it. Priests have minimal equipment requirements and can quickly find teams, alleviating the burden on my family. Ah, indeed, your family's circumstances are rather challenging. Coincidentally, I also plan to transition to a priest. You as well? Why? I recall your family is not particularly lacking. What do you know? This way, I can touch the hands of the young ladies under the pretense of healing. Haha. By the way, what about you, Songchi? Do you have any plans? I feel the homeroom teacher's emphasis on paladins was a reminder directed at you. Me? I currently have no specific thoughts. I'll wait to see my attributes after awakening. The young man named Songchi responded with a smile. Honestly, you shouldn't hesitate at all. If I recall correctly, your sister is a warrior, right? You should choose to be a warrior as well. Indeed, and I've heard your sister is already over level 30. With a sister guiding you, you will encounter far fewer obstacles on the warrior path. Do not hesitate. Let's discuss it later. He chuckled, brushing off. Songchi, the class president of the 3rd and 4th classes, consistently ranked within the top 10 of the school and was quite physically robust. A family of 4 resides in a modest 30 square meter tenement on the outskirts of the city. Their diet primarily consisted of various soups made with minimal salt and oil, featuring radishes and cabbage. In recent years, as his sister transitioned into the role of a warrior, successfully navigating numerous dungeons and joining a stable team, the family's circumstances have improved significantly. Meat has begun to grace their table on occasion. Songchi's health has gradually improved over the past few years, yet he still lingers on the fringes of poverty. It is evident that the heartfelt admonitions from his homeroom teacher were directed specifically at him. However, this time, Songchi is determined to disappoint his teacher. Not only will he eschew the path of a paladin, but he will also opt for the summoner profession, which his teacher vehemently opposes. The reason, of course, is quite simple. A truth he has never disclosed to outsiders is that Songchi is, in fact, a time traveler. While his original body was still an embryo, his soul traversed into this new vessel. As a quintessential accessory of a time traveler, he has also acquired system. System, open the panel. Ding. A melodious chime resonated in Songchi's mind, and shortly after, a pale blue panel materialized before him. Name, Songchi. Profession, not yet awakened. Level, 0, not yet transferred. Strength, 7. Constitution, 9. Agility, 8. Spirit, 12. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, none. Talent, divine summoning technique, activated upon transferring to summoner. Might, activated upon transferring to warrior. Elemental affinity, activated upon transferring to mage. Lightness, activated upon transferring to assassin. Skills, not yet awakened. Items, none. Available tasks, choose any profession for transfer. Evaluation, an unremarkable individual, yet possessing an extraordinary talent in the realm of summoning. Chapter 2. The Supreme Summoning Technique. 3 months ago, on the very day of his 18th birthday, his system awakened. Songchi, who had been troubled over which profession to choose, felt an immediate resolve upon perusing the panel's information. A summoner. It must be a summoner. What are talents like strength and elemental affinity compared to the Supreme Summoning Technique? They are but trifles. Talents are graded from highest to lowest, ranging from Super S, A, B, C, D, E, to F. Judging by its name, the Supreme Summoning Technique is at least an S-grade talent. With such a talent, his future was bound to be radiant. Songchi clicked on the panel. Supreme Summoning Technique. The creatures you summon will automatically have their quality elevated by 3 levels. The quality of summoned beasts can be categorized as ordinary, rare, extraordinary, heroic, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. Upon reading the description of the Supreme Summoning Technique, the unease that had gripped Songchi's heart dissipated instantly. The quality of a summoned beast directly affects every aspect of its abilities. Generally, most summoners summon creatures of ordinary or rare quality. With diligent training and proper combinations, rare-grade summoned beasts can hold their own against individual professionals. Extraordinary grade summoned beasts, at the same level, even surpass some professionals. Such creatures are widely recognized as reliable and exceptional summoned beasts worthy of cultivation. What does it imply that the supreme summoning technique elevates quality by 3 whole levels? This means that even if Shang-Chi were to summon a creature of ordinary quality, like a slime, its quality would be elevated to that of a heroic-grade exceptional beast. If fortune favors him slightly more and he manages to summon 2 heroic-grade creatures, he could even head directly to the city center of the 7th district to certify for the Genius Professional Medal and enjoy state subsidies. For other summoners, the greatest concern lies in the low quality of their summoned beasts, rendering them unworthy of cultivation. But for him, unworthy of cultivation? Such a notion is utterly non-existent. The lowest quality he would summon would be heroic. With such a talent, perhaps within a year, he could move his parents into a house in the central district. And his sister, she would no longer have to risk her life in dangerous dungeons. After today, everything will turn for the better. Shang-Chi silently pondered. At that moment, the call of his classmates interrupted his reverie. Shang-Chi, let us go. The homeroom teacher is already urging us. Coming. Shang-Chi replied, following his classmates out of the classroom. At this juncture, all qualifying students from the 7th district had gathered in the square. For schools, thousands of students, all brimming with excitement. It was a rare occasion to see the Lord of the 7th district in person, who tearfully recounted the current plight of humanity. Over 100 years ago, with the invasion of the outer demon race, the human world teetered on the brink of annihilation. But at the crucial moment, a hero of the human race named Li Er emerged. His talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Merely by observing the extraordinary powers wielded by the monsters, he comprehended the existence of extraordinary professions and awakened his own vocation. He subsequently ascended to a level that even the outer demon gods feared. Moreover, he simplified the awakening process for extraordinary professions and disseminated it among the human race, instilling hope for survival and evolution. Countless talented individuals thus benefited, awakening their professions and acquiring extraordinary talents. It was this that officially heralded humanity's counteroffensive in the world. After nearly a century of struggle, humanity reclaimed a portion of its territory from the monsters. The territories reclaimed now comprise 13 distinct regions, collectively referred to as the 13 districts. Once the Lord concluded his speech, he departed the scene, and the principals of the 4 schools took over the podium. Before long, the 4 profession awakening points were finally set up. Next came the tense and exhilarating awakening moment. By the way, Song, have you decided which profession to choose? Lost in thought, Shang-Chi was jolted back to reality by a light tap. Turning to see a dazzling grin, he recognized Wang Zihao, the class leader from Class 2, a well-known rich second generation and a connoisseur of school gossip. Although his theoretical grades were average, his overall performance was commendable. However, throughout their 3 years of high school, Shang-Chi consistently outperformed him in both written and physical assessments. Yet, they maintained a remarkably good relationship. In Wang Zihao's words, Shang-Chi's ability to excel despite his family background indicated he was certainly a person of merit. I've made my decision, but you surely won't guess it. Shang-Chi responded with a smile. Won't guess. Wang Zihao was taken aback. You don't mean you're planning to become a summoner, do you? Haha, just kidding. Don't look at me like that. He teased. I know you wouldn't choose summoner. I believe you would opt for a more versatile profession like a magic warrior or paladin, given your well-rounded performance in school. Versatile? I suppose that could be considered accurate. Shang-Chi mused, stroking his chin. The two engaged in light banter as time passed. One by one, students began awakening their professions, though most exhibited average performances. After a while, a thunderous cheer erupted in the distance. Holy cow! An A-grade talent for multicast, and the profession is mage. ISNT that invincible. Who is it? Who awakened the A-grade talent? It's Gongsun Wuyue from First High. Multicast alone is impressive, and she is a mage? The principal of First High must be grinning from ear to ear. This year's bonuses are secured. How enviable. Not only did she awaken a talent, but it's also a high-level talent perfectly suited for her profession. Hearing this, Wang Zihao scratched his head in confusion. Is that true? I remember Gongsun Wuyue as a bespectacled bookworm. Does she really have such high talent? A B-grade talent is already considered an important figure worthy of cultivation among the human race. Those who awaken an A-grade talent are hailed as the new generation of prodigies. Each year, out of the hundreds of thousands of awakeners across all districts, only a mere 1,000 manage to awaken an A-grade talent. Not to mention the rarity of such a talent perfectly matching a profession. Do you know her? Shang-Chi inquired curiously. You don't know her? Now it's my turn to be surprised. Wang Zihao exclaimed. She is the only student in our 7th district to consistently score full marks in theoretical classes. Now that you mention it, I do recall her, Shang-Chi enlightened. An image of a petite girl with round black-rimmed glasses, shy and perpetually buried in books, flushed easily, and possessing a touch of baby fat, surfaced in his mind. A frequent visitor to the library in the 7th district. Shang-Chi had seen her a few times while researching materials, but had never paid much attention, nor had they exchanged a word. It was understandable that he had forgotten. Wait, someone important has arrived. Everyone looked up. A lavishly dressed noblewoman descended from the sky, approaching Gongsun Wuyue. The noblewoman was soon recognized as the vice principal of Second High, a high-level mage, at least level 60. After conversing for a few moments, she took Gongsun Wuyue away. Goodness, did the vice principal just come down to snatch her? How enviable. Why isn't he at me? Wow, it seems she is going to take her as a disciple. Gongsun Wuyue's future is boundless now. How shameless. The vice principal of Second High is poaching from First High? There is no way around it. The principal and vice principal of First High School are entirely unqualified in the realm of legal professions. They cannot possibly compel Gongsun Wuyue to take an assassin or a warrior as her mentor, can they? Indeed, a period of unrest had emerged at First High School, but the principal swiftly intervened to quell the situation. The awakening ceremony continued to progress in an orderly fashion. The appearance of Gongsun Wuyue seemed to mark the beginning, followed closely by several others possessing A-grade talents. However, their professions did not quite align with their abilities, thus failing to elicit a scene akin to the vice principal's brazen attempt to seize talent as he did with Gongsun Wuyue. Soon, it was time for Song-Chi. Next, from Class 4 of the senior year at Third High School, Song-Chi, please come to the stage. Chapter 3, Super S-Class Talent. It's your turn, Song-Go. Awaken an S-Class talent and astonish them. Wang Zihao encouraged, revealing a broad smile. An S-Class talent, you say? That should pose no challenge. Song-Chi mused thoughtfully before nodding. Haha, splendid. Such ambition. You truly are my Song-Go. Wang Zihao flashed a thumbs up, his grin growing ever brighter. As Song-Chi approached the awakening platform, the staff guided him to the center of the array. Before the ceremony commences, please ensure you are not carrying any extraordinary items, for the consequences of failure rest solely upon you. Additionally, the awakening process may entail some discomfort, but endure it, and you shall prevail. You may begin when ready. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi sought to calm his racing heart. I am ready. In an instant, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Song-Chi entirely. A rudimentary attribute panel, displaying only his four-dimensional attributes and talents, coalesced before him. For professions became visible for selection. The staff outside the array expressed their astonishment. Young man, your attributes are impressive. Even before awakening, your mental attribute exceeds 10? According to the assessment, your most compatible professions are priest, mage, paladin, and, summoner. Please make your selection within 1 minute. I choose summoner, Song-Chi declared without hesitation. I knew you would pick mage, so what? The staff member began to operate the system, but suddenly paused, retracting their hand. Wait, you wish to change your profession to summoner? Indeed. The staff member furrowed their brow in confusion, scrutinizing Song-Chi. Strange. Your attire suggests a less than favorable financial situation. Are you certain you did not misspeak? You wish to transition to summoner, not by mistake? Affirmative. This is no error. Song-Chi asserted firmly. The staff member, perplexed yet contemplative, ultimately proceeded with the operation. After all, it was not their choice to make. How others chose was their own affair. The white light at the center of the array expanded dramatically, entirely enveloping Song-Chi. Within the realm of consciousness, the rudimentary attribute panel that emerged post-awakening began to transform. His profession transitioned from none to summoner, and a dedicated item inventory for his profession began to materialize. Just as he intended to examine it further, an abrupt crash echoed. The system panel appeared suddenly, shattering the awakened attribute panel into fragments. However, there was a silver lining. Though the attribute panel had been obliterated, the transition had been successful. The information on the system's attribute panel had also been updated. Name, Song-Chi. Profession, summoner. Level, 1. Experience, 0-10,000. Strength, 7. Constitution, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 14. Free attribute points, 1. Equipment, none. Talent, divine summoning technique. Skills, summoning. Summoning array. Items, none. Quest, choose any profession for transition, completed. Evaluation, an inconspicuous individual, yet possessing an extraordinary talent in the art of summoning. The profession field transformed into summoner, and his level ascended from 0 to 1. Concurrently, his spirit attribute increased by 2 points, while agility and constitution each grew by 1 point, yielding an overall enhancement of 5 attribute points. Ding! The familiar sound of the system resonated. Congratulations, host. On a successful transition, you have gained 2 chances for a lottery draw. Ding! The system has detected that the host's profession is summoner, currently undergoing the transition ceremony, and will immediately draw to eliminate all non-summoner profession items. Would you like to draw immediately? Song-Chi paused, astonished that completing a task could yield lottery opportunities. The question remained, what could he possibly draw? After a moment, he nodded. Yes, preparing rewards for the host. A colossal wheel materialized in Song-Chi's consciousness, brimming with an array of prizes. The celestial axe? The body of the divine demon? The emperor's astonishing technique. Goodness, what high-end treasures are these? Most of the items rendered Song-Chi's eyes wide with wonder. Regrettably, many were ill-suited for a summoner's use. Whoosh. Instantly, 80% of the options vanished from the wheel. Ding. The system has detected that this is the host's first draw. By default, this draw is a safety net. removing common and rare level prizes. The wheel diminished further. Song Chi scanned the remaining options, his gaze igniting with excitement as he spied a slot boldly labeled Qi Tian de Sheng summoning voucher. Qi Tian de Sheng. Is it the same Qi Tian de Sheng I know? The one hailed as the supreme being among the celestial immortals, the Hanyuan Ichi Taiji golden immortal? Song Chi's eyes glimmered with fervor. Should he draw this, he could very well hoist the banner of humanity's resurgence tomorrow. Leading humanity back to the lair of the outer demon tribe would not merely be a dream. Casting another glance, Song Chi's eyes widened even further. The four spirits of heaven, Vermilion Bird summoning voucher. The summoning voucher for the Vermilion Bird of the four holy beasts? Evaluating from the standard of summoned beasts. The Vermilion Bird's quality is either divine or saintly, is it not? Should its quality elevate by 3 levels, it would yield yet another extraordinary prize. Song Chi eagerly continued to examine the options. They did not disappoint. The remaining items were nothing short of mouth-watering. Truly, the first draw for a novice offers a safety net. Let us commence the draw, Song Chi declared with exhilaration, drawing rewards for the host. The system's neutral mechanical voice reverberated, and the wheel began to spin. Song Chi's heart raced in tandem. Moments later, the wheel gradually slowed. The pointer stabilized. Congratulations. You have received a 3-fold experience card, duration, 2 hours. Congratulations. You have obtained a summoning voucher for the extraordinary 3 Kingdoms Lu Bu. Items have been placed in your inventory. Please check them at your convenience. Lu Bu from the extraordinary 3 Kingdoms world, and a 3-fold experience card. Excellent. Song Chi nodded in satisfaction. While it might not compare to the grand prizes, it was sufficiently formidable for his current stage. Just then, the transition ceremony finally concluded. Although considerable time had elapsed within the realm of consciousness, only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. The white light at the array's center began to dissipate, and Song Chi reappeared in the plaza. The staff outside commenced announcing Song Chi's information. From Class 4 of the senior year, at 3rd High School, Song Chi. Profession awakened, Summoner. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a clamor. Summoner. Did I hear that correctly? Someone truly chose Summoner? A series of incredulous reactions ensued. Perhaps he is a privileged young master, whose lackluster attributes led him to lazily opt for Summoner. Indeed, the wealthy can afford to indulge whims. Those familiar with Song Chi were even more baffled, as they understood he was no affluent scion. In fact, his family circumstances were exceedingly challenging. Wang Zihao, standing in place, appeared as though he could crush a fly with his furrowed brow. No, Brother Song, have you truly chosen to become a summoner? I was merely jesting with you. There was no need to gamble your entire future on a mere joke. Yet, before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, the staff announced an even more shocking revelation. His talent level is what? An Ultra S rank. The staff confirmed it repeatedly, their voices trembling with disbelief. Boom. It was as though a deep water bomb had been detonated. A tumultuous uproar, akin to a tempestuous tsunami, erupted throughout the entire plaza. Tens of thousands of students could not help but voice their incredulity with exclamations of what? Chapter 4. A pity he is a summoner. An Ultra S rank talent? My heavens. A talent that surpasses both A and S ranks. The mere existence of a perfectly matched rank talent is already astonishing. Yet today we witness an Ultra S rank talent? No way. Announcer, are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? Perhaps the letter B was too faint, and you misread it as S? Surely you wouldn't T make such a blunder. Speaking of which, we still don't know what his actual talent is. Forget it. The possessors of Ultra S rank talents have their abilities concealed until they reach a certain level, hence they remain undisclosed. An Ultra S rank talent signifies an absolute genius deserving of the entire human race's unconditional investment in their development. Do you recall the origins of the magic swordsman profession? 50 years ago, a mage acquired an Ultra S rank warrior talent, prompting the highest echelons of humanity to exhaust their ingenuity to craft a path for a melee mage. Indeed, that prodigy's talent was simply too radiant. Moreover, the term Ultra S rank does not serve as an accurate description, but rather as a broad concept. Your talent is rated as A because it can only be assessed as such, while his talent is classified as Ultra S rank because it is the pinnacle of evaluation. Goodness, is he truly that remarkable? Then is he destined to become an earth-shattering figure? If he were of any other profession, I would be certain, but alas. He is a summoner. Yes, what a pity he is a summoner. You need not lament. Were you endowed with an Ultra S rank talent and assigned a support role, you would likely wager your very life on it. How infuriating it is that his talent is Ultra S rank, while I possess merely an E rank talent. Oh heavens, why is life so unfair? Count your blessings. At least you possess a talent, whereas I have none. Sigh, envy gnaws at my very being. Wait. It seems some prominent figures are emerging. Just as the crowd gasped in wonder, over a dozen individuals soared into the sky above the plaza. A muscular man stepped forward, commanding silence. Boom. Like the sudden clash of thunder, the clamor of the plaza was instantly suppressed, leaving the unclassed students with a buzzing in their ears. However, they soon returned to normal. That voice, it could only belong to the principal of the 3rd High School, the revered master of roars. Not only him, but the principals of the first, second, and fourth high schools, alongside their vice principals, had also made their appearance. Truly, an Ultra S-rank talent has stirred the upper echelons of 4 schools. Yet, it is regrettable that his profession is a summoner. Indeed, what a pity he is a summoner. After quelling the uproar, the school leaders gracefully descended before Song-Chi. Numerous students gazed up at these esteemed figures with eyes filled with reverence and longing, only to then cast wistful glances at Song-Chi, who stood at the center of the formation. In truth, it was not only the students. For even the assembled school leaders felt a moment of disappointment upon learning of Song-Chi's profession. After all, after finally encountering an Ultra S-rank talent, to find that the profession is a summoner feels like a jest from the heavens. One elder could not help but frown. The others remained silent, evidently harboring biases against this profession. Summoners are widely regarded as the most underwhelming of professions. The primary reason lies in their uncontrollability. No matter how diligent a summoner may be, regardless of the effort and resources expended, if luck is not on their side, all is for naught. A slime has a fixed upper limit of level 30, ultimately evolving into nothing more than a larger slime king. Goblins can only evolve into goblin kings. Although their upper limit is 50 levels, that is scarcely impressive. Furthermore, there are low-tier magical creatures like gremlins, snails, and blood leeches. Should one summon these rubbish creatures? Even if an Ultra S-rank talent could amplify their strength tenfold, the end result would merely be these lowly creatures becoming slightly stronger lowly creatures. This is the sole profession where even the mightiest talent may prove utterly futile. Hence, while the knowledge of Song-Chi's Ultra S-rank talent is indeed impressive, it also breeds trepidation. After all, who can say what he might summon? Greetings, esteemed leaders. Song-Chi recognized the individuals before him, primarily the higher-ups from the 7th District High School. At the forefront stood his own principal, Manhwaedit, who had broken through to level 95 years prior. The statuses of the others were largely similar, indeed figures he could scarcely contend with at present. Thus, despite being subjected to their scrutiny, he displayed little reaction. Conversely, his principal seemed displeased with the elder's comments, turning to glare fiercely. Elder Chu, do you harbor any discontent regarding our school's outstanding student? Why not share your grievances with me, the principal? The elder could not suppress a cold laugh. Ah, you are well aware of the nature of summoners, Manhwaedit. Are you not? Is further explanation truly necessary? The only profession in the world where even an Ultra S-rank talent might struggle to rise. Such a waste of our human fortune. In my opinion, if he fails to summon a legendary creature, it would be far better to allocate those resources to other promising talents of our kind. Upon hearing the elder's words, Manhwaedit's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of hostility. So he seeks to usurp the resources meant for my student? However, I must express my regret, even if he were to summon a slime. My student's rightful resources shall not diminish by a single fraction. Even if he chooses to sell or squander those resources, that remains his prerogative, and I, Manhwaedit, will continue to support him wholeheartedly. Conversely, should any of his due entitlements be reduced by even a single copper coin, I shall relentlessly pursue the matter, even if it means drawing the ire of the city lord. At these words, the elder's expression darkened to the utmost, a chill radiating from him. A veil of white mist enveloped the surroundings of the plaza. The closest to him, Song-Chi, felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his very breath was frozen. Yet in the next moment, boom, Manhwaedit showed no fear, meeting the elder's gaze. His vitality surging as though a blazing inferno were roiling around him. The fierce sun melted the ice, and the temperature around Song-Chi rapidly warmed. He finally regained his composure. As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, and the pressure began to escalate to the point of confrontation. Just as it seemed they were about to engage in conflict, a voice interjected brightly. All right, let us all calm down. We are colleagues, after all, and there is no need to create such a rift. A rather voluptuous woman clad in a pristine white nun's outfit, her ethereal presence radiating grace, stepped forth to separate the two. Elder Chu, perhaps you should temper your words. Manhwaedit, do not raise your voice unnecessarily. Quickly, lead your student to register. Our 7th District's first Ultra S-rank student in 3 years certainly deserves their rightful resources. Upon hearing this, both men huffed in acknowledgement and ceased their quarrel. Manhwaedit cleared his throat a couple of times to steady himself before turning to Song-Chi. Song-Chi, is it? Yes, Principal. Song-Chi nodded vigorously, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the principal's mere presence. The man's fierce visage, complete with a bushy beard and a scar that traced from the corner of his eye to his jaw, was nothing short of intimidating. Manhwaedit nodded. Rest assured, as my student, you shall receive everything you are entitled to. However, do not bring shame upon 3rd High School. If you possess poor luck, I shall not blame you. But should you become complacent in your training, do not be surprised if I take decisive action. Utilize your innate talents diligently, and contribute to the resurgence of humanity. Do you understand? Yes, Principal. Song-Chi promptly replied. Chapter 5. The Privileges of an Ultra S-Class Talent. As Song-Chi was escorted away by Principal Shun, the transfer ceremony continued smoothly under the guidance of others. In the square, Wang Zihao stood in stunned disbelief. Wait, Brother Song, are you serious? You actually manifested an Ultra S-class talent? His mind was nearly overwhelmed. Initially, when he heard of the summoner profession, he thought Song Qi had lost his senses. But upon hearing of the Ultra S-class talent, he realized it was his own mind that was faltering, even questioning if he had misheard. It wasn't until the school's higher-ups appeared and took Song Qi away that he finally confirmed that everything unfolding before him was indeed reality. All right, everyone. Please continue to line up. Next, from 3rd High School, Class 4 of the senior year, Peng Xiaomin, please come to the stage. It's my turn now. I wonder if I can awaken an Ultra S-class talent as well. The student named Peng Xiaomin, slightly excited, stepped onto the stage. The emergence of Song Qi. The possessor of an Ultra S-class talent not only provided a topic of conversation for everyone, but also inexplicably inspired a sense of expectation regarding their own talents. The physical distance between individuals often influences their self-assessment abilities. If a figure far away achieves something, it elicits little response. However, when someone close at hand accomplishes a feat, it tends to create an illusion that one could also succeed. Yet, reality remains unaffected. Within the professional hall, under Principal Shin's guidance, Song Qi completed the registration process. Following the instructions of the Whispering Master, he sealed his information within a special parchment. This was a means by which humanity preserved critical information. From this moment forth, your information will be classified as one of humanity's secrets. Only individuals of the City Lord's rank may access it. Additionally, you must remember the specifics of your talent, as even the City Lord is not privy to this knowledge. Your talent is your ultimate trump card. Never disclose it to anyone, not even your biological parents. Should anyone inquire, you must not reveal it. Principal Shun warned sternly. It is essential to understand that while humanity has been counterattacking the forces beyond, those forces are not without their retaliations. Humanity's prodigies have always been prime targets for elimination. Should the forces beyond cast a curse upon you, the Whispering Master can assist in warding it off and providing warnings. Therefore, do not find this bothersome. It is a protective measure for you. Song Qi nodded thoughtfully. I won't find it bothersome, but apart from this, do I receive any other special privileges? I heard that those with S-class talents receive a house in the city. What about those with Ultra S-class talents? Perhaps due to memories from his past life, even after reincarnation, his primary concern remained the matter of housing. It was known that his family of 4 still resided on the outskirts of the city, less than a kilometer from the foul-smelling sewers. If a demonic attack were to occur, that area would be among the first to face devastation. Upon hearing this, Principal Shin chuckled. Rest assured, you will not lack for housing. Not only housing, but from now on, you need not worry about clothing, food, or shelter. Humanity will provide for you. Aside from training and leveling up, you shall not need to concern yourself with anything else. As they spoke, the two returned to the front desk. The attendant appeared to be well prepared, smiling as she handed over several documents and a ring. Esteemed Mr. Song Qi, from this day forth, you shall be a VVIP member of the professional hall. This is your personal storage ring, which contains your identity information and mental imprint. Song Qi nodded, accepting it with a smile. A storage ring? Although I already possess a backpack from the system, its functions seem to overlap. Nonetheless, it could serve as a cover for my system. But that was not all. The attendant continued, this is your exclusive credit card. This document outlines the funds and resources you may claim each month. This document pertains to the housing listings procured by the professional association, from which you may select a residence. This one details the equipment and skill books you may directly collect upon reaching the corresponding level. And this document outlines your privileges, which include but are not limited to dungeon access permissions, queue jumping rights, and access to special dungeon passages. The more Song Qi listened, the more astonished he became. I can actually receive a salary every month? This is beyond my expectations. Let me see. A monthly amount of 80,000 credit points. Song Qi stood frozen in place. 80,000. My sister works tirelessly every day and only earns 10,000 a month. And that's on the higher end. Most regular professionals, if they choose not to venture into dungeons or battle in the wild, earn only 5 or 6,000 credit points a month. That amounts to around 60 to 70,000 a year. Yet, I don't have to do anything and receive 80,000 a month. This doesn't even account for the value of the additional resources. Your credit limit is tentatively set at 10 million credit points. Of course, this is temporary, and it may increase further if circumstances allow, the attendant replied. Song Qi gasped in astonishment. 10 million. I have never encountered such a sum in my 2 lifetimes. I can hardly believe it. Struggling to contain his excitement, he flipped to the second page of the housing listings. At first glance, his breath quickened. The listings for numbers 5, 7, 13 in District 1. Wasn't District 1 the central urban area? Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, all these properties were standalone houses, each one at least 300 square meters. Song Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The sudden arrival of such happiness left him in a state of incredulity. The central urban area is the safest, most comfortable, and most prosperous district in the entire 7th district. The market price here starts at no less than 500,000 credit points per square meter. Furthermore, most properties are priced, but not available. If they were to be auctioned, the price per square meter could easily multiply by 5 or 6 times. Wealthy individuals seeking safety would not hesitate to spend extravagantly for a residence in District 1. For standalone houses, the price would multiply even further. This was a place that Song-Chi's family had never even dared to dream of. How do you find it? Satisfied? Principal Shun asked with a smile, bringing Song-Chi back from his astonishment. Absolutely. I'm overjoyed. When can we move into the house? Song-Chi asked excitedly. Principal Shun waved his hand nonchalantly. Once you select a house, you may move in directly. Each building can be occupied for a day without issue, as they are currently all vacant. However, in terms of value, these are merely the appetizers. The scarce resources not listed on the document are the main course. Merely appetizers. Song-Chi's heart surged with anticipation. Just the housing alone must be worth several billion credit points. If the benefits valued at several billion are just the appetizers, then what could the so-called scarce resources possibly be? Of course, scarce resources are not given all at once. They will be distributed in batches. Resources acquired by humanity are limited and not evenly distributed. The more remarkable your performance, the more worthy of investment you become. And thus the more scarce resources will be allocated to you. Do you remember the old man from First High School? I do, Song-Chi responded. The principal of First High School, the same old man who had just scolded him for wasting humanity's fortunes. Our district's last Ultra S-class talent was his disciple. Ah, I see. Song-Chi realized with clarity. In simple terms, the total amount of resources remains constant. With the addition of another individual to the table, naturally, each person's share diminishes. The emergence of this new Super S-class talent has resulted in a reduction of resources available to his disciple. It is no wonder he harbors such animosity towards himself. The concept of scarce resources is so potent that it could cause a figure of principal stature to turn a cold shoulder to a mere student. Indeed, it is extraordinarily precious. By the way, what exactly are these scarce resources? Well, you shall find out in due time. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly astonish you. Principal Shun remarked mysteriously. Having said so much, I nearly forgot to attend to the matter at hand. He abruptly slapped his forehead and made his way upstairs in the hall. Come, let us hasten to summon your first familiar. Fortunately, there exists a ready-made summoning array here. May your luck be fortuitous. Chapter 6. Mythical Level Summoning Spirit, the Divine Lu Bu. Principal Shun had been leading him around until now, allowing Song-Chi the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The entire practitioner hall resembled a hollow skyscraper, somewhat akin to a cylindrical shape, with an overall white hue. The first floor is designated for reception and inquiry. The second and third floors serve as the locations for low to mid-level task acquisition. Ascending further, one finds various specialized equipment and vocational training facilities. Before long, the two arrived at a floor adorned with intricate runes. The Guardian confirmed Song-Chi's identity. BVIP? Are you two here to summon your first familiar? Just me. Song-Chi nodded in response. At this, the Guardian exhibited a degree of surprise but refrained from elaborating. Merely nodding and opening a passageway. The third room on the left is currently vacant. You may enter. In the corner of the room stands a bookshelf. If you are not well versed in the summoning process, you might peruse it, as it could potentially enhance the quality of your familiar. Thank you very much. Song-Chi and Principal Shun entered. A VVIP summoner, indeed a rarity. The Guardian mused as he gazed after the pair. They appear to have recently transitioned into their roles. I wonder if they are the offspring of some illustrious figure, or if they simply possess exceptional talent. If it is the latter, then their talent must be at least S-class or above. Perhaps this child will become the savior of our summoning lineage? A spark of hope ignited in the Guardian's eyes. He had once been a high-ranking summoner, a stalwart of humanity. Yet, alas, during a mission, he fell into a trap set by the demon race, resulting in the slaughter of all his familiars. A summoner without familiars is akin to a mere husk. Since then, he has languished, resigning himself to a role as a gatekeeper. However, unlike others, he still harbors a glimmer of hope. He yearns for a summoner who can reach the pinnacle of the profession. At that time, perhaps the greatest shortcomings of summoners could be addressed. Bang! Once the two entered the room, the door closed automatically. This is it. You know, although the summoner profession may not seem impressive, these runes evoke an inexplicable sense of pressure within me. Principal Shun surveyed the surroundings and casually pulled a chair over to sit down. Seeing this, Song-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Principal, aren't you leaving? I still need to study the array's usage. It might take me a while to begin. In response, Principal Shun waved his hand with a hint of jest. No worries, I have nothing pressing. You are the only Super S-class talent summoner in the entire history of humanity. You might just become a significant figure in the future. I certainly do not wish to miss your first summoning. Well, if that's the case. Having reached this point, Song-Chi ceased to insist. He glanced at the nearby bookshelf, quickly skimmed through it, and then extracted a book titled Beginner's Guide to Summoning Array Usage and began to read. Approximately an hour later, bang! Song-Chi abruptly closed the book. Principal Shun, who had begun to snore beside him, was suddenly roused. Oh, is it done? Yes, it is. With that, Song-Chi moved to the center of the array. meticulously following the instructions from the book to channel his mental energy into the array. Buzz. Shang-Chi knelt cross-legged in the center. A faint glow emanated from the runes as the array began to activate. At that moment, the runes appeared to transform into some sort of fissures. Countless auras from different worlds filled the entire room. Some of these auras made even Principal Shun feel quite uncomfortable, as if he were being watched by a predatory beast. At this juncture, Shang-Chi's summoning ritual had finally reached its most critical point. He felt as though he had entered a nexus of myriad realms. An overwhelming array of otherworldly energies brushed past his nostrils, accompanied by a cacophony of whispers and roars that echoed in his ears. Before him lay a dazzling spectacle. A sea of light composed of the consciousness of countless familiars, continuously swirling. He had an inkling that if he were to extend an invitation to one of these consciousnesses, the summoning ritual would be officially complete. Yet, the speed at which these consciousnesses coursed was astonishingly swift, so fast that even a fleeting millisecond was not afforded. They streaked past him like meteors. It is no wonder that summoners are said to rely entirely on luck. Shang-Chi lamented. Under such circumstances, no one could discern the quality of each consciousness. Thus, he unhesitatingly retrieved an extraordinary 3 Kingdoms Lu Bu summoning ticket from the realm of consciousness. Ding. Do you confirm the use of the summoning ticket? Confirm. No sooner had he spoken than a crimson beam of light burst forth from the ocean of radiance. Before Shang-Chi could react, his consciousness had already established a connection with it. This summoning's quality is heroic. Divine summoning technique activated. Quality enhancement commencing. Quality enhancement in progress. Congratulations. You have summoned the divine Lu Bu. A series of system notifications resounded. When he opened his eyes again, Shang-Chi realized he had exited the summoning ritual. The room now housed a formidable figure, a towering man clad in a beast-faced armor, crowned with a purple golden tiara. His countenance was striking, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Without a doubt, this was Lu Bu. Upon being summoned, Lu Bu paused momentarily before instantly kneeling on one knee before Shang-Chi in fealty. Once summoned, familiars are bound to obey their summoner unconditionally. Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian, pays homage to the Lord. Principal Shun, witnessing this, was immediately intrigued, his eyes lighting up as he approached. A humanoid familiar? No. It should be referred to as a summoning spirit instead. Humanoid summons, often imbued with sentience, are not termed familiars but rather summoning spirits. Moreover, it seems he is a general from some world. This armor looks quite impressive. Just as Principal Shun was about to reach out to gauge its texture, Lu Bu suddenly swatted his hand away. Lu Bu furrowed his brow as he rose, a halberd materializing in his grasp, his towering stature dwarfing Principal Shun, standing defiantly against him without a hint of trepidation. My lord, this disrespectful individual is an enemy? Allow me to slay him for you. Stop. Stand down. He is not an enemy. Shang-Chi, startled, shouted for him to halt. Hearing this, Lu Bu retracted his hostility and stood beside Shang-Chi, yet remained vigilant towards Principal Shun. To this, Principal Shun not only felt no anger but was rather astonished. Hiss, your summoning spirit is extraordinary. It actually managed to repel my attack. He is undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings among humanity today. Even a casual strike from him would be difficult for an ordinary practitioner to withstand. More importantly, Shang-Chi's summoning spirit has only just appeared and is merely at level 1. How could it possess such strength? The display is somewhat exaggerated. Either it possesses an inherent explosive skill, or it is endowed with an extraordinarily high attribute. Shang-Chi, hasten to reveal the attribute panel of your summoned spirit. If the initial attribute values exceed 40, one can be certain that it is a legendary grade summon. An Ultra S-tier talent summoner paired with a legendary quality summoned spirit. This combination would likely leave even the city lord astir. In such a scenario, even if Old Chu wishes to seize your resources, my consent would pale in comparison to the city lord's disapproval. Principal Shun remarked eagerly. Shang-Chi scratched his head and opened Lu Bu's panel. Chapter 7. All attributes at 99? Is this mythical level? Summoned Spirit. Divine Lu Bu. Level 1. Quality. Mythical. Strength. 99. Constitution. 99. Agility. 99. Spirit. 99. Equipment. Divine Fong Tianhua Halberd. Sealed. Divine Red Hair. Sealed. Status. Sealed. Bound by the summoner's strength. Lu Bu has yet to reveal his full power. Until his abilities are completely unleashed, his level will rise in tandem with that of the summoner. Talent. Unmatched. Lu Bu's combat prowess is unparalleled. He grows stronger with each battle. Upon entering combat, all attributes will increase at a rate of 1 per second, capping at 100. Frenzy. Lu Bu enters a berserk state, instantly increasing all attributes by 500. Lasts for 10 minutes. Afterward, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour, with a 20 reduction in all attributes, and a cooldown of half an hour. Desperate Strike. Lu Bu forsakes all defenses, channeling his entire strength into a single, devastating blow. Divine Might. Due to the possession of a divine seed, any entity of a lower level than Lu Bu will experience a decrease in attributes due to fear when facing him. The degree of reduction varies with level disparity and distance, with a maximum weakening of 50. Evaluation. A general commanding 1,000 troops. What difficulty is there in taking treasures from the palm of one's hand? This revelation was startling, yet Shang-Chi maintained a semblance of calm. He had long suspected Lu Bu's quality would not be low. Initially, he anticipated an epic grade summon. Although it surpassed his expectations, he was not excessively astonished. However, Principal Shun was utterly unsettled, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A mythical grade summon. This sight nearly shattered his worldview. It was one thing to possess equipment, given that he is a mythical summon. But what of these 4 astonishing skills? While others' berserk skills might only augment attributes by 100, and that only for strength and constitution, lasting merely a minute, leading to a prolonged state of paralysis post-activation, Lu Bu grants a direct increase of 500 to all attributes? For 10 minutes, no less, and only a 20 reduction in attributes afterward? Would you call that a weakened state? The state I suffer after a clandestine visit to the succubus bar is far worse. And what about this unmatched skill? An increase of 1 to all attributes every second? In other words, after a minute and a half of combat, the enemy faces a doubled attribute you? The crux is that your initial attributes are all 99. Good heavens, have you even looked at your level? You are merely at level 1. Yet your initial attributes are nearly all at 99? For ordinary professionals at level 1, even breaking 10 in one attribute is considered exceptional. Yet you are almost at 100 in every category? What chance do others have? And that divine might, capable of directly reducing an enemy's attributes by 50? Not only are they at a lower level, but now their attributes would be halved? Wouldn't the strategy of sheer numbers become utterly ineffective against him? With high attributes and outrageous bonuses, coupled with a skill that weakens enemies, if this summoned spirit were to increase in level, wouldn't it become a scythe against the demon horde? For groups, there is divine might. For singles, there is frenzy. For explosive power, there is desperate strike. For prolonged battles, there is unmatched. He is truly the epitome of a war machine. Is this indeed a mythical grade summoned spirit? Shen Huiwu was profoundly shaken. Had I been under the impression that mythical grade summoned spirits were mere figments of the summoner's imaginations? Principal Shun experienced a moment of disorientation, abruptly pinching his thigh to confirm he was not dreaming. Only after regaining his composure did he turn to Shang-Chi, his gaze filled with an intense fervor. Hey, brute. Do not be disrespectful to my master. Lu Bu stepped forward, positioning himself before Shang-Chi, his Fang Tianhua halberd aimed directly at the intruder. Witnessing this, Principal Shen not only refrained from anger, but applauded. Excellent, excellent. Not only is the potential remarkable, but the intelligence level is also extraordinarily high, even displaying the ability to read the room. Truly, a mythical grade summoned spirit. With this mythical grade summoned spirit, even if you only summon slimes in the future, Shang-Chi, your resources are assured. You will undoubtedly pass the scrutiny of the city lord. However, once the city lord concludes his speech, he will head outside. You may have to wait a few days. Well then, I have seen enough and shall promptly report your information. Thank you, Principal. Shang-Chi replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Shun adopted a serious demeanor. Additionally, it is best that you do not disclose the information about your summoned spirit to others. Our human race is not a monolith. Your strength is currently too weak. If you attract unwanted attention, it is highly probable that you will be targeted by the external demon race with malicious intent. Of course, you need not worry excessively. As long as you remain within the city, you are generally safe. With that, Principal Shun hurriedly exited, clearly eager to report Shang-Chi's information. Was the warning from the principal about traitors within the human race? Shang-Chi pondered. In the midst of a racial struggle, there are those willing to serve as slaves and spies for the enemy? What could their motives possibly be? It is perplexing. But it is not something I should concern myself with at present. Furthermore, the principal seemed unconcerned about Lu Bu's 2 divine-grade pieces of equipment and the description of his status. Was he unaware, or simply unable to see it? Are there certain pieces of information that only I can perceive? After some contemplation, Shang-Chi found himself without any clear answers and could only set those thoughts aside for the moment. He stored Lu Bu back into the summoning space and retrieved the benefits list from his storage ring, examining it with a heart full of joy and satisfaction. Oh, the treatment of geniuses within the human race is indeed commendable. A few billion in property is offered without hesitation. Truly a worthy investment. There is no rush to select a house. I shall discuss it with my parents upon returning home to give them a surprise. As for the mount, the option of a combat mount, I might as well gift it to my sister. As a summoner, I have little use for it, and it would be excessive for daily travel. The opportunity to claim equipment is singular, so I shall reserve it for myself. Once my level increases, I can equip my sister with exceptional gear. Moreover, Shang-Chi examined the triple experience card. The time was now 11:30. It was still early, and there should be no one at home. Both of his parents worked in a factory and would not return until at least 5:30, even without overtime. Perfect. With the triple experience card still unused, there is no need to rush home. Instead, I will venture into a dungeon to test Lu Bu's strength and perhaps level up in the process. Gurgle. Just as Shang-Chi took a step forward, His stomach protested. He suddenly recalled that due to the class transfer ceremony, he had yet to partake of breakfast that day. Turning his gaze, he discovered a plethora of vendors near the professional hall, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, stirring his appetite. Let us dine first, and then venture into the dungeon, he mused. Additionally, he pondered when the system would bestow upon him another task, for without a mission, his chances for a lottery draw would remain stagnant. Lost in thought, he retrieved his phone, preparing to order a serving of pig estrada rice. Although the satellites that once adorned the skies of the world had disappeared, humanity's reliance on extraordinary powers had not diminished their technological prowess significantly. Devices such as mobile phones and computers remained functional. Chapter 8. The Displeasing Chu Family. The afternoon sun bathed the streets in its warm glow. At the end of the thoroughfare, dozens of dark, profound elliptical holes hung silently above the road. Flanking the sides of the street were numerous shops peddling healing potions and various auxiliary equipment. This was the dungeon area of the 7th District for Professionals, where adventurers could select the dungeons they wished to challenge to gain experience and materials from magical beasts. All successfully transitioned professionals could access the dungeons via their attribute panels upon entering this realm. The dungeons were categorized into 3 zones based on applicable levels. The beginner zone catered to low-level professionals of level 120, the intermediate zone suited mid-level professionals of level 2140, and the advanced zone was reserved for high-level professionals of level 4160. Only adventurers of the corresponding level were permitted entry. Those above level 60 were deemed high-level professionals, who could no longer benefit from dungeon rewards. Unless they sought out special dungeons, their only option for further advancement lay in cleansing the outer realms of demonic entities. Following the directional signs, Song-Chi made his way to the beginner zone. As he stepped into the area, a notification chimed. Ding! Host detected entering dungeon area. Optional tasks activated. Optional task 1. Complete the dungeon and achieve an S-grade rating or higher. Reward: 3 lottery draw chances. Optional task 2. Level up to level 10. Reward: 3 lottery draw chances. Optional task 3. Exterminate 50,000 magical beasts. Reward: 5 lottery draw chances. 3 tasks at once. The long-awaited system notification filled Song-Chi with delight. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over how to secure lottery draw opportunities. Yet here were the tasks presented to him. The first 2 tasks posed no significant challenges, but the third was rather daunting. 50,000 magical beasts? How long would that take? After contemplating for a moment, he quickly reached a conclusion. Most low-level dungeons typically contained only a few dozen magical beasts collectively. However, there was one dungeon notorious for its overwhelming number of foes. Songgu. As Song-Chi pondered, a familiar voice reached his ears from afar. He looked up to see Wang Zhihao, who had arrived even earlier than he. A group accompanied him, seemingly fellow students who had recently completed their class transfers as well. Has the transfer ceremony concluded? Song-Chi inquired, somewhat astonished. Historically, the ceremony spanned an entire day. How could it have wrapped up in just a morning? No. I awakened an A-grade talent and was released early by the teachers, Wang Zhihao explained with a smile. A-grade talent? Impressive, my friend. Song-Chi chuckled, playfully punching him. What class did you choose, and does your awakened talent align with it? A mage, Wang Zhihao proudly declared, flexing his muscles. As you know, my only goal is to be a mage. As for the talent, I can only say it matches half of the way. With that, he revealed his attribute panel. Crimson Flame Body, reduces physical damage taken by 30, increases affinity for fire-based magic, reduces proficiency required for upgrading fire magic by 10, and increases casting speed by 10. Initially puzzled by what he meant by matches half, Song-Chi soon understood upon glancing at the attributes. This talent seemed more suited for a magic swordsman rather than a traditional mage. Indeed, but who could have predicted that humanity would lack means to pre-check talents? We must make do, Wang Zhihao shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, Songgu, you're here to level up, right? Shall we team up? He proposed. When forming a party, he insisted on taking the lead. To encourage cooperation among adventurers, the strength of magical beasts and experience rewards in dungeons varied based on the number of participants. The more individuals present, the stronger the beasts, and the greater the shared experience. A maximum of 8 members could form a party, with the leader enjoying a unique 5 experience bonus. For Song-Chi, teaming up promised greater benefits than venturing solo. Of course you're the captain. You possess an extraordinary S-grade talent. Who else could take that role? Wang Zhihao laughed heartily, eager to accept the position. However, a discordant voice interrupted from behind. On what grounds do you presume to take the lead? Have you sought my consent? A tall man with a sullen expression stepped forth, his disdain palpable. You may have an S-grade talent, but if memory serves, your class is summoner, correct? A level 1 summoner dares to aspire to leadership? Upon hearing this, Song-Chi raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had not provoked this individual. He glanced at Wang Zhihao, who sheepishly scratched his head. His name is Chu Xiaojiang, a distant nephew of the principal at No. 1 high school. After you left, he also awakened an S-grade talent, becoming an assassin like the principal, Wang Zhihao explained. The principal of No. 1 high school? The old man who berated me during the transfer ceremony? Song-Chi thought, feeling a sense of exasperation. So, this family has it out for me. Never mind, you all can team up. I shall go solo. Solo? Huh. Chu Xiaojiang laughed derisively. A level 1 summoner attempting to tackle a dungeon alone? Are you truly tired of living? Do you believe you are unworthy of the fortune bestowed upon humanity and are seeking your own demise? Wang Zhihao quickly intervened, his expression grave. Solo? That's out of the question. How could you, a summoner, take on a dungeon alone? Sanggu, don't act impulsively. There's no need to argue with them over this. Summoners were notoriously known for their low combat effectiveness in the early stages. A low-level summoner ranked just above a priest in combat prowess. Attempting to solo a dungeon as a summoner was indeed tantamount to courting death. Then I shall team with you, Sanggu, Wang Zhihao stated resolutely. If it's just the two of us, the monster strength won't be overwhelming, and we should be able to navigate through the dungeon with caution. Seeing Wang Zhihao's determined expression, Song Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you afraid? A mage teaming up with me, a summoner? What happens when two fragile beings are cornered by magical beasts? I'm not afraid, Wang Zhihao replied with unwavering resolve. Though I am a mage, my constitution and strength attributes are quite high. Coupled with my talent, at this level, I can hold my own among warriors. Besides, with your extraordinary S-grade talent, you surely 1 TB weak. Song Qi nodded in agreement, opting not to elaborate further, and sent a party invitation to Wang Zhihao. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaojiang scoffed twice, his displeasure evident. Wang Zhihao, you truly are the son of a nouveau riche, lacking any discernment. Yes, Song Qi has awakened an S-grade talent. But the path of a professional cannot be traversed solely on talent. Consider this, by befriending Song Qi, you are making an enemy of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, the other adventurers who had been observing, uncertain whether to engage with Song Qi, fell silent. Due to the fact that the principal of the first high school is the head of the Chu family, it has led to a swift expansion of the family's influence within the 7th district. It is evident that Chu Xiaojiang intends to leverage his family's power to completely isolate Song Qi. However, Wang Zhihao could not contain his laughter. Uft. Who has the authority to represent the Chu family in antagonism? You, Chu Xiaojiang. Do you truly believe that awakening an S-level talent qualifies you as the spokesperson for the Chu family? Before today, you hadn't even exchanged a word with your family's Patriarch, had you? After 3 years of meekness in high school, you suddenly feel triumphant. One might think it was you who awakened an ultra S-level talent. He then turned to accept Song Qi's invitation to team up. Wang Zhihao's words left Chu Xiaojiang's face flushed, clearly striking a nerve. You're too cruel, Song Qi remarked with a smile. It takes someone like Wang Zhihao, the school's know-it-all, to pinpoint another's weaknesses so precisely. Let us hurry, brother Song. I hope this kind of stupidity isn't contagious. You. Chu Xiaojiang trembled with rage, unable to articulate a coherent retort. Beep. Song Qi opened the dungeon list and casually selected one to enter. As the two figures gradually faded from sight, Wang Zhihao suddenly turned back to give Chu Xiaojiang a middle finger. Yes, my family may be nouveau riche. But don't forget, I am still my father's only son. If you dare, go ahead and try to make a move on me. This final gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg. Chu Xiaojiang could no longer restrain himself and roared. I will kill you both. Song Qi, Wang Zhihao, you two wait for me. Chapter 9, The Zombie Tide Dungeon. Splash. On the rooftop of a dilapidated building, where even the plaster had completely peeled away, 2 beams of white light flashed. The figures of Wang Zhihao and Song Qi descended. Refreshing. Absolutely exhilarating. I was just annoyed by that smug little face of his. This time, it feels satisfying to have vented my frustration, Wang Zhihao exclaimed as he landed, letting out a couple of triumphant shouts. It was clear that his previous encounter with Chu Xiaojiang had not been pleasant. Isn't there a business relationship between your family and the Chu family? Aren't you afraid? Song Qi inquired. Afraid? What do I have to fear? If business is severed, the loss won't only be ours. The Chu family will also suffer. Would such a large family sacrifice their interests over a mere spat between children? I refuse to believe it. He chuckled while surveying the surroundings. By the way, brother Song, which dungeon did you choose? This seems to be an abandoned city. I remember there are only 3 low-level dungeons with urban elements. Did you choose Slime Invasion or Goblin Federation? Neither. I chose the one with the highest experience yield, Zombie Tide, Song Qi replied. Oh, it's the Zombie Tide. Then we must be cautious. Wang Zhihao's smile suddenly froze. There are not many dungeons suitable for novice adventurers, only about a dozen. Among these, the one acknowledged for the highest experience yield and the most challenging difficulty is indeed the Zombie Tide. The Zombie Tide is a unique dungeon with only one final boss, the Mother Zombie. The minions consist solely of zombies and mutated zombies. There aren't even any mini-bosses. Moreover, the attributes of these creatures are not particularly high. Even the mutated zombies, if placed in other dungeons, would be on par with typical minor monsters. An unclassed ordinary person can enter and, provided they have suitable weapons, can kill a few zombies for fun. However, it remains a nightmare for countless low-level adventurers due to the endless horde of zombies and elite minor creatures. Simultaneously, It has become a primary dungeon for mid to high-level adventurers to grind for experience. This is precisely why Song Chi selected this dungeon, as his third optional task conveniently requires a dungeon teeming with monsters. Wait, isn't the zombie tied a unique dungeon? We can't access it yet. Oh right. Brother Song, you possess the Ultra S-level talent, granting you privileges. No way. Brother Song, you really chose the zombie-tied dungeon. Wang Zihao initially froze, incredulously repeating the question several times. Then, in disbelief, he rushed to the edge of the building to look down. Upon seeing the densely packed zombies on the street, he stubbornly glanced at their attributes. Monster, zombie, level, 4, strength, 13, constitution, 8, agility, 6, spirit, 3, skills, bite, infection mutation. After seeing the monsters panel, Wang Zihao was utterly despaired. How can we fight this? The panel of an ordinary minor monster is already so high. Brother Song, I haven't offended you, have I? Not at all, Song Chi replied, puzzled. Then why did you choose the zombie-tied dungeon? Wang Zihao was on the verge of tears. People can die in that dungeon. Moreover, once entered, they cannot exit unless they clear it. If they fail to clear this dungeon, they could be trapped here for eternity. Don't worry. We can handle it, Song Chi reassured him. Big brother, a level 1 mage learns fireball, not area attack spells like meteor shower. It's true that this dungeon is deemed an experienced dungeon, but that depends on 1's level. We are just a level 1 mage and a level 1 summoner. One of us has no area attack capabilities. How can we clear this dungeon? Rest assured, I've got this covered. Song Chi confidently patted his chest. With a snap of his fingers, a towering figure suddenly appeared before them. Bang! As the figure landed, the dilapidated building was instantly enveloped in dust. It was none other than Song Chi's summoned spirit, Lu Bu. Lu Bu was imposing, clad in heavy armor, and his entire weight could only be described as that of a human tank. He nearly caused the rooftop's concrete to collapse. Lu Bu at your service. Lu Bu knelt on one knee, awaiting Song Chi's command. Observing this, Wang Zihao's rationality regained a modicum of clarity. Lu Bu? A heavy-armored warrior-type summoned spirit? He circled Lu Bu, inspecting him multiple times. Seeing Lu Bu's towering stature, splendid and sturdy armor, and the way he effortlessly wielded a halberd taller than himself, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. I see. Brother Song. You intend to use Lu Bu's heavy-set physique to block the entrance while we continuously deal damage from behind, gradually whittling down the zombie horde. That is a brilliant idea. Blocking the entrance and eliminating them one by one. It does seem feasible. Wang Zihao's thoughts raced, and he suddenly had an epiphany. However, we need to find a narrow passageway first. This building won't do, as the walls are gone. A surge from the zombie tide might cause it to collapse. It would be best to choose an alley suitable for only 2 people to pass through. Let me see, where can I find such an alley? As he spoke, Wang Zihao ran to the edge again, continuously surveying the surroundings in search of a suitable location. Song Chi ignored him and pointed downwards. Lu Bu, go down and handle that group of zombies. As you command. Upon receiving the order, Lu Bu approached the edge of the rooftop without a moment's hesitation and leaped down. No. Wang Zihao snapped back to reality, wanting to stop him, but realized that Lu Bu had already jumped. His outstretched hand hung in midair, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him, his limbs turning cold. A level 1 summoned spirit is jumping from a building over 100 meters high? Is there any hope left? Lu Bu's departure felt like the last flicker of hope for survival, extinguished in an instant. His expression transformed from initial hope to utter despair as Lu Bu's silhouette vanished from the rooftop. Brother Song, what are you doing? This is the rooftop of a building. What does it matter to me? It's not like I told him to jump, Song Chi teased. When you saw him about to jump, you should have stopped him in time. Are you not aware that the intelligence of most summoned spirits is rather limited? Even humanoid summoned spirits do not necessarily possess high intelligence. Wang Zihao felt a pang of anguish that left him breathless. The hope of clearing the level was so close at hand, yet in a moment of negligence, he lost such a formidable warrior. Boom. The dull thud of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed from below the street. Wang Zihao shut his eyes tightly. It was over, utterly finished. He feared he had been reduced to mere pulp. Slumped on the ground, he glanced up at Song Chi, only to find him smiling. Utterly unfazed by the loss of his summoned spirit, devoid of any sense of disappointment or anxiety. Smile? How can you still find the audacity to smile? He scolded with irritation. Think carefully about how to clear this level. Moreover, your first summoned spirit is gone. How will you level up from here on out? Song Chi waved his hand dismissively, still grinning. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Rest assured, my summoned spirit is not dead, let us not forget. I am a summoner with super S-level talent. Humph. Wang Zihao scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Super S-level talent? Even with such a talent, could a level 1 summoned spirit survive a jump from a 100-meter-high building? Moreover, the crucial question is, do you even realize? He paused mid-sentence, seemingly receiving some extraordinary information, his pupils suddenly dilating several times. Experience points 29. Experience points 28. Experience points 31. A series of notification sounds rang in Wang Zihao's ears. Undoubtedly, someone was slaying zombies. He widened his eyes, pupils expanding to their utmost, his mouth moving unconsciously as if to speak, yet feeling as though his throat was constricted, rendering him mute. He could only tremble and point downstairs, then gesture towards Song-Chi. Yes, that's right. Song-Chi nodded. My summoned spirit is the one slaying zombies. Holy cow. Wang Zihao leapt in place, throwing himself onto Song-Chi, clinging desperately without letting go. Brother Song, you're incredible. In that moment, Wang Zihao understood. He was not merely grasping at a leg. He was embracing his future. Chapter 10. How are you leveling up so quickly? The two approached the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Under the overwhelming superiority of attributes, ordinary zombies were no match for Lu Bu even in a single encounter. He was akin to a ravenous wolf that had plunged into a flock of sheep. To say he was merely a wolf would be an understatement. To be precise, he resembled a Godzilla that had invaded a herd of sheep. The Fang Dianhua halberd, towering above Lu Bu, danced ceaselessly, its blade stained with the dark brown blood of zombies. Appearing utterly mesmerizing under the sun, each strike resulted in the demise of several zombie monstrosities. The mutated zombies bore no discernible difference when faced with him. The once crowded street was rapidly cleared of a significant portion of its inhabitants. Experience points, 32. Experience points, 64. Experience points, 33. Good heavens. Is this a level 1 summoned spirit? I could believe it if you said it was an intermediate professional. So this is what a super S-level talent summoner looks like. No wonder resources are allocated heavily to cultivate such individuals. To think that at level 1, just stepping onto the path of a professional, he could rival an intermediate professional. Amidst his astonishment, Wang Zihao also developed a slight misunderstanding regarding the super S-level talent, thinking that all such talents were capable of such prowess. The melodious sounds of accruing experience points continuously filled their ears, bringing Wang Zihao immense delight. Meanwhile, Song-Chi opened his item panel. Ding. Would you like to use a triple experience card? Yes. Usage successful. Your current experience acquisition rate is now 300. Duration, 2 hours. With the triple experience card, along with the captain's level 5 experience bonus, the experience points Song-Chi earned soared to 305 times that of Wang Zihao. Experience points 102. Experience points 210. Experience points 113. Each system notification signified hundreds of experience points flowing into Song-Chi's being. The experience points required for professionals to level up increase tenfold every 10 levels. Level 1 requires 10,000 experience points, level 2 20,000. And by the time one reaches level 10, it escalates to 100,000. However, the requirement for level 11 is not 110,000, but rather 200,000 experience points. Level 12 necessitates 300,000 experience points. Similarly, a level 20 professional requires 1 million experience points, while level 21 demands 2 million. For a level 30 professional, the experience required surges to 10 million. In simpler terms, every 10 levels forms a stepping stone, and the required experience points multiply by 10 each time. Although the experience points provided by corresponding level monsters also increase, the magnitude is not nearly as significant. Haha, Brother Song, this is simply delightful. Just sitting here, the experience points are soaring upwards. Wang Zihao couldn't suppress the grin on his lips. He knew he had made the right bet. Clinging to Song-Chi's leg was worth it. So this is the correct approach to being a summoner? How wonderfully comfortable. Song-Chi did not respond, but instead glanced at his panel. Experience points, 245510000. He had already amassed 2,400 experience points, after defeating around 70 ordinary zombies. He would level up to 2. In low-level professional dungeons, the tide of corpses typically consists of around 1,000 zombies, along with additional experience points from mutated zombies and bosses. He calculated that this dungeon could yield approximately 100,000 experience points. By the end of the dungeon, leveling up to 4 should pose no issue. Truly, it is the dungeon with the highest difficulty and the most experience points among low-level dungeons. If the pace is swift enough, perhaps he could utilize the triple experience card for another run. At that point, reaching level 6 might be challenging, but level 5 would be absolutely manageable. Within 3 to 5 days, he could prepare for advancement. A smile spread across Song-Chi's face. For ordinary novice professionals, leveling up even once a day is commendable. He would leap straight to level 5 in a single day. Such a rate of progress is unattainable even for the majority of super S-level talent bearers. When the City Lord returns, his rate of advancement will undoubtedly warrant significant attention. Song-Chi had no intention of opting for a cautious, slow developmental path. The profession's journey dictates that all resources must be fought for and competed over. Just like this Tide of Corpses dungeon. Dungeons are also a form of resource for humanity. They serve as a means to cultivate the backbone forces of humanity. Other professionals must reach level 10 before they can unlock the Tide of Corpses dungeon. Additionally, there are limitations on the number of times it can be accessed. An ordinary professional can open a dungeon a maximum of 3 times a day, while special dungeons can only be accessed once a week. Yet Song-Chi, as a bearer of super S-level talent, can access ordinary dungeons without restrictions. Special dungeons grant him 3 opportunities each day. These privileges stem from the potential he has demonstrated, allowing him to swiftly widen the gap between himself and others. A single step ahead translates to a series of steps ahead. It is precisely for this reason that Shang-Chi needs to showcase his value as much as possible in front of the higher echelons of humanity. He must ensure that the entire upper echelon takes notice of him, that they willingly pour resources into him. However, to be frank, such a rate of leveling up is not normal. Will it not attract undue attention? Shang-Chi pondered briefly, but soon felt at ease. Yet, conversely, who would dare to question it? Due to his identity as a super S-level talent bearer, any anomalies could easily be attributed to his talent. Even if the city lord inquired, he would have the right to refuse to answer. While Shang-Chi was deep in thought, boom, a massive beam of white light descended, enveloping him, followed by a golden light surging into his body. This was the spectacle of leveling up. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV2. Huh. Has he truly dispatched 100 zombies so swiftly? Shang-Chi mused, as he opened his panel to inspect his status. Name, Shang-Chi. Occupation, Summoner level, 2 Strength, 7 Constitution, 11 Agility, 10 Spirit, 16 Free Attribute Points, 2 Equipment, none Talent. Divine Summoning Technique Skills, Summoning. Summoning Array Items, none Quests. Optional Quest, 1, Optional Quest, 2, Optional Quest, 3, Evaluation, an inconspicuous individual, yet possessing an extraordinary talent in the art of summoning. As with his initial class transition, his spirit, agility, and constitution attributes had seen an increase, with his free attribute points rising from 1 to 2. Yet other aspects remained largely unchanged. This left Shang-Chi momentarily perplexed, though not particularly surprised. Beside him, Wang Zihao stood in stunned silence, furrowing his brow as he glanced at his own experience bar, bewildered as he turned to Shang-Chi, his eyes filled with confusion. How could Shang-Chi have leveled up when his own experience bar was still less than half? Goodness, when did the captain's experience gain become so substantial? Brother Song, how did you level up so swiftly? Let us not speak of it to anyone else. The principal provided me with some items, combined with my talent. Shang-Chi replied mysteriously in a hushed tone. He only divulged part of the information, yet Wang Zihao's expression transformed into one of sudden understanding. So that is how it is. I thought as much. I comprehend. He then gazed at Shang-Chi with a mixture of admiration and envy. Indeed, possessing an SSS-level talent not only granted privileges to access special dungeons, but also offered exceptional benefits, allowing for a significantly faster leveling pace. Chapter 11. Leveling up. As Shang-Chi's level as a summoner reached 2, Lu Bu's level simultaneously ascended to 2 as well. A glimmer ignited in Lu Bu's eyes as he sensed warmth coursing through his body, a portion of his former strength returning. In Shang-Chi's view, Lu Bu's panel now read, Summon Spirit, Divine Lu Bu level, 2 Quality, Mythical Strength, 149, Peerless, Constitution, 149, Peerless, Agility, 149, Peerless, Spirit, 149, Peerless, Equipment, Divine Fong Tianhua Halberd, Sealed, Divine Red Hair, Sealed, Status, Sealed, bound by the Summoner's Strength. Lu Bu has yet to reveal his full power. His level will rise in tandem with that of his summoner until his powers are fully unleashed. Talents, Peerless, Lu Bu's combat prowess is unmatched, growing ever stronger in battle. Upon entering combat, all attributes will increase by 1 per second, with a maximum enhancement of 100. Frantic, Lu Bu enters a berserk state, instantly increasing all attributes by 500. Lasts for 10 minutes. Afterward, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour, with all attributes reduced by 20, and a cooldown of half an hour. Desperate Strike, Lu Bu forsakes all defense, channeling all his strength into a single, devastating blow. Divine Might, having acquired the Seed of Divinity. Any entity of a lower level than Lu Bu will experience a decrease in attributes due to fear when facing him directly. The reduction varies with the level gap and distance, with a maximum weakening of up to 50. Evaluation, a general among thousands, seizing victory with ease. With all attributes at 149, Shang-Chi pondered whether this meant that every level would yield a 50-point increase across the board, or if this was merely a unique circumstance. Kill. A thunderous roar emanated from below as Lu Bu's Fong Tianhua halberd emanated a faint red glow. Once a harbinger of destruction, Lu Bu, with his attributes now greatly enhanced, transformed into a war god. The once formidable horde of zombies now appeared as fragile as paper in his presence. The zombie army on the street melted away like ice before a roaring flame. A sweeping strike felled numerous zombies in its wake, as Lu Bu resembled a diligent farmer, tirelessly reaping the lives of the monstrous foes. Experience points, 119. Experience points, 96. Experience points, 104. The notifications of experience gained flashed rapidly, leaving the two in awe. Moments later, a golden light appeared above Wang Zihao's head. He leveled up. Remarkably, this all transpired within the span of merely half an hour. Observing the street that was once teeming with zombies, it was now considerably sparser. Level 2 in just half an hour? That's outrageous. At this rate, we might clear the dungeon in about an hour, Wang Zihao exclaimed with a grin. It seems the experience dungeon truly lives up to its reputation. While it may not yield equipment or skill books, the experience rewards are indeed generous. With only half the time passed, and the boss yet to be defeated, I might even reach level 3 by the end. Brother Song, I'll soon catch up to your level. Wang Zihao was eager to boast. But as he turned his head, his words were abruptly cut off. He noticed the golden light bursting forth above Song Chi's head as well. What did you say? Song Chi calmly inquired, turning to face him. Nothing. Wang Zihao deflated, feeling disheartened. He had just reached level 2, while his companion had already ascended to level 3. Wasn't it supposed to become increasingly difficult to level up as one progressed? Sighing, he decided not to dwell on the extraordinary talents of a super SSS-level individual. He steadied his emotions and watched Lu Bu continue his relentless slaughter. After several more minutes, a flash, Song Chi leveled up once more. He took a moment to glance at Lu Bu's attributes. Summon Spirit, Divine Lu Bu level, for quality. Mythical Strength, 249249, Peerless, Constitution, 249249, Peerless, Agility, 249249, Peerless, Spirit, 249249, Peerless, Indeed. Each level gained resulted in an increase of 50 points across all attributes. Song Chi was beginning to discern the pattern of Lu Bu's attribute growth post-leveling. After a while, the streets were now remarkably devoid of zombies. Lu Bu walked through the area, encountering almost none, and was left to actively search the houses on either side of the street to eliminate any remaining zombies. Brother Song, I believe we can conclude this, he suggested. Continuing to fight seems to yield diminishing returns in experience. Upon hearing this, Song Chi glanced at his experience bar. Level 4, experience points, 300, 854, 0000. The zombie-tied dungeon randomly spawned approximately 1,000 zombies each time, based on his calculation of receiving 100 experience points per zombie slain. There were likely only around 100 zombies still alive. It was indeed unnecessary to squander more time. It would be wiser to conserve the triple experience card for the next cycle. You're right, Song Chi nodded, moving to the edge of the rooftop. Lu Bu, no need to search for those minor creatures any longer. Head to the basement of the convenience store at the far right corner of the street. The Mother of Zombies resides there. Eliminate her. The Mother of Zombies was the boss of the zombie-tied dungeon. As long as they defeated her, they would successfully clear the dungeon. These dungeons had long been explored by countless professionals, and Song Chi was well versed in various strategies. He had already identified the Mother of Zombies' hidden location the moment they entered. Understood. Lu Bu's voice echoed from below, followed by the sound of destruction as he charged forth. Like a heavily armored war machine, shattering walls in his path, and then crashed through the floor. Boom. The entire convenience store collapsed, and a grotesque mass of flesh erupted from the basement, seemingly attempting to flee. The Mother of the Zombies, though colossal in stature, moved with surprising swiftness. Following closely behind her were dozens of robust, mutated zombies, drooling as they lunged at Lu Bu in an attempt to thwart his pursuit. Yet, in the next moment, a streak of crimson swept across the scene. The Mother of the Zombies, along with the multitude of mutated zombies, was cleaved in twain. Experience points, 8,008. The 4-digit experience gain instantly filled the already substantial experience bars of the two. Ding, ding. 2 beams of golden light descended, and Wang Zihao and Song Chi leveled up once more. Song Chi ascended directly to level 5, while Wang Zihao, benefiting from his fortunes, also became a level 3 mage. Soon after, the visuals before them began to blur, and the desolate cityscape vanished from sight. Familiar voices echoed in their ears. Congratulations on completing the dungeon. Calculating rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations. The number of monsters you vanquished exceeded 95. Your completion time surpassed that of 90 other challengers, resulting in an overall S rank for this dungeon. Congratulations. Based on this evaluation, you have received a reward, 1,000 credit points. Credit points will be automatically credited to your account within 3 working days. If there are any discrepancies, please inquire at the Adventurer's Hall. Continue striving to achieve even more remarkable completion records. Chapter 12, The Frenzied Leveling. After clearing the dungeon, Song Chi and Wang Zihao found themselves once again in the dungeon square. Wow, level 3 from a single dungeon. Even if they did not tackle any other dungeons today, it was worth it. As soon as Wang Zihao touched down, he leaped up in excitement. However, his joy was quickly overshadowed by disappointment. Unfortunately, such special dungeons can only be attempted once a week. Ignoring him, Song Chi opened his panel. Triple experience card, 0108, 36. There was still about an hour remaining on the triple experience card. Song Chi pondered for a moment. The first time against Lu Bu, the level was not high, so the kills were a bit slow. The next attempt should be considerably quicker. After eliminating most of the zombies, they could directly confront the boss and aim to complete the dungeon within approximately half an hour. With proper management, they could enjoy the benefits of the triple experience card during the last 2 dungeon runs of the day. Nodding in affirmation of his plan, Song Chi summoned the dungeon selection interface once more. Wait a moment, Song Gu. I've run out of chances. I need to withdraw first, Wang Zihao exclaimed hurriedly. But before he could finish, whoosh. The two figures appeared and then immediately vanished from their location once more. When Wang Zihao reappeared in the zombie horde dungeon, he was momentarily stunned. Am I back in again? I thought only those with super S-level talents could attempt special dungeons more than once a week. Had the rules changed? Song Chi regarded him with a look of incredulity. When a super S-level talent is in the party, teammates enjoy the same privileges. Didn't you hear this in class? Huh, is that so? Wang Zihao scratched his head awkwardly. Song Gu, you know, aside from knowledge about the mage profession, I'm not particularly interested in other things. Song Chi shook his head, dismissing his concerns. The two gazed outward, still facing the familiar zombie-infested streets. However, unlike last time, they found themselves starting in an abandoned convenience store beside the street rather than on a rooftop. Clap. Song Chi snapped his fingers. Lu Bu's formidable form suddenly manifested before them. Continue exterminating the zombies, but this time, be quicker. The subordinate obeys. Lu Bu clasped his fists and, without uttering another word, charged forth. Unrestrained fury. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Bu's eyes turned a fierce crimson, tinged with madness. He had activated the unrestrained fury skill. Boom. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Lu Bu, causing his body to swell. His momentum surged dramatically, even though Wang Zihao knew he was not an enemy. He felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of dread welling up within him, as if he were facing a natural predator. Is this your summoned spirit? Song Gu? This is utterly absurd. Wang Zihao felt parched, instinctively hiding behind a shelf, only to emerge moments later, unable to suppress his swallowing. In contrast, Song Chi, as Lu Bu's summoner, felt no sense of abnormality. However, upon glancing at the panel, he was still taken aback. Since Song Chi had reached level 5, Lu Bu's level had also risen to 5. Each level granted a 50-point enhancement to all attributes, bringing Lu Bu's 4 dimensions perilously close to the 300-point threshold. Coupled with a skill attribute increase of 500, Lu Bu's panel now read, Summoned Spirit, Divine Lu Bu, Level 5, Quality, Mythical, Strength, 299-1495, Berserk, Constitution, 299-1495, Berserk, Agility, 299-1495, Berserk, Spirit, 299-1495, Berserk. Sensing the life force nearby, countless zombies wandering the streets turned their heads. Their instinctual urge to devour propelled these mindless creatures forward, completely unaware of the formidable being they faced. They merely roared and charged at Lu Bu. Aru, Aru, thud. The Tongtian Huaji appeared in Lu Bu's hand, crashing heavily to the ground. Then, Lu Bu surged forward. Whoosh! The gale generated by his charge roared to life, nearly toppling Song Chi and Wang Zihao. Buzz! The Tongtian Huaji vibrated, the sound barely reaching their ears before Lu Bu had already covered nearly 100 meters. Along the path, some zombies were sent flying, half their bodies airborne. Immediately thereafter, a flurry of experience gain notifications ensued. Experience points, 102. Experience points, 108. Experience points, 104. Experience points, 110. The experience bars on both their panels began to ascend at a visible rate. The notifications of experience acquisition flashed incessantly before them. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Alas! The uneducated Wang Zihao could only exclaim in his astonishment. His eyes widened, and he could not cease his exclamations. This rate of leveling was so extraordinary that, were they not in a dungeon, he would almost suspect Song Chi of cheating. Generally, novice adventurers find leveling to be quite a challenge. This is due to low attributes, limited skills, and a lack of combat experience, which leads to frequent errors. Yet, Song Chi's presence had completely overturned this notion. Who said novice adventurers struggle to level up? Have you ever seen someone standing still, watching the experience points soar? This is the essence of being a summoner, right? No. It should be said that this is the prowess of a summoner possessing a super S-level talent. Wang Zihao turned to Song Chi, his gaze softening. Just as he was sizing up the surroundings in search of the boss's lair, Song Chi suddenly shivered, feeling an unsettling chill as he sensed Wang Zihao's gaze upon him. What else with that look? Song Gu, Wang Zihao's tone had shifted, dragging out his words. I'm not into that. Song Chi firmly rebuffed. What do you mean into that? I'm a bona fide heterosexual. Wang Zihao chuckled playfully as he moved closer. I'm serious, Song Gu. Can you take me along next time? I remember that a super S-level talent can attempt special dungeons 3 times a day, right? Since there is still one left, shall we just use them all at once? Song Chi feigned exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. Since you've put it that way, then let us go ahead and use it. Although the experience point boost from a level 5 team leader isn't substantial, it's still something. Certainly. It is worth noting that during the times of hardship faced by Song Chi, Wang Zihao often found himself making excuses, both intentionally and unintentionally, to invite him out for meals. These acts of kindness have remained etched in his memory. Merely accompanying him through a dungeon was a trivial matter, yet it was a gesture that spoke volumes. Upon hearing this, Wang Jihao's face lit up with joy. I knew Brother Song would never abandon his comrades. After we finish this dungeon, I shall treat him to a sumptuous feast. Perhaps not. I am rather eager to return home. Let's save it for another time. Very well. Then, we shall do it when we have the opportunity. The maps of lower-level dungeons are generally modest in size, not exceeding 100,000 square meters, while the scale of the Zombie Tide dungeon is approximately 30 to 40,000 square meters, roughly the expanse of 2 streets. Lu Bu's efficiency in clearing the area surpassed Song Chi's expectations. In less than half an hour, he had eradicated the vast majority of the zombies. Song Chi glanced at the time. Triple experience card, 003620. That should suffice. I must leave some time for the next round. He nodded, directing his gaze toward a tall building not far from Lu Bu. Head to the building on the right. The boss is on the top floor. Go and deal with it. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Lu Bu immediately abandoned his pursuit of the remaining zombies, making a sharp turn towards the adjacent building. However, he did not seem inclined to ascend the structure. Instead, he crouched slightly beside the wall, his thigh muscles bulging, distorting his armor. With a resounding crash, he launched himself like a cannonball, shattering the top floor's wall and crashing inside. Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice echoed in Song Chi's ears. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon run. Congratulations. You have defeated over 85 monsters. Your completion time surpasses that of 95 of challengers, resulting in an overall evaluation of A grade. Congratulations. Based on this evaluation, you have earned a reward of 200 credit points. The credit points will be automatically deposited into your account within 3 working days. For any discrepancies, please inquire at the Adventurers Hall. Keep up the excellent work to achieve even more remarkable completion records. Chapter 13, The Lottery Begins. Swish, swish. The figures of Song Chi and Wang Jihao reappeared in the dungeon plaza, clearing 85 monsters and surpassing the time of 95 of challengers, yet only receiving an A-grade evaluation. It stands to reason, though, this was an experienced dungeon, well known for its weak boss, merely inundated with numerous lesser monsters. Furthermore, an A-grade evaluation yielding only 200 credit points seems rather miserly. After all, an S-grade evaluation grants 1,000 credit points, effectively deducting 80 of the potential reward. No wonder no one engages in gold farming within lower-level dungeons. Wang Jihao grumbled a few words before turning his attention to his own panel. Woohoo! I leveled up again. After this dungeon run, he had ascended to level 4. This pace of advancement was entirely beyond his expectations. However, he soon regained his composure. Had the version of himself from yesterday known he could level up 4 times in a single day, he would have surely leaped for joy. Yet now, it felt somewhat underwhelming. This was because, alongside him in the dungeon, Song Chi had experienced 2 consecutive level-up animations. This meant that his counterpart had already reached level 7. Level 7. What does that signify? Most ordinary adventurers would consider reaching level 7 within a fortnight a remarkable achievement. Indeed, the sensation of happiness is often a matter of perspective. Wang Jihao let out a howl. Song Chi paid him no mind, pausing briefly before continuing to navigate the dungeon selection interface. Ready to go again? Absolutely, always prepared. Wang Jihao instantly perked up, though he felt somewhat disheartened. He knew he had to continue clinging to the support of his ally. Swish, swish. Within a minute, the 2 figures vanished once more, without a moment's respite. This unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of those around them. Recently emerged from a dungeon, the group, led by Chu Xiaojiang, quickly reacted. If I am not mistaken, those 2 were Song Chi and Wang Jihao, right? How is it that they just exited a dungeon only to re-enter immediately? Don't they need to recuperate? Isn't it obvious? They must be diving into the Slime Disaster dungeon. The Slime Disaster is the least challenging of the lower-level dungeons, featuring monsters with singular, low-frequency attacks. Moreover, the experience gains are minimal, and the equipment drop rates are nearly non-existent. One could say that aside from its ease of completion, it possesses no other merits. Even novice adventurers seldom opt for this dungeon. It is akin to a haven for the inept. Of course, a summoner and a mage. What other dungeon could they possibly tackle besides the Slime Disaster? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaojiang's expression brightened significantly, and he scoffed derisively. They can only manage such trivial dungeons. The others quickly chimed in. Exactly. They are no match for you. Chu Xiao. How pitiful. At this rate, they might not even level up once in an entire day. They brought this upon themselves by crossing Chu Xiaojiang. Chu Xiaojiang relished the flattery from his subordinates while feigning indifference, waving his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. We've rested long enough. Let us prepare to dive back into the dungeon. Today, we aim to level up at least once and reach level 10 within half a month. Once we achieve level 10, I shall utilize the privileges granted by my S-grade talent to guide you through the experienced dungeon, Zombie Tide. The eyes of the subordinates gleamed with excitement. The Zombie Tide? The one that grants 30,000 experience points in a single run? If I recall correctly, we can only enter a special dungeon once a week, right? That applies to us, but Chu Xiao possesses an S-grade talent, allowing him to enter 3 times a week. Moreover, he can bring others along. 3 times. That equates to a windfall of 100,000 experience points. Chu Xiao is incredible. If that's the case, leveling up to mid-tier adventurer within 6 months is no dream. Indeed, following Chu Xiao is undoubtedly the wisest choice. With a sense of pride, Chu Xiaojiang opened the dungeon selection interface, glancing back at the spot where Song Qi and Wang Zhihao had vanished. The nouveau riche remains merely a nouveau riche. Lacking in perspective. It's a pity that regret comes too late. With that, the group, along with Chu Xiaojiang, disappeared from the plaza. Half an hour later. It's time to conclude. Right turn, second building. Let us charge in. Understood. Lu Bu's towering figure descended from the sky, wielding his halberd as if it were a colossal hammer, crashing down with immense force. Boom. The building crumbled, reduced to rubble. A 4-digit experience value popped up on their panels. Experience points, 8,012. The mother zombie barely had time to manifest before she, along with the structure, was transformed into mere debris. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon run. Congratulations. The overall evaluation for this dungeon run is A grade. Congratulations. Based on this evaluation, you have earned a reward of 200 credit points. Once more, the two appeared in the plaza. Wang Zhihao expressed a hint of regret. What a pity. I was so close to leveling up. Currently, at level 4, he required 40,000 experience points to reach level 5. Even if he meticulously cleared every zombie in a zombie-tied dungeon, it would only yield approximately 35,000 experience points. He was still a few thousand points short of leveling up. By the way, Brother Song, are you going to continue? Not anymore. What about you? Do you wish to press on? Yes, I plan to head to the Adventurers Hall first to check out some skill books, learn a few skills, and then dive back in, hoping to reach level 5 today and close the gap between us. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Brother Song. Goodbye. Exiting the dungeon plaza, Song Qi opened his panel. Name, Song Qi. Class, Summoner. Level, 8. Experience points, 2, 133, 880, 000. Strength, 7. Constitution, 17. Agility, 16. Spirit, 28. Free attribute points, 8. Equipment, none. Talent, God level summoning technique. Skills, summoning art, summoning array. Summon spirit, divine Lu Bu. Items, none. Quests. Optional quest 1. Clear the dungeon and achieve an S grade or higher rating. Completed. Optional quest 2. Level up to level 10. 810. Optional quest 3. Eliminate 50. 000 monsters. 288. 450. 000. Evaluation. An obscure individual, yet possessing an extraordinary talent in the art of summoning. What a close call. The triple experience card had merely 10 seconds left before expiration. I almost missed out on the final boss experience boost by attempting to slay the zombies in the tall building. A bead of sweat trickled down Song Qi's forehead as he recalled the recent scene. The mother of zombies granted 500, 280 experience points. Had I not received the triple experience boost, it would have meant a loss of at least 5,000 experience points. This is equivalent to the experience provided by hundreds of ordinary zombies. If I had sacrificed this opportunity for a few minor creatures, I would likely have trouble sleeping tonight. I have 8 free attribute points, but there's no rush. I'll wait until tomorrow to learn new skills. Additionally, optional quest 1 has been completed. Let us draw a prize first. With that thought, Song Qi opened the system panel. Ding. You now have 3 remaining draws. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. Chapter 14. Heroic level weapon and class designation voucher. Preparing rewards for the host. Preparation complete. A colossal, ethereal wheel of fortune slowly materialized, visible only to Song Qi. Compared to last time, this wheel featured a far greater array of items. However, most of the additional items belong to other classes. Alas, if only I could exclude them once more. Nevertheless, it's time to draw. Song Qi reached out, pointing at the wheel. Beep, beep, beep. A triple draw. Drawing rewards for the host. The immense wheel began to spin, the 3 pointers accelerating with increasing speed. Minutes later, the pointers gradually came to a halt, illuminating 3 distinct areas with vibrant colors. Congratulations. You have obtained the heroic level weapon, Bloodthirsty Shark Tooth Greatsword. Congratulations. You have received a triple experience card, duration, 2 hours. Congratulations. You have acquired a class item designation voucher. A class item designation voucher. What is this? Song Qi was momentarily taken aback. Quickly clicking into the item inventory for further details. Class item designation voucher can be used during system draws to select a class, thereby excluding all non-selected class items. After silently reading it twice, Song Qi swiftly grasped the purpose of this item. In simple terms, it allows the removal of all class rewards that I cannot utilize. This prize seems decent enough. Although it does not enhance the probability of obtaining high-level items, it certainly increases the chances of acquiring useful ones. Next, he turned his attention to the other 2 items. The triple experience card requires no further scrutiny. He has already experienced its effects. To sum it up, it's quite beneficial. As for the last item, It appeared to be a weapon for warriors. Upon retrieving it from the inventory, Song Qi found himself nearly toppled as the weapon's weight bore down on him. Clang! The edge of the weapon struck the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound. Only then did he finally discern the weapon's true form. It was a double-edged sword composed of countless tiny serrated teeth. The length of the blade alone was a staggering meter, and with the hilt, it measured around 1 meter 30 to 40. As Song Qi attempted to lift it, he realized that even with both hands and all his might, he struggled to raise it. How heavy is this? Song Qi considered himself to have above-average physical fitness, his strength undoubtedly reaching the average level of an adult male. Yet, even so, he could barely manage to lift the hilt. He clicked to view the weapon's information. Weapon, bloodthirsty shark tooth, greatsword. Quality, heroic. Applicable level, level 30 and above. Required attributes, strength 60, constitution 40. Strength, 275. Agility, 10. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 5. Effect 1. Increases the user's strength by an additional 15. Effect 2. Wounds inflicted by this weapon will cause persistent bleeding and reduce the target's various buff effects. Inherent skill, none. Indeed, this is a weapon suited for warriors, with a strength requirement of 60. No wonder I struggle to lift it. Song Qi expressed a knowing look. Should I give it to Lu Bu? He might disdain it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. For one who wields the divine halberd Fong Tian Hua Ji, Lu Bu has no need for this weapon. Although the halberd is sealed and its effects cannot be unleashed, its hardness alone would easily surpass that of a heroic level weapon. If I were to insist Lu Bu use it, he would undoubtedly comply, but deep down, he would probably curse me. Perhaps he would even question my sanity as his master. Should I sell it? But to whom? After pondering for a moment, a figure flashed through Song Qi's mind. Why not bring it back to show my sister? I recall she is already over level 30 and a warrior herself. If she has no use for it, I can seek a buyer later. After some contemplation, Song Qi ultimately decided to store the weapon and walk towards the outskirts of the plaza. 7th District, Lord's Mansion. After escorting Song Qi to the professional hall for certification, Shen Huawu was now anxiously pacing before a magic array. Why hasn't the Lord responded yet? It has been an entire afternoon. Have they not returned to the wild camp? Or have they encountered high-ranking demons? Just as Shun Huiwu contemplated whether to utilize the emergency communication channel, the array finally reacted. Zzz. The array flickered incessantly, and then a colossal human silhouette abruptly appeared. The figure was clad in black armor from head to toe, even the head concealed within the helmet. The massive axe behind him towered 2 men high, its edge shimmering with an eerie purple light. Clang! The figure removed his helmet, revealing an utterly unremarkable face as he gazed quizzically at Shun Huiwu. Little Shun, did I not mention not to contact me unless it was urgent? My current mission concerns the establishment of our human race's 14th district. You've been calling for an entire day. Now what is it? It better be of significant importance. Little Shun, if others who knew Shun Huiwu heard this address, they would likely be taken aback. Shun Huiwu, known as the Roaring Celestial Sovereign, is characterized by his skills in roaring and his irritable temperament. Anyone daring to address him in such a manner would likely provoke a fierce confrontation. Yet at this moment, Shun Huiwu not only did not appear angry, but instead smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the term. My lord, a student from our 3rd secondary school has achieved an Ultra S level today. I come to request a special resource on his behalf. Upon hearing this, the lord furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat displeased. Is that all? Can't you at least provide the minimum required resources? My lord, please don't rush. Why not take a guess at his class? Shen Huiwu seemed to anticipate the lord's reaction, playfully shaking his head. However, the lord was evidently not in the mood for jest, his expression darkening considerably. Guess his class? I suspect you've lingered in the district too long, growing too complacent. You now have 1 minute to explain. If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, you will be leading next year's wild extermination mission in its entirety. Upon meeting the city lord, it became apparent that he was not jesting. Shun Huiwu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. No longer daring to prolong the suspense, he exclaimed, My lord, I was merely jesting. Today marks the awakening day for students, does it not? One of our pupils, named Song Qi, has awakened an extraordinary SSS grade talent, and his profession is that of a summoner. The city lord nodded, displaying little astonishment. And then, he inquired, It is indeed rare to encounter a possessor of SSS grade talent. The 7th district has not seen one in several years. However, as a city lord, he had encountered no fewer than 7,000 or 8,000 such individuals throughout his tenure, even counting himself among them. Such news was insufficient to capture his interest, even if the profession was that of a summoner. Moreover, the first creature summoned by this novice was a mythic grade humanoid spirit. Mythic grade, the city lord's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. He had witnessed numerous summoners. Yet this caliber of summoned spirit was entirely novel to him. Mythic grade, you say? What are the specific attributes and skills of the summoned spirit? Have you observed them? The lord asked, contemplating the matter. Level 1, with all attributes at 99, and it possesses 4 innate skills. Shun Huiwu proclaimed with confidence, divulging the data without embellishment. Neglecting to mention the skills themselves, The city lord momentarily paused, his pupils dilating dramatically as he visibly became agitated. Level 1. All attributes at 99. Are you certain this is not a jest? Or perhaps you were inebriated at the time. Think carefully, Shenhuewu. Such matters are not to be trifled with. The lord's shock was accompanied by a deep-seated skepticism. Could a mythic grade summoned spirit truly be so formidable? I would stake my life on it. Shenhuewu asserted earnestly. Upon hearing this, the city lord fell into contemplative silence. 3 days hence. No, 2 days. I shall return the day after tomorrow. Until then, ensure the safety of that child. Shenhu broke into a wide grin, realizing that the city lord had begun to regard the matter with seriousness. Rest assured. Chapter 15. The Value of the Ordinary. In the 7th district, the workers' quarters resided within the industrial zone, characterized by high-rise buildings that, while poorly lit, housed a dense population. A lengthy corridor connected numerous single rooms, earning the name Tube Building due to its tubular structure with ventilation at both ends. The facilities, including restrooms, were communal, although the stench of industrial waste occasionally wafted through the air. The proximity to the industrial park facilitated commuting, and the affordable housing drew a significant number of residents. Currently, Song Chi's family resided in one of these two buildings. He yearned to share the joyous news with his family, though they might not have returned home yet. As he ascended the stairs, a wave of excitement washed over him. Despite being a traveler from another world, the years of shared experiences had made him regard his family in this realm as his true kin. Arriving at the window, he peered inside, confirming his suspicions. There was indeed no one home. The room was not only empty, but also cloaked in darkness. No one here. Then I shall prepare dinner, he mused, slightly disappointed as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated. The aging wooden door was flung open, and his absent parents and sister leaped into the room. Congratulations, son, on your successful career transition. Welcome home, the second future elite professional, they exclaimed. Congratulations on your graduation. A trio of makeshift paper streamers, crafted from delicate scraps, were flung at Song Chi's face, one of which had been thrown with such force that it barely had time to unfurl. Without needing to look, Song Chi knew precisely who had thrown the streamer at him. Ugh! He spat out the paper that had lodged in his mouth, exasperated. Dad, do you not realize how strong you are? Next time, ease up a bit when throwing streamers. I got a bit too excited. I shall be more cautious next time. His father, with his scruffy beard, chuckled sheepishly while scratching his head. His mother stepped forward with a warm smile, gently removing the streamers from Song Chi's attire. Come now. Our family's second professional, let us hurry inside. To celebrate your graduation, we took a day off. We've been busy since morning preparing for sumptuous dishes. All of which are your favorites. For meat dishes? In a world teeming with various demonic races, humanity had retreated into urban confines, resulting in a lamentably small scale for the livestock industry. A single chicken, nurtured by auxiliary professions, could cost several hundred credit points. For the average citizen, the opportunity to savor meat was a rare delight. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Song Chi felt a wave of warmth envelop him. A surge of gratitude for the loving family he had. Both of his parents were also professionals who had once harbored dreams of fighting against foreign races. His father had chosen to become a warrior, while his mother had opted for the role of a priestess. However, due to their inherently low attributes and lack of awakened talents, coupled with unfavorable family circumstances, they had been unable to progress beyond level 21. Realizing they could not even conquer the simplest of dungeons, they ultimately settled into factory work, living out their days in quiet obscurity. To this day, they remained at level 21. Furthermore, as they were not auxiliary professionals, they were unable to pursue specialized jobs, resulting in meager wages, an all too common plight for ordinary individuals in this society. When graduating, many aspired to combat-oriented careers, fantasizing about slaying foes among the demonic hordes. Yet, in reality, most individuals found themselves unable to even conquer a single dungeon after their novice phase, ultimately blending into the crowd. Song Chi glanced at his elder sister. Sis, I successfully transitioned, and I awakened a talent too. Her response was rather subdued, and she did not inquire about the nature of his talent. However, Song Chi had grown accustomed to her demeanor. His sister, Song Lan, had awakened a B-grade talent as a warrior, having suffered from malnutrition in her youth. She had not developed a striking appearance. Yet after becoming a professional, perhaps due to the attributes gained from leveling up, she had gradually regained her original beauty. In less than a year, she had transformed from the bespectacled girl teased by her classmates to a breathtaking goddess. Her complexion had become remarkably fair, and her stature had grown tall and graceful. Particularly when donned in sleek black armor, wielding a massive sword, she exuded an aura of undeniable heroism. Her once awkward personality had evolved into the cool, aloof demeanor that people now admired. A significant factor in Song Chi's well-being over the past 2 years was undoubtedly due to the generous support from his sister. Reflecting on this, he decided it was time to share his good news. Dad, Mom, actually, I transitioned today. Not now. Let us discuss everything after dinner. Come inside quickly so the dishes don't get cold. Seeing that Song Chi seemed ready to say something, his mother quickly interjected, ushering everyone into the house. Song-chi couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. He understood his mother's intent, to ensure that they enjoyed a good meal first, lest their spirits be dampened. He acquiesced, following his mother's kind lead and taking a seat. Thus, the family gathered joyfully to indulge in the lavish feast. After the meal, only remnants of the sumptuous dishes remained on the table. I'm stuffed. Thanks to my son, today has been a feast of meats, his father declared, reclining comfortably in his chair while patting his belly. If only we could eat like this every day. His mother shot him a disapproving glance. Eat like this every day? This one meal cost nearly 2,000 points. Combined, we only earn about 6,000 a month. With your sister included, we barely scrape by with just over 10,000 credit points. Hey, we welcomed a second professional into our family. His father responded cheerfully, turning his gaze towards Song-chi. Now that the meal is finished, it's time to discuss serious matters. His sister and mother simultaneously directed their attention toward him. For this family, the outcome of Song-chi's career transition held monumental significance. If his talent was commendable, there would be no need for haste. With diligent effort over the coming years, they could elevate their family from poverty towards a more comfortable existence. If talent proves insufficient, then one must rely on Song-lan. Song-chi spat out a chicken bone from his mouth and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke directly. In truth, the profession I have chosen today is that of a summoner. As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room grew notably chill. The expressions of the three were tinged with disappointment. Summoners, even those laboring tirelessly in factories, are well aware of the profession's inherent shortcomings. It is widely regarded as an unreliable vocation, notorious for its substantial resource consumption. However, it seemed that his father quickly sensed the discord in the air and forced a smile. Summoner, how splendid. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps you might summon a particularly formidable creature. Should you summon a dragon-type beast, our family would surely prosper. Even if it's not a dragon, a robust beast or a formidable undead would facilitate a swift leveling process. It's a humanoid summon, Song-chi clarified. His father fell silent. A humanoid summon? Renowned for being a voracious consumer of resources. In a well-off family, this would be manageable as long as the potential is sufficient, but in their circumstances, they could hardly afford to support a single practitioner, let alone an additional humanoid summon. His mother quickly interjected, "What's wrong with a humanoid summon? As long as the talent is exceptional, a humanoid summon can be quite powerful. Moreover, humanoid summons possess the ability to think, evading the common bottlenecks of leveling, and their potential rivals that of any beast or undead. So what if they are slightly weaker in the early stages? By the way, son, have you awakened your talent?" "I have indeed awakened it," Song-chi nodded. At this, his parents' expressions brightened considerably. His father exhaled in relief. "I knew it. My son is destined for greatness. By the way, son, is your talent C rank, B rank, or a rank? For those aspiring to follow the path of a practitioner, if one's family circumstances are not particularly favorable, then a talent of at least C rank is essential." "None of those." Song-chi shook his head. "Is it S rank?" his mother asked, her brow furrowing with concern. "Neither." His father and mother exchanged glances, the atmosphere in the room plummeting once more to an icy silence, broken only by the sound of his elder sister, Song-lan, sipping her soup. After a while, the bowl of broth was completely drained. The couple began to contemplate how to console Song-chi. Should they reassure him that being ordinary is commendable and that working in a factory contributes to humanity? Or should they encourage him not to be disheartened, as talent is not the sole determinant of success? Chapter 16. My son truly possesses an Ultra S-rank talent. At that moment, Song-chi suddenly produced a weapon from his inventory. "By the way, sister, I brought you a weapon. I wonder if you can use it." Thud. A massive serrated sword, nearly as tall as a person, crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. The weapon was far too heavy for Song-chi, a summoner, to lift. Observing this, Song-lan offered a reassuring smile. "You're only level 1, right? I'm already level 37. Weapons dropped in beginner dungeons are practically useless to me. However, if it has decent attributes, I could sell it for you." Though her younger brother had failed his class change, it appeared that fortune favored him in other respects. As she examined the weapon, the details appeared. Weapon, bloodthirsty shark-tooth greatsword. Quality, heroic. Applicable level, level 30 and above. Required attributes, strength 60, constitution 40. Strength, 275. Agility, 10. Constitution, 50. Mentality, 5. Effect 1, grants the user an additional 15 strength. Effect 2, inflicts wounds that cause continuous bleeding and diminish various buffs on the target. Inherent skill, none. The bloodthirsty shark-tooth greatsword is exclusive to strength-based professions, and it's of heroic quality. Song-lan was taken aback. A heroic weapon? Even advanced practitioners rarely obtain such items. Wait a moment, has society progressed so rapidly that low-level dungeons are now dropping heroic weapons? Song-lan gazed incredulously at Song-chi, a realization dawning upon her, her expression becoming unusually grave. "No, this weapon definitely did not drop from a dungeon. Speak up. Where did you acquire it?" Sensing the tension, their parents hurriedly intervened. "What is wrong with the weapon? Xiaolon, why are you suddenly so agitated? Indeed, Xiaolon, if you're dissatisfied with the weapon, there's no need to speak to your brother like that. Songlan's face was a mask of seriousness. This isn't merely a matter of satisfaction. The quality of this weapon is heroic. It is worth at least 1,000,000 credit points. The couple immediately grew alarmed. A heroic weapon? That would be an item suited only for advanced practitioners. If someone were to come looking for it, merely scratching its surface could result in their family being indebted for a lifetime. Son, you must return this thing at once. In response, Songqi nonchalantly waved his hand. He finally revealed the truth, smiling as he pulled out a stack of documents from his inventory. Within were records detailing the privileges afforded to him as a possessor of Ultra S-rank talent in the 7th District. This is the document issued to me by the Practitioners Hall, an Ultra S-rank talent certification, along with the privileges I am entitled to. As he spoke, his mother suddenly halted, her pupils widening in astonishment. His father's hand froze midair. Ultra S-rank talent. Indeed, Songqi affirmed with a nod. Is this truly the case? Songlan took the documents, studying them intently. After a few moments, her brows relaxed as she confirmed their authenticity. So that's how it is, you startled me. Songqi, you genuinely possess Ultra S-rank talent? Yes, he replied with an air of certainty. His elder sister, Songlan, furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Songqi as if she were meeting him for the first time. This is astonishing. As a fellow practitioner, Songlan was aware of the numerous privileges associated with Ultra S-rank talent, including recognition and rewards from influential figures. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that such individuals would bestow a heroic weapon as a reward. In that case, I shall accept this weapon. Understanding the full context, Songlan felt relieved and began to toy with the serrated sword, unable to put it down. As a warrior, the quality of one's weapon is intrinsically linked to personal combat prowess and dungeon expedition speed. It can even delineate the line between life and death in extreme circumstances. Songlan began to wield the weapon playfully, while their parents were overwhelmed with excitement. The two elders leaped into the air, their words tumbling over each other as they examined the certification under the light. My son truly possesses Ultra S-rank talent. Haha, my son is an Ultra S-rank talent? Heaven has opened its eyes. No, it's clear that my son has strived for this. Grasping the document as though it were a rare treasure, suddenly, their mother slapped her thigh. Wait, I remember that high-level talents receive a monthly stipend, don't they? I've heard that some even receive housing. Quick, let us see what my son is entitled to. Yes, let us take a look. Reluctantly, the two elders set aside the certification and picked up other papers beside it. Ah, indeed, a stipend. Their mother's face lit up with joy. However, upon a second glance, they both froze, their fingers pointing in disbelief. A monthly stipend of 10, 100,000, 10,000, 80,000 credit points a month. My heavens, my eyes are spinning. Dear, take a look, did I miscount? Their father meticulously recounted several times. No mistake, it's indeed 80,000. Good heavens. Doing nothing and simply lying down will yield several thousand credit points daily. Not only that, look at the second page. It also includes housing. The options are for properties in District 1, numbers 5, 7, and 13. As the narrative progressed, the father's emotions grew increasingly fervent. By the time he uttered the name of the district, his lips began to tremble, and he could not suppress his sharp intake of breath. The house was situated in the 1st District. Upon hearing the mention of credit points, Songwan's reaction was relatively composed, although 80,000 credit points were substantial. Within the realm of professionals, particularly among the mid to high-tier practitioners, earning such an amount was not uncommon. However, a residence in the 1st District was a place she had never dared to imagine. Songwan rose and seized the documents from her parents' hands. Indeed, this was a house in the 1st District. The benefits afforded to those with super S-level talents were astonishingly generous. A look of disbelief crossed Songwan's face. The entire 7th District could be easily categorized into 3 areas: the Industrial Zone, the Outer District, and the Inner District. The Industrial Zone, situated at the city's outskirts, was home to the majority of factories and farms, serving as the dwelling place for workers. All the resources essential for human existence within the district were produced here. Moving inward, one would find the Outer District, where schools, hospitals, various entertainment facilities, and markets were predominantly located. This area was primarily inhabited by the middle class. Further inward lay the Inner District, primarily occupied by dignitaries and the affluent, most of whom were either immensely wealthy or held prestigious positions. Yet, within the Inner District, there existed a particularly unique enclave, the 1st District, originally designated by the city lord as a residence for exceptional talents. Its proximity to the city lord's mansion and its location at the center of the core formation rendered it the most secure area recognized throughout the 7th District. Over decades, most residents there had become significant figures within the 7th District. Gradually, residing in the 1st District had transformed into a symbol of status. Wasn't the 1st District part of the Inner District? What was so special about the houses there? The mother appeared somewhat bewildered, lacking understanding of such matters. If measured in credit points, a house in the 1st District would at least be worth 9 figures. The mother quickly extended her hand to calculate on her fingers. 9 figures. Was that 10, 100, 1,000 billion? A single house costing 100 million credit points. The mother stood there, momentarily at a loss. This astronomical figure overwhelmed her, a woman who had spent her entire life working in a factory. She struggled to comprehend how long it would take to earn that amount working there. The couple eagerly continued to peruse the documents. The deeper they delved, the more difficult it became to suppress their smiles. That evening, the lights in the Song family home shone brightly until the midnight hour. Chapter 17. The favor of the guardian. In the early morning, the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a gentle glow. With the arrival of the workers' shift, the apartment complex gradually buzzed with life. Most residents of the complex shuffled sleepily to the communal water basin to brush their teeth and wash their faces. In contrast, Song Chi's father, humming a cheerful tune and walking with a lively step, appeared particularly notable. Song Sheng, you didn't come to work yesterday. It seems you had quite a delightful time, one of his co-workers jested. Song Sheng, Song Chi's father, was about to wash up when he heard the greeting and responded with a smile. Ah, yes indeed. My son has awakened his super S-level talent. His co-worker, taken aback. Question, did I just say that? But soon, the realization dawned on him. A group of burly men collecting water widened their eyes in shock. Their movements frozen as if paused. Then, a thunderous uproar of excitement and inquiries erupted. Old Song, your son has awakened a super S-level talent. I heard that an S-level talent comes with a house. Does that mean your family is getting a residence in the inner district? Not just any inner district, but the first district, right next to the city lord's mansion. Song Sheng replied with pride. At that, the weariness of the others dissipated, replaced by envy as they gazed at him. Goodness, Old Song, you finally hit the jackpot. Ah, how I envy you. I have a son and a daughter. One lacks talent while the other only has an F-level talent. Please, Old Song, enlighten us on how you raised your children. How did your eldest daughter achieve a B-level talent, and your son a super S-level talent? Indeed, Old Song, do share. The crowd clamored, encircling Song Sheng. He feigned a look of helplessness, waving his hands. Oh, really, I have no special experience. If I must say, it is merely a matter of caring for their physical and psychological health. But let me tell you, especially about that psychological health. Inside the apartment, Song Wan watched her father being besieged by curious onlookers, seemingly reluctant but unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Here we go again, Song Wan thought exasperatedly. My father doesn't smoke or drink. His only joy is chatting, so let him be. The mother, cheerfully tidying the clothes, glanced out the window. Her eyes filled with ease and hope for the future. Thanks to Song Chi, their family would no longer have to reside in the apartment complex. Isn't my little brother still sleeping? Shouldn't we wake him to help us pack? Song Wan inquired. Let him sleep a bit longer, the mother replied kindly. After all, he just awakened. A few extra days of rest won't hurt. Still, I am a bit concerned about the environment in the first district. The environment? Song Wan asked, puzzled. I'm not referring to the surrounding area. The houses in the first district are bound to have excellent greenery. What I mean is, how well will we get along with the neighbors? Should we buy some new clothes to avoid being looked down upon? Not necessary, Mom. Song Wan shook her head. Buy clothes? What good clothes can we afford now? A few thousand credit points for clothing would be seen as trivial by those who truly understand value. Just living in the first district itself signifies our worth. We need not concern ourselves with such trivialities. Ultimately, whether our family is respected hinges on my brother. As long as he diligently raises his level and demonstrates the requisite strength, no one will dare to look down on us. Conversely, if he fails to perform well later, even if we enter in legendary armor, we will still face disdain. The mother pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right, my daughter, that's indeed the case. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh. Oh dear, we can't let your brother continue sleeping. Such a marvelous talent should not be wasted. Quickly, wake him up and let him start leveling up. Minutes later, Song Chi was bewilderedly dragged out of bed by his mother, descending the stairs under her insistence. Didn't you just say I should rest for a few days? Why has the narrative changed this morning? Ah, whatever. I'll just head to the professional hall first. He decided. After some deliberation, he opted against heading to the dungeon square and instead chose to learn a few skills at the professional hall. Every 5 levels, professionals could learn a skill pertinent to their vocation. Moreover, before reaching level 20, the professional hall offered numerous skills for free, primarily of common or rare quality, serving as a benefit for civilian professionals. Sleepily, Song Chi made his way to the entrance of the professional hall, casually purchasing breakfast as he walked toward the summoner's designated floor. The professional building was structured by the number of practitioners in each profession. The lower floors were occupied by more popular professions, such as warriors, mages, priests, and assassins. Summoners, being quite rare, were situated on the 21st floor. However, fewer practitioners also meant certain advantages. At least Song Chi would not have to contend with long lines like those warriors and mages did early in the morning. Soon, Song Chi arrived at the 21st floor. It was the same place where he had summoned Lu Bu before. The middle-aged man who had appeared rather despondent was still guarding the entrance. However, at this moment, he was propping his chin up with his hand. Squinting as he sat at the table, evidently still groggy from sleep. Approaching him, Song-Chi presented his identification. Hello, I am here to learn a skill. Could you please direct me to the skill learning room? This is my identification. Sensing someone nearby, the Guardian barely roused himself. Your profession is summoner, indeed. And your status is VVIP? Song-Chi, it's you. After glancing at Song-Chi's identification, the Guardian suddenly perked up, as if recognizing him. If I'm not mistaken, you summoned your first familiar just yesterday, right? Skill learning only unlocks once you reach level 5. I have already reached level 5. Upgraded so swiftly. Excellent, excellent. The Guardian suddenly burst into a smile, clearly pleased. Song-Chi, however, found himself somewhat bewildered. Wait, I'm just here to learn a skill. Why are you so excited? Yet, the Guardian did not seem to harbor any ill intentions, and Song-Chi felt no objection to engaging him further. So, which skill do you intend to learn this time? Well, perhaps Guardian or Recall. Guardian and Recall? Both are survival-oriented skills. It seems your first summoned spirit possesses considerable strength. The Guardian's gaze towards Song-Chi grew increasingly admiring. Guardian is a rare quality skill that creates a shield for the summoner. The shield's defensive capability is contingent upon the comprehensive attributes of the summoned spirit. The stronger the spirit, the higher the shield's defensive capability. Recall is merely an ordinary quality skill. Its effect is simple. After a 3-second chant, it allows the summoner to immediately bring a designated spirit back to their side. It is primarily used when the summoner is threatened by enemies or when the summoned spirit is in peril. Both skills are defensive and survival-oriented. There is a certain principle to the skills that summoners learn in the early stages, generally based on the attributes of their spirits to fill in the gaps. If the summoned spirit has strong offensive capabilities but weak defensive attributes, then the summoner needs to learn healing skills. Conversely, if the spirit is strong in defense but weak in attack, then the summoner should focus on offensive skills. Only when a summoned spirit has balanced attributes and is sufficiently equipped for the current dungeon will one consider survival skills. Chapter 18, Legendary Skill Book, Soul Link. Given your circumstances, unless you are in urgent need, it is actually unnecessary to rush into learning these two skills, the Guardian advised after some contemplation. If conditions allow, you might consider saving some money to purchase a skill book called Soul Link. Soul Link? Song-Chi inquired, puzzled. What kind of skill is this? I don't recall it being mentioned in the statistics of summoner skills in my textbooks. I believe I have not heard of the Soul Link skill before. Is it a summoner's skill? The Guardian chuckled. The Soul Link skill book does not exist in the dungeon area. It only has a chance to drop in the wild, which is why it is not included in the school's curriculum. The effect is that you can share all attributes and skills of your summoned creature for a duration of 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. If you upgrade the skill to its maximum level, theoretically, the duration can match the cooldown, effectively resulting in no cooldown at all. That's incredible. Song-Chi felt a surge of excitement. He was currently at level 8, with his highest attribute, Spirit, only at 28 points. Meanwhile, Lubu, each level Lubu gained increased all his attributes by 50 points. His basic attributes had already surpassed 400. Even some high-level professionals might not exceed that. Not to mention those extraordinary skills. Moreover, after using Soul Link, you can enjoy the attributes of your summoned creature while also utilizing summoner skills. The Guardian's voice was filled with temptation, making Song-Chi's heart race. But such a skill book must be quite expensive, right? How much does it cost? Decided. I want that skill book. He resolved. Such a skill, which would remain useful even in later stages, was worth investing in. As long as it was under 10 million, he could afford it. He recalled that the professional hall had given him a card with a limit of 10 million. Seeing this, the Guardian revealed a cunning smile. He knew he had hooked his fish. If you wish to purchase it, you'll need to check the auction house for availability. As for the price, you needn't worry too much. Due to the scarcity of summoners, skill books are not overly expensive. Generally, you can acquire one for around 80 million credit points. 80 million credit points. Song-Chi immediately regained his composure. Not to mention 80 million. Even half that amount was beyond his means. 80 million is not expensive for a legendary quality skill book. If it were a warrior's legendary skill, it could easily fetch 3 to 5 billion, the Guardian explained. Upon further reflection, I realize I don't truly need this skill book. Song-Chi feigned deep thought, his heart steady and pulse unquickened. Moreover, my level is still low. If I were to use such a high-quality skill now, the experience gained in the dungeon would diminish, and my combat spirit would weaken. Over time, I would become a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the trials of wind and rain. Therefore, I think I shall hold off for now. Upon hearing this, the Guardian appeared contemplative. I didn't realize you possessed such awareness. Young men with a spirit of endurance like yours are exceedingly rare these days. Quite admirable. You're too kind. Yet, the Guardian sighed again, seemingly regretful. What a pity. What do you mean by pity? It's a pity that I happen to have a Soul Link skill book in my possession. I was initially considering offering it to you, allowing you to learn first and settle the payment later with an IOU. However, it seems we all have our own aspirations, so I shan't insist. As he spoke, the Guardian retrieved a skill book that shimmered with golden light from his professional bag, placing it on the table with a sense of resignation. Song-Chi fixed his gaze upon it. The 4 characters' soul link seemed to shine so brightly they could blind him. Can I take a look at it? Go ahead. The guardian tossed the skill book nonchalantly, as if indifferent. Song-Chi hurriedly opened the panel. Skill book, soul link. Quality, legendary. Profession, summoner. Effect, upon use. Allows the holder to learn the soul link skill. Skill description. The summoner can designate one summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills for a duration of 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Upgradable. Maximum level, LV20. It was indeed real. Song-Chi was astonished, not only at the authenticity of the skill book, but also at the guardian's identity. He could casually produce a legendary quality skill book valued at 80 million credit points. The person before him was clearly not just an ordinary guild worker. What kind of staff member carries a legendary quality skill book around? More importantly, why was this person so invested in him? They had only met twice. And he didn't even know the man's name. No, the man knew his name while he did not know the man's. Was it that he had recognized Song-Chi's extraordinary SSS grade talent and sought to invest early? Or was there another motive? Finished looking? If you're done, it's time to return it to me. I do not wish to see you become a flower in a greenhouse, the guardian remarked with a playful expression, extending his hand to reclaim the book. Ahem, but let us not forget. The determination to fight is fundamentally a reflection of one's character. Even flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are not necessarily fragile. Life, after all, is but a fleeting century, and there is no need to complicate it unnecessarily. The warden seemed to have anticipated his reaction, and with a playful scolding and a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "Hey, you rascal. How dare you be so shameless? Well, the skill book would be a waste in my hands anyway. If you can make use of it, take it. Just don't let it go to waste." "Thank you," Song-Chi exclaimed joyfully as he stowed the skill book in his inventory. He then reached for the paper and pen on the table to draft an IOU, but the other party restrained him. Song-Chi looked up in confusion. "Forget the IOU. I'm not concerned about that small amount of money," the warden replied, shaking his head. "However, there may be troublesome matters in the future that I will need to entrust to you, so consider it a favor owed to me, if you will." Such a good deal? Song-Chi thought to himself, for he was merely a low-level practitioner unworthy of venturing into the wild. To acquire a legendary quality skill book for free was undoubtedly a significant gain. "May I inquire about the specifics of this matter?" he asked cautiously. "When your strength reaches a certain level, I will seek you out. As for the particulars, rest assured, I promise not to violate your principles. And it may even be beneficial for you," he assured. "Remember my name, Zhuxian. That sounds fine." Song-Chi nodded, committing the warden's likeness to memory as he made his way outside. Even after exiting the practitioner hall, the warden did not pursue him, indicating that the skill book was indeed a gift. It was perplexing how he had inexplicably received a legendary quality skill book. Song-Chi opened his panel to examine it, but refrained from using it immediately, regardless of the warden's intentions. He resolved to hold onto the skill book for the time being. As for when to utilize it, he would wait until he discerned the nature of the warden's identity. Though he was uncertain of the warden's motives, he believed Principal Shun would surely be aware. If all else failed, he could inquire with the city lord when he met him. The city lord always had an astute perception of such matters. He recalled that Principal Shun had mentioned introducing him to the city lord at some point. "It's just a skill. Waiting a few days won't kill me." Chapter 19. They definitely have something going on, however. The issue was that Principal Shun had not provided him with any contact information. Song-Chi scratched his head and pulled out his phone, only to remember that Principal Shun had not given him a number when he left yesterday. "I think it's a bit past 9 now. Prince Hao should be awake. I might as well go to the dungeon square and run a few dungeons. I can wait for Principal Shun to find me there." While he had no means of contacting Principal Shun, he was certain that Principal Shun would have a way to reach him. Given this circumstance, it might be better to adopt a passive approach. Half an hour later, Song-Chi arrived at the dungeon square. The low-level dungeons were almost completely filled with new students, thanks to the recent awakening ceremony. To his surprise, Principal Shun was right at the entrance of the dungeon, engaged in cheerful conversation with a beautifully dressed sorceress. The two stood quite close, their gazes hinting at an unmistakable intimacy. Not just them, but Prince Hao and a timid girl wearing glasses were also nearby. The moment Song-Chi stepped in, Prince Hao spotted him and hurriedly tapped Principal Shun's shoulder. "Principal, Song-Chi. No, I mean Song-Chi is here." "Oh, so soon." Upon hearing this, Principal Shun reluctantly concluded his conversation with the sorceress. "Song-Chi, my student. Come over, let me introduce you. This is the vice principal of Second High. You can call her Principal Lin. And this is her apprentice, Gongsun Wuyue, a classmate who awakened alongside you yesterday, with an A-grade talent for multiple spellcasting. And her profession is mage. Principal Lin, this is our district's only possessor of an Ultra S-grade talent. His name is Song-Chi. You may refer to him as Xiao Song." Song-Chi obediently stepped forward, slightly bowing his head in greeting. "Hello, Principal Lin. Hello, classmate Gongsun." Principal Shun nodded in satisfaction. Song-Chi's behavior was commendable, not causing him embarrassment in front of acquaintances. Principal Lin smiled warmly, pulling Gongsun Wuyue closer, and then leaned down to softly say, "Truly worthy of being the pride of our district. You are indeed a fine specimen." "Ah, Principal, you flatter me. Song-Chi found himself slightly overwhelmed by Principal Lin's striking figure. He inadvertently caught sight of something he shouldn't have, rendering him momentarily speechless. Xiaosong, I've heard that those with ultra-grade talents can enter the zombie-tied dungeon 3 times a day, and it seems you took Prince Hao with you yesterday. Might you be able to take another classmate along? Principal Lin's voice was sweet and melodious, wafting a fragrant breeze that filled Song-Chi's nostrils. A sudden chill ran down his spine as he prepared to respond, but upon raising his head, he was met with an exaggeratedly alluring sight up close. It was almost overwhelming. The words he intended to speak got caught in his throat, his pupils dilating, and he involuntarily choked on his own saliva. Cough, 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 of course. Cough, cough, there's no problem. Huh, he truly is just a kid. Principal Shun, arms crossed, observed Song-Chi's flustered demeanor with a teasing grin. Principal Lin appeared unbothered, covering her mouth with a laugh before pulling out her phone. Don't worry, you won't be doing it for free. According to market rates, the zombie-tied dungeon costs 10,000 credit points per entry, but considering you are an ultra-grade talent, I will pay double. Without waiting for Song-Chi to decline, she deftly executed the transfer with her slender fingers. Ding. The notification sound from Song-Chi's phone rang out. He picked it up to see. Stranger Lin Yunji has transferred you 60,000 credit points. If you have any questions regarding this transfer, please report to the practitioner hall immediately. Stranger Gongsun Wuyue has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? For notifications in total, 1 for the transfer, 1 official reminder, and 2 friend requests. This is my and Wuyue's personal accounts. Please accept the friend requests. Song-Chi found himself at a loss, glancing at Principal Shun for guidance. Principal Shun shrugged. If Principal Lin is transferring you funds, just accept it. What? Do you think the price is too low? Should I add another 40,000? And no, that's not necessary. Song-Chi quickly shook his head, accepting the transfer and then approving the friend requests from Principal Lin and Gongsun Wuyue. Once he accepted, Principal Shun ambled over to Principal Lin's side. Now that's more like it. As a principal, can you really be worried about a few thousand credit points? Caution is a virtue. But there's no need to overthink everything. Oh, by the way, remember to come to the City Lord's mansion before 6 o'clock this evening. The City Lord will meet with you personally to assess your potential. With no further matters to discuss, Principal Shun and Principal Lin prepared to leave. Principal Lin shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. Prince Hao, on the other hand, displayed a look of understanding that was all too familiar to men, his expression taking on a rather lewd demeanor. Under normal circumstances, Song-Chi would not have the audacity to stop them, but at this moment, he spoke up. Principal, I have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, Principal Shun's expression shifted slightly, his eyes reflecting annoyance, as if chastising him for failing to read the atmosphere. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Speak, what is it? It's about the encounter I had with a warden just now at the practitioner hall. Song-Chi recounted his experience in detail. However, both Principal Lin and Principal Shun did not display much surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, they quickly connected the dots. So Mingzheng? Oh, it's him, Principal Shun said. He was once one of the few summoners capable of venturing into the wild outskirts of the city. However, during a cleansing operation, he fell into an ambush by the demon clan, and all his summoned beasts sacrificed themselves to cover his retreat, suffering heavy casualties. The summoner, having lost their summoned beast, could no longer remain in the wilderness and was thus returned to the city. Ultimately, the lord of the city compensated him with a substantial sum of credit points, securing his future. However, for reasons unknown, he later applied to become a guardian at the professional building, occasionally bestowing benefits upon promising novice summoners. We have investigated, and both he and his gifts revealed no abnormalities. It seems he simply delights in providing gifts to new summoners. You should graciously accept what he offers. Yet, I am surprised he even bestowed upon you the Soul Link. His renowned skill. It indicates he must hold you in high regard. Although it is a legendary quality skill book, it merely astonished the 2 principals. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi suddenly realized that he had once been a high-ranking summoner, one sufficiently formidable to be included in the extermination team. It is no wonder he is so familiar with the skills of summoners. Not only can he assess the situation of summoned beasts based on the skills he intends to learn, but he can also provide remarkably sound advice and optimization. Is there any other matter? Principal Shin inquired. No, none at all, Song-Chi replied. If there are no further questions, we shall take our leave. And remember, be sure to report to the Lord's office by 6 o'clock. It is imperative. I understand, Principal Shin reiterated, ensuring Song-Chi would not forget before departing with Principal Lin towards the square. Chapter 20. The Ease of Earning Money as a Professional. Once the 2 principals had walked away, Song-Chi remained somewhat dazed. He gazed at the unexpectedly increased credit points in his account, feeling as if it were surreal. Did I just earn 60,000 credit points? Goodness. Just yesterday, he had lamented the inadequacy of 80,000 credit points for an entire month. Yet today, he had amassed 60,000 in just one day. The wealth of professionals is indeed easily acquired. No wonder everyone aspires to become a professional. The previously reticent Wang Zihao suddenly erupted with excitement. Observing the departing principals, the spirit of gossip ignited within him. Wow, Song-gu, did you see that? Those two are definitely involved with each other. Who would have thought our Principal Shan, such a rough character, could attract a top-tier beauty like Principal Lin? It's like a real-life Beauty and the Beast. Especially Principal Lin's figure. Wow. Song-chi cleared his throat, gesturing subtly beside him. Ahem. Do keep in mind that classmate Gong-sun is still here. Wang Zihao finally snapped to attention, feeling quite embarrassed. My apologies, I completely forgot. No, it's all right. Gong-sun Wuyue waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference. It was only then that Song-chi noticed Gong-sun Wuyue's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her black-framed glasses were gone, and her overall look had become significantly more refined. The once scruffy attire had been replaced with fresh jeans and a short-sleeved shirt. Her previously unkempt hair now flowed smoothly, glossy, and well-kept. Although her figure did not rival Principal Lin's, it was nonetheless well-proportioned and full. Coupled with her height of approximately 1.7 meters, she resembled a vibrant, youthful neighbor. Due to their lack of familiarity, the atmosphere among the three briefly grew tense. After a moment, it was Wang Zihao who broke the silence. By the way, I was meaning to ask, didn't you used to wear glasses? I had thought you were quite shy, but today you seem surprisingly lively. Gongsun Wuyue smiled and nodded. I used to wear them. But yesterday my master hired a high-level priest who cured my nearsightedness, so I no longer need them. As for my demeanor, I simply focused on my studies in the past, and didn't pay much attention to others. Oh, I see, they both replied, realizing the reason behind her consistent top scores in written exams. After a brief awkward pause, Song-chi stood and inquired, by the way, classmate Gong-sun, what level are you now? I'm at level 3. I reached it just yesterday after exhausting all my dungeon opportunities, she replied. What about you two? Upon hearing this, Wang Zihao perked up. Thanks to Song-gu, I ran through the zombie tide dungeon 3 times yesterday and am already at level 5. Plus, I spent 15,000 credit points to learn Fireball. What do you think, Song-gu? Don't be too envious. Wang Zihao spoke with pride. The Fireball was an advanced version of the basic Fireball spell, boasting greater power and enhanced mental attributes, though it also placed a heavier burden on the user's mind. This skill was not part of the free learning list and belonged to the rare quality skills that required payment to acquire. Its power surpassed that of typical rare skills. Feigning surprise, Song-chi applauded. As expected of our Wang-gu, your first skill is a rare one. Truly extravagant. Ah, it's nothing much, just keeping it low-key. Wang Zihao replied, clearly pleased with his new skill. Impressive, Gongsun Wuyue remarked flatly, showing little interest in his achievement. She was not particularly surprised that he had reached level 5, as she herself had advanced to level 3 after a session in the zombie tide dungeon. Given that he had an SSS level talent leading him through 3 runs, it was only natural he reached level 5. And what about you, Song-chi? She asked. He's at level 8. Level 8? Gongsun Wuyue was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by disbelief. How could one possibly reach level 8 in a single day? How is that impossible? Wang Zihao retorted, confused. Gongsun Wuyue frowned. If we calculate the theoretical experience, the total experience from a single zombie tide dungeon, including all minor monsters, tops out at around 38,000. Adding the boss barely brings it close to 40,000. Even if you completed it 3 times, you would only earn a maximum of 120,000 experience points. But to reach level 8, one requires a staggering 280,000 experience points. How did you achieve this? Song-chi. Song-chi scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I suppose it's just as well that I'm a top student. Clearly, it's much harder to fool me than Wang Zihao. He quickly sensed something was amiss. However, it mattered little, for he possessed the extraordinary SSS level talent, which allowed him to attribute any anomalies to his gift. Ahem, it's actually because my talent provides a certain advantage for leveling up. Is that so? Gongsun Wuyue's skepticism diminished significantly. She was not surprised by this explanation, as certain talents indeed could reduce the experience required for leveling and enhance experience gain. Truly remarkable. Your SSS level talent even accelerates your leveling, Gongsun Wuyue marveled. Though she still harbored doubts, she had no better explanation. After all, who would dare suggest that someone was cheating in a dungeon? Come now, who could possibly cheat in a dungeon? Wang Zihao consoled, adopting a seasoned demeanor. Getting used to it is key. I was shocked by it yesterday as well. Spending time with a genius like Song-gu often leads one to feel inadequate. And did you know? Song-gu's summoned spirit is incredibly powerful. Just one spirit can sweep through the entire zombie tide dungeon. This revelation stunned Gongsun Wuyue. If memory serves, a summoned spirit's level cannot exceed that of its summoner, correct? What? You don't believe it? Wang Zihao asked. Gongsun Wuyue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just curious. What quality of summoned spirit could single-handedly defeat nearly 1,000 zombies at level 8? Seeing her skepticism, Wang Zihao smiled slightly. I, too, was initially doubtful. But after being taken through 3 rounds, I was utterly convinced. Song-gu, show her. Without a word, Song-chi sent a party invitation to both of them. Beep, beep. The moment the two accepted the invitation to team up, Song-Chi immediately clicked to enter. Whoosh! The three figures vanished from the dungeon square. In a corner of the corpse-tied dungeon street, the trio landed simultaneously. As Gongsun Wuyu confirmed her entry into the dungeon and realized that only Wang Zihao and Song-Chi were beside her, a wave of panic washed over her. It is crucial to note that dungeons can be lethal. Ordinarily, those capable of tackling the corpse-tied dungeon must be at least level 15 and possess area attack skills. Additionally, their skill proficiency cannot be too low, otherwise, they risk either insufficient damage or excessive skill consumption that would not sustain them throughout the dungeon. Yet now, it was only the three of them who had entered. Among them, the highest level was merely a summoner. Gongsun Wuyu could only place all her hopes on Song-Chi. Just then Lu Bu, snap. Song-Chi snapped his fingers, and the imposing figure of Lu Bu suddenly materialized before the trio. Without needing any further words from Song-Chi, Lu Bu surged forward the moment he landed. Boom. Crack. 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 The streets erupted in a gruesome display, with the sounds of various zombie limbs colliding with the walls echoing in the ears of the three. Experience points 43. Experience points 32. Experience points 36. The melodious sound of gaining experience points resonated continuously in their ears. Gongsun Wuyu's expression transitioned from initial terror to contemplation, and then to sheer bewilderment. The bulldozer-like speed at which Lu Bu eliminated enemies felt almost surreal to her. Even yesterday, when her master had assembled a team of 3 level 20 mages, they had not been as swift as this single summoned spirit. Legendary. Moreover, it seemed to be the type of legendary summon that excels in early game power but has slightly weaker potential. After pondering for a moment, Gongsun Wuyu arrived at the most plausible explanation. Only a legendary quality summoned spirit could possess such formidable strength in the early stages. She turned to inquire further details, only to find Wang Zihao had already seated himself, skillfully pulling out a deck of cards. Clearly, he was quite accustomed to this method of dungeon raiding. Gongsun, care to play a game of landlord? Gongsun Wuyu shook her head. Perhaps not, compared to playing games. She was far more intrigued by observing this entity known as Lu Bu. Chapter 21, Legendary Skills. Noticing that Gongsun Wuyu had ignored his suggestion, Wang Zihao turned to Song-Chi. Bro, want to join in? Though half an hour is not a long wait, it can still feel tedious. How about a round of cards? Song-Chi declined his kind offer with a shake of his head. No, I wish to experiment with my skills. All right. It seems you are all busy. I shall entertain myself. Wang Zihao sulked and retreated to a corner to play solitaire. Ignoring him, Song-Chi opened his inventory and clicked on both the triple experience card and the soul link skill book consecutively. Ding. Triple experience card activated successfully. Your current experience gain is now 300. Duration, 2 hours. Triple experience card, 020000. Skill book used successfully. You have learned soul link, current skill level, LV0. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the method of using the skill naturally emerged in his mind. He opened the panel. Soul link. The summoner can designate one summoned entity to share all its attributes and skills, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Selecting the target, Lu Bu. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Activate. In the next moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within Song-Chi. The sudden influx of strength momentarily overwhelmed him. And as he took a step forward, bang, the hard asphalt road shattered beneath his feet, and he nearly stumbled. Song-Chi felt somewhat embarrassed. He had anticipated a seamless slaughter upon activation, yet he hadn't expected to nearly trip while walking. His strength had escalated from single digits to over 400. Indeed, it was difficult to control. He realized that he would need some time to acclimatize to this first-time use. The sudden commotion caught the attention of both Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyu, who turned to look. Bro, what are you doing? Just testing out a skill. As I mentioned earlier, Song-Chi replied, trying to tread lightly. The sudden increase in power felt a bit awkward, but fortunately, Lu Bu's control also transferred to him, preventing him from losing control entirely. Testing a skill? Gongsun Wuyu leaned in for a closer look. Her curiosity piqued. Does a summoner possess skills to enhance their own strength? Ordinarily, summoners' abilities primarily relate to their summoned entities. Skills associated with summoners are typically supportive in nature, such as Inspire or Whip. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, silently observing alongside Wang Zihao. After all, he was an SSS grade talent, so a bit of peculiarity was to be expected. Crack. As Song-Chi moved his feet, he finally landed firmly on the road, though it still emitted a crisp sound. He did not shatter it. He continued to shift his feet. This level of force is manageable for normal walking. Song-Chi nodded, feeling he had acclimated sufficiently. Next, he quickened his pace, transitioning from a slow walk to a gradual sprint. Then boom. Song-Chi shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. He effortlessly uprooted a nearby telephone pole, twisted it into a spiral, and hurled it towards a nearby horde of zombies. He had become familiarized. And now it was time for combat. Bang 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 bang. A series of zombies were struck until they burst. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Song-Chi howled joyously. Observing others engage in battle and experiencing it firsthand were indeed two entirely different realms. On either side of the street, Lu Bu had already cleared out a significant portion on the left. On the right, though Song Qi was slightly slower, the visual impact he created was even more staggering. Countless zombies were obliterated by sheer brute force. Thick, dark blood rained down like a torrential downpour, drenching the ground. Before long, Song Qi's fighting figure had receded into the distance, obscured by the walls lining the street. Only the sporadic bursts of foul blood, akin to geysers, and the dull thuds of heavy objects striking the ground remained to testify to his presence. For a moment, the sounds of gaining experience points became increasingly dense. It was as if raindrops were falling in a torrential downpour. In the corner, Wang Zihao stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape. He was oblivious to the cards that had slipped from his hands. Is Song Qi's profession a summoner or a berserker? Is this his new skill? It doesn't seem to align with my understanding of summoner skills. I am growing increasingly perplexed. Wang Zihao cradled his head, feeling as though his worldview had been completely upended. Summoners are mages who manipulate magical creatures or beings from other realms to fight. Their strength often derives from their summoned entities, rendering their own forms weak and frail. This was the depiction of the summoner profession from their textbooks. Yet now, where was the promised frailty? How could one who has yet to reach level 10 shatter asphalt with a single step and single-handedly pierce through an entire horde of zombies be deemed weak? Wang Zihao pondered for a moment and then glanced at Gongsun Wuyu. Gongsun Wuyu, aren't you the one who consistently scores full marks in theory classes? Care to analyze this? Gongsun Wuyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Upon witnessing Song Qi plunge into the horde of zombies, she too was taken aback. While she was astonished by the strength of Song Qi's summoned entities, she could still accept it. After all, his profession was that of a summoner, and he was an unprecedented Super S talent within the history of humanity. It was entirely understandable for his summoned entity to possess greater strength. However, what was bewildering was the fact that his own body was equally formidable. Gongsun Wuyu couldn't help but utter her disbelief. If a summoner not only possesses the ability to summon formidable entities, but can also enhance their own prowess through various means, that would indeed seem rather unfair, wouldn't it? If that were the case, how could summoners ever be deemed a lackluster profession? They would have long since become immensely popular. Unless, of course, Gongsun Wuyu suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, it appears there is indeed a skill that enables a summoner to acquire significant combat strength for a brief period. I once read in a tome chronicling the exploits of human heroes that there existed a summoner who had mastered such a skill, which I believe was called Soul Link. Soul Link? Wang Zihao feigned contemplation for a moment, but soon relinquished the thought. He had never paid attention during class, let alone to knowledge beyond the textbook. This skill was entirely unfamiliar to him. Is this the new skill of Brother Song? What is its effect? Wang Zihao inquired. If memory serves, the effect grants the summoner attributes and skills equivalent to those of their summoned creature, albeit temporarily, and with a lengthy cooldown period. The notion that a summoner could possess the same attributes and skills as their summoned entity left Wang Zihao astounded. A summoner's greatest vulnerabilities are twofold: the unpredictable quality of their summons and the inherent fragility of their own form, which makes them susceptible to ambush during combat. The Soul Link skill directly addresses the latter issue. Though its effects are fleeting, it is still remarkably powerful. If it could be widely disseminated, it seems that summoners could ascend to prominence solely based on this skill, does it not? Gongsun Wuyu shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, this skill cannot yet be propagated, as it is of legendary quality. Chapter 22, The Crimson Blood Nest. Legendary. Wang Zihao gasped in astonishment. So it is a legendary skill, no wonder. After all, the mere creation of a skill book of such caliber would require several 100 million credit points. Wang Zihao nodded thoughtfully. Skills can be replicated. Once a practitioner learns a skill, they can pay to have it transcribed into a skill book at the Practitioner's Guild. However, the higher the quality, the more expensive the required materials become. Often, these materials are of such rarity that they are priceless. Even with sufficient funds, one might not be able to procure them. Wait, are you suggesting that Brother Song's first skill is a legendary skill? Wang Zihao's eyes widened in disbelief. If I am not mistaken, that appears to be the case, Gongsun Wuyu affirmed. But where did he acquire the funds? A legendary quality skill book must cost at least 50 million or more, right? Could it be a privilege reserved for those with Ultra S-class talents, allowing them to select a legendary quality skill book at will? Wang Zihao pondered aloud. He recalled that Song Qi's family was not well off. They couldn't possibly muster even 100,000 credit points, let alone several million. No, it is highly likely that this skill book was a gift from another. Gongsun Wuyu countered. A gift? A legendary quality skill book, and they just gave it away? Wang Zihao was clearly skeptical. However, Gongsun Wuyu's subsequent explanation shattered his disbelief. If my memory serves me right, the individual who learned that skill was a former member of the extermination team from our District 7. According to the records, this summoner eventually chose to work for the Practitioner Association. Thus, it is highly probable that this person, being aware of Song Qi's situation and recognizing him as the only Ultra S-class summoner, held him in great esteem. Consequently, they gifted him the skill book. This is utterly unjust. Wang Zihao lamented in despair. Just yesterday, I spent over 100,000 credit points to purchase a rare level fireball spell. And his first skill is a legendary one. Moreover, it was a gift. He didn't have to spend a single credit point. This is outrageous. And to think I was just boasting in front of him. That bastard must have been mocking me internally. After a moment of despondency, Wang Zihao rose, feeling somewhat helpless. Initially, as a mage, I might have lagged behind in early combat strength, but perhaps my skills could narrow the gap between me and Brother Song. Yet now, why does it feel as though the chasm between us is only widening? Gongsun Wuyue approached and patted him on the shoulder. Such is the nature of genius. I have reviewed the records of nearly 1,000 individuals with Ultra S-class talents. Whether they ultimately achieve greatness or falter along the way, they invariably exhibit a swift divergence from their peers in the early stages. It is something to become accustomed to. Wang Zihao nodded. Indeed, one must grow accustomed to it. After all, one cannot simply hinder his progress, can they? From the moment I entered school, I sensed that he was exceptional and destined for great achievements. I just didn't expect his successes to come so swiftly. The two exchanged contemplative glances at the bustling streets, where Song Qi and his summoned spirit continued to maintain an extraordinarily high kill rate. Just then, a chime echoed. A golden light descended, marking Gongsun Wuyue's level advancement to level 4. Shortly thereafter, notifications appeared. Boss has been slain. Experience gained. 2,400. Congratulations on completing the dungeon. This completion has received an S-rank rating, and rewards are being calculated. Whoosh. Before the two could react, the three figures materialized in the dungeon plaza. Song Qi rejoined their side. So soon? Wang Zihao expressed his astonishment. The speed of this dungeon run must have been merely a matter of minutes. He opened his panel and noticed a significant increase in his experience bar, still accumulating over 30,000 experience points. This indicated that they had not slain too many minor creatures. Gongsun Wuyue, upon glancing at her panel, nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the dungeon experience. Ahem. The Lu Bu is a humanoid summoned spirit. After repeated encounters and given familiarity with the terrain, the speed will naturally increase. Additionally, this time we had 2 people running the dungeon, so it's only natural that it would be quicker, Song Qi explained awkwardly. He refrained from mentioning that he had gotten a bit carried away during the battle. As he realized the skill was nearing its end, he found himself directly confronting the mother of zombies. With no other choice, he had to pierce the boss with a telephone pole in the last few seconds of the ability's duration. This explanation seemed reasonable to Wang Zihao, who did not press further. But I have a question. Song brother, is this skill called Soul Link? Yes, you know of it. It is indeed a legendary quality skill. Song Qi nodded without overthinking. Was it given to you by someone? Wang Zihao cautiously inquired. You know this too? Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with the principal? Song Qi asked, puzzled, as he distinctly recalled avoiding the two. No, it was merely a deduction from Gong Sunday. Wang Zihao sank into despair once more. Upon hearing this, Song Qi looked at Gongsun Wuyue in surprise, who shrugged and recounted her reasoning process. After hearing it, even Song Qi could not help but marvel at her extensive knowledge. It is no wonder she consistently excels in written examinations. Reading biographies can indeed broaden one's horizons. Many exam questions are directly adapted from the stories contained within, which is quite beneficial for tests. Moreover, I have a genuine interest in those matters. It feels akin to reading a captivating tale, Gongsun Wuyue elaborated. This left Song Qi in awe. Indeed, those who excel in certain aspects possess remarkable capabilities that should not be underestimated. After a brief conversation, Song Qi decided not to waste any more time and reopened the dungeon panel. Ready for the second run? Without awaiting their responses, he pressed the button. In the next moment, whoosh, the 3 figures vanished from sight. Half an hour later, the trio reappeared once more. Due to the skill level of Soul Link being merely LV0, the cooldown period spans an entire day. Consequently, this session has once again transformed into Lu Bu's solo performance. Without any delay, Song Qi promptly clicked on the dungeon panel as soon as he appeared. The 3 had scarcely materialized before they vanished once more. The threefold experience card is time-sensitive. Song Qi was unwilling to squander even a single minute. Half an hour later, whoosh, the trio reappeared. Whoa, level 7. Ascending 2 levels in a single day is exhilarating. Wang Zihao had shaken off his earlier disappointment and was now brimming with excitement due to the level increase. Gongsun Wuyue had also attained level 6, expressing her satisfaction with Song Qi's leveling service. Not only was the speed impeccable, but thanks to him, she could also undertake 2 additional special dungeons. If it weren't for her super S-level talent, which limited her to 3 runs per day, she would have relished the opportunity to grind for an entire day. The thrill of watching her experience bar fill up rapidly was utterly captivating. The two turned their gazes towards Song Qi, awaiting his next move. Ding! Your current level has reached 10, and optional task 2 has been completed. Congratulations. You have earned 3 lottery chances. The 3 runs of the Zombie Tide dungeon had granted Song Qi approximately 300,000 experience points. Coupled with the 3 runs from yesterday, the total experience amassed was 600,000. To reach level 10, he required a total of 550,000 experience points. Thus, after today's 3 runs of the Zombie Tide dungeon, his level surged directly to 11. Beyond level 11, experience points skyrocketed to a staggering 200,000. Although substantial, it remained within Song Chi's manageable limits. He was not in haste to draw from the lottery. Instead, he focused on the panel. Triple experience card, 005146. 50 minutes remaining. If he hurried, he could still tackle another dungeon. Although the entry opportunity for the Zombie Tide dungeon had elapsed, the regular dungeons remained accessible. He couldn't afford to waste the remaining time. Song Chi lifted his gaze and addressed the two. I plan to tackle the Crimson Blood Nest next. Do you wish to join me? Chapter 23, the most challenging dungeon. The Crimson Blood Nest? Wang Zihao was momentarily taken aback. Why the sudden leap in difficulty? The low-level dungeon area comprises 16 dungeons of varying complexities, with the Crimson Blood Nest being widely acknowledged as the most formidable. If the Zombie Tide relied on sheer numbers to intimidate, the Crimson Blood Nest depended on quality. The monsters within this dungeon were predominantly humanoid in form. Even the lesser creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, adept at adapting to circumstances. They could even set traps for the adventurers. More critically, the attributes of the monsters in this dungeon were formidable, with the boss capable of overwhelming lower-level adventurers in terms of stats. Each year, numerous adventurers, brimming with confidence, met their demise in the Crimson Blood Nest, more than in all other dungeons combined. Thus, this dungeon has been humorously dubbed the first high-intelligence dungeon for adventurers. Yet now, these 3 novices, who had only recently transitioned to their classes, were about to challenge this dungeon? They must be courting disaster. Although your summoned spirit is indeed powerful, the creatures in the Crimson Blood Nest are not comparable to mere zombies. Gong Sun, Wu shook her head. Among the 3 of us, only you, Song Chi, possess any combat capability. To be precise, only your summoned spirit is formidable. Attempting this dungeon with our current strength would be exceedingly difficult. My suggestion is to select a dungeon of slightly lower difficulty. Song Chi waved his hand dismissively. Have no fear, I am confident. Wang Zihao and Gong Sun Wu were unaware of Lu Bu's attributes, but Song Chi was all too familiar. Base attributes, 99 points. Each level gained increases attributes by 50 points. Now at level 11, Lu Bu's panel had transformed to Summoned Spirit, Divine Lu Bu, level 11. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 599. Constitution, 599. Agility, 599. Spirit, 599. Equipment, Divine Fong Tianhua Halberd, sealed. Divine Red Hair, sealed. Status, sealed. Bound by the strength of the summoner. Lu Bu has not yet revealed his full power. His level will synchronize with that of the summoner until his powers are fully unleashed. Talents, Peerless, Unfathomable, Self-Sacrificing Strike, Divine Might. At level 11, with all attributes exceeding 500, he was perilously close to 600. What does this imply? Even high-level adventurers above level 60 would find their naked attributes woefully inferior to Lu Bu's. The sheer multiplicity of attribute disparity suffices to allow Lu Bu to dominate any low-level dungeon. High intelligence, capable of setting traps, adaptive, useless, all utterly inconsequential. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, all monsters, regardless of their cunning, are mere paper tigers. Once inside the dungeon, Lu Bu would demonstrate to those humanoid monsters the true allure of a stat monster. Seeing Song Chi's resolute determination, the two were torn with uncertainty. They could not discern whether Song Chi's confidence was genuine or merely reckless bravado. Wang Zihao gritted his teeth. Fine, I will trust you this once, brother Song. Song Chi nodded and turned to Gong Sun Wu. And you? There's no helping it. She sighed in resignation, then retrieved 2 fist-sized white stones from her backpack and handed them to the two. Take these, they are emergency escape devices. Should you encounter danger or find yourselves unable to clear the dungeon, crush them. They will transport you directly out of the dungeon. If we manage to clear it, consider it the fee for subsequent regular dungeon runs. If we fail, it will cover a week's worth of Zombie Tide dungeon runs. Now it was Song Chi's turn to be astonished. Such devices are luxuries valued at 500,000 credit points in the market. Virtually no one utilizes them in low-level dungeons, not even Wang Zihao, who hesitated to part with such a treasure. Did your master give these to you? Wang Zihao inquired incredulously. No, I purchased them myself. You're quite wealthy, aren't you? Wang Zihao clearly found it hard to believe. As the school's know-it-all, he had never heard any information suggesting that she was affluent. On the contrary, rumors of her family's poverty circulated frequently. Gong Sun Wu smiled, then pointed to herself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My surname is Gong Sun, and I am the granddaughter of Gong Sun Zhao, the principal of number 2 high school. Wow, so you're a little rich girl. Song Chi and Wang Zihao were taken aback. No wonder the vice principal of No. 2 high school was so eager to take her as a disciple. It turns out there was this connection. Song Chi weighed the stone in his hand. Although he had no use for it, he still placed it in his backpack, intending to take it home for his sister. All right, since we have this device, you should feel more at ease. Shall we proceed? Ready at any time. Absolutely. Beep. Song-Chi located the dungeon selection and decisively pressed confirm. Whoosh. The three vanished from their spot. In the depths of an ancient castle, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, intermittently obscured by passing bats. The castle perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by the sea on three sides, with only a narrow path leading forward. The relentless waves crashed against the cliff, their cacophony breaking the silence. A guard clad in armor, his face an ashen hue, wandered around the castle's perimeter. The entire cliff exuded an eerie and sinister atmosphere. At that moment, the three of them plummeted in unison onto the narrow path below. They looked up to survey their surroundings. The Crimson Blood Nest, recommended level 20. The number of monsters ranged between 20 to 25, with only one boss. The boss, the master of the castle, named William, was a vampire baron, possessing three skills: the ability to heal his own wounds and inflict an infection status with bite, and the capacity to temporarily enhance all attributes with Crimson Frenzy. Additionally, there exists the transmutation bat, which serves the purpose of evasion and fleeing from harm. The other lesser creatures within the castle are but his blood thralls, armed solely with the skill bite. As long as one avoids their fangs, there is little to fear. However, it is crucial to heed that upon encountering adversaries, the boss emits a piercing scream, summoning all its minions back. Therefore, if one lacks sufficient assurance, it is prudent to eliminate the lesser creatures without alarming the other monsters before confronting the boss. The entirety of the dungeon's information was divulged by Gongsun Wuyue. If memory serves me right, the strategy guide notes a narrow path alongside the cliff that leads to the kitchen at the side entrance of the castle. My suggestion is to leverage Lu Bu's formidable attributes to infiltrate through the side door, systematically dispatching the lesser creatures in each small chamber, and ultimately uniting our strength to vanquish the boss. This strategy presents the highest likelihood of success for our endeavor. Wang Zihao was taken aback. Is there really so much to consider in clearing a dungeon? Brother Song, what is your perspective? Let us first ascertain the situation. Song-Chi stepped forward, casting his gaze towards the gatekeeper before the castle. Monster, Blood Thrall, Gatekeeper. Level, 20. Strength, 43. Constitution, 50. Agility, 21. Spirit, 15. Skill, Bite. Evaluation. A blood thrall created by Baron William, possessing substantial physical strength, yet exceedingly frail in spirit. Chapter 24 left Gongsun Wuyue astounded throughout the day. The highest attribute of the blood thrall is its constitution. Song-Chi pondered for a moment. According to the dungeon's patterns, the boss's attributes typically exceed those of the lesser creatures by approximately 23-fold. This implies that the Baron William's peak attributes could range between 100 and 150. Moreover, with the skill Crimson Frenzy, his theoretical maximum attribute should reach around 300. Such a figure is indeed daunting for lower-tier practitioners. Truly, this is the most challenging dungeon. Yet, regrettably, Lu Bu boasts an astounding total of 500 points across all attributes. Before him, these blood thralls and zombies are hardly distinguishable. With the enemy's attributes now confirmed, Song-Chi's final shred of apprehension dissipated. What say you, Song-Chi? Have you devised a strategy? Will we charge through the side entrance or the main gate? Gongsun Wuyue inquired. Based on her estimation, Song-Chi's summoned spirit's attributes should hover around 100 points. Confronting the boss may pose challenges, yet eliminating a few blood thralls should not present significant difficulties. Indeed, I've made up my mind. We shall advance directly through the front. Bang! Lu Bu materialized, his robust form crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then knelt before Song-Chi. Lu Bu pays homage to the sovereign. Rise. Have you spotted the castle ahead? Our adversaries are all within. Yes. Lu Bu sprang to his feet, his halberd firmly gripped, and without hesitation, he charged upwards. However, Gongsun Wuyue swiftly interposed herself before Lu Bu. Wait, Song-Chi. Do not allow your summoned spirit to rush in directly. The blood thrall at the gate serves as the castle's sentinel. The moment it detects enemies, it will call for reinforcements and may even awaken Baron William. It is best to circumvent via the narrow path and strike when the sentinel is unaware to prevent the Baron from being alerted right from the outset. Under normal circumstances, Gongsun Wuyue's advice would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. In facing such a high-caliber dungeon, a methodical approach of defeating enemies one by one is essential. Otherwise, should one be besieged by numerous monsters, unless one's strength is formidable enough, survival is highly improbable. However, the current situation is anything but normal. Before Song-Chi could elucidate, Lu Bu gently pushed Gongsun Wuyue aside. A devilish smile played upon his lips. Fear not, my lady, for though I may be lacking, such insignificant vermin do not warrant my concern. Why resort to stealth? With that, Lu Bu stepped forward, leaving Gongsun Wuyue momentarily stunned. Wait, he can speak? Though she had traversed 3 dungeons alongside Lu Bu, their lack of interaction had led her to believe he was a summoned spirit with limited intelligence, capable of understanding commands, yet unable to comprehend deeper discourse. However, it now appeared that Lu Bu's cognitive capacity exceeded her expectations. For summoned spirits, a higher level of intelligence undoubtedly correlates with superior quality. Yet before she could fully process this revelation, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Lu Bu bent slightly, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. He had activated ruthlessness and entered a state of frenzy. Crack! The ground shattered beneath his might. In the next moment, boom. It was as if a bomb had detonated before them. A powerful shockwave surged forth, and countless fragments of stone erupted into the air. Lu Bu vanished from sight. When she looked up again, the castle guard lay severed in twain, flung aside like a ragged sack. Lu Bu stood resolute before the entrance, his halberd just now lowered. How swift! They were at least 100 meters from the castle gates, and yet Lu Bu had traversed that distance in an instant. This speed suggests that Lu Bu's agility and strength attributes must exceed 100, at the very least, starting from 200 points. A level 11 summoned spirit with dual attributes surpassing 200. No, it is not merely the dual attributes exceeding 200. He must possess a skill capable of drastically enhancing his explosive power. Gongsun Wuyue was utterly astounded. Is it truly difficult to exceed 200 in dual attributes? Intermediate practitioners can achieve that with rare equipment, can't they? Wang Zihao, noticing her unusual demeanor, instinctively inquired. Gongsun Wuyue could hardly contain her laughter, casting him a glance of exasperation. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. She could not be bothered to explain to someone so naive. The more one understands the profession, the clearer the implications become. Having achieved a perfect theoretical score, she was fully aware of what this signified. She continued to observe the scene before her. Lu Bu raised his halberd high, then delivered a powerful downward strike. Boom! The castle's door was instantly cleaved in half. Several blood thralls shrieked as they surged forth from within, brandishing crimson long spears. 2 additional blood thralls remained silent atop the castle, leaping down in an attempt to coordinate a surprise attack from above, flanking their brethren. However, they had grossly miscalculated Lu Bu's prowess. 2 gleaming arcs of cold light flashed by at a speed too swift for the eye to perceive. The blood thralls descending from above were instantly cleaved in two. The blood thralls within ceased their cries, a crimson line extending from the center of their foreheads to the base. Then, with a sickening thud, they too were severed. Not only did Lu Bu possess extraordinary attributes and intelligence, but his combat experience seemed to be exceptionally abundant. Transcendent level? No. This must be at least a legendary level summoned spirit. An extraordinary S-class talent paired with a legendary level summoned spirit? Hiss. Gongsun Wuyue inhaled sharply. It is essential to note that a legendary level summoned spirit can nearly be equated to another extraordinary S-class talent. She could hardly fathom the implications of a person possessing dual extraordinary S-class talents. Or perhaps it is the extraordinary S-class talent that has allowed this summoned spirit named Lu Bu to exhibit the strength of a legendary level summoned spirit. Regardless of the reason, it is sufficient to affirm his immense potential. He is a prodigy destined to become the 14th city lord of humanity. Gongsun Wuyue cast a deep, admiring glance at Song Qi, her eyes brimming with envy and tinged with a hint of jealousy. No wonder Principal Shun holds him in such high regard, even drawing the attention of city lords who personally summon him. I previously believed it was solely due to his extraordinary S-class talent. Yet now it seems that perhaps his potential bears greater significance. Gongsun Wuyue sighed. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Following this realization, she refrained from proposing any further suggestions. She now comprehended why Song Qi felt so confident in challenging the Crimson Blood Nest. If one merely possesses dual attributes exceeding 200, it is indeed somewhat precarious in this instance. However, should one add the prefix of a legendary level summoned spirit, the scenario transforms entirely. The quality of a summoned spirit signifies not merely a disparity in attributes, but also a fundamental distinction from ordinary magical creatures. It is no exaggeration to assert that 2 summoned spirits of identical attributes, with one being of legendary quality, can easily overpower dozens of rare-level spirits. Engaging in battles beyond their rank is as effortless for such high-quality summoned spirits as the act of eating or drinking. A blood slave with merely 50 in attribute value would likely struggle to even approach him, let alone inflict any damage. The only entity capable of potentially inflicting harm upon him may be Baron William, that formidable boss. Yet, that is merely a possibility. With this realization, she felt her worries dissipate entirely. Turning around, she settled beside Song Qi and Wang Zhihao. Let us play Do Di Zhu, count me in. Chapter 25, the second round begins. Experience points, 1007. Experience points, 996. Experience points, 997. The melodious sounds of experience acquisition resonated continuously in the ears of the three. It is indeed a high-difficulty dungeon. The experience points from the minor monsters here are exceptionally high. Each one grants over 300 experience points, equivalent to that provided by 10 zombies. With a hand of cards, Song Qi exclaimed. Under the effect of a triple experience card, each blood slave yielded nearly 1,000 experience points for Song Qi. However, The experience points accrued by Wang Zhihao and Gongsun Weiyue were merely a little over 300. Speaking of which, the blood slaves in the castle's main hall should be nearly cleared. It is time to venture in and collect the loot. Gongsun Weiyue also rose and set her cards aside. The Tide of Corpses is a special dungeon, devoid of any drop rates. However, Crimson Blood Nest possesses the potential to yield rare level equipment or other items. Upon seeing the two preparing to leave, Wang Zhihao protested. Not so fast. You two are trying to play tricks just because you're about to lose, aren't you? I still have a trump card. I have a big straight. Even if you run, you owe me 10 brain bursts. Song Qi feigned ignorance, turning his head to discuss. Hopefully, we'll uncover 1 or 2 pieces of rare level equipment. Even if we can't wear them, we can sell them and then buy something in the market. Gongsun Weiyue nodded in agreement. In fact, skill books are even better than equipment. The drop rate for skill books is lower, and their market demand is significantly higher, thus commanding a greater price. That makes sense. The two continued their discussion as they strolled towards the castle, pretending not to hear Wang Zhihao's outburst. As the two distanced themselves, Wang Zhihao raised a middle finger at their retreating figures, indignantly gathering his playing cards and following after them. The three entered through the grand doors. At that moment, the blood slaves within had been nearly cleared. Occasionally, a noise could be heard from the rooftop, only to swiftly succumb to silence once more. Subsequently, the experience bars of the three would increment slightly. It appeared that Lu Bu had thoroughly cleared the entire castle. Their SA staff. Upon entering, Song Qi noticed a gleaming object next to a blood slave's corpse. He approached, picked it up, and examined it. Weapon, brand new stainless steel staff. Quality, ordinary. Applicable level, none. Required attributes, Spirit 15, Constitution 10. Strength, 2. Agility, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 5. Effect, slightly enhances the power of fire attribute spells when released. Inherent skills, none. Evaluation, a product of the fusion of industry and magic. While its effects are not particularly strong, it is devoid of side effects. Who among you wants the staff? The two leaned in to take a glance, but quickly waved their hands in disdain. Wang Zhihao remarked, an ordinary quality staff? You might as well keep it, Songgo. I'd rather spend some money in the market to buy a proper set. Gongsun Weiyue also shook her head. I want to consider equipment or skills below the extraordinary level for the time being. All right. If you both have the means, then I want to be polite. Saying this, Song Qi promptly stuffed the staff into his backpack. An ordinary quality equipment at a low level could still fetch 200 to 300 credit points in the market. Selling a few items would be enough for his family to buy a chicken for a feast. For someone accustomed to poverty like Song Qi, it constituted a considerable income. The trio wandered around a bit more, discovering the second piece of equipment in a room on the second floor. It was an ordinary quality apprentice hat, which Song Qi effortlessly collected. After a while, a tremendous explosion echoed from the castle's rooftop. A gigantic bat soared into the sky, emitting an ear-piercing shriek as it attempted to flee. This was the last magical creature in the castle, the dungeon boss, Baron William. At this moment, the elegant yet perilous figure described by players found himself in a state of utter disarray. Not only did he bear multiple deep wounds, exposing bone, but his eyes were filled with terror and anxiety. Without a glance back, he sprinted towards the distant seaside. Where do you think you're running? Lu Bu roared, following closely behind and leaping into the air. The Tongtian Huaji glinted with a chilling light, tracing an arc through the air, the silver-white streak piercing the bat's body. With a sound akin to fabric being torn, Baron William was cleaved in two from neck to lower body. Thud, thud. The remnants of his corpse plummeted into the sea, splashing a considerable amount of water. Following this, experience points, 10,034. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations. The number of magical creatures you have eradicated in this dungeon exceeds 100. Your clearing time surpasses that of 95 of challengers. Thus, the comprehensive evaluation for this dungeon is rated S. Congratulations. Based on the evaluation, you have earned a reward, 1,000 credit points. The credit points will be automatically credited to your account within 3 working days. If any discrepancies arise, please visit the Adventurer's Hall for inquiries. Please continue to strive for even more remarkable clearing records. With a whoosh, the three were expelled from the dungeon space, returning to the plaza. I see that Crimson Blood Nest only grants 10,000 experience points. If I wish to advance to an intermediate professional, wouldn't that require hundreds of runs? The key is that this dungeon is challenging, and the equipment drops are lackluster. It's no wonder nobody is eager to run it. Wang Zhihao opened his panel and calculated, promptly arriving at the conclusion that the dungeon was subpar. I believe it's the Tide of Corpses dungeon that has spoiled your appetite. Gongsun Weiyue was not the least bit surprised. This dungeon providing 10,000 experience points is already among the highest outside of Tide of Corpses. You should be content. Otherwise, do you think it's easy to become an intermediate professional within 6 months? That's a recognized talent among professionals. Leveling up is inherently as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to level up. and the disparity in experience points only widens. Of course. As she spoke, Gongsun Weiyue cast a complex glance at Song Qi. Except for one individual. She still could not comprehend what Song Qi's talent was. Why could his leveling speed be so astonishing? Moreover, the strength of his summoned spirits was outrageously formidable. Although it is said that the strength of summoned spirits has an element of luck, she understood that while luck plays a role, it is not solely contingent upon it. Wang Zhihao beside her resonated with this sentiment. Indeed, Song Ji's leveling speed is quite extraordinary. While others take 6 months to become intermediate professionals, that is a display of genius. But for Song Ge, I feel he could break through in a month. Song Qi shrugged, offering no reply, instead focusing on his panel. Triple experience card, 003129. There are still half an hour remaining on the triple experience card. This indicates that the recent dungeon run took 20 minutes. However, that was merely the first foray into the ancient castle. Lu Bu, unfamiliar with the terrain, found himself at a disadvantage, while the blood slaves, endowed with their own cunning, evaded capture. Consequently, the majority of their time was squandered in the pursuit of these elusive foes. Should they venture again, it is conceivable that they could reduce the time spent. If fortune favors them, they might even manage to engage in 2 more rounds before concluding their endeavors. Nodding thoughtfully, Song Qi glanced at the time. It was still midday, and they had ample time before their meeting with the city lord. He then turned to his companions, asserting, "Prepare yourselves for the Crimson Blood Nest dungeon. Let us commence the second round." Chapter 26. The wealthy Gongsun with a whoosh, the trio reappeared before the castle gates once more. "Shall we not take a moment to rest?" Wang Zhihao interjected, still in motion from the teleportation. "It's already 11 o'clock. Perhaps we should have lunch before continuing?" "Lunch? Nonsense. Let us delve into another round," Song Qi declared, pointing decisively, causing Lu Bu's formidable form to crash to the ground. "Lu Bu, advance." "At your command." Lu Bu replied, his demeanor now more measured. This time, having gauged the strength of their adversaries, he refrained from hastily dispatching the guards and instead approached with deliberate, unhurried steps. Clack! As Lu Bu drew nearer to the castle, the sound of his footsteps alerted the guards. Upon confirming an assault, the sentinels immediately sounded the alarm. Beep! Enemy attack! With a creak, the castle gates swung open, and several blood slaves rushed forth. On the upper balcony, 2 blood slaves wielding crossbows and 1 brandishing a staff readied themselves for combat. Without uttering a word, 2 crossbow bolts, accompanied by chilling shards of ice, hurtled toward Lu Bu. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Bu swung his halberd with a flourish. A gust of wind surged forth, causing the bolts and ice shards to veer off course, landing harmlessly on the stones beside him. Cowering vermin. It is neither satisfying to strike nor to slay you. Such a disappointment. Lu Bu found himself reminiscing about the previous horde of zombies. At least they had provided him with an exhilarating challenge. Suddenly, a heavily armored blood slave brandishing a spear charged at him. Yet, in the next instant, bang! Lu Bu delivered a devastating blow, reducing the foe to a mist of crimson. Without further delay, he surged into the castle. In the distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, only 7 blood slaves summoned. Baron William has yet to appear. What a pity, Song Qi lamented. He had originally hoped to lure out the boss for a swift execution, concluding the battle in short order. The Crimson Blood Nest dungeon, while challenging, was merely an ordinary instance. As a super S-rank talent holder, he could clear such dungeons an infinite number of times without restrictions, rapidly accruing vast amounts of experience through swift boss kills. Yet, it appeared that his aspirations were beautiful in theory, but reality did not unfold as he had envisioned. Lu Bu would still need to scour the castle, room by room, wasting another 10 minutes. "Forget it, let us play some cards," Song Qi suggested, turning to sit between his companions. "Quickly, Wang Ge, bring out the cards. We can still play a couple of rounds." "No way. You still owe me 10 brain busters from the last round. Let's defer that. Once we finish all our runs, we'll settle up. We're not the type to renege on our debts." "Fine, but remember, 10 brain busters. None can be spared." "Understood." As expected, this dungeon only consumed 15 minutes of their time, yielding 3 pieces of ordinary quality equipment, which were promptly collected by Song Qi. Without further hesitation, as they exited the plaza, they immediately re-entered. In Wang Zihao's words, "The moment my foot touched the plaza floor, I was teleported right back to the castle gates." During their third entry, they still failed to lure out the boss. Fortunately, Lu Bu discovered Baron William just a minute before the triple experience card expired, swiftly dispatching him within his coffin. "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Calculating the rewards for this dungeon completion. Congratulations. The overall evaluation for this dungeon run is rated S." As yet another system notification echoed, the trio found themselves back in the plaza. "Song Ge, shall we continue? We've been at it all morning. Perhaps we should rest first?" Wang Zihao suggested, one hand on his forehead and the other clutching his stomach. During that half hour, at his insistence, they had engaged in a series of brain busters, resulting in him not only losing the 10 he had accumulated, but also suffering 30 strikes from Song Qi and Gongsun Weiyue. A faint redness now adorned his forehead. Noticing this, Gongsun Wuyue couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Can't handle it anymore? The immediate settlement was your own rule. Who says I can't handle it? I'm merely a bit peckish. I didn't eat breakfast, and I lack the energy for cards. Wang Zihao retorted stubbornly. If you don't believe me, let us play a few more rounds. All right, let us go eat, Song Qi interjected, as his triple experience card time had also expired. There was no need to press on. They could always return in the afternoon. Fine, I'm hungry too, Gongsun Wuyue agreed. By the way, I know a restaurant with excellent food. It's not far from here. Shall we go there? Oh, is it the restaurant recommended by the little princess of the Gongsun family? Wang Zihao's interest piqued, though he hesitated. But it won't be too expensive, right? Indeed, we don't have much money. Although he is a wealthy second-generation heir, his allowance is not substantial. Song Qi shared the same concern. It wasn't a matter of being unable to pay. Despite having a credit card with a limit in the millions, he was accustomed to frugal living. And the thought of spending tens of thousands on a single meal would certainly sting. At this, Gongsun Wuyue laughed heartily. Don't worry, this meal is on me. You're treating us? The eyes of both men brightened instantly. If the treat were from her side, the situation would indeed be different. A rich girl treating them? What were they waiting for? Let us go. Does it matter who treats? What's crucial is that we must honor Gongsun's face. Exactly. We must honor Gongsun's face. Wang Zihao chimed in enthusiastically. Soon, under Gongsun Wuyue's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a lavish restaurant in the inner city. Here we are. This is the Jingmingshuan restaurant. Upon arrival, Wang Zihao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, it's actually Jingmingshuan. Truly a wealthy princess. Song Qi was perplexed. He rarely visited the inner city and was unfamiliar with such opulence. Is this place renowned? Very much so, Wang Zihao affirmed with a nod. Let me put it this way. My father's factory has an annual output value exceeding 10 billion, and he seldom allows us to dine here. Only when meeting clients does he consider it. It undoubtedly ranks among the finest establishments in the 7th district, Gongsun Wuyue elaborated. While it may not be the absolute peak, this restaurant specializes in various monster meats and is quite well known. Their most famous and delectable dish is the magical river fish. Only they in the entire 7th district possess the capability to handle such fish. I made a reservation yesterday. Though somewhat pricey, it is truly worth every credit. The flavor is exquisite. Wang Zihao quickly concurred, giving a thumbs up. Songgu, I'm telling you, the magical river fish is no exaggeration. The taste, the texture. It's simply divine. I had it half a year ago, and I still remember the flavor. You absolutely must try it. Thank you, Gongsun the Wealthy. I've dreamt of having it again, but my father wouldn't allow it. I never expected you'd treat me. As he spoke, Song Qi noticed that he was already salivating. It appeared that he was indeed not lying, which piqued Song Qi's anticipation as well. Then allow me to express my gratitude to Gongsun. Just a small matter. Gongsun Wuyue seemed rather indifferent, casually waving her hand to summon a waiter who guided the two upstairs. What the trio did not expect was that just as they reached the 3rd floor and settled down, a sardonic voice suddenly echoed from a nearby table. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the super S-class talent from 3rd High? Why aren't you grinding slime disaster anymore? The three turned, puzzled, only to discover Chu Xiaojiang and his entourage seated at another table on the 3rd floor. Chapter 27, The Genius Tournament. Chu Xiaojiang, the nephew of the principal of 1st High, was an assassin with S-class talent. Due to Principal Chu's dissatisfaction with Song Qi, the newly emerged super S-class talent, Chu Xiaojiang constantly sought to oppose him. During Song Qi's initial foray into a dungeon, he had already threatened Wang Zihao. To their surprise, they encountered him once again at the Jingmingshuan restaurant. Hey, are you sure you're in the right place? This is Jingmingshuan, a high-end restaurant where a single glass of water costs 150 credit points. Can you afford it? Chu Xiaojiang taunted, raising his wine glass with his middle and ring fingers, swaying as he approached them. See this drink? It's called Jade Clear, produced in the 1st district. Crafted by at least 4 distillers of level 60 or above. The price? A mere 5,000 credit points per glass. Interested in a taste? He shook the glass before them, his face adorned with a smug smile and mockery. Of Jade Clear? I'd rather use it to rinse my mouth, Gongsun Wuyue scoffed. At her words, Chu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, yet upon noticing her, his eyes lit up with amusement. Ah, so you've brought a beautiful girl along. No wonder you're putting on a brave face here. Wang Zihao furrowed his brow. Chu Xiaojiang, haven't you had enough? If Principal Chu finds out that you, an S-class talent, are indulging in extravagance instead of grinding dungeons, how do you think he will react? Principal Chu, known for his protective nature, was also notoriously strict with his juniors. The more exceptional the talent, the more he scrutinized them. Indulgent behavior like Chu Xiaojiang's was strictly forbidden. He could very well face familial discipline for this. Logically, upon hearing this, Chu Xiaojiang should have been frightened into silence, at the very least suppressing his irritating demeanor. Yet, at that moment, he remained utterly unfazed, even displaying a hint of contempt. His lackeys quickly chimed in. This is a celebration banquet for Chu Xiao, approved by Principal Chu. Indeed, Chu Xiao has qualified for the Human Talent Selection Tournament, and next month he will compete in the 1st district. Moreover, Principal Chu has particularly valued him and specially requested a month-long dungeon voucher. The goal is to elevate Chu Xiao to level 20 within a month, to secure the first place in the tournament. Song Qi was taken aback. A dungeon voucher, lasting a month? He was aware of what a dungeon voucher entailed. Once a player exhausts their daily entries, a voucher grants them another opportunity to enter. But wasn't that a one-time use? How could there be a monthly version? One use allowed unlimited entries within a month? Song Qi was somewhat bewildered. If he had that, he could reach level 20 in just 3 days. Undoubtedly, the privileged elite's methods always exceeded the imagination of those from the lower strata. Additionally, what exactly was the human talent selection tournament? This term was unfamiliar to Song Qi. I haven't heard of it either, Wang Zihao admitted, equally perplexed. It's a competition spearheaded by the lords of various districts, organized in collaboration with the human elite. Only the true prodigies among the human race are eligible to participate, Chu Xiaojiang declared proudly. Gongsun Weiyue reflected momentarily before explaining to the two. What he says is accurate. The primary purpose of the talent selection is to identify genuine prodigies. Those with high talent but lacking combat capability will see their resource privileges diminished, while those with strong combat skills will be prioritized. This competition is held annually, and the first-place winner can select any legendary quality equipment, skill, or even rare item. Legendary quality items to choose from at will. The two naive individuals, Song Qi and Wang Zihao, were astounded by this revelation. However, in Gongsun Weiyue's eyes, this prize was merely mediocre. She shook her head. In truth, the reward is merely a bonus. The more crucial aspect is that you will formally enter the attention of the human elite. The consideration of those high-ranking individuals is the most significant gain for the victor. Their influence far surpasses that of any legendary item. Then, Gongsun Weiyue expressed her confusion. Logically, Song Qi, with your Super S-class talent, you should have received news beforehand. Didn't Principal Shen mention anything to you? Song Qi shook his head in bewilderment. He must have forgotten. Gongsun Weiyue reassured him, I think you've been overlooked. Chu Xiaojiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. A summoner, even with a Super S-class talent, what does that matter? Being overlooked is entirely reasonable. After all, talent isn't the sole measure of genius. Only someone from the lower ranks would believe that possessing good talent guarantees everything. Nearby, a lackey chimed in. Chu Xiao has already reached level 5 today. He has learned an extraordinary skill, passed the talent selection, and has become a key focus for the Chu family. Tomorrow, the Chu family will hire someone to help Chu Xiao grind the corpse-tied dungeon. With the dungeon voucher, within a month, Chu Xiao will surely reach level 20 and represent the 7th district. Meanwhile, you all will probably still be grinding slime disaster. Wang Zihao and Gongsun Weiyue exchanged glances, then regarded Chu Xiaojiang and his group as if observing jesters. Did they truly believe that Song Qi relied solely on his talent? That he would be overlooked? That he was confined to grinding the simplest dungeons like slime disaster for leveling? A peer who could reach level 11 in just 2 days and solo the corpse-tied dungeon on his first day of class, and then conquer the Crimson Blood Nest, the very next day would be discarded? What a ludicrous notion. Gongsun Weiyue dismissed Chu Xiaojiang and his companion's words with disdain. Though she disdained flaunting her family's influence, as the cherished jewel of the Gongsun family, she had encountered her fair share of geniuses and prodigies. Yet, only Song Qi had genuinely astonished her, evoking admiration from the depths of her being. She couldn't help but yearn to befriend him. His talent and brilliance were nothing short of breathtaking. To put it bluntly, if a prodigious talent like Song Qi could be overlooked, it would only signify that the human elite had descended into a state of appalling corruption. Gongsun Weiyue sighed. What a bunch of fools. Let us head to a private room. At her words, Chu Xiaojiang and his group erupted into laughter once more. Miss, Jingmingshuan is not your average restaurant. Private rooms require VIP status. But VIP status at Jingmingshuan isn't something easily acquired with mere wealth. Your two companions likely lack the qualifications. However, as he spoke, Chu Xiaojiang and his companions' mocking words caught in their throats. They witnessed the waiter trailing behind Song Qi and his companions, leading them directly to the private room on the 4th floor. Chapter 28, Chu Xiaojiang's Ambition. What is happening? Chu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Why were these three allowed to access the private room on the 4th floor without hesitation? Hey, are you kidding me? Why can they go straight into the private room? Chu Xiaojiang was agitated, abruptly seizing the waiter in an attempt to clarify his confusion. However, in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as his hand seemingly collided with an impenetrable barrier, recoiling back in shock. In a restaurant dedicated to serving esteemed guests, even the most unassuming waiter possessed a strength exceeding level 40. Such an individual was far beyond the reach of someone like Chu Xiaojiang, who had only recently transitioned into his profession. The waiter maintained an expression of calm, merely bowing slightly in apology. I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that Jingmingshuan has strict regulations prohibiting any unwarranted contact with the service staff. As for why these guests were allowed into the private room, it is simply because Miss Gongsun is one of our cherished VIP clients. Having said this, he straightened up and continued to lead Song Qi and his companions upstairs. Before departing, Wang Zihao made sure to give a dismissive gesture. My apologies, Chu Xiaojiang. It appears your status pales in comparison to Gongsun Wuyue. This left Chu Xiaojiang with a furrowed brow, repeatedly murmuring the surname, Gongsun? Gongsun. In the 7th district, there was a Gongsun family of a similar age to his own. Wait a moment. Chu Xiaojiang suddenly seemed to recall something, his pupils dilating in realization. I remember that the principal of number 2 high school, Gongsun Zhao, has a granddaughter, right? If I heard correctly, Wang Zihao referred to her as Gongsun Wuyue? That bookish girl, Gongsun Wuyue, is the granddaughter of Principal Gongsun. He slammed his fist onto the table, anxiety gripping his heart. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. How could someone with an A-tier talent not attract the vice principal's personal attention without any objections? Her identity cannot be trivial. Although Chu Xiaojiang was the nephew of Principal Chu, he was not a central figure within the family. He was merely aware of her existence but had no knowledge of her name, let alone her appearance. Upon reflecting more closely, he realized there were indeed many discrepancies he had overlooked. One of his subordinates, thinking he was simply angry, approached to offer comfort. Chu Xiao, don't take it to heart. Perhaps they are using a VIP card from their elders. Exactly, don't let this ruin your mood. If you can't swallow it, why not find someone to teach them a lesson? Didn't Principal Chu arrange for over 10 level 20 professionals for you? We just need to wait for Song Qi and his crew. Shut up. Bang. Chu Xiaojiang slammed his hand on the table, his loud reprimand startling his subordinates. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile. My apologies for losing my temper. Please, continue eating, but let us refrain from discussing Song Qi any further. The several subordinates exchanged glances, perplexed. They could not comprehend why Chu Xiaojiang's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. However, since he had spoken, they decided to comply. Right. After all, Song Qi likely has no promising future anyway. Let it go. Chu Xiaojiang listened to their conversation with a smile, summoning the waiter to order more meat dishes. For a moment, everyone seemed to forget the earlier unpleasantness, enjoying their drinks and food. Yet, only Chu Xiaojiang's eyes glimmered with cold light, his mind racing with thoughts. Why had he deliberately provoked Song Qi earlier? Because in his eyes, Song Qi was a person he could afford to offend. Although Song Qi possessed super S-tier talent, his family background was lacking, with no significant connections. His parents were merely low-level factory workers, and his sister was only a mid-level professional. Furthermore, Principal Chu seemed to have a disdain for him, which was why he had chosen to deliberately irritate Song Qi, putting on an act of mutual enmity. If Principal Chu noticed his actions and attitude, it would be even better for him. If he did not notice, or if he did but remained indifferent, it would not matter. For him, there were no risks involved. It was a venture that promised great rewards with no drawbacks. If it succeeded, it would be advantageous. If it failed, there would be no loss. However, now the little princess of the Gongsun family had disrupted all his plans. He could not ascertain whether Gongsun Wuyue was genuinely drawn to Song Qi or if she had discovered something and sought to invest in him preemptively. Regardless of the reason, he needed to weigh his standing in the eyes of Principal Chu, the patriarch of the Chu clan. Was it worth the risk of provoking the princess of the Gongsun family to undertake an endeavor that might not yield any benefits? Chu Xiaojiang understood well that although he hailed from the Chu family, his standing within the clan was not high. His S-tier talent was merely a stepping stone, a chance to catch the patriarch's attention. From the very beginning, he had known he must seize this opportunity tightly. This was a rare chance in his life. His recent qualification for the Genius Tournament had surprised many. He had risen unexpectedly, entering the patriarch's line of sight. But no one knew that his efforts were no less than anyone else's. It was precisely for this reason that when opportunities arose, he could grasp them firmly. From being an unnoticed member of the Chu family, he had suddenly become a promising figure of the new generation. Yet, he could not afford even the slightest mistake that might displease the patriarch, making him believe that Chu Xiaojiang had lost his investment value. Otherwise, everything he currently possessed would turn to ashes. Better to focus his energies on the Genius Tournament. Chu Xiaojiang mused silently. He would double his training time, starting from tonight. Not tomorrow. 1,000 thrusts and quick strikes daily were still insufficient. With the resources provided by the clan, he could further reduce his sleep time. After reaching level 10, he could also begin impact resistance training. Sleeping 6 hours? No, 4 hours should suffice. Leveling up as an assassin would also enhance his mental attributes, alleviating fatigue. He needed to bolster his strength as much as possible, and if feasible, eliminate Song Qi in the Genius Tournament. That way, even Miss Gongsun would have no grounds to criticize him. At that time, he would simultaneously garner the favor of both the city lord and the patriarch, monopolizing the largest share of resources in the 7th district. Although he spoke disparagingly of Song Qi, deep down, he understood better than anyone that Song Qi, the super S-tier summoner, would most likely participate in the Genius Tournament. Even if the principal of number 3 high school forgot, the city lord would not. The first super S-tier talent in the 7th district in years, and he wouldn't participate in the Genius Tournament? How would that reflect on the city lord? He couldn't afford to lose face. Thus, in the 7th district, his greatest rival was none other than Song Qi. At the dining table, Chu Xiaojiang laughed and chatted with his subordinates, yet his eyes betrayed an unquenchable, fervent desire for ascension. Chapter 29. Are there other races in the Lord's mansion? An hour later, in the private room on the 4th floor of Jingmingshuan, Song Qi and his companions emerged, their faces beaming with satisfaction. I'm full, utterly full. I can eat no more, Wang Zihao exclaimed with a hearty belch, gently patting his now bulging belly. Jingmingshuan truly lives up to its reputation. The dishes are simply delectable. Especially that magic river fish, fresh, fragrant, tender, and it even grants experience. Wow, I'll never forget this meal, though I do feel a bit stuffed. Song Qi chuckled, giving Wang Zihao's belly a playful pat that produced a resounding thump. That fish weighed over 5 pounds, and you devoured more than half of it. How could you not feel full? By the way, Miss Gongsun, how much did this meal cost? Gongsun Wuyue tilted her head in contemplation. I'm not sure. I never check the prices when I buy things. Perhaps it was somewhere in the 5 or 6 figure range. Song Qi and Wang Zihao were once again astounded by her lavishness. Truly a wealthy lady. To describe the price in terms of digits? Just how affluent must one be? Even the affluent heir Wang Zihao, upon hearing such a description, could only concede that there are realms beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Song Qi could not help but indulge in fanciful speculations regarding the identity of Gongsun Wuyue. He sensed that she must be more than merely a distant relative of Principal Gongsun. Rather, she appeared to be a pivotal figure within the entire family. However, Gongsun Wuyue had chosen to divulge little, suggesting a reluctance to share. After a brief period of daydreaming, Song Qi opted to abandon his musings. The trio exited the restaurant. At this point, Chu Xiaojiang and his entourage had already departed, thus avoiding any further incidents. They set off for the dungeon square. This afternoon, they aimed to conquer a dozen or even 20 instances and elevate his level by 5 or 6. Wang Zihao pointed to the sky, brimming with excitement. Today promised to be a feast, coupled with an exhilarating spree of dungeon runs. It thoroughly exhilarated him. Gongsun Wuyue nodded in agreement. Given Song Qi's prowess in summoning spirits, Wang Zihao's seemingly whimsical ambitions might indeed be attainable. Song Qi pondered for a moment, then regretfully shook his head. While you may effortlessly ascend 5 or 6 levels, I, unfortunately, may not be able to achieve that. After all, I am already at level 11. The experience required to progress further is a staggering 200,000 points. Upon hearing this, both Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue halted simultaneously, regarding him with calm, yet scrutinizing gazes. Continue with your pretense. You must be reveling inwardly, aren't you? How infuriating. 2 days to reach level 11. Are we to endure this? I propose revoking your Super S-Class privilege. Your manner of play deprives others of a genuine gaming experience. Agreed. The trio bantered playfully as they made their way towards the dungeon square. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and the sun gradually descended from its zenith. The clock transitioned from midday to the approach of evening. At the dungeon square, whoosh, the three of them appeared with flushed foreheads. Having spent the entire afternoon immersed in the Crimson Blood Nest dungeon, they had scarcely paused, with Lu Bu leading the charge. The trio had engaged in an afternoon of competitive play, each experiencing both victories and defeats, not knowing how many times they had knocked each other's heads. Wang Zihao still felt a bit dazed. Songgu, shall we continue? Song Qi glanced at the time. It was 5:15 p.m. Although their meeting with the city lord was set for 6, he preferred to allow for some leeway and to leave a good impression, as arriving precisely on time might be inappropriate. Song Qi shook his head. No, let us call it a day. I must head to the city lord's residence now. Gongsun Wuyue, upon hearing this, stretched and smiled, saying, all right, I shan't disturb Song classmate as you embark on your promising journey. I never imagined that dungeon runs could be so effortless. Since the dungeon's minor monsters contributed minimal experience, Song Qi employed a strategy of swift eliminations, avoiding delays on lesser foes. On several occasions, the guards had hastily drawn out Baron William, concluding battles in less than 3 minutes. By the end of the afternoon, the trio had repeatedly tackled the Crimson Blood Nest at least 20 times. Song Qi ascended from level 11 to level 12. Lu Bu's attributes surged by an additional 50. Based on his calculations, at the current pace, he would likely reach level 20 within a week and commence his advancement to an intermediate profession. The other two were also faring well. Wang Zihao had climbed 3 levels in a single day, reaching the precipice of level 10. He had begun contemplating what his second skill should be, and even considered asking his father for a few million to acquire a transcendent skill. After all, he had reached level 10 in just 2 days. Such an astonishing upgrade rate surely warranted financial support from his father. Meanwhile, Gongsun Wuyue was equally pleased. Having risen 6 levels in a single day, from a level 3 mage yesterday, she had become a level 9 mage today. This rate of advancement was unprecedented. Naturally, it further solidified her resolve to invest in Song Qi. After exchanging a few more casual words and agreeing on a meeting time for the next day, they bid each other farewell. Half an hour later, Song Qi arrived at the entrance of the city lord's residence. The architectural style of the city lord's office was quite unassuming, resembling a mere office building, and it appeared rather less grand than the surrounding opulent structures. Song-Chi pushed open the door and approached the receptionist. Hello, I am Song-Chi. Principal Shun mentioned that the city lord would meet with me this afternoon. Song-Chi. All right, please hold on a moment. The receptionist searched for information and soon looked up. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Song-Chi. The city lord has just returned and is currently awaiting you on the 12th floor. After a brief wait, Song-Chi hesitantly inquired. Which room on the 12th floor? Or will someone come to escort me? Sir, the entire 12th floor is exclusively designated for the city lord. Once you arrive, he will certainly be informed. Song-Chi realized. Ah, I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Turning around, Song-Chi approached the elevator, where he found himself alone, the elevator conveniently stationed on the first floor. Without further contemplation, he stepped inside and pressed the button for the 12th floor. Ding. The elevator is ascending. Please refrain from running or jumping. As the announcement echoed, the elevator began to accelerate gently. However, for some inexplicable reason, as the elevator ascended, Song-Chi felt an unsettling wave of anxiety and unease wash over him. The higher it rose, the more intense the fire of accumulated tension burned within him. An invisible pressure bore down upon his shoulders, steadily intensifying. How strange. Am I simply too nervous? He took several deep breaths, yet the feeling of agitation persisted. He could only hope to reach the 12th floor soon. Ding dong. The crisp chime sounded. Looking up, he realized they were still on the 11th floor, but the elevator had come to a halt. How odd. Why isn't it moving? However, he sensed that his discomfort had significantly lessened. Song-Chi exhaled, feeling the unease dissipate. Perhaps it was merely nerves, he reassured himself. Yet, just as he prepared to press the close button, boom. An overwhelming sense of crisis descended from all directions. Countless tendrils of black mist erupted from the ceiling seams, sending shivers down his spine. He could feel an endless, sinister black fog coalesce into a colossal hand. Like a dark canopy, it slowly descended from above. There was no escape. Song-Chi looked up, and his scalp prickled in alarm. That was the unmistakable aura of an otherworldly creature. Were there non-humans within the city lord's residence? A traitor among the human ranks right in the city lord's abode. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been wrenched. He had never anticipated such a situation unfolding within the city lord's residence. The crisis of life and death surged upon him. Lu Bu. Song-Chi's eyes widened in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Lu Bu. Protect my lord. Lu Bu leaped forth from the void. Sensing Song-Chi's distress, both foolhardiness and sacrificial strike activated instinctively. Lu Bu's eyes glowed crimson, and purple lightning crackled around his halberd. In a state of fury, his attributes surged from over 600 to a terrifying 4 digits. He maximized the power of sacrificial strike. This was the mightiest blow Lu Bu could unleash in the shortest time possible. Kill. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the floor. The halberd, infused with lightning, struck fiercely upwards. Boom. The tremendous force collided. The black hand was instantly shattered. The deathly threat hovering over Song-Chi's head had finally been dispelled. Yet, Song-Chi felt no sense of elation. A figure clad in a black helmet slowly emerged from the swirling dark mist, materializing before Song-Chi. Meanwhile, Lu Bu had already sunk to one knee, unable to stop the flow of blood from his mouth. Chapter 30. The Terrifying Gap in Power. A humanoid monster? No. This aura was distinct from both monsters and humans. Could it be an entity from the outer realms? Song-Chi felt an increasing sense of urgency. Though Principal Shun had long informed him that humanity was not a united front, he could never have anticipated that the Lord's mansion would harbor a lurking demon. Turning to his side, he noticed Lu Bu clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his hands trembling. It seemed his full strength had dwindled to less than half. The power of the foe was simply astonishing. The mere shockwave from their first encounter had left Lu Bu gravely injured, while the opponent appeared entirely unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was unimaginable. Thud. The dull sound of metal striking the ground echoed as the black humanoid being stepped out of the mist. At that moment, Song-Chi finally discerned its true form. The figure was enveloped entirely in black armor. The previously dispersed dark mist began to seep out once more through the crevices of the armor with each movement. Within mere moments, a massive black hand reformed. Lu Bu's eyes reddened as he strained to rise, stepping forward to position himself in front of Song-Chi. My lord. Go ahead. I shall hold the rear. Boom. Lu Bu's aura surged forth. His crimson cloak billowed violently behind him, and his presence was now even more formidable than before. Suddenly, a magnificent red steed materialized from the void. Ding! Feeling its master in peril. The red hair broke free from part of its seal and followed suit into this realm. Congratulations. The current unsealing progress of the divine red hair is at 10. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Red hair, I never imagined we would reunite. Lu Bu exclaimed. In that case, let us join forces and fight with all our might today. Coughing blood, he laughed wildly and leapt onto the horse's back. Nay, the red hair seemed to sense the battle intent, its forehooves rising, echoing like thunder. The horse and rider soared into the air, brimming with combat spirit. The Fantian came crashing down. The black hand was once again shattered. The red hair had actually broken free from its seal. What a delightful surprise. Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback, but he did not linger. He hastily opened the lottery interface. He had accumulated 3 lottery chances, initially intending to save them for later. However, now he could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance his odds of victory. Ding, ding, ding. The system's mechanical voice rang out 3 times. Congratulations. You have received a 3-fold experience card, duration, 2 hours. Congratulations. You have received a 5-fold experience card, duration, 2 hours. Congratulations. You have received 10 3-fold experience cards, duration, 2 hours. Please note, you have used 8 lottery chances. The 10th draw guarantees a reward. And you have 1 chance remaining before the guarantee. Damn. At this moment, Shang-Chi could only curse. What kind of ridiculous lottery system is this? Is there nothing in the prize pool except experience cards? A guarantee? These 3 prizes are going to be the death of me. And a guarantee? Just as Shang-Chi was grappling with his frustrations, the battle ahead took a sudden turn. A swirling mass of black mist surged past Lu Bu, rushing straight towards Shang-Chi. This is bad. Shang-Chi attempted to evade, but the mist moved with such swiftness that he had no time to react. It surged directly into his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Gulp. In an instant, Shang-Chi felt his body completely filled with the black mist. His airways were utterly obstructed, and a sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. Even the layers between his scalp and brain seemed to be infiltrated by the mist. His consciousness began to spiral into chaos. His mental energy dissipated, and he could no longer maintain Lu Bu's presence. Pop. Lu Bu and the red hair vanished like a bubble. My life is over. Shang-Chi could feel his vitality waning. He was about to die. Yet, he wondered if he would experience another transmigration after this death. Perhaps due to having died once and then transmigrated, Shang-Chi felt a strange sense of calm washing over him. He sensed his body growing increasingly fatigued. His brain deprived of oxygen, and thinking became exceedingly difficult. Time slipped away second by second. Suddenly, cough. Shang-Chi felt a void within him, as the black mist was forcefully expelled at the last moment. Huff, huff. He was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, gasping greedily for fresh air. After several deep breaths, he began to feel somewhat better. When he lifted his head again, he found the armored figure had removed its helmet, revealing a face that all the residents of the 7th district were familiar with. The city lord? Shang-Chi glanced towards the elevator doors, noticing a thin layer of black mist dissipating from the LED display indicating the floor number. Here, on the 12th floor, the danger had passed, and he slumped down to the ground, utterly unwilling to move. At this moment, everything became clear to him. The recent ordeal was likely a test set by the city lord. What? Are you unable to stand up? The city lord, now clad in casual attire as his armor transformed into mist, approached and crouched down, regarding him with amusement. Shang-Chi turned his head away, refusing to respond. Hey, quite the temper you have, the city lord chuckled, producing a vial of potion no larger than his thumb, placing it beside Shang-Chi. All right, get up. This is a life potion. Drink it, and your injuries will heal. Consider it my apology. A life potion, worth 50 million credit points a bottle. Rumored to be able to reattach severed limbs and sustain life even when only a breath remains. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi turned his head. He observed closely, and indeed, it was no mistake. After hesitating for a moment, he added, my summoned spirit is also injured. Clink. Before he finished speaking, another vial of the life potion was tossed his way. Is this satisfactory now? The city lord inquired. Shang-Chi's face lit up with joy as he nodded vigorously. Yes, very satisfactory. In truth, the dosage for the life potion was merely a drop. A single vial was sufficient to completely heal both him and Lu Bu. The second vial was essentially a gift. Shang-Chi climbed to his feet, letting a drop fall into his mouth before summoning the gravely injured Lu Bu. After explaining the situation, he also administered 2 drops to Lu Bu. However, as Lu Bu was critically wounded and possessed a higher attribute, he would need some time to recover. Seeing Lu Bu's condition visibly improving, Shang-Chi finally felt a sense of relief. Currently, he had only this one summoned spirit. The second summoning would not be available until he reached level 20. He could not afford any mishaps. He then curiously asked, by the way, City Lord, what was the purpose of summoning me today? Surely, it was not merely to torment me? That was not torment. It was simply a test, the City Lord replied, summoning a chair from the black mist that coalesced behind him, reclining comfortably. This black mist is one of my offensive techniques, but it also serves a detection function. The recent attack was both a trial and a means of assessment. Assessment? Shang-Chi scratched his head. Assessment of what? My talent? No, the city lord shook his head. It was to determine whether you are human. Chapter 31. Test concluded, the city lord's surprise. To determine whether I am human? Shang-Chi was momentarily astonished. Had the alien races already infiltrated the human districts? Coupled with the previous words of Principal Shan, a myriad of conspiracy theories flooded his mind. Could it be that countless alien beings had been living among humans all along? They lay in ambush within the territory of the human race, biding their time. Ever poised to erupt, Shang-Chi's countenance bore a grave expression as he spoke in a low voice. If this is indeed the case, I find both Chu Xiaojiang and Principal Chu highly suspicious. It is quite possible that they are of the other races. I recommend that you, City Lord, conduct a thorough investigation. The City Lord regarded him with a pair of lifeless eyes, nodding slightly before responding in a calm, unperturbed manner. I discern that you harbor a grudge against the Chu family. With a sheepish grin, Song Chi felt slightly embarrassed at having his hidden thoughts exposed. Opting not to elaborate further, the City Lord then turned his attention to the side, where Lu Bu stood. Moreover, your summoned spirit possesses commendable strength. Not only can it engage in combat with me, but it is also capable of dispersing my dark mist multiple times. In terms of power, it is truly impressive. However, to ascertain its precise capabilities and assign an appropriate rank, I must first examine the status panel. Please hold on. Song Chi accessed the system panel, locating Lu Bu's section before selecting the option to reveal it. With a chime, a pale blue panel materialized before the City Lord's eyes. Summoned Spirit, Divine Lu Bu. Level, 12. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 649. Constitution, 649. Agility, 649. Spirit, 649. Equipment, Divine Fangtian Huaji Sealed, Divine Red Hair, Unsealed 10. Status, Sealed, restricted by the summoner's strength. Lu Bu has not yet demonstrated his full power. Until his powers are fully unleashed, his level will increase in tandem with that of the summoner. Talents, Peerless. Lu Bu's combat prowess is unmatched, growing ever stronger. Upon entering battle, all attributes will increase at a rate of 1 per second. The maximum increase can reach 100. Unfathomable. Lu Bu enters a berserk state, instantly enhancing all attributes by 500. The duration is 10 minutes. Following this, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour, during which all attributes will decrease by 20, with a cooldown of half an hour. Desperate Strike. Lu Bu forsakes all defenses, channeling his entire might into a single devastating blow. Divine Might. Due to acquiring the Seed of Divinity, any entity with a level lower than Lu Bu will experience a decline in attributes due to fear when facing him directly. The extent of the decrease will vary based on the level disparity and distance, with the maximum reduction reaching 50. Mount Summoning. Lu Bu summons the Red Hair, entering a mounted state that increases strength attributes by 10, with all skills enhanced by 10. Evaluation. With 1,000 armies at his command, seizing victory is but a trivial matter. Having just witnessed the appearance of the Red Hair, Song Chi was not overly astonished by this fifth skill. The City Lord scrutinized the panel closely. With just a glance, his previously calm demeanor underwent a marked transformation. As he continued to read, he expressed his astonishment with a series of clicks of his tongue. All attributes at 649? At such a low level, my word. If memory serves, this summoned spirit's base attributes were 99? With a base of 99 at level 1 and 649 at level 12. That equates to an astonishing increase of 50 points per level. The City Lord was taken aback by the implications of his calculations. What does it mean to gain 50 points across all attributes per level? It is akin to the enhancement provided by a piece of extraordinary equipment. To rephrase, Lu Bu, with each level gained, boasts the equivalent of additional extraordinary gear compared to the average practitioner, should he ascend to higher levels. His attribute values alone could potentially overwhelm a cadre of advanced practitioners. Regaining his composure, he continued to examine the skills. Peerless, a maximum boost of 100 to all attributes. Absurd, unfathomable, an enhancement of 500 to all attributes. This is even more outrageous. The after effects are negligible. He pondered if the Desperate Strike was indeed the very move that had shattered his dark mist earlier, a divine technique capable of transcending levels. Divine Might, the rarest of aura-type skills. Such a coveted ability, one that even I covet, he possesses innately? The further he delved into the details, the more astonished the City Lord became. Initially, he had assumed Lu Bu to be a summoned spirit that exhibited rapid early growth but faltered in later stages. Typically, such spirits possess skills that significantly boost fixed attribute values, augmenting strength and constitution by thousands. These spirits tend to be overwhelmingly powerful in their early stages, allowing the summoner to breeze through most dungeons and even defeat the majority of peers of equal level. However, as they progress, they often become lackluster. Thus, while Lu Bu had shattered his dark mist, the City Lord had only been mildly surprised. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Bu's skills, he realized his error, an egregious miscalculation. Not a single skill of Lu Bu's was designed to enhance fixed attributes. Instead, all skills offered percentage-based enhancements. For a typical summoned spirit to possess even 1% enhancement skill is already a sign of potential, yet Lu Bu boasts nearly every skill as a percentage enhancement. Even more astonishing, Lu Bu's base attributes and level-up enhancements are equally staggering. He had encountered summoned beings with a base of 99 at level 1, but their level-up enhancements were typically dismally low. Conversely, he had seen spirits with high level-up enhancements, but their base attributes were invariably low. Never had he witnessed a spirit with both high base attributes and substantial level-up enhancements to this extent. Is this what a mythical level summoned spirit embodies? The City Lord murmured, his heartbeat quickening. It was then that he comprehended why that young fellow, Xiao Shun, had been so insistent on his return. This child possesses the potential to become a city lord-level powerhouse. The city lord's gaze towards Song Qi transformed from indifference to fervent interest. This panel exceeds all of my expectations. Most people presume that the quality of the summoned beings conjured by summoners is merely a matter of luck. However, as the city lord, he understood that the quality of summoned beings is significantly influenced by the summoner's own capabilities. Thus, if Lu Bu is this formidable, it implies that Song Qi possesses immense potential. He might even be on the verge of rivaling the legendary human supreme, Li Er, who once established the path of practitioners. Song Qi, I must concede that you truly are a prodigy. The city lord marveled in astonishment, his head shaking in disbelief, his lips parting slightly as his breath quickened. You flatter me, Song Qi replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. I have made up my mind. You shall participate in the Genius Qualification Competition in the 13th District 1 month from now. The Genius Competition? You are aware of it? Yes. I heard about it from someone named Chu Xiaojiang before my arrival. The city lord nodded. That saves me the trouble of elaborating. But remember this. Genius is merely the ticket to enter the real world. The city lord's tone shifted, his expression growing serious. You still lack the necessary refinement. I was contemplating that if you displayed a lackadaisical attitude and questionable character, I would only provide you with limited assistance, thereafter remaining uninvolved in the outcomes. However, I have now altered my stance. I have come to realize that while temperament can be honed, character can be altered. Innate talent is a gift from birth. Once missed, it cannot be rectified. Song Qi felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Wait, city lord, I am not as you imagine. Before he could finish his sentence, the city lord interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Prepare yourself, Song Qi. The city lord revealed his signature warm and inviting smile. Yet to Song Qi, the city lord appeared increasingly ominous at that moment, as if a cold breeze were sweeping towards him. In order for you to secure a commendable position in the Genius competition for the upcoming month, I shall personally oversee your training. No, I shall personally manage your training. Chapter 32, Special Potions. Training. Song Qi shivered. What does a summoner like me need training for? I am a summoner, not a mage or a warrior. Could it be that summoning a powerful spirit is sufficient? As a summoner, should all combat-related matters not be entrusted to the summoned spirits? Then, one could simply select a few defensive skills to ensure that one does not hinder their summoned entities. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qi suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, I seem to understand now. Could it be that you, the lord of the city, imply that as one's strength increases, a summoner must appropriately enhance their summoned beings at the right moments, thereby necessitating the cultivation of a sense for timing? No, the lord shook his head. It is that summoners will inevitably encounter unforeseen circumstances, such as when foes close in and the summoned entities are ensnared and unable to escape. Thus, every increment of strength offers a glimmer of hope for survival. That is not correct either. The lord continued to refute. If a summoner finds themselves in such close quarters, what use is there to fight? It would be far more beneficial to learn additional defensive skills. Song Qi suddenly grasped the essence. I see. You are considering the frailty of summoners, fearing that their bodies may falter during outdoor missions. The lord gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. Are you not going to have your summoned entities carry you? That is true. Song Qi scratched his head. After 3 incorrect guesses, he was left utterly perplexed. It is neither this nor that. What, then, is the specific reason? What is the purpose of my training? Song Qi inquired. Quite simply, the lord rose and stretched. The aim is to fully awaken your potential, raising your attributes to their utmost limits before you enter the next phase. Upon hearing this, Song Qi frowned in confusion. It is indeed true that training can enhance one's attributes. This is hardly a revelation. On the contrary, it is common knowledge. This is precisely why both he and Prince Hao had tirelessly honed their bodies before their job transitions, aiming to elevate their attributes just a tad higher. Yet the issue lies in the fact that after years of training, the gains in attributes may be marginal, compared to the advancements brought forth by leveling up. The difference is akin to heaven and earth. If memory serves me right, the textbooks stated that after becoming a professional, the attribute increases from training would dwindle significantly. Is this a method of improvement with a remarkably low yield? The lord nodded in agreement. Indeed, the textbooks were accurate. The higher the attributes, the greater the intensity of training required to achieve even a single increment. To elevate 10 points of strength to 11, one might need to lift 200 kilograms 100 times daily for a month to see results. Yet, to increase 20 points of strength to 21, one could be lifting 500 kilograms 1,000 times daily, and it may take half a year. The further one goes, the more arduous the task of enhancing attributes becomes. Moreover, the difficulty escalates exponentially. Hearing this, Song Qi was even more bewildered. Why bother training then? As a summoner, what he most requires is mental attributes. And his current mental attribute has already exceeded 20. Was his year of meditation merely to gain a trivial increase in mental prowess? Thus, what is the significance of your training for me, Lord? Quite simple, the Lord chuckled. We possess a unique potion that mitigates the difficulty. Theoretically, it can amplify all your attributes several times over, with the potential to increase by 100-fold. Of course, the effects may vary from person to person. Theoretically, an enhancement of 100-fold across all attributes. Shang-Chi was taken aback. He calculated roughly, and if true, his mental attribute could even soar beyond 2,000. The effects of training could potentially be this extraordinary? Naturally, he was aware that such figures were merely theoretical. Most individuals might only experience a few times the increase at best. But even a doubling would be immensely desirable for Shang-Chi. It is essential to note that the majority of a professional's skills are closely related to their attributes. For instance, a warrior's Fury Slash and a mage's Fireball both inflict varying degrees of damage based on their strength and intelligence. Skill upgrades typically enhance attribute value bonuses. Attribute values are undeniably of paramount importance for professionals. Oddly enough, you, a possessor of an Ultra S-level talent, were unaware of this. The Lord expressed his confusion. You are entitled to a certain share of this potion each month. Has no one ever informed you of such matters? Shang-Chi shook his head, then quickly nodded. No one has mentioned it, indeed. Principal Shin seemed to have alluded to additional rare resources being allocated to me each month, but he did not specify what they were. So, this rare resource is what was meant. Upon hearing this, the Lord turned around. That is good. I was concerned that before long, my subordinates would begin playing their petty games of deception. Very well, since you are now aware, you may return for the time being. Additionally, training will commence tomorrow. Henceforth, you are to arrive at the Lord's Manor punctually at 5 o'clock each afternoon for your training. Shang-Chi rubbed his hands together. Is tomorrow not a bit too soon? Could we postpone it for a few days? I need to move houses during this time. Moving houses? Not an issue. I shall have Zhuxian assist you with that. He is strong and quick. Zhuxian. Who might that be? Perhaps an assistant of the Lord or a staff member of the manor. That would be fine then. Shang-Chi hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Ding dong. As the elevator doors closed, the black mist beside the Lord suddenly coalesced into a visage resembling a human face. A hoarse and deep voice emerged from within. Hee hee. How intriguing that you would willingly choose to personally instruct such a lowly profession. Fu Tianqi, this is not your usual style. Could it be that this lad possesses some unique trait? The Lord suddenly felt a pang of sentimentality as he walked to the window and gazed down below. Unique trait? There is indeed a hint of something, but that is not the crux. The crux lies in the fact that our human race is running out of time, and I see a glimmer of hope in him, albeit just a flicker. Oh, the face formed from the black mist displayed an expression of human-like astonishment. So, you intend to nurture him with your full effort? But in doing so, the potion allocations for the 4 great families will likely diminish significantly. Do you think they will acquiesce? If they do not agree, let them find someone to compete with Shang-Chi, should any of them emerge victorious. I shall directly transfer Shang-Chi's portion to the victor. As he spoke, the Lord produced a cigarette, gently rolling it between his fingers before igniting it. He then took a deep inhale, exhaling a cloud of smoke. By the way, contact Shen Huiwu and have him assist Shang-Chi with his move. Additionally, call the Chu family and remind them to behave, informing them that from today onward, Shang-Chi will be personally trained by me. Chapter 33, The Indignant Roar of the Heavenly Sovereign. In the 7th District, the industrial area, beneath a residential building, a robust man hoisted a 2-meter-high wardrobe with his left hand, while balancing a refrigerator of human height with his right. Transporting these heavy items one by one to the vehicle, Shang-Chi stood nearby, unable to stop sweating. For this robust man was none other than Zhuxian. As referred to by the Lord, and the very Principal Shen Huiwu, he was aware that Principal Shen was supposed to be on a date with Principal Lin today. But who would have guessed that the Zhuxian mentioned by the Lord was indeed his principal? Just look at that physique, that appearance, that strength. How could he possibly be associated with the term Xiao? Had he known that Zhuxian was his principal, he would have unequivocally declined. Shang-Chi sighed. He could only blame the Lord for being unreliable. Who could have imagined that he would enlist a figure of principal stature to help him move? Is this something one could conceive? Boom. The heavy items thudded into the cargo truck, and Principal Shen approached Shang-Chi with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Esteemed Mr. Shang-Chi, all your belongings have been moved. Is there anything else you require? No, it's all good. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. I can manage on my own from here, and I will drive. Principal Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The Lord instructed me to personally assist you in moving to your new home. What could possibly be of greater significance than the Lord's command? Quickly, get in the vehicle. I shall take on the role of your driver. With that, he huffed and puffed as he clambered into the front seat. Shang-Chi shrank his neck and slid into the passenger seat, remaining silent. Throughout the journey, Principal Shen did not spare Shang-Chi a single amiable glance. Of course, he understood that this predicament was not truly Shang-Chi's fault. Yet, he felt aggrieved nonetheless. After decades of solitude, he had finally forged a rapport with the enchanting Principal Lin. Initially, he had used Gongsun Wuyue as an excuse to invite her out. They had strolled through the streets, spending money freely. To avoid any awkwardness, their conversation had meandered from nurturing the younger generation to exchanging professional insights. then to the rise of humanity, and ultimately touching upon romantic themes, poetry, and song. Heaven have mercy. Here he was, a rugged man, spending an entire hour discussing literature when all he typically did was fight and cultivate. His head felt as though it might explode. After enduring the day from dawn till dusk, just as the sky began to darken and Principal Lin finally seemed fatigued from their excursion, a call from the Lord summoned him to once again play the role of a laborer. Any normal man would find it impossible not to feel anger in such a situation. Perhaps fate was simply not yet ripe, alas. Principal Shun let out a deep sigh, his mood slightly mellowing. He then turned to Song-Chi. However, reflecting on it, were it not for this young man, he would not have had the opportunity to spend time with Principal Lin today. I suppose I owe him a personal favor. Contemplating this, Principal Shun inquired, by the way, Song-Chi, what level are you at today? Me? I'm at level 12, Song-Chi replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Principal Shun was taken aback, quickly followed by an uncontainable joy. Song-Chi was one of his students. The greater his potential, the more honor it brought to Shun as a principal. Level 12. So soon? Good lad. No wonder the Lord places such importance on you. With a resounding slap, he struck Song-Chi on the back, causing him to gasp. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to temper my strength. It's fine, Song-Chi gritted his teeth, uncertain whether the principal had been overly excited and lost track of his force, or if it was merely a playful act of retribution. Regardless of the reason, he had no choice but to forgive. Observing Song-Chi's grimace, Principal Shun felt even more exhilarated. Chuckling softly, he produced a skill book from his storage ring. Since you've reached level 10, it's time to consider what your second skill should be. Today, you've certainly worked hard accompanying Gongsun Wuyue through a dungeon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to coax Principal Lin out. Consider this a token of my gratitude. A token of gratitude? Song-Chi rubbed his sore back as he accepted the skill book. Skill book, mirror image. Quality, extraordinary. Restricted range, summoner. Effect, upon use. It enables the holder to learn the mirror image skill. Skill description. The summoner can create a copy possessing 50 of the summoned entity's attributes, incapable of using skills. Lasting 3 hours with a cooldown of 6 hours. Maximum level, non-upgradable. Though the extraordinary quality skill book could not be upgraded, its effects were indeed commendable. The skill leaned towards support, directly enhancing combat capabilities. Unfortunately, Song-Chi currently required skills focused on survival or defense. With Lu Bu around, he did not need to contemplate his combat power. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Principal Shin noticed Song-Chi's hesitation and pulled out another book. Fortunately, I have prepared 2 different types of skills. Skill book, life shield. Quality, extraordinary. Restricted range, summoner. Effect, upon use, it enables the holder to learn life shield. Skill description, creates a shield around the summoner, the strength of which depends on the strength of the summoned entity and the summoner's mental attributes. If the shield is broken or voluntarily dismissed, it can forcibly recall the summoned entity. Maximum level, non-upgradable. This one works. Song-Chi exclaimed with delight. Although Life Shield was merely extraordinary, its effect was outstanding, perfectly suited to his current circumstances. It effectively provided him with both shield and recall skills. While the effects were simple, they were precisely what he urgently needed. With this skill, he could finally venture into high-level dungeons without fear of hiding. This is the one. Thank you, Principal. As he spoke, Song-Chi handed back the mirror image skill book. Principal Shun did not take it, merely glancing at it before casually saying, "You should keep it. I have no use for it." Song-Chi wished to say more, but suddenly, creak. The truck came to a sudden halt in front of a standalone house with a yard. "We've arrived, get out." This was the very house chosen by Song-Chi's parents. His parents and sister were already waiting at the entrance. "Oh dear, I apologize for the trouble, Principal. You've helped with moving and driving. This child of mine hasn't lifted a finger." Song-Chi, hurry down and fetch a stool for the principal to rest comfortably. Seeing Principal Shun carrying items, Song-Chi's parents rushed forward to express their warm greetings. Instantly, Principal Shun adopted a different demeanor, resembling a hearty, affable giant. With a genuine smile, he approached the back of the truck and effortlessly lifted heavy items. "No worries, dear sister. I'm strong enough. Let the boy rest a bit. We'll finish moving in no time." In the passenger seat, Song-Chi gazed at the 2 skill books in his hands, feeling a bit conflicted. Both skill books were quite appealing to him. While mirror image may not be immediately useful, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable later. No matter. I'll repay the principal in due time. Comforted by this thought, Song-Chi stored both skill books in his system backpack. Chapter 34, Training commences. Day turned to night, and thus a day passed. The next morning, Song-Chi yawned and rose from the large bed he had just purchased. Ordinarily, moving, acquiring furniture, and cleaning would take several days. But thanks to Principal Shun's assistance, helping with the move and leveraging connections at the furniture store, they managed to procure all the furnishings at the most favorable prices, delivered free of charge. In a single night, he had assisted the family in resolving all matters. For instance, there was the double bed he had personally selected. Having slept on a narrow partitioned bed for over a decade, often tumbling off while turning, Song-Chi held a deep resentment towards the size of beds. Thus, even without a partner, he opted for the widest double bed available, simply to roll about freely. Stepping out of the bedroom, oh, our precious son is awake. Upon exiting, he found his parents having prepared breakfast, their faces beaming with joy in the living room. Such a sumptuous breakfast today. After sitting down, Song-chi noticed that this morning's fare was not the usual steamed buns and fried dough sticks, but rather an array of seemingly expensive pastries. This is hardly breakfast. It's nearly noon, he remarked. Besides, these pastries were gifted by the neighbors and needed to be consumed quickly before spoiling in a few days, as his mother explained. Gifts from the neighbors? Song-chi was taken aback, taking a bite of one. The taste was indeed delightful, with the cream melting in his mouth and an exquisite texture. Undoubtedly, these were high-class pastries. His father lounged comfortably in a chair, engrossed in his phone. This morning, several neighbors came by for a visit, but you were asleep. So we didn't disturb you. I must say, people in the inner city are genuinely warm-hearted. Every visitor brought something, and these pastries are among the more modest gifts. A neighbor is acquainted with the leader of a formidable mercenary group, and with a mere phone call, he arranged a job for your sister, earning 30,000 credit points a month, without any strenuous effort. Indeed, life is becoming increasingly favorable. The parents, devoid of ulterior motives, merely feel that their current circumstances are filled with hope, almost dreamlike in their surrealism. However, Song-chi appeared somewhat dazed, finally grasping the underlying reason the city lord had instructed Principal Shun to facilitate his relocation. There was indeed a deeper significance behind it all. After casually indulging in a couple of pastries and engaging in light conversation, Song-chi bid farewell to his parents and set off towards the dungeon square. Upon arriving at the square, he found Wang Zihao and Gongsun Weiyue had already arrived well in advance. The moment they spotted Song-chi, they eagerly extended team invitations, promptly commencing today's dungeon expedition. As customary, they first tackled the Zombie Tide dungeon 3 times, followed by an endless repetition of the Crimson Blood Nest dungeon. For Song-chi, the act of grinding through dungeons had transformed into a monotonous task devoid of any challenge. Its sole purpose now seemed to be testing his new skill, Life Sanctuary. He had ascertained that upon activation, this skill allowed him to withstand approximately 5 attacks from the boss of the Crimson Blood Nest. Such defensive capabilities were already quite satisfactory to him. As the mightiest boss among low-level dungeons, it boasted over 200 attribute points. Direct attacks against him could potentially be unbearable. More importantly, whether to recall summoned entities after the shield was breached depended solely on his intent, rather than being a forced action. This granted him a certain tactical flexibility. Additionally, there was the proficiency of Soul Link. After several hours, Song-chi opted to exit the team and bid farewell to the duo. Utilizing a triple experience card, he ground through the afternoon, and at this moment, his level had risen to 14. His attribute panel now displayed: Name, Song-chi. Class, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience points, 251, 338, 500, 000. Strength, 7. Constitution, 22. Agility, 21. Spirit, 38. Free attribute points, 14. Equipment, none. Talent, Divine Summoning Art. Skills, Summoning Art, Soul Link, Life Sanctuary. Summon Spirit, Divine Lu Bu. Items, Triple Experience Card, X9. 5-fold Experience Card, X1. Mirror Skill Book, Class Item Designation Voucher. Quests. Optional Quest 1. Clear the dungeon and achieve an S-level rating or above. Completed. Optional Quest 2. Level up to 10. Completed. Optional Quest 3. Eliminate 50,000 monsters. 2. 145, 750, 000. Evaluation. An obscure individual, yet possessing an extraordinary talent in the art of summoning. Song-chi continued to explore his skill panel. Soul Link LV0. Current proficiency, 23. With another use tomorrow, Soul Link would upgrade, and the cooldown time would further diminish. He wondered how long it would take to reach maximum level. Moreover, Optional Quest 3 had finally seen considerable progress. At this rate, he estimated he could complete the final task in about 3 to 4 days, unlocking 5 lottery chances. By the time he reached the 10th guaranteed draw, eliminating all common and rare items, in conjunction with the Class Item Designation Voucher, he would be able to draw an item of at least extraordinary caliber for a summoner. Naturally, if possible, he hoped for the highest quality. As Song-chi indulged in his thoughts, he soon arrived at the city lord's residence. Ascending in the elevator to the 12th floor, the doors opened to reveal the city lord, casually dressed and smoking a cigarette, standing before him. City lord, I have arrived, he announced. The city lord nodded. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, have you used your free attribute points? No, Song-chi replied, shaking his head. Good. Keep your free attribute points for when your attribute values reach their limits. Just a single point can allow you to effortlessly surpass your limits, enabling further enhancement of your attributes through training. Adding directly to your attribute points would be a complete waste of free attribute points. Song-chi was taken aback. Free attribute points had such utility? Another piece of knowledge not found in textbooks. Did this mean that each free attribute point was incredibly precious? Fortunately, he He had not squandered them. All right, follow me. The city lord turned and walked down the right corridor. Song-Chi hastily followed. Soon, they arrived before a heavy iron door. This is the training room, which will expedite your cultivation. This room also serves as a gravity chamber. It can regulate gravity and continuously monitor your attribute values for easy adjustment of training difficulty. But rest assured, your current strength does not warrant activating the gravity. Peering inside, Song-Chi observed various apparatuses and formations interwoven within the training room. He surmised these functions must also rely on extraordinary powers. The city lord then pointed to the opposite room. This is the changing room. Locker number 02 is yours. Your training outfit and today's potions are prepared. Go in. Apply the potion all over your body, one bottle at a time, without wasting a drop. Then change into your training outfit and come back. Understood, Song-Chi nodded obediently. Pushing open the door and stepping into the changing room. Chapter 35. Attribute points double. Entering the changing room, Song-Chi approached locker number 02. Inside, he found a training outfit and a bottle of potion. Is one bottle sufficient for a day? The training outfit was a common style, loose-fitting and highly breathable. The potion bottle was no larger than a thumb, containing a potion of an eerie purple hue. Just the sight of it set it apart. He uncapped it and took a whiff, detecting a hint of sweetness. The aroma was quite pleasant, albeit faint, evoking an urge to take a sip. However, Song-Chi managed to resist, turning to undress and applying the potion to his body. Before long, Song-Chi emerged from the changing room. Upon entering the training room, the city lord reached out, pinching Song-Chi's arm and thigh, before glancing at the tablet in his hand. Your constitution is decent, but your strength is somewhat lacking. Yet, considering you are a summoner, a slight deficiency in strength is to be expected. A spirit attribute of 38? Your primary attribute is acceptable. Now, pay attention, there are 3 movements in total. These comprise your entire training regimen. With that, the city lord moved to the center of the training room and assumed a peculiar stance. It resembled a combination of a horse stance and meditation. Yet he stood on one leg with his arms stretched out to the sides. Next, he transitioned into the second movement, lowering his center of gravity as if he were a swimming fish. He then swiftly shifted into the third movement, with little alteration to his posture. Yet the energy radiating from him surged dramatically, reminiscent of ferocious beasts poised to pounce. The city lord then fluidly reverted to the first movement, performing the sequence 3 times in total. While the 3 movements appeared unrelated, they flowed seamlessly in the city lord's execution. Did you remember them? Almost, Song-Chi nodded. With only 3 movements, the content was not overly complex, making it relatively easy to memorize. But was it truly limited to just these 3 movements? Simplicity is the essence of the path. These 3 movements are the most effective postures distilled by countless ancestors of humanity. The first movement is for meditation, aimed at enhancing your spirit attribute. Once you master the first movement and successfully enter a meditative state, we will proceed to the next phase of training. The city lord conjured a chair and promptly sat down beside him. Song-Chi nodded and stepped to the center of the room, executing his first movement according to the motions etched in his memory. His physique and agility had surpassed 20, rendering the daunting task of standing on one leg relatively simple for him. However, he was exerting too much force with his hands. This was not a strength training exercise, but rather a meditative practice, so he needed to relax. Furthermore, his legs needed to be straighter to avoid the cramping state he was currently experiencing. His spine also lacked proper extension. Very well, let me assist you. Before Song-Chi could take action, a swirling mass of black mist enveloped his body. With a sharp crack, he felt a violent tug on his back and the back of his thighs. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the floor. The city lord calmly covered his ears, his expression unwavering, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In that moment, Song-Chi felt an overwhelming numbness in his back and thighs. His entire being engulfed in a peculiar sensation of both tingling and pain, a sensation so intense it would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Was this a meditative posture? Song-Chi thought to himself in frustration. Forget meditation, he couldn't even concentrate. Had it not been for the city lord, he might have doubted whether he was being toyed with. The black mist clung tightly to him, forcing him to maintain his current position while the intense discomfort continuously stimulated his brain. Maintain this posture. Stop howling. Pay close attention to the changes in your body. Don't waste the elixirs. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi quickly silenced himself and gritted his teeth, striving to adopt the most precise posture possible in accordance with the black mist's guidance. As his exertion became increasingly correct, the black mist gradually released its grip on him. At that moment, Song-Chi finally sensed something unusual. He could feel a slight warmth in the areas where the elixir had been applied. A wave of warmth surging towards his abdomen. Soon, the discomfort began to dissipate, replaced by a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. The mild pain only served to amplify this delightful sensation. He closed his eyes, allowing his body to relax naturally while his movements grew ever more precise. After approximately 10 minutes, the black mist had completely dissipated. The city lord observed with satisfaction as Song-Chi, now in a meditative state, stood at the center of the formation. A face formed from the black mist appeared, wearing a contemplative expression. Very well, let us leave, do not disturb him. With Song Qid now in a meditative state, the city lord rose and exited the room. Several hours later, Song Qid remained in that one-legged stance, his entire body flushed. As the last traces of the elixir were absorbed, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The tremendous impact abruptly jolted him from his meditative state. Dazed, he attempted to rise, but as soon as he moved, a sharp pain shot through him. During meditation, he had felt none of this discomfort. Yet, upon regaining his senses, Song Qid felt as though he had been pulled from boiling water, his skin burning and stinging all over. His limbs were so numb that he lacked the strength to rise. After several futile attempts, he ultimately opted to lie flat. After several minutes, he finally managed to catch his breath and weakly stood up. Bang! The door swung open, and the city lord entered. Congratulations. Your mental strength has increased by 42 points. Your mental attribute now stands at 80. Just moments ago, Song Qid had been lying on the ground, feeling somewhat despondent. But upon hearing this, he initially could not believe it and opened his interface with his mind. Name, Song Qid. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience, 25133850000. Strength, 8. Physique, 23. Agility, 21. Mental, 80. Free attribute points, 14. His mental attribute had truly reached 80. Song Qid felt a surge of joy. Not only that, but his strength and physique had also seen improvements. Although the increments were minor, just 1 point each, it was still an enhancement. However, before he could celebrate, the city lord's words struck him down. Do not misunderstand. This was your first training session, hence the optimal results. Subsequent training will yield diminishing returns. While this increase is commendable, given your Ultra S-class talent and the premium elixirs used, you understand. Upon hearing this, Song Qid's elation swiftly evaporated, replaced by a sense of shame. The best resources had been allocated to him, yet he had only achieved a moderate result. He felt a pang of guilt towards the city lord. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return. Remember to arrive on time tomorrow. City lord, I will strive even harder tomorrow. Song Qid declared resolutely. The city lord waved his hand, signaling his acknowledgement, and dismissed Song Qid. As the elevator doors closed behind him, a shadow of black mist that had been lurking within the city lord's shadow suddenly sprang forth. Is that satisfactory? Goodness, Fu Tianqi. You dare to call an increase of 42 points in attributes merely satisfactory. The face formed from the black mist wore an expression of utter astonishment. I have followed you for many years. How did I never realize how adept you are at feigning modesty? You too are Ultra S class. Have you forgotten how much your attributes increased back then? How dare you say satisfactory to someone whose increase is double yours? Initially, the city lord remained impassive. But upon hearing the latter part, he could not help but retort. What do you know? This is a method of education. It is precisely because of his vast potential that I must push him harder to prevent any sense of complacency. The black mist was clearly skeptical. Spare me. After decades of knowing you, how could I not see through your thoughts? You are simply feeling disheartened and are deliberately trying to undermine him to boost your own confidence. Bang! The city lord swung a fist, instantly scattering the face. Yet, the black mist quickly coalesced again, forming the face with the same sardonic tone. You're anxious. You're anxious. Did my words strike a nerve? The city lord shot him a cold glare and turned to leave, tired of this idle chatter. Chapter 36, The Head of the Household. When Song Qid emerged from the city lord's residence, evening had fully descended. The sky was completely dark. Glancing at his watch, he realized that he had been meditating for a staggering 5 hours. It was already past 11 o'clock. However, it was worth it. Despite the pain coursing through him, he grinned from ear to ear, exhilarated by the prospect of an increase of 40 points in his mental attributes. In terms of leveling up, that equated to a boost of 20 levels. If he could achieve such increases daily, no, even just a tenth of that, he would be more than willing. Attribute points are of paramount importance to professionals. He took a moment to orient himself before heading towards his new home. Fortunately, he had recently moved to the first district, not far from the city lord's residence. As Song Qid returned home, clutching his stomach, he was greeted by his older sister, and his parents were still awake, seemingly waiting for his return. Mom, Dad, you're still awake? We were waiting for you. You must be hungry. We've kept the food warm for you. Come and eat while it's hot. His parents cheerfully rose and headed toward the kitchen. His sister, Song Lan, was also pulled along. Chicken soup is ready. Soon, the three of them brought steaming dishes to the dining table. Ah, my sister is here too. Were you waiting for me? Song Qid teased with a grin, for he knew that while his sister was usually kind to him, it had never reached such lengths. Song Lan rolled her eyes at him and replied with mock exasperation, You are now the head of the household. It's only right that I take care of you. Head of the household? Something feels off. Song Qid sensed something amiss. This was not something his sister would typically say. What do you mean? Brother, we must return the favor. This morning, our neighbor bestowed upon us a multitude of gifts. Don't we owe them something in return? Song Lan elucidated. Then let us return it, came the reply. But what about the money? As the head of the family, shouldn't you contribute a bit? Without funds, how can we reciprocate? We can't just offer a few hundred credit points worth of local specialties from the industrial district, can we? Besides, Mom and Dad have drained their savings to buy furniture. Song Lan shrugged, appearing utterly unperturbed. Oh right, I completely forgot about that, Song Chi exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Having neglected financial matters for so long, he had developed a habitual disregard for them. Their parents, seated nearby, were not as composed as their elder daughter. Feeling a tad awkward, it was not due to any discord. After all, just days ago, Song Chi was still a child in need of care. And now he was being asked for money, creating a moment of discomfort. After pondering for a moment, he refrained from directly transferring funds to his parents. Instead, he retrieved the black card bestowed upon him by the Guild of Professionals and handed it to them. Mom and Dad, this is my credit card. From now on, feel free to use it whenever you need. The card had a limit of 10 million credit points, ample for the household's expenses. All right, don't worry, son. We'll be frugal with it, his mother replied with a beaming smile as she accepted the card. Don't hold back, spend freely. The card has a limit of 10 million. I'd love to see you enjoy spending it. 10 million credit points. Wow, our son has grown up, capable of supporting a family. Their parents were initially taken aback, followed by immense joy. With the issue of finances effortlessly resolved by Song Chi, the atmosphere returned to its previous warm, familial harmony. Observing the smiles increasingly adorning his parents' faces, even though Song Chi was not particularly fond of money, he couldn't help but acknowledge that sometimes, wealth does indeed facilitate happiness. Soon, after Song Chi finished his meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, his mind was awash with thoughts. Just days ago, he was merely a student, the youngest son in the family needing care. Today, however, he had suddenly assumed the role of the family as patriarch. Such rapid change. Yet, as the head of the family, he indeed needed to consider the needs of his relatives. The 10 million should suffice for his parents. However, if his elder sister intended to pursue a career as a professional, he would need to prepare some equipment and skills for her. The gear and skills for professionals of extraordinary quality could cost several million. In the coming days, he would need to devise a means to earn some money. Speaking of which, the emergency escape device gifted to him by Gongsun Wuyue should also be given to his sister. It might be of use to her, even if it was of no benefit to him. As he pondered these thoughts, Song Chi fell into a deep slumber. The sun rose and set, and a night passed in a blur. Song Chi, wake up. Your classmate is here to see you. His sister's voice pierced through his dreams. And as he opened his weary eyes, he attempted to rise. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The moment he moved, an indescribable soreness enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. After a night of lactic acid accumulation, his limbs, which had been barely manageable the previous day, now felt as if they were being subjected to torture at the slightest exertion. Moving even a little was impossible, let alone walking. How could he possibly go outside? Have Lu Bu carry him to the dungeon square? No, he still needed to attend training this evening. Enduring this pain was not a viable option. After some deliberation, he reluctantly retrieved a life potion from his system inventory and dropped a single drop into his mouth. It was indeed worthy of its price tag of 50 million credit points. As soon as it entered his system, the soreness in his body significantly diminished. Damn it. Is this why the Lord gave me the life potion so readily? Without special means of recovery, it would be impossible to maintain daily training. Song Chi mused, feeling the changes in his body. Although he still felt pain, he could manage to get out of bed. Curiously, he wondered which classmate had come to see him. Stepping out of his bedroom, he glanced downstairs with intrigue. Upon seeing the scene below, he was momentarily stunned. A strikingly beautiful young woman, with a curvaceous figure and long, alluring legs clad in casual attire, was chatting merrily with his family. It could only be Gongsun Wuyue. Gongsun, what brings you here? Song Chi hurried downstairs, perplexed. Gongsun Wuyue turned at the sound of his voice, waving cheerfully at him. Hello, Song Chi. It's time to raid a dungeon. Song Chi was taken aback. What did Gongsun Wuyue mean by that? Song Lan squinted her eyes and stealthily approached Song Chi's side, delivering a playful punch. Little brother, I didn't see this coming. You've managed to charm such a stunning beauty from school into coming over to our house for a dungeon raid? No, sister, don't say that. She's paying me. That is why I brought her along. Song Chi felt a rush of nervousness and quickly clarified. However, seeing Song Lan's teasing expression made it clear she didn't believe him. With no other option, Song Chi steeled himself and forcibly led Gongsun Wuyue outside. What are you doing here? He queried, a hint of annoyance seeping into his tone as they stepped around the corner. Gongsun Wuyue, with her enchanting beauty, fair as snow and possessing an alluring figure, smiled serenely at him. It's nothing much. My family has sent me to discuss something with you. The Gongsun family wanted to discuss something with him? Song Chi was taken aback, pointing incredulously at himself. The Gongsun family was such a prominent clan. What could they possibly want to discuss with him? What is the matter? He inquired. It's about whether you would be willing to enter into a marriage alliance with our Gongsun family. Chapter 37. The Gongsun family wants to form a marriage alliance with me? A marriage alliance? With the Gongsun family? Do you even hear yourself? Song Chi initially recoiled in shock, but quickly regained his composure. Wait a minute, your Gongsun family is one of the 4 great families of the 7th district. Why would you want to form a marriage alliance with someone like me? The 7th district is home to 4 distinguished families, each wielding immense resources. With numerous high-ranking professionals among them, each family boasts at least one principal-level human powerhouse. Their resources are so abundant that they could independently establish a force capable of exterminating threats in the wild. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without the Lord's oversight, the entire 7th district would resemble the private domain of these 4 families. How could such an elevated existence possibly seek a marriage alliance with an ordinary citizen like him? If you were to say I should marry into your family, I might find that more believable. But a marriage alliance? Such a term feels utterly surreal to me. Song Chi questioned again, with the clan leader's precious granddaughter. Of course, her status is exceptionally exalted, Gongsun Wuyu teased. Impossible. Song Chi's head shook vigorously. If you were to say some high-ranking member of the Gongsun family recognized a niece and sent her to me, I could entertain that. But the clan leader's own granddaughter? I don't believe it. Gongsun Wuyu sighed. You, as the direct disciple of the Lord, hold a significant status. What is so impossible about this? Do you know that your name has become well known among the 4 great families, drawing considerable enmity? The Chu family was even specifically warned by the Lord. I heard that their clan leader was so furious that he smashed everything in his house that night. Song Chi was momentarily taken aback, interrupting her. Wait, when did I become the direct disciple of the Lord? While it was entirely normal for people to know he was training at the Lord's estate, he had never intentionally concealed it. The 4 great families had eyes and ears throughout the district. Knowing this was not surprising. But to say he was the Lord's direct disciple was utterly absurd. Gongsun Wuyu shook her head. I know the Lord hasn't officially recognized you as a disciple yet. However, what matters is not the title but the treatment you receive. The demonic elixir, a rare potion that is not commercially available yet possesses the remarkable ability to stimulate the growth of attribute values, has likely already been utilized by you. Hasn't he? Are you aware that the potion you employed was actually seized from one of the 4 great families? The demonic elixir? Is that the violet potion he applied to himself yesterday? Does that imply that the quantity intended for him was originally meant for the 4 great families? Consequently, it was intercepted by the city lord and bestowed upon him instead? Indeed, I did use it. However, I only consumed a single vial yesterday. Are the 4 great families truly so petty as to hold a grudge over just 1 vial? Song Chi couldn't help but murmur skeptically. No, you use 1 vial daily. Don't you? Gongsun Wuyu was taken aback, her eyes reflecting disbelief. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. If that is the case, then the notion of you being the city lord's personal disciple is entirely unfounded. Song Chi nodded in agreement. Yes. I too doubt that the city lord would take me as his apprentice. No, that is not what I meant. Gongsun Wuyu shook her head. What personal disciple? That is akin to being treated as a biological son. Gongsun Wuyu suddenly became somewhat agitated. Do you realize that even the key cultivators from the 4 great families only utilize 1 vial every 5 days? Each use must be complemented with a significant amount of herbs and essence from magical creatures to maximize efficacy. And yet, you consume 1 vial daily. And think little of it. Gongsun Wuyu felt a surge of frustration. Their family has produced a total of 12 individuals with super S-level talents, which averages to just 3 vials per person each month, and that is only after their patriarch advocated for it. Yet you, Song Chi, consume a vial daily? That is nearly a 10-fold disparity. Must the differential in treatment be so vast? Is the potion truly that precious? Song Chi was somewhat taken aback. Gongsun Wuyu shot him a sidelong glance. Truly, one who benefits yet feigns innocence. Song Chi awkwardly scratched his head, genuinely unaware of the potion's rarity. After pondering for a moment, he decided to shift the topic to lighten the atmosphere. If that is the case, then why do the other 3 families harbor animosity towards me, while your Gongsun family does not? Why even arrange a marriage alliance with your patriarch's granddaughter? Because our Gongsun family's younger generation has proven to be lackluster. This generation lacks even S-level talents, leaving no one eligible to utilize such potions. The marriage alliance is due to the fact that the patriarch's granddaughter, despite her noble status, possesses mediocre talent, which, while acceptable among ordinary individuals, is deemed insufficient by the family's elite. Thus, even with her esteemed lineage, she can only serve as a political pawn. Gongsun Wuyu replied candidly. Song Chi, well, that makes things even more awkward. This generation is lacking. Isn't that akin to stabbing at the Gongsun family's sore spot? Alright, enough of this. Let us head to the dungeon square. Gongsun Wuyu interrupted Song Chi's train of thought. As for the marriage alliance I mentioned, contemplate it thoroughly, and when you have a clearer idea, let me know. With that, the 2 made their way to the dungeon square. Upon arriving, as per usual, Song Chi, Wang Zihao, and Gongsun Wuyu formed a party. They proceeded to clear the zombie-tied dungeon 3 times. Following that, they engaged in an accelerated run of the Crimson Blood Nest. For Song Chi at this point, the dungeons no longer posed any challenge, rendering the experience rather monotonous and tedious. The only aspect that piqued his interest was that the Soul Link skill had finally reached LV1. Soul Link LV1 05. The summoner may designate one summoned entity and share all its attributes and skills for a duration of 20 minutes. With a cooldown period of 23 hours. The duration had increased by 10 minutes, while the cooldown had been reduced by an hour. The proficiency required for leveling up had also risen to 5. Although the cooldown time had not changed significantly, the double duration greatly enhanced the user experience. He no longer needed to meticulously calculate the remaining time. 20 minutes was sufficient for him to easily eradicate any low-level dungeon. Additionally, the progress for Optional Task 3 had surpassed 60%. Optional Task 3, eliminate 50,000 magical creatures. 34, 154, 500. 0. Task reward, 5 lottery chances. In approximately 4 more days, he would complete this task and obtain 5 lottery chances along with a new task. Speaking of which, he had reached level 14, yet had not drawn a second summoning ticket, which caused him some anxiety. Compared to relying on luck for random summons, he preferred to secure possibilities instead. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Song-Chi bid farewell to the duo and returned to the city lord's residence. On his second visit, he confidently entered the training room. Indeed, there was yet another pristine vial of violet potion awaiting him. It truly was 1 vial per day. He couldn't help but wonder how much the other 3 families had been reduced. Song-Chi reflected, but it did not deter him from swiftly pouring the potion out, applying it generously to his body, and changing into his training attire. Having already incurred the animosity of the 3 families, he saw no reason to waste it. Subsequently, Song-Chi stepped into the training room. The city lord, half-closed eyes, extinguished his cigarette. Are you ready? Today we will practice the second and third movements. Chapter 38, Dynamic Meditation. The second movement emphasizes fluidity akin to a swimming fish, requiring a sense of agility. Do not tense your arms. And increase the breadth of your legs. Raise your right hand naturally. Excellent, just like that. Next is the third movement, which necessitates awareness of your own momentum. Envision a fierce beast in your mind. I urge you to focus on your aura, not to bare your teeth and scowl. Aura has no connection to facial expressions. Yes, engage your muscles and maintain your body in a state of poised readiness. There's no need to worry about the sphincter. Very well. Now attempt to integrate the 3 movements fluidly. Within the training room, Song-Chi maneuvered his limbs and body, striving to meet the standards set by the city lord. Dark mist coiled around him, occasionally adjusting his posture. The difficulty of these 2 movements was lower than that of the first. Yet the transitions between the 3 movements left Song-Chi feeling exceedingly awkward. Previously, when observing the city lord practice, he felt the transitions were seamless. However, when attempting to execute them himself, he realized the 3 movements bore no connection. Even if he managed to transition successfully, it often resulted in distorted movements. Each time, he found himself spending considerable time correcting his mistakes, let alone achieving fluidity. At this moment, the city lord's wrist flickered twice, indicating a message had arrived. He glanced at it before rising to exit the room. Continue practicing here. I have some matters to attend to. If you can proficiently alternate between the 3 movements and enter a meditative state while in motion within an hour, that will suffice. If you cannot achieve this in an hour, you will, like yesterday, first meditate using the first movement. Must I maintain movement while also meditating? Song-Chi was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. According to Gong's son Wu Yu, the city lord was truly devoted to his training. He was even generous with the incredibly rare demonic elixir. There was no need for him to deceive Song-Chi. Yes, I will strive diligently, Song-Chi replied earnestly, beginning to gradually refine his movements. After observing for a while, the city lord exited the training room. Bang! The door slammed shut. The dark mist once again coalesced into a visage, manifesting on the city lord's shoulder, displaying a look of disdain. I say, Fu Tianqi, do you have no sense of dignity left? Teaching the demonic 3 styles in just 2 days is one thing, but demanding that others enter a meditative state within an hour? Reflect on your conscience. Is that a reasonable request? The city lord shrugged and entered the elevator. His talent is commendable, yet time is not on his side. He has merely a month to prepare for this year's Genius Tournament. In the first, second, and even the third districts, the children of prominent families have been consuming their designated potions since childhood, preparing rigorously for a full 18 years. Should he fail to exhibit a prodigious talent and shine brilliantly in the Genius Tournament, capturing the attention of the higher echelons of humanity, it would be utterly impossible for our 7th district to cultivate a lord-level powerhouse. His potential would be irrevocably stunted. Humanity comprises 13 districts. However, their development is markedly uneven. The most prosperous, abundant in resources, and replete with strong individuals are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts, cities that were established first following humanity's counteroffensive. Unlike the 7th district, which may produce a super S-level talent only once every few years, these 3 districts witness the emergence of multiple super S-level talents almost annually. Upon hearing this, the figure cloaked in dark mist sighed. Indeed, a single day is rather demanding. Rest assured, the Lord replied with a smile. My true deadline is a week. I merely wish to instill some pressure on him. My expectation is for him to rank within the top 10 of the Genius Tournament. As long as he manages to secure a position in the top 10, it is highly probable that he will succeed. The higher-ups of humanity are not naive. Given his family background, a top 10 finish would be sufficient to demonstrate his extraordinary talent. Subsequently, I need not worry about the resources. Very well. I concede that your reasoning is sound this time. Ding dong. The elevator descended to the first floor, and the dark mist dissipated into the air. In the training room, Song-Chi's movements remained clumsy. The transitions between the three actions were exceedingly laborious, let alone maintaining a meditative state. After persevering for another half hour, he managed to perform the three movements with adequate posture during transitions. However, progress ceased thereafter. Contemplating his situation, Song-Chi decided to halt. This won't do. After half an hour, I've only just begun to grasp a hint of the technique. At this rate, I won't even achieve a meditative state within an hour. Completing the three movements smoothly seems an insurmountable challenge. I must devise another strategy to meet my goals today. At the very least, I should reach a passing standard. Otherwise, I would be betraying the Lord's high hopes. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to recall the myriad details from the Lord's demonstration. I remember the Lord began with his left foot, then shifted his right hand back. Yes, my movements are entirely a mimicry of the Lord's, with no errors present. My posture is also standard, without any abnormalities. Song-Chi was perplexed, despite executing the identical movements and sequences. Why did the Lord perform them so fluidly while he struggled incessantly? Could it be that the issue lay not in the actions, or their order? After much contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck him. Yes, it's not about the movements, it's about the muscles. The Lord had already pointed out that the crucial element resides in the balance between muscle relaxation and tension. The first movement requires relaxed muscles, the second a natural state, and the third demands tension. Mastering the modulation of muscle transitions during the three movements is paramount. With newfound clarity, Song-Chi leaped to his feet to test his hypothesis. His initial attempt still bore signs of hesitation. After pausing to reflect, he commenced a second attempt. As expected, his movements became significantly more fluid. Yes, this is the sensation. Elation surged through him as he felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body. Drawing upon yesterday's experience, he recognized this as a signal that his training had entered a productive phase. The various potions coursing through his veins were responding. If he were to check his panel, he might even find his attributes steadily improving. Remember this feeling, continue. Song-Chi maintained his composure, gradually accelerating his movements. As his pace quickened, he sensed a delightful tingling in his brain, and his consciousness began to wane. Yet, his actions remained unceasing, as he tirelessly repeated the three movements. In the training room, Song-Chi's skin flushed red, and wisps of white vapor emanated from his head. At this point, he had fully immersed himself in a dynamic meditative state. Chapter 39. A thrilling heart, trembling hands. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Song-Chi emerged from that enigmatic state. Had the effects of the potion worn off? He wiped his forehead, realizing his skin had returned to normal, no longer flushed and warm. However, his muscles remained in a sorry state, continuously aching. He could already envision the difficulty he would face upon rising the next morning. Without hesitation, he dropped a drop of life potion into his mouth. After all, it was meant to be consumed, and an earlier intake would alleviate some suffering. As he smacked his lips, he turned to the changing room and retrieved his phone. To his astonishment, it was only 8:50 p.m. How early? Had merely 3 hours passed? Song-Chi was taken aback, recalling that yesterday's training had lasted a full 5 hours. Indeed, the meditative effects of the three movements far surpassed that of a single action. And how has my panel fared? Ding. He accessed his panel. Name, Song-Chi. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience, 462, 311, 500, 000. Strength, 9. Constitution, 25. Agility, 22. Spirit, 120. Free attribute points, 14. His strength and agility had each increased by 1 point, while his constitution rose by 2. More significantly, his spirit attribute soared from 80 to 120, a remarkable increase of 40 points. The previous day had seen a growth of 42 in spirit, and while today was slightly less, a dip of 2 points was not catastrophic. It remained within an acceptable range. Moreover, if memory served, he had not taken longer than an hour to achieve a meditative state, perhaps only exceeding it by a few minutes. Song-Chi mused briefly, but could only provide a rough estimate of the time. The training room lacked a clock. He had relied solely on his sense of time. Regardless, it seemed he had met the minimum standard, and he could report back to the Lord with confidence. A grin spread across his face. His performance yesterday had been subpar, disappointing the Lord. However, today, he felt assured of satisfaction. Just then, ding-dong. The elevator's arrival chime resonated, and the Lord emerged. Upon spotting Song-Chi peeking from the changing room, he inquired, "What is going on? Why aren't you continuing your meditation?" The Lord's brow furrowed in concern. Had Song-Chi already begun to falter at the first sign of difficulty? In his recollection, if Song-Chi had entered meditation with the first movement, The potion's effects should have required at least 5 hours to absorb. Yet here he was, frolicking outside, appearing entirely untroubled. Did this not imply that he had not been meditating diligently? Such a scoundrel. After all my efforts to procure resources from the 4 great families, you squander them so carelessly? The Lord felt a mix of anger and disbelief. He could tolerate Song Chi's less than stellar talent, but he could not accept his hard work being wasted by someone so lackadaisical. Narrowing his eyes, the Lord resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Song Chi. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, an endless black mist enveloping the entire floor. Compared to their initial encounter, this display was even more formidable. However, just as he prepared to make his move, he felt a tendril of black mist ensnaring his leg. Wait a moment, something feels off. A familiar voice echoed in the black mist. The scent of potions on him was faint, intermingled with a strong odor of sweat. Perhaps he has indeed completed the objective you set for him? The tone of the mist was rife with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the Lord managed to regain a measure of composure. Are you implying that he truly mastered the 3 styles of the demons within a single day and entered a meditative state? No, even if he had acquired the knowledge. The absorption of the potion would require several hours. Such rapidity is inconceivable. As he spoke, the Lord of the city suddenly had a realization, and his words faltered. Had he genuinely reached the meditative state within an hour and exhausted the potion? The Lord's expression morphed into one of disbelief. The notion of entering a meditative state within an hour was a task he had deliberately deemed impossible. Yet now, this seemingly unattainable feat had been accomplished by the other party. Could it be that this lad is indeed a once-in-a-century genius of the human race? The Lord restrained his aura and approached Song Chi with grave seriousness, seizing his arms. He then proceeded to examine his abdomen and thighs. The physical strength had indeed seen a noticeable enhancement, and there were no remnants of the potion. The Lord was taken aback. It was indeed true. The taste of the potion could be washed away, but such a rapid improvement in physique was inconceivable. It meant that the truth lay starkly before him. After muttering to himself for a moment, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Song Chi, how long did it take you to enter the meditative state today? What was the extent of your enhancement? In response, Song Chi proudly reporting to the Lord, I did not disappoint you. I entered the meditative state in approximately an hour. As for the enhancement, my mental attribute decreased by 2 points compared to yesterday, but there was a substantial increase of 40 points. As for strength, physique, and agility, there was only a slight improvement of 1 or 2 points. Boom. The Lord's pupils dilated instantaneously, trembling uncontrollably. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. You mean to say that you mastered the 3 styles of the demons in an hour, and today your primary attribute value merely decreased by 2 points? Indeed, that is the case. Is there a problem? Song Chi asked uncertainly. After a considerable pause, seeing the Lord's silence, he tentatively ventured, So, how did I perform today? My lord? Well, it was acceptable, the Lord said, his hand trembling as he fished out a cigarette and a lighter, struggling to ignite it despite several attempts. Eventually, the black mist assisted him in lighting the cigarette. Why are your hands trembling so? It's too cold, the Lord replied. Song Chi glanced outside, noting that it was not even summer. After taking several puffs, the Lord finally stabilized his composure. All right, you may return for now. I require the training room next. Song Chi scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the Lord's peculiar behavior. Should I come back tomorrow at 5? Yes. All right, then I shall take my leave. Song Chi turned to enter the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor. As the numbers in the elevator descended to 1L, the Lord could no longer contain his emotions. Ha ha ha. The heavens do not forsake the human race. With such a prodigy, how can I worry for the prosperity of our kind? The usually solemn and composed Lord now wore an expression of uncontainable elation. Song Chi's performance had far exceeded his expectations. The level of comprehension, coupled with the magnitude of attribute enhancement. 42 points on the first day, 40 points on the second day. What does this signify? Even for the Lord himself, during his initial use of the demonic potion, his primary attributes had only increased by just over 20, nearing 30 points. The next day's enhancement had plummeted. Yet even so, his performance had been enough to astonish the upper echelons of the human race, marking him as a key candidate for cultivation. And Song Chi, he was twice that. It is no exaggeration to say that with his talent and comprehension, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, becoming a lord of a region is practically guaranteed. He might even strive for the legendary supreme realm. This time, you have truly struck gold. The Black Mist, unusually, did not engage in banter, but gazed in contemplation at the direction Song Chi had departed. Just passable, I suppose. He still needs to hone his mental fortitude, the Lord remarked, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. The Black Mist turned its face away in exasperation. Seriously, would it kill you to feign indifference? Chapter 40. Are you interested in earning extra income? Upon exiting the Lord's mansion, Song Chi did not head directly home, but instead made his way to the Adventurer's Hall. Having repeatedly conquered the Crimson Blood Nest these past few days, he had amassed quite an array of equipment. Upon entering the hall, he approached a burly man dressed as a blacksmith on the second floor. Hello, is this the equipment recycling center? The man lifted his gaze briefly before nodding. Yes, but let me make it clear. I do not engage in bargaining, and the prices will be below market value. Think it over before proceeding. Understood. Please help me appraise the value, Song-Chi replied, selecting all the equipment in his backpack and dragging it out. Clang. The equipment tumbled out, forming a small mountain. All this. The blacksmith was taken aback, immediately intrigued as he casually pulled out 2 pieces. Common grade equipment? This one is also common grade. However, after a cursory glance, his interest waned. Most of the items were of common grade. While the quantity was significant, the value was exceedingly low. I would rather not engage in this transaction if it weren't for the guild regulations requiring me to comply, he sighed, beginning to account the equipment. 3 rare grade items, totaling 6,000 credit points. 130 pieces of common equipment at 300 credit points each, totaling 45,000 credit points. Let me know when you are ready. Beep. All right, it has been credited. Observing the influx of credit points in his account, Song-Chi could not help but sigh. If this had occurred a week prior, earning several thousand credit points in one go would have thrilled him. But now, it felt somewhat beneath his notice. Indeed, the efficiency of farming low-level dungeons was far too low. It took 5 days to yield such a meager haul. Song-Chi sighed deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the blacksmith had raised his head abruptly, deep in thought. You managed to farm this much equipment in just 5 days? Which dungeon were you running? The Crimson Blood Nest. Song-Chi elucidated. Over the past few days, I must have run it hundreds of times, yet the drop rate has been dismal. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's expression shifted. The Crimson Blood Nest? If I recall correctly, that is the most challenging of the low-level dungeons, correct? Forgive my audacity, but what is your talent level? Super S level. Just as I thought. The blacksmith's face lit up with delight as he grasped Song-Chi's arm, fearing he might escape. Young brother, what is your profession? A mage? Or perhaps a magic swordsman? Neither. I'm a summoner. The blacksmith's smile faltered momentarily. A summoner? The profession that relies purely on luck? But upon further reflection, considering your super S-level talent and your ease in clearing the Crimson Blood Nest, it does indicate formidable strength. After a brief pause, the blacksmith spoke again. Young brother, would you be interested in earning some extra income? Extra income? What can a low-level practitioner like me earn? Song-Chi frowned in confusion. Low-level practitioners were undeniably at the bottom of the occupational hierarchy. Not only could they not undertake tasks from the adventurer's hall, but the prospect of earning extra income seemed far-fetched. The blacksmith glanced around before pulling Song-Chi into a room. Listen to me, young brother. The situation is as follows. After some time, Song-Chi finally grasped the situation. In simple terms, the blacksmith was not only the owner of the blacksmith shop, but also a member of an outdoor extermination team. Not long ago, he and his teammates had discovered a wild dungeon in the wilderness. Upon observation, it appeared that this dungeon was likely undergoing some unknown degree of mutation. Unfortunately, this dungeon had already formed and was classified as a low-level dungeon, meaning it could only be entered by low-level practitioners. However, simultaneously, the difficulty of these wild variant dungeons is often exceedingly high. Generally, low-level adventurers who venture in are merely courting death. Until today, when the brawny man encountered Song-Chi. Your task is quite simple. Enter the wild dungeon, locate the core of the dungeon, and then bring it out. You need not worry about safety. We will provide you with an emergency escape device. If successful, regardless of the circumstances within the dungeon, we shall reward you with 1 million credit points. Even if you fail, as long as the information you provide is sufficiently detailed, we will still compensate you with 100,000 credit points. What do you say? Song-Chi stroked his chin. A dungeon core typically commands a market price of at least 10 million. If it mutates into a special dungeon, it could be worth over 100 million. Offering just 1 million seems rather unjust, does it not? The brawny man chuckled. That is not quite how it works. Young brother, we alone know the location of the dungeon, but there are others qualified to enter. The initiative lies with us. Song-Chi shook his head. No, that is not right. The difficulty of wild dungeons is extraordinarily high. Only those with super S-level talents can hope to succeed. If I recall correctly, I am the only one with such a talent in the 7th district for the past few years. Most of the previous super S-level talent holders have already advanced to intermediate or even advanced adventurers. Hence, in a certain sense, you truly have only me as an option. The dungeon core will only appear during a solo challenge, meaning that only one person can enter the wild dungeon. Upon hearing this, the brawny man displayed a look of confusion and began to search on his phone. After a while, he raised his head and compared Song-Chi's face with a picture on his phone. So it's you. Well then, he nodded. If it is confirmed that the dungeon has mutated, we can offer you 10 million credit points. This price reflects my utmost sincerity. If that does not suffice, I shall have to seek others. 10 million is no small sum. Song-Chi was quite satisfied with this price. No problem. But I would prefer to set the timeline for 10 days from now. In 10 days, I am confident I will level up to 20, summoning my second familiar. By then, my chances of success will be significantly enhanced. 10 days? Very well, a few days won't make a difference. The two happily agreed upon a time and added each other as friends. Exiting the adventurer's hall, Song-Chi made a beeline for home. He was utterly exhausted at this point. Although life potions can mend physical fatigue, the weariness from a day's toil lingered. Upon returning home, Song-Chi hastily consumed a couple of bites of food before heading upstairs to lie down and fall into a deep slumber. Chapter 41. The Second Summoned Spirit, Ingzhong. The sun rises and sets in a perpetual cycle. For these past days, Song-Chi maintained a routine of moving between the dungeon square, the Lord's Manor, and his home. Each day, after completing the dungeon, he would head to the Lord's Manor to train, and after training, he would return home for a long sleep. Although he was somewhat fatigued, he felt fulfilled. On the third day, the number of magical creatures Song-Chi had slain finally exceeded 50,000, and the long-awaited system prompt sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations on completing optional task 3. You have gained 5 lottery chances. Ding. You have successfully unlocked the main quest. Slay a wild boss of level 40 or above. Reward, 5 lottery chances. Ding. You have successfully unlocked optional task 1. Participate in the Genius Tournament and achieve at least a top 3 finish. Reward, 3 lottery chances. Ding. You have successfully unlocked optional task 2. Level up to 30. Reward, 3 lottery chances. Ding. You have successfully unlocked optional task 3. Equip 5 pieces of equipment, each of at least extraordinary quality. Reward, 5 lottery chances. A main quest? This is something new. I just wonder if this wild boss includes those found within wild dungeons. Optional tasks 1 and 2 can be pursued as they come. However, optional task 3, acquiring 5 pieces of extraordinary quality equipment, would likely cost at least 10 million if purchased. Moreover, if I were to buy them now, the equipment's applicable level would be too low, and in a few months, they might become mere scrap. After some contemplation, Song-Chi decided to postpone optional task 3 until he advanced to an intermediate adventurer. By then, his equipment would also remain useful for a longer duration. With the task outlines now clear, it was time for the exciting lottery segment. System. I wish to draw. Ding. You currently have 5 lottery chances remaining. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, Song-Chi clicked the lottery button. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare level helmet, the Apprentice Mage's Hat. Please note, you have used 9 lottery chances, and your next draw will initiate a guaranteed mechanism, removing common and rare quality items from the pool. With a whoosh, the illusory lottery will instantly lost a significant portion of its options. Here it comes. I've been waiting for you. Song-Chi felt a slight thrill of nervousness as he opened his system backpack and double-clicked the class item designation token. Ding. You have used the class item designation token. Please select the class you wish to designate. Summoner. Designation successful. In this draw, all non-summoner class items will be removed from the prize pool. With another whoosh, the lottery wheel's options were once again reduced by a large margin. Draw for me. Song-Chi confidently pressed the activation button. The wheel began to spin slowly. He took a deep breath, mentally praying fervently. God, Jesus, the Jade Emperor, Buddha, may I draw a summoning token this time. Summoning token, summoning token, summoning token. As the wheel gradually slowed, the tension in Song-Chi's heart intensified. The pointer glided past a piece of extraordinary level headgear and then a legendary level staff, startling him considerably. But fortunately, the wheel continued to spin, ultimately halting at a yellow square. As Song-Chi focused, he read, Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary Ingzhong summoning token. Nice. Song-Chi was so ecstatic, he was practically dancing. Not only was it a summoning token, but a legendary one at that. It was worth the wait to hit the guarantee, and using a class item designation token was a stroke of luck. A legendary summoning token. What a delightful surprise. Initially, he would have been content with merely an extraordinary level summoning token. Yet, unexpectedly, he ended up with a legendary summoning token. Coupled with his talent, the quality of the summoned spirit would be elevated by 3 tiers, effectively allowing this summoning token to boost the quality all the way to divine spirit. This is the highest quality that humanity has thus far comprehended in this world. If the mythical level Lu Bu is already so fearsome, how powerful must the divine spirit level Ingzhong be? Unfortunately, I am not yet level 20 and cannot summon him for the time being. Reluctantly, Song-Chi placed the summoning token back into his backpack. With 3 lottery chances left, let us use them. Beep, beep, beep. He clicked the lottery button 3 times in succession, then skipped the animation. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare level equipment, heavy plate armor. Congratulations. You have obtained a triple experience card X3. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare level weapon, standard long spear. The 2 pieces of rare level equipment were of little use, but the 3 experience cards were quite decent. Song-Chi nodded and stored the items away. He then continued on his way toward the Lord's Manor, in pursuit of leveling up to 20 as swiftly as possible. Song-Chi entered a phase of frenzied dungeon grinding over the next few days. He consistently arrived at the dungeon square early each day, grinding continuously until 5 in the evening, taking no breaks other than for meals. Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue suspected he had suffered some sort of shock and took the time to console him several times in between. Song-Chi found himself in a rather amusing predicament. After clarifying the situation, both he and his companions finally relaxed. as the days passed. With the aid of numerous triple experience cards, Songqi's experience bar surged at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, at noon on the 10th day, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. He had reached level 20. Congratulations, Brother Song. You can summon your second familiar now. Wang Zhihao displayed even greater excitement than Songqi himself. Gongsun Wuyue stood beside them, radiating joy. May your fortune continue this time. Perhaps you shall summon a mythical creature. All right, I shall entrust this to your good wishes. With that, Songqi bid farewell to the two and departed from the dungeon plaza, making his way to the 22nd floor of the Adventurer's Hall, designated for summoners. After greeting the Guardian, he proceeded directly into the room adorned with a summoning array. Here we go. Songqi knelt and sat cross-legged upon the ground. Allowing his thoughts to gradually detach from his physical form, the array began to tremble. In the vast expanse of existence, countless consciousnesses of summoned beasts or spirits coalesced into a vibrant ocean. At this moment, Songqi's awareness hovered above the surface. He retrieved his summoning ticket. Ding. Are you sure you want to use the summoning ticket? Confirm. As the ticket was activated, a ray of orange-yellow light leapt forth from the ocean of consciousness and established a connection with him. The quality of this summoned entity is legendary. God-level summoning technique activated. Quality enhancement commencing. Quality enhancement in progress. Congratulations. You have summoned Saining Zheng. With a resounding boom, the summoning was successful, and Songqi's consciousness was instantly expelled from that realm. Before him stood a tall man clad in resplendent attire. A sword was sheathed at his waist, and a crown adorned his head. Although he made no movement, an aura of inherent authority emanated from him. Undoubtedly, the figure before him was the legendary Qin Shi Huang. Yingzheng. Yingzheng turned to face Songqi and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yingzheng, honored to meet you, sir. Eagerly, Songqi opened the panel of his new companion. Summon Spirit, Saint Yingzheng. Level, 20. Quality, Holy Spirit. Strength, 500. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 2000. Equipment, Holy Imperial Seal, sealed. Status, sealed. Subject to the summoner's strength, Yingzheng has not yet exhibited his full power. His level will synchronize with that of the summoner until his powers are fully unleashed. Talent, Mo Fei Wang 2. Across the realm, all lands belong to the sovereign. Yingzheng manifests a domain with a radius of 500 meters centered around himself, within which enemies experience varying degrees of weakening, while allies enjoy varying degrees of enhancement. Current radius, 500 meters, enhancement or weakening magnitude, 2080. Book of Unity. Yingzheng can read any written language and comprehend its meaning. Shared path. Yingzheng can designate two targets, forcibly equalizing their agility attributes for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Sweep of the 6 directions. Yingzheng grants explosive all-attribute bonuses to up to 4 allies. Base Spirit, 500, with a bonus magnitude of 300, lasting 30 minutes. And a cooldown of 1 hour. Terracotta Warriors. Yingzheng condenses the power of earth and stone to summon 4, Base Spirit, 500 soldiers, whose attributes are half of Yingzheng's spirit strength. Chapter 42. I shall give him a chance to pursue. Good gracious. Songqi exclaimed in astonishment. Is this what a Holy Spirit level summoned entity entails? Each of these 5 skills is more outrageous than the last. Mo Fei Wang 2 speaks for itself, generating a vast domain that simultaneously weakens enemies and enhances allies. Most importantly, regardless of the enemy or ally's strength, the minimum enhancement or weakening is set at 20. This means that even a city lord level powerhouse can have their strength increased or decreased by 20% by Yingzheng. Book of Unity, while lacking direct combat enhancement, possesses a conceptual capability. Yingzheng can read and interpret any text. This implies that even encrypted messages from the demon race can be effortlessly deciphered by him. It is truly a skill of unparalleled secrecy. Shared path is even more extraordinary. By selecting 2 targets, he can force their agility attributes to be equal. For instance, if one enemy has an agility of 10,000, Yingzheng can bind them to a sluggish chicken with an agility of 1, thereby reducing the enemy's agility to 1. An absolute single-target control skill. Sweep of the 6 directions is essentially a collective frenzy with no side effects. Although it may not provide as significant a boost as Lu Bu's Wumo, the key lies in its applicability to others. Furthermore, the number of targets can increase with higher spirit attributes. Coupled with the Terracotta Warrior's skill, the image of dozens of all-round warriors with attributes exceeding 10,000, charging fearlessly toward the enemy, is truly formidable. In light of this, it appears that Yingzheng is primarily a support-type summoned spirit. His only combat-related skill is Terracotta Warriors. However, it makes sense. What emperor would engage in constant bloodshed? Songqi nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Yingzheng's panel. In terms of raw combat power, Yingzheng does not surpass Lu Bu. However, in terms of overall capability, he is considerably superior. He opened his backpack and retrieved the mirror image skill book given to him by Principal Shun. At this moment, he found it somewhat unimpressive. The attributes of the images produced by this skill pale in comparison to those of Ing Zhang's terracotta warriors. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to keep it in his backpack. I'll hold on to it for now. If no better skill books come my way later, then I'll reconsider. After all, I'm not in a rush. Glimpsing the time, Song-Chi noted it was 1:30 in the afternoon. It was time to visit the blacksmith's shop to meet the man. Today could be considered a day of rest. After accepting the invitation from the burly man, he had already discussed this matter with the city lord the following day. Song-Chi valued his life highly. Despite the generous offer, he chose to inform his guardians to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. To his surprise, the city lord not only did not oppose him, but was quite supportive. The city lord stated, "With your strength, grinding through low-level dungeons will not yield any significant training. You should indeed venture into the wild for some proper trials." Thus, he granted Song-Chi a day off. As Song-Chi exited his room, the guardian turned at the sound. "Little one, how is the quality of your second familiar?" "Quite good," Song-Chi replied with a smile. "And thank you for your skill book, it has been immensely helpful." The guardian waved his hand. "I'm glad to assist you. Keeping that skill book in my possession would only be a waste. Hurry and enhance your strength. Do not disappoint me." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song-Chi made his way downstairs and arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop as agreed. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, the city lord stood before a shimmering screen, his expression grim. The figure displayed was that of an elderly man, his hair entirely white, yet exuding vitality. I shall reiterate. Song-Chi is a treasure of our 7th district and indeed of the entire human race. According to the regulations, with his talent, he should receive 3 vials of source water each month. There was unmistakable anger in the city lord's words. Source water is a rare elixir produced solely in the 1st district. More precisely, it is a precious resource that can only be harvested from beneath the 1st district, with its attribute enhancement effects far surpassing those of various demonic potions. However, due to the exceedingly low yield of source water, it is unable to satisfy the demands of many. Subsequently, after the high-ranking alchemist infused various potions and the essence of magical creatures, he successfully concocted the myriad potions. The potions distributed across various districts were, in essence, merely the primordial water combined with an array of drugs and the essence of magical beasts, subsequently diluted with water. However, to nurture the true geniuses of humanity, a certain portion of the primordial water was reserved each month. The elder within the luminous screen squinted, a flicker of cold light glinting in his eyes. "Fu Tianqi, I shall reiterate. Your claims regarding Song-Chi's talent remain dubious based solely on your word. If that young man truly possesses the formidable prowess you describe, let him prove himself in the upcoming genius competition." The city lord Fu Tianqi was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. Was his credibility in question? A dignified city lord, one of the pinnacle forces of humanity, deemed untrustworthy? He understood that the other party was merely seeking trouble. Yet, as long as the opponent insisted on doubting Song-Chi's talent, he found himself utterly powerless. Fu Tianqi glared at the other for a protracted period, finally managing to suppress the fury simmering within him. However, just as he was about to concede, a sudden distortion occurred. The elder on the screen became hazy, and when he reappeared, he bore an entirely different demeanor. "Fu Tianqi, it is not a matter of disbelief in you, but rather that the procedural issues cannot be overlooked. Nevertheless, as you are the lord of the 7th district, I trust you will not speak falsely. Thus, I shall endeavor to extend my trust to you, at least this once. I will arrange for 3 vials of primordial water to be delivered, expected to arrive by tomorrow." Fu Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the abrupt shift in attitude. What had transpired? Why such a drastic change? Yet, the elder seemed unwilling to afford him the opportunity for further inquiry. "Very well, if there are no other matters, I shall terminate this conversation." Ziz, leaving Fu Tianqi alone, bewildered in the chamber. In the 1st district, atop the most opulent skyscraper, the white-haired elder who had previously conversed with Fu Tianqi now stood before a young man deep in meditation, his demeanor respectful yet fraught with uncertainty. "Young master, might I inquire why you have chosen to reduce your own share and send out the primordial water?" The youth slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that gleamed like gold. A subtly searing aura emanated from him, splashing outward, as an ethereal sun manifested behind him, casting an aura of transcendence and extraordinariness, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Even the white-haired elder, a seasoned professional, found himself momentarily entranced. "Lu Lao, you do not comprehend. A life devoid of rivals is exceedingly mundane. However, should that Song-Chi truly possess astonishing talent, coupled with 3 vials of primordial water, he may very well contest for the resources that are rightfully yours, young master," the elder expressed with concern. The upper echelons of humanity have always spared no effort in cultivating talent. The white-haired elder could stall Fu Tianqi's request due to procedural requirements. Yet, should Song-Chi exhibit the requisite talent, no one would dare to withhold any resources owed to him. Nevertheless, the elder was not worried about Song-Chi surpassing the youth. His concern lay in the possibility that Song-Chi's talent would gain recognition from the higher-ups. potentially resulting in a portion of the resources originally allocated to the youth being redistributed. No matter, the youth replied with a calm demeanor. I shall grant him the opportunity to pursue, until he becomes entirely out of sight. His words were imbued with a remarkable confidence and spirit, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. The youth's attitude inspired the white-haired elder, who was nearly moved to tears. Young master, you shall undoubtedly ascend to an unparalleled position. Chapter 43, The Wild Instance, Eerie Demon Flowers and Trance. In the 7th District, in the wilderness, Song-Chi followed the burly man out of the district, who hoisted him onto his shoulder and swiftly headed westward. After a full hour, they finally arrived at a cave. This is it. The burly man halted, setting Song-Chi down from his shoulder. I will proceed slowly. After being released, Song-Chi did not immediately raise his head but leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to recuperate. Having been jostled for so long, he might have succumbed to nausea were it not for the application of myriad potions that had significantly enhanced his constitution. After a considerable time, Song-Chi finally regained his composure. All right. He lifted his head, gazing towards the cave entrance. From the surface, it appeared unremarkable. Only with careful perception could one detect a faintly eerie fluctuation. Next, I can simply walk in, correct? Indeed. The burly man nodded. However, do not blame me for not warning you. The difficulty of wild instances is on an entirely different level than those within the district. Moreover, this instance may have undergone some form of mutation. The levels and attributes of the magical creatures within could rival those of intermediate instances, or even high-difficulty instances. With that, he produced a white stone and tossed it into Song-Chi's hand. This is an emergency exit device. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to use it immediately. As long as you do not perish inside, everything will be negotiable. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi was somewhat taken aback. The man's words seemed excessively unusual. He appeared genuinely concerned about his demise within. Are you that afraid of me dying in there? Song-Chi instinctively inquired. The burly man let out a wry smile. Having collaborated with you, I felt it necessary to ascertain your background, so I inquired a bit. To my astonishment, what I discovered was rather alarming. Song-Chi, the only Super S-level talent in the 7th District for several years, is also the direct disciple of the city lord, possessing the authority to enter and exit the lord's residence at will, as well as access to the 12th floor. Had I known you held such status, I would not have dared to trouble you. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song-Chi scratched his head. Is the title of the city lord's disciple truly that advantageous? Furthermore, has he become so renowned in the 7th District? After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the emergency exit device. The one given to him by Gongsun Wuyue had already been passed on to his elder sister, leaving him in need of a replacement. All right, young brother. You may enter now. Remember, if anything unusual occurs, do not hesitate. Simply exit. Very well, I shall proceed. Song-Chi nodded and turned towards the cave entrance. Splash. As Song-Chi extended his hand into the seemingly ordinary cave, ripples surged through the opening. A circle of strange colors spread outward, enveloping his hand in a strong pulling force, as if attempting to draw him inside. Song-Chi paused, taken aback. Such occurrences had never transpired during his previous dungeon explorations in the city. However, he paid little mind and continued forward. With a sudden jolt, he found himself plummeting from several meters above, landing abruptly on the ground. This instance truly lives up to its reputation for wildness. Even the entry method is rather untamed. Rubbing his backside and grimacing, he stood and began surveying his surroundings. Though the entrance was a cave, the scene within the instance was entirely different. It resembled a paradise, a verdant plain. Beneath his feet lay yellow earth, but a mere dozen meters outwards. The scenery transformed dramatically. Before him stretched lush vegetation and vibrant flowers. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating his senses. Not far off, a river flowed. Its waters deep yet crystal clear, dividing the entire environment. The opposite bank was an exceedingly dense forest. The disparity in the environment on either side of the river was perplexing. Song-Chi refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to ponder the situation. A glance around revealed no signs of magical creatures. Were they hidden deep within the forest? Or perhaps, botanical magical creatures? Botanical magical creatures, unlike their other counterparts, excelled in camouflage, often appearing indistinguishable from ordinary plants. Yet, the moment the prey steps into the hunting range, the lethal trap will instantaneously tighten, bringing death upon the unsuspecting victim in an instant. Forget it. I shall not tempt fate. I will embrace my cowardice. With a snap of his fingers, Song-Chi commanded. Alas, Your Excellency, sir. Lu Bu stood to Song-Chi's left, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd. His imposing figure radiating an aura of menace akin to that of a guardian deity. On Song-Chi's right stood Ing Zheng, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of authority as he brandished his sword. Scout the path ahead, and pay special attention to the ground. I suspect we are dealing with plant-based monstrosities. Understood. The two men responded without hesitation. Lu Bu strode directly into the thicket, while Ing Zheng raised his right hand, summoning 4 terracotta warriors, who advanced in a synchronized formation along 5 distinct routes. However, strangely enough, even as Lu Bu and Ying Zheng ventured into the opposite forest, there remained not a whisper of disturbance. Could it be that I am overly cautious? Just as Song Qi prepared to move, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. No. Lu Bu, Ying Zheng, dig up the roots of the grass and trees on either side. Upon hearing this, the two unsheathed their weapons without a moment's hesitation and struck at the ground. Yet, in the next instant, creak, fresh meat, devour flesh. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted from beneath the earth as towering vines burst forth from the ground. Majestic trees trembled and rose from the soil, transforming into colossal wooden giants. Each step they took sent tremors through the earth, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression. What moments ago was a beautifully serene plain had instantaneously morphed into a sea of monstrosities. The information regarding these two types of creatures materialized in Song Qi's vision. Monster, mutated bloodthirsty flower. Level, 32. Strength, 311. Constitution, 525. Agility, 223. Spirit, 108. Skills, vine entanglement, regeneration, disguise. Evaluation, a creature that has undergone mutation due to an unknown cause, significantly enhancing its power while sacrificing a portion of its rationality. Monster, mutated giant treant. Level, 38. Strength, 811. Constitution, 765. Agility, 96. Spirit, 34. Skills, disguise, bark defense, regeneration, healing. Evaluation, a creature that has undergone mutation due to an unknown cause, possessing formidable resistance to physical attacks, yet exhibiting a profound fear of fire-based assaults. Level 32 mutated flowers and level 38 giant treants? Good heavens. Are we certain this is a low-level dungeon? Attribute values soaring into the hundreds, nearly 1,000. What low-level adventurer could contend with such foes? It is fortunate that I am here. Otherwise, others would not only fail to clear this dungeon, but might not even have the chance to employ their escape devices. Song Qi sighed. While he was already aware that the creatures within this outdoor dungeon would be formidable, he had not anticipated their strength to reach such heights. Nevertheless, it was a relief that they were not beyond his capability to handle. Chapter 44. The rocket-like speed of leveling up and the twisted pact. Roar. The creatures surged, unleashing furious roars. Even more astonishingly, they appeared to comprehend certain tactical maneuvers. A portion of the monsters roared as they attacked Lu Bu and Ying Zheng, who were ensconced in the encirclement, while another faction charged heedlessly towards Song Qi, seemingly intent on executing a decapitation scheme. Confronted by the onslaught of monsters, Song Qi remained unperturbed. With a cold chuckle, he beckoned with his right hand, summoning the Feng Tianhua halberd from thin air. Zing! A white streak cleaved through the air. Several flower demons froze mid-air before, crack. Experience points 2113. Experience points 1604. Experience points 2216. The mutated flower demons, which had been brandishing their claws moments ago, burst apart, showering the ground with green ichor. Soul Link LV2, 610. The summoner may designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 21 hours. With a LV2 Soul Link, combined with Lu Bu's exceptional personal attributes and skills tailored for combat, Song Qi was assured of safety within the dungeon. As anticipated, upon realizing I am a summoner, they deliberately refrained from attacking my summoned spirits, hoping to lure me into a trap. However, these lesser monsters likely lack such intelligence. If I am not mistaken, there must be two leaders among them with significantly high levels of wisdom. Moreover, the experience points offered by these creatures are quite substantial. Observing the experience bar leap past 2,000, Song Qi felt a twinge of temptation. He still possessed a long-preserved 5-fold experience card. If utilized, each creature could grant him nearly 10,000 experience points. Currently at level 20, requiring 1 million experience for the next level. It meant that as long as there were around 100 monsters here, using the 5-fold experience card would allow him to level up directly, saving days of dungeon grinding. The only issue was that once this dungeon was cleared, the remaining time on the experience card would essentially be wasted, for there were no repeatable dungeons in the vicinity. He raised his head, roughly estimating the number of monsters, and after a moment's hesitation, retrieved the 5-fold experience card from his backpack. If it is to be wasted, so be it. Reaching level 21 would grant him access to intermediate dungeons, and the rewards from those would far exceed this. With that said, he crushed the experience card. Ding! You have successfully used the experience card. Current experience acquisition multiplier is 500. Upon hearing the system's notification, Song Qi felt a rush of determination. Lu Bu, Ying Zheng, engage and annihilate. At your command. Boom. Creak. With each thrust of the halberd, splintered wood flew as the giant treant roared incessantly. Following that, a massive creature came crashing down. The thundering sound of its weight hitting the ground echoed relentlessly. What would leave low-level adventurers in despair, the mutated giant treant felt like a mere toy in Lu Bu's hands. With less than 100 in agility, the treant posed no threat whatsoever to him. Ying Zheng, situated amidst the sea of flowers, had the 4 terracotta warriors back at his side. Screaming, the mutated flower demons lunged at him. Yet they struggled to even approach Ingzhang. The 4 terracotta warriors, each boasting an attribute of 1,000, formed a battle formation, encircling Ingzhang. Long spears, forged from condensed yellow sand, relentlessly stabbed forth, then withdrew, only to stab again. There were no flamboyant techniques, just the simplest of thrusting, and more thrusting. Yet, under such an onslaught, the flower demons fell in droves. They even perished at a speed surpassing that of Lu Bu. Experience points 10534. Experience points 10440. Experience points 8149. The delightful sounds of experience acquisition lifted Song Chi's spirits. The experience bar, which had previously been incrementally rising, was now surging at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, he would level up in less than half an hour. Indeed, leveling up by tackling stronger foes is the true path. Song Chi mused as he continued to slay the approaching monsters. This rate of advancement was utterly captivating. With a thrust, another strike fell, but this time, instead of the familiar cries of the flower demons, Song Chi found his weapon ensnared within a thick vine. He focused and beheld a far more massive flower demon. Its purple eyes concealed within its petals, displaying less brutality yet more intelligence. Monster, mutated bloodthirsty matriarch. Level 45. Strength 623. Constitution 1425. Agility 489. Spirit 611. Skills: Vine Entanglement, Regeneration, Disguise, Command. Evaluation: the leader of the aberrant creatures, transformed for reasons unknown, possesses superior intelligence and physique compared to its kin. The aberrant mother flower seems to have orchestrated this scheme in advance, initially dispatching ordinary flower spirits to lull Song Chi into a false sense of security. Then, at the moment of his utmost intent, it deliberately obstructs his weapon with the thickest of vines. Once halted, all the vines surge forward, binding Song Chi's weapon tightly. Their sole aim is to withstand Song Chi for but a fleeting moment. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding flower spirits launch a frenzied final assault at any cost. However, to their dismay, Song Chi remains unfazed, even revealing a knowing smile. A level 45 boss. Excellent. Thus, let the reckless fury commence. In the next instant, Song Chi's pupils transform into a vivid crimson. His aura suddenly becomes frenzied and terrifying, with a 500-point boost to all attributes. His strength surges past the threshold of 5,000. With a terrifying force, his weapon effortlessly breaks free from the aberrant mother flower's grasp. The once resilient body of the aberrant mother flower meets its inevitable fate, cleaved in two. Viscous green liquid spurts forth from the severed edges. A piercing shriek erupts from the aberrant mother flower, a cacophony that is unbearable. Another strike lands. The wailing abruptly ceases. Experience gained, 41,330. The enormous purple blossom splits apart, its stamen shattering and cascading to the ground. A creature that could have posed a significant challenge to a team of intermediate adventurers falls effortlessly at Song Chi's hands. Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest. Rewarded with 5 lottery chances. Upon the death of the aberrant mother flower, all aberrant flower spirits seem to lose their cognitive faculties in an instant. What was once an orderly assault devolves into chaos, with them frantically clawing at the nearest enemy. Faced with the slayer of their matriarch, they are gripped by fear, daring not to advance. What began as a mere opportunity for profit unexpectedly culminates in the completion of the main quest, a delightful surprise. Furthermore, Song Chi turns his gaze towards the ruptured stamen of the aberrant mother flower. A faint glow flickers there. Though obscured by the viscous liquid, he can still discern a small object, not particularly large. A skill book? Or perhaps some extraordinary equipment. He approaches and retrieves the item, and a line of information materializes before his eyes. Ring, Distorted Covenant. Chapter 45, Defiled Affection. The foolish devotee meets a grim fate. Ring, Distorted Covenant. Quality, extraordinary. Applicable level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 50. Effect 1. Summons 2 level 40 aberrant flower spirits to fight on your behalf. Effect 2. Fusion. Evaluation. The flower spirit once forged a pact with the treant, destined to be eternal guardians of the forest until the great tree succumbed to corruption and the breath of the abyss tainted this land. An extraordinary quality ring, while its effects may be modest, offers a reasonably standard attribute boost. The first effect is easily comprehensible, but what does the second effect regarding fusion entail? After pondering for a moment, Song Chi speculates that this ring may not be in its final form. He then shifts his attention to the evaluation beneath the ring. This dungeon indeed harbors a backstory. The flower spirit, the great tree, and the covenant. Could the flower spirit be this aberrant mother flower? And the treant must be the colossal tree creature across the river? Intriguing. This piques my curiosity for what is to come. Song Chi casts his gaze towards the not-so-distant battlefield, where an array of terracotta warriors, in conjunction with Ying Zheng's domain abilities, decimates the flower spirits with ease. In mere moments, they have suffered countless casualties. Here, his assistance is no longer required. Thus, he decides to venture across the river. With a powerful leap, Song Qi soars over the waterway, wielding his halberd like a mace, and brings it crashing down. Bang! The strike lands. The decayed with splinters as the towering treant, missing a portion of its skull, wobbles and crashes to the ground. Ah, what a thrill. Indeed, it's far more satisfying to engage with solid objects. Slicing through vines lacks any semblance of excitement. Song Qi exclaims joyfully, then stands still for a moment. However, as time passes, the aberrant treant leader fails to appear. Odd. Does it not have me as its target? Or perhaps this dungeon contains only a single boss. After deliberating, Song Qi resolves not to dwell on this matter any longer. Prioritizing the task at hand is essential. He leaps once more, charging towards another treant. Though he lacks Lu Bu's agility, his sheer attribute dominance suffices to obliterate this horde of creatures. The duo's monster-slaying efficiency skyrockets. In a brief span, countless treant heads are effortlessly shattered. With each passing second, a dull thud resounds as bodies collapse. The crisp and melodious chime of experience points being accrued sends waves of exhilaration through Song Qi. Approximately half an hour later, boom. As the last treant falls, a golden light descends upon Song Qi's head. He has finally achieved level 21. Yet, there is no notification of quest completion. Nor does the dungeon core materialize. Are there still minor creatures left to vanquish? Song Qi, perplexed, surveys his surroundings. All the treants have been uprooted and lie strewn across the ground. The entire plain is devoid of monsters. Viscous green liquid saturates the area, even flowing into the river and altering its hue. Scanning the vicinity, apart from Song Qi himself and his two summoned spirits, there are no other living beings. This is peculiar. Song Qi conducts another thorough search, ultimately fixing his gaze on the river. The only unexplored area of the dungeon lies beneath the river's surface. After a moment's contemplation, he approaches the riverbank and tentatively extends his hand into the water. In the next instant, boom! A colossal hand, covered in moss, erupts from the riverbed, accompanied by a torrent of water that crashes towards Song Qi's face. Flesh and blood. A raspy, thunderous roar reverberates. Seemingly imbued with a form of coercive control. Caught off guard, Song Qi finds himself immobilized, unable to evade. Yet, he remains entirely composed. Sir, be cautious. In a flash, Ying Zheng brings his index and middle fingers together, raising them skyward, and numerous grains of sand coalesce before Song Qi, forming a terracotta warrior soldier. Bang! The terracotta warrior withstands the blow, half of its body obliterated. It is at this moment that Song Qi finally catches sight of the true form of the final boss. Its towering physique resembles a small mountain, exceeding 50 meters in height. Its body is enshrouded in sturdy bark and moss, with its limbs formed from branches, exuding tendrils of black mist from the crevices of its bark. Complemented by a human face, eerily suspended in mid-air like a mask, it presents a frightful visage. Song Qi opens its information panel. Creature, aberrant treant. Level, 47. Strength, 1987. Constitution, 2196. Agility, 135. Spirit, 69. Skills, resilient bark, disguise, corruption, evaluation, a treant that, consumed by jealousy, voluntarily absorbed abyssal power, gaining immense strength while entirely losing its rationality, devolving into a beast driven solely by instinct. After reviewing the information, Song Qi is now fully convinced that this is indeed another boss within the dungeon. Lu Bu. Understood, my lord. Without the need for further instruction, Lu Bu leaps into action, arching his body backward, gripping his weapon tightly. He resembles a bow drawn to its utmost tension. The halberd radiates a chilling crimson glow, an omen of the self-sacrificial strike. Kill! Lu Bu bellowed fiercely, striking down with tremendous force. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. At the moment of impact, the mutated treant's head was shattered into splinters. The residual force of the attack surged forth, causing the river to churn violently, sending sprays of water soaring hundreds of meters high, reminiscent of a colossal bomb detonating within the river. Immediately following this, the familiar notification sound resonated in Song Qi's ears. Experience points, 49,730. Congratulations. You have successfully completed this dungeon perfectly. Please collect the dungeon core in a timely manner. A crystalline gem descended from the heavens, hovering before Song Qi. However, at that moment, he refrained from collecting it. Once the dungeon core was claimed, the entire dungeon would disintegrate instantaneously, and he would be forcibly ejected. Yet, as long as he did not collect it, he could remain within the dungeon indefinitely. Thus, he deliberately left the core in place and approached the corpse of the mutated treant, bending down to explore. If his assumptions were correct, this monstrous leader should also drop a similar piece of equipment. After a considerable time of searching, he finally felt a hard object beneath the creature's torso. His eyes lit up, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. Indeed, it was another ring. Ring, defiled affection. Quality, extraordinary. Required level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 50. Agility, 0. Constitution, 10. Mentality, 0. Effect 1. Summon 2 level 40 mutated Treants to fight on your behalf. Effect 2. Fusion. Evaluation. The Treant harbored deep affection for the flower spirit, willingly hollowing out its own body to serve as the flower spirit's dwelling for a century. Although their relationship remained merely that of allies, it was profoundly content, yearning for such a life to continue until a stranger was personally invited by the flower spirit to spend the night within. Chapter 46. A Legendary Treasure. Shang-Chi found himself momentarily speechless. He had initially expected a poignant, epic tale of resistance. The Treant and the flower spirit had fought valiantly to protect the forest from external forces, ultimately succumbing to the allure of abyssal power. Yet, he never anticipated such a dramatic twist. Was this truly a tale of a bull-headed creature? Though the words were few, Shang-Chi managed to discern the storyline. In essence, the forest was home to two beings, the Treant and the flower spirit. The Treant was deeply enamored with the flower spirit, sacrificing its very body to provide her with shelter. To his dismay, the flower spirit seemed indifferent to his devotion, turning to cohabitate with a stranger instead. And they even spent the night together? Shang-Chi was utterly at a loss for words. What a disgrace. Unsurprisingly, the Treant succumbed to darkness. It willingly embraced the abyssal power, corrupting the flower spirit and transforming the once protected forest into a realm rife with monstrosities. Alas, this serves as a cautionary tale. Do not be a sycophant, for in the end, you may gain nothing. With a long sigh, Shang-Chi decided to examine the two rings further. Since the effect was fusion, it seemed that a simple activation would suffice. He slipped the rings onto his left and right hands, mentally intoning fusion. In the next moment, both rings erupted with dazzling light. Before Shang-Chi could react, the two orbs of white light merged, and he felt his hands being forcibly drawn together. With a sharp clap, the light dissipated, revealing a palm-sized book that fell to the ground. The two rings had fused into a book. Shang-Chi picked it up. It was a thick tome encased in leather, its deep purple hue devoid of any inscription. Upon holding it, he felt a chilling sensation, accompanied by an unsettling aura. He opened the information. Treasure, 7 deadly sins, envy. Quality, legendary. Required level, none. Required attributes, none. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Mentality, 1. Effect 1. Select a target. If any attribute of the target exceeds the owner's, it will be forced into a state of confusion for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The greater the disparity, the longer the confusion lasts. Effect 2. The holder can issue a dual challenge to an enemy. If any attribute of the opponent exceeds yours, they cannot refuse, and bystanders cannot intervene, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 to unlock the gateway to the abyss. 2 extraordinary quality rings had combined to create a piece of legendary equipment. Moreover, it was categorized as a treasure. The delight on Shang-Chi's face was unmistakable. Treasures differ from other types of equipment, as they possess a minuscule chance of dropping solely from wild monsters. Furthermore, treasures are unconstrained by profession, level, or attributes. There is no limit to how many can be worn. This means that even if one possesses dozens of treasures, as long as they can find a way to wear them all, the effects of each can be activated and utilized seamlessly. Thus, even a rare-grade treasure commands a price of 1,000,000 credit points. As for legendary treasures, Shang-Chi had never even heard of one being auctioned. He speculated that should this tome be put up for auction, it could easily fetch 10 billion credit points, drawing the attention of all the affluent in the city. Of course, selling it? That was out of the question, at least for now. Shang-Chi beamed with joy. He had expected to fuse merely into a hero-grade piece of equipment, but this was a windfall. Moreover, the 2 skills it granted were exceptional. One was an incredibly powerful single-target immobilization, and the other a forced dual invitation. For a summoner like him, both were divine abilities. Imagining a horde of enemies approaching him, only for their leader to be singled out and yanked into a duel, followed by his summoning of Lu Bu and Ying Zheng to assist, and then using Effect 1 to stun the opponent. He could only wonder how that would end. It would be a flawless execution of a decapitating combo. At this thought, Shang-Chi couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Cough, cough. Sir, the dungeon has concluded. How much longer must we remain here? Ying Zheng reminded him. It was only then that Shang-Chi regained his bearings. Oh right, I almost forgot. There are others waiting for me outside. He contentedly tucked the tome into his robe and turned to grasp the dungeon core. Congratulations. You have obtained a special dungeon core. Please note, the core of this dungeon has been collected, and all individuals will be forcibly ejected in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Shang-Chi recalled Lu Bu and Ying Zheng, standing still as they awaited the countdown's conclusion. 3, 2, 1. In a whirl of motion, Shang-Chi found himself once again before the entrance of the original cave. The burly man anxiously waiting outside quickly rose upon seeing him. Goodness, little brother, you nearly scared me to death. You were in there so long without a sound. I almost thought you had perished. If you hadn't emerged soon, I would have considered going into hiding in another city to make a living. By the way, how was it inside? Did you secure the dungeon core? Song-Chi dusted off his pants, smiling as he revealed the dungeon core. The core of a special dungeon, valued at a staggering 10 million credit points, gleamed in the eyes of the burly man as he gingerly accepted it, inspecting it closely. Indeed, it was unmistakably a core from a special dungeon, and one associated with the abyss. His breath caught in his throat, his expression shifting from astonishment to ecstatic joy. The special dungeon core signified that he could easily flip it for at least 100 million credit points. Excellent. Truly, as expected of the Lord's disciple, gifted beyond measure. However, at this juncture, he awkwardly scratched his head. I currently lack sufficient funds. I possess merely around 1 million. And it may take some time to gather 10 million credit points, at least until tomorrow before I can transfer the amount to you. Song-Chi waved his hand dismissively. No worries, considering you are willing to provide me with an escape device, I trust your integrity. Tomorrow it shall be. Upon hearing this, the burly man felt a surge of admiration. This young brother truly lives up to being the Lord's favored disciple. Not only does he possess incredible potential for the future, but his character also humbles me. For someone of his age, 10 million credit points is indeed an astonishing figure. Yet, he remains remarkably unconcerned. The burly man recognized that at Song-Chi's age, he would never have been able to regard 10 million credit points so lightly. In light of this, let us hasten our return. The dangers of lingering too long in the wilderness are excessively high, and as a future powerhouse of the human race, you must not encounter any misfortune. With that, he hoisted Song-Chi onto his back. However, this time, his run was significantly more stable. Chapter 47, Clarifying Thoughts, Determining Goals. After more than an hour, the two returned to the inner city. Little brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As for the payment, it will certainly be credited tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow morning at the latest. No problem, there is no rush. The burly man cupped his hands in farewell and swiftly vanished into the streets, evidently eager to find a buyer. Once the other had departed, Song-Chi took a moment to collect himself and headed toward the Adventurers Guild. It was time to update his professional information. He was now at level 21. However, to become an official intermediate adventurer, he needed to undergo a test. Only upon passing this test would his status change to that of an intermediate adventurer, granting him access to the intermediate dungeon area. It was said that previously, this test did not exist, but due to the excessively high mortality rate in intermediate dungeons, such a measure was deemed necessary. Of course, this test posed no challenge for Song-Chi. A little over 10 minutes later, Song-Chi exited the adventurer's hall. As expected, he had successfully completed the test. He lifted his gaze. The sun streamed down upon one side of his face, warm yet slightly blinding. He suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. After a continuous whirlwind of activity for nearly half a month, he now found himself inexplicably idle, leaving him unsure of what to do next. Should he visit the Lord's mansion? No, he had taken the day off from the Lord, and it was likely that the Lord had not prepared any potions for him today. Home. He glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. It was still too early. Perhaps he should find a place to sort through his thoughts, as there had been an overwhelming number of matters lately, causing some confusion. Scratching his head, Song-Chi entered a restaurant, casually ordered a couple of dishes, and requested paper and a pen from the owner. He then opened his status panel. Name, Song-Chi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 21. Experience points, 431, 252, 000. Strength, 13. Constitution, 36. Agility, 34. Spirit, 382. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, envy. Talent, God-level summoning technique. Skills, summoning, soul link, life guardian. Firstly, regarding his attributes, the training over this period had been significant. With his spirit attribute nearing the 400 mark, a high spirit attribute meant that he could venture to learn those skills that demanded considerable consumption. Coincidentally, having reached level 21, he had 2 newly available skill slots that he had yet to utilize. Song-Chi picked up the pen and wrote down the number 1. As for the types and directions of skills, considering the formidable panels of Lu Bu and Ing Zheng, auxiliary and offensive skills were not a priority for now. He already possessed defensive skills. Furthermore, if the Lord could not facilitate his early entry into the advanced dungeon area, he might need to contemplate leveling up in the wilderness in a few days. Therefore, when selecting skills, he leaned towards those that would assist in escape and travel. With this thought, Song-Chi had nearly clarified his line of reasoning. Excellent. The first task is set, to learn 2 consumable skills that can be used for escaping or traveling. Secondly, to inquire with the Lord about the possibility of early entry into the advanced dungeon. Thirdly, if early entry is unattainable, to request a map detailing the distribution of wilderness monsters from the Lord. He wrote down all these thoughts. With the discussion on skills concluded, he turned to the matter of equipment. First, the pressing question, do I currently require equipment? He almost instantly arrived at an answer. The response was a resounding no. Or more accurately, he did not require equipment below the legendary quality. He was immensely powerful, yet his level remained low. The attribute values provided by low-level equipment were generally insignificant and inconsequential to him. The only motivation he had were the system's tasks. Optional Task 3. Equip 5 pieces of equipment of extraordinary quality or above. However, the issue was that tasks did not disappear and bore no time constraints, and new tasks would only refresh after completing all previous ones. The timing of completing a single task bore little difference whether done early or late. Thus, there was no need for haste. This meant that he only needed to focus on selecting skills for now. Song-Chi crossed out the equipment section on the paper and checked it several times. Confirming that there were no omissions, he tucked the paper away and began to eat. Since the sale of skill books was restricted to the Adventurer's Hall, Song-Chi returned inside. He first picked up a basket of fruit and made his way to the 22nd floor, where he found the guardian, Zhuxian. Upon seeing Song-Chi approach, Zhuxian looked at him with mild confusion. "What are you doing with a fruit basket? This isn't a hospital." Song-Chi chuckled. "Senior, please don't jest. The matter is, I have heard that you are a top-tier summoner. Therefore, I hope to seek your guidance on a few questions regarding summoner skills." Song-Chi had learned from Principal Shun that Zhuxian was once a high-level summoner capable of traversing the wilderness, one of the stalwarts of the human race. Given his experience, it should pose no problem for him to assist Song-Chi in finding 2 skills. Upon hearing this, Zhuxian chuckled. Who sends a fruit basket when asking a good person for help? However, he didn't mind. He nodded, placing the fruit basket aside, and casually pulled out a banana to eat. "All right, let us do this right. Feel free to ask any questions you have." "Thank you, Senior," Song-Chi exclaimed with delight. Expressing his gratitude, "I would like to inquire if there are any skills for summoners that pertain to escape or travel." "Escape or travel skills?" Zhuxian furrowed his brow, pondering carefully before responding. "There are indeed some, but considering their practical applications, there aren't many, and most are quite expensive. One skill called Point Jump allows the user to instantly teleport to any location within a 2-kilometer radius that is within their line of sight. The higher the skill level, the shorter the cooldown time, with the minimum cooldown being 0. Of course, each use consumes your spirit power, so if your spirit attribute isn't high, I wouldn't recommend learning it." "This is excellent." Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Isn't this merely teleportation?" As for the expenditure of mental energy, he was unperturbed. "Senior, are there any additional skills?" "There is another ability called Void Torrent," continued Zhuxian. "Its effect allows the user to slip into a high-speed flowing void passage, completely isolating them from external influences. Within this void, you need not worry about sustaining any harm, and as long as you desire, you may remain there indefinitely. However, the drawback is that you cannot control your exit point. Furthermore, each use will leave you in a state of weakness, reducing all attributes by 80% for a duration of 1 month. Song-Chi pondered this thoughtfully. This is indeed a trump card skill for self-preservation. If one finds themselves in dire straits, it is akin to having an extra life. "Where can I procure these 2 skills?" Zhuxian gestured towards the lobby below. "As a holder of an Ultra S-grade talent, you may purchase them directly from the Adventurers Guild. They possess their own high-quality skill shop. Due to the scarcity of summoners, the hero-grade skill books are quite comprehensive and clearly priced." "Thank you, Senior," Song-Chi exclaimed with elation, scampering downwards. Chapter 48, Directional Leap, Skill Testing. "Good day, sir. The price for Void Torrent is 18 million credit points, while Directional Leap is priced at 9 million credit points. Would you like to purchase one or both?" "So expensive?" Song-Chi was taken aback. He had not anticipated the steep cost of these 2 tomes. Initially, he had assumed that due to the low number of summoners, the skills would be quite affordable. To his astonishment, the entry price was 9 million. He had earned 10 million today and thought that was a considerable sum. Just as he mused on how easily adventurers could earn money, reality delivered a resounding slap, reminding him that spending was even easier. After a moment's contemplation, Song-Chi gritted his teeth and declared, "Please wrap up the Directional Leap. Charge it to my credit card." The guild had issued him a card with a balance of 10 million credit points, registered in his name. Thus, despite the card being in his parents' possession, he could still utilize it. Upon hearing this, the receptionist began tapping her fingers on the keyboard, then looked up with a sweet smile. "Please hold on while I retrieve the skill book for you." With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, she emerged holding a book, a radiant smile gracing her face as she placed it in Song-Chi's hands. "Here is the skill book you requested. Please confirm." Song-Chi accepted the book and glanced at it. Skill book, Directional Leap, Quality, Hero, Limited Scope, Summoner, Skill Description. The user can teleport to any location within sight, up to a maximum distance of 2 kilometers, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Upgrades can reduce cooldown. Maximum level, LV10. Indeed, this is the one. Without hesitation, Song-Chi chose to use it immediately. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill Directional Leap LV0010. Upon mastering the skill, he turned and exited the Adventurer's Hall. Now, let us test its practical effects and energy consumption. Surveying his surroundings to avoid unnecessary trouble, Song-Chi fixed his gaze upon a nearby deserted street corner. Focusing intently on the lamppost at the corner, he silently intoned, "Leap." Whoosh! Song-Chi's figure vanished from the entrance of the Adventurer's Hall, reappearing beneath the street lamp at the corner. However, perhaps due to it being his first use, he did not materialize directly beneath it, but rather slightly to the left. Song-Chi scratched his head and moved about to assess his body and limbs. Finding no abnormalities, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The skill activates instantaneously, with no lingering aftereffects. As for the expenditure of mental energy, it is quite manageable, merely leaving me feeling slightly fatigued. Onward. As he strolled homeward, he employed the skill, testing its consumption while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency. 20 minutes later, whoosh. Song-Chi found himself at his doorstep, and at that moment, he could feel a distinct weariness settling in. Yet, his consciousness remained vividly clear. On the third use, he experienced pronounced fatigue, but it was still within an acceptable threshold. He wondered if he could see a corner of a location but there was transparent material like glass in the way, would he be able to teleport directly to the target? Choosing not to open the door, he stood still, directing his gaze towards the second-floor windowsill. The windows of his home's second floor had a double-layer structure, with the outer layer being a mesh that allowed glimpses of the interior scene. Next, it was time for Song-Chi to rigorously test the skill's efficacy. As a skill for both escape and travel, he needed to thoroughly understand it. After all, should he encounter danger, there would be no adversaries granting him the luxury of experimentation. 10 minutes later, whoosh. Thud. Song-Chi's figure suddenly appeared in the second-floor room. The experiment was a success. Thus, the condition for the skill's activation is merely line of sight. Even with material obstructions, one can still traverse through. Additionally, after 4 uses, he felt a notable headache and dizziness, yet the pain was not overwhelming. Rubbing his head, Song-Chi felt somewhat discomfort. Following the sleep, his consciousness had begun to blur slightly. It bore a resemblance to the state of mental fatigue experienced after a sleepless night. If he had to describe it, it reminded him of how he felt after an all-nighter in his previous life. Based on his conjecture, he estimated that he could utilize the directional leap skill approximately 10 times at full capacity. However, 10 times was the limit, forcing himself to exceed that could lead to mental exhaustion. If he needed to engage in normal activities afterward, it would be prudent to limit the uses to 5 or fewer. Of course, today was primarily for experimentation, so reaching the limit was of little consequence. Press on. Song-Chi continued his trials. He turned his back to the bathroom and retrieved a mirror. This time, he aimed to see if he could leap to a location viewed through the mirror. The bathroom door was ajar, and from his standing position, he could not see inside. However, the reflection from the mirror revealed part of the squat toilet. Leap. Whoosh. Ouch. He felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Nevertheless, he still appeared above the squat toilet in the bathroom. After the 5th use, he experienced a pronounced headache. Teleporting through a mirror reflection was indeed feasible. Next, he decided to test with a photograph. He pulled out his phone, took a picture of the bathroom, then stepped outside and closed the door. Attempting to teleport using the photo, he found himself stationary. The experiment failed. Once more, he opened the bathroom door and attempted to leap using the photo. Again, it was a failure. After activating the leap, he remained in place. This marked his 7th activation, and he felt as if his brain were on the verge of exploding. Locations depicted in photographs could not serve as targets for the skill. Additionally, following the 7th leap, the side effects began to impair his cognitive functions. Continuing further could result in tangible harm to his brain. For now, he would cease the experiments. Thus, for me, this skill is not yet suitable for long-distance travel, but it serves well for escape and short-distance journeys. Moreover, with 400 points of mental attributes, he could manage about 10 uses. As he levels up, using hundreds or even thousands of times should pose no issue. Considering his future growth, this skill is an absolute boon for me. Song-Chi concluded decisively. The directional leap skill is perfectly suited to him. Spending 9 million credit points was well worth it. With that, he staggered to his bedroom door, turned the knob, closed his eyes, and collapsed onto the bed. Almost in the next moment, a faint snore was heard. Chapter 49, The Lord's Gift, Origin Water. The following morning, Song-Chi groggily opened his eyes and rubbed his head. His mind had returned to normal, free from pain. He then picked up his phone, and the transfer information appeared before his eyes. It was from the burly man he met yesterday. 10 million credit points had already been transferred, so he decided to pay off his credit card first. Song-Chi swiped on his phone, settling the expenses for the skills he purchased yesterday. He also reimbursed his parents for their recent expenditures. After these transactions, he still had over 800,000 left. After some thought, he transferred 500,000 credit points to his elder sister with a note suggesting she use it to buy equipment. Ding. His sister replied almost instantly with 2 messages. Song Lan, his sister, why did you suddenly send me so much money? Song-Chi, I've reached the age where I can explode with gold coins. Grins a screenshot of the 10 million transfer. Song Lan, surprised JPG. Xiao Deng, I'm very pleased. However, I hope you can keep it up and directly give me equipment next time. Also, since you're awake, come down for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Song-Chi first went to the dungeon square, where he found Wang Zihao and Gongsun Wuyue to explain his situation. He was now a mid-level professional and could no longer continue helping them grind low-level dungeons. However, they seemed to have anticipated this and were not particularly surprised. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he bid them farewell and made his way to the Lord's mansion. Ding dong. Upon reaching the 12th floor, as Shang-Chi stepped out of the elevator, he noticed the Lord sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly lost in thought. There was a package beside him, the contents of which were unknown. The Lord, upon hearing him, turned around and smiled, beckoning him closer. Ah, it's you, Shang-Chi. What brings you here so early today? Perfect timing. Come closer. I have something good to show you. As Shang-Chi approached, the Lord stood up and patted his shoulder, then asked curiously, You leveled up again in just one day? Yes, I'm now at level 21 and have passed the mid-level professional certification, Shang-Chi replied candidly. Truly a monster. The Lord remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. In just over half a month, Shang-Chi had transformed from a newly transitioned summoner to a mid-level professional. Not only was his leveling speed astonishing, but his talent and comprehension were exceptional, with the fortune to summon a mythic-level spirit. It was nothing short of perfection. Previously, the Lord had been filled with suspicion, feeling that Shang-Chi's talents were almost unreal, prompting him to conduct discreet checks numerous times. Yet, every result unequivocally confirmed that Shang-Chi was a pure-blooded human with no trace of demonic aura. By the way, where is your second summoned spirit? Has it appeared? Or are you not planning to summon it for now? It has already been summoned. Please take a look, Lord. Shang-Chi said as he called forth Zhang and then opened the panel information for public viewing. Let me see, the Lord said, lifting his tea for a sip before leisurely inspecting the information. A humanoid summoned spirit. It appears quite formidable. Saint Zhang, quality, Saint Spirit. The Lord sputtered, spitting out his tea. A Saint Spirit level summoned spirit. His expression shifted instantly from nonchalance to shock. Strength attribute over 500? That can only be described as decent. Constitution and agility, both over 1000? For a Saint Spirit, that's fairly standard. As for the mental attribute upon reaching this point, the Lord began to sense something amiss, his pupils narrowing. Mental attribute 2100? Such a high mental attribute. But when he shifted his gaze to the talent section below, his emotions completely unraveled. 5 talents. And the effects of these skills, unified script, is somewhat understandable, but common path is quite outrageous. No matter the disparity in strength, you can effortlessly control a creature with a mere flick. And what on earth is, perhaps the King's land? Your summoned spirit possesses domain skills. Sweep the 6 realms. What's that? A collective frenzy. And no side effects. Moreover, the number of effects can increase with the mental attribute. Then there's the terracotta army skill. The summoned soldiers possess half of their mental attribute value. The Lord glanced at Zhang's 2100 mental attribute. That meant 4 soldiers with attributes exceeding 1000, unafraid of death, and capable of being summoned infinitely. The more he delved into the details, the harder it became to maintain his composure. Remarkable control, debuffs, enhancements, offense, bursts, defense. This summoned spirit encompasses all functional skills. The Lord couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling his eyelids twitch. He even began to question whether he was misinterpreting what he was seeing. How absurd was Zhang's panel? To put it bluntly, if Zhang were not a summoned spirit, but an independent individual, the Lord could simply send him to the 1st district. The next day, the human race's upper echelon would directly announce Zhang as the new human holy son, because these skills were utterly outrageous. Ignoring level differences, strength disparities, and attribute gaps, all enhancements and reductions were percentage-based. A few hundred or a few thousand attribute points added or subtracted by a percentage was trivial. But what if the target possessed tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 attribute points? With Zhang present, the human race's top combat power could ascend several tiers instantly. Simultaneously, the demonic force's strength would be significantly diminished. This exchange could even slightly alter the human race's top-tier power gap. Unfortunately, Zhang was this brat's summoned spirit and currently could not traverse such battlefields. The Lord cast a somewhat regretful glance at Shang-Chi, but soon his expression shifted to one of admiration. To summon a mythic-level spirit could be considered luck. But what if there were 2? Moreover, the quality of the second summoned spirit was also at the saint level. This was far beyond mere luck. Shang-Chi, how many more surprises can you bring me? The Lord finally managed to calm himself and looked at Shang-Chi with a meaningful gaze. He then sighed, picked up the package beside him, and handed it to Shang-Chi. Congratulations on summoning a Saint Spirit level summoned spirit. Consider this package my gift. A gift? Thank you, Lord. Shang-Chi happily accepted the package and quickly unwrapped it. Soon, 3 tiny special water bottles, no larger than a thumb, were revealed. The bottles were exceptionally crafted, appearing as transparent as glass, yet possessing a unique matte texture to the touch. The lids were also of a specially modified type. However, from the exterior, Shang-Chi could discern no difference between the water inside and ordinary water. He turned his head in confusion. Lord, what is this? This is the origin water that just arrived this morning. Origin water. Shang-Chi gasped, nearly dropping the 3 bottles in his hands. Though he was unfamiliar with many magical potions, he was well aware of the significance of origin water. It was one of the extremely rare items prohibited by human law from being sold, circulated, or used in any transactions. If discovered, it would be regarded as treason. and all humans would unite to punish the offender. Just from the terminology, one could grasp the immense value of origin water. But, Lord, you let us be clear. Although you have treated me well, I cannot engage in anything that could cost me my head. However, rest assured, I will not report you. I will pretend I didn't see this. Shang-Chi, filled with trepidation, placed the 3 bottles of water on the ground and began to retreat slowly. The city lord, both amused and exasperated, called out, "Come back. Who told you I purchased these? I painstakingly procured them from the first district just for you." Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi halted in his tracks, puzzled. "Procured for me?" he mused. "Indeed," the city lord affirmed with a nod. "Do you know the purpose of source water?" "No," Shang-Chi replied succinctly, shaking his head. The textbooks merely stated that source water was exceedingly precious, one of the pivotal reasons for the development of the 13 districts of humanity. However, they did not elaborate on its specific effects or why it was strictly forbidden. The effects of source water are quite straightforward, the city lord explained nonchalantly. It stimulates the potential of practitioners and promotes the enhancement of their attributes. Enhance attributes? Isn't that akin to the ointments I regularly apply? Shang-Chi questioned. Similar? Certainly not, the city lord countered, shaking his head. While source water is indeed a primary ingredient in various magical potions, those potions, when combined with the 3 magical formulas, can only enhance your primary attributes. In contrast, consuming source water allows for a comprehensive increase in all your attributes. Moreover, the most critical aspect is, he paused for effect. The effects of source water far exceed those of magical potions by 100-fold. 100-fold. Shang-Chi gasped in astonishment, lifting the 3 bottles of source water once more. Are you implying that consuming just 1 bottle could equate to 100 days of arduous training? Precisely. The city lord chuckled. Otherwise, do you think I would humble myself to procure 3 bottles of source water for you? It is to ensure you have ample resources before entering the genius competition. The commencement of the genius competition was merely a month away from the time of job transfer. For the talented scions of prestigious families, this was inconsequential. They had prepared for this competition for a full 18 years. However, for others, like Shang-Chi, a commoner with extraordinary potential, it was profoundly unjust. A month's time, even with sufficient resources, would hardly allow him to fully unleash his potential and attributes. Thus, to grant Shang-Chi a greater chance of success, the city lord had obtained source water in advance, aiming to shorten his training time and enable him to catch up to the progress of the elite science. Now that you understand, hurry and begin your training, the city lord urged. Oh, by the way, it's worth mentioning that drinking source water directly yields better effects, though it may be somewhat painful. Therefore, if you can endure the 3 magical formulas, that is preferable. If not, lying on the ground is also acceptable. Shang-Chi bowed in gratitude, deeply moved. Although he had never voiced it, he had always been aware of the city lord's kindness towards him. Thank you, city lord. I shall not disappoint you. The city lord chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Very well, I shall await the results. Shang-Chi entered the training chamber, holding a bottle of source water. He took several deep breaths before unscrewing the cap. He sniffed at first, no unusual odors. Tentatively, he let a drop fall onto his tongue. No distinct taste. It appears and tastes just like ordinary water, he remarked. Without further hesitation, he gulped it down in one go. However, whether due to the sufficient quantity or the initial effects taking hold, as Shang-Chi prepared to perform a specific move, he suddenly froze in place. A sensation akin to a raging inferno ignited within his stomach, coursing through his intestines and scorching his internal organs. Hiss. What the hell? This hurts a bit too much. City lord, you've led me into a trap. Bang. After enduring for 5 seconds, Shang-Chi collapsed to the floor, his expression one of sheer agony. His features twisted in pain. He felt as though every organ, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, had been sliced and laid over a fire, continuously seared. The pain surged not just at the surface but throughout every cell in his body, as if they were being forcibly torn apart. This torment escalated from a visceral level to a microscopic scale. It hurts. It hurts too much. The agony was so overwhelming that Shang-Chi nearly surrendered his ability to think. His limbs convulsed, and he writhed on the ground like a fish on a scorching iron plate, his body contorting in unnatural shapes. Yet the pain remained relentless. Outside the training chamber, the figure cloaked in black mist revealed a look of concern. I say, Fu Tianqi, this lad seems to be in quite a predicament. Is he in danger? The city lord shook his head. Rest assured, while the process of using source water is indeed painful, there have been no recorded fatalities thus far. Instances of internal organs being damaged have occurred, but those were due to users succumbing to the pain and self-harming. We must keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not harm himself. The figure in black mist nodded. How long must we observe him? The city lord pondered briefly before explaining. The duration of source water's effects varies from person to person, but it generally lasts between 4 to 6 hours. The higher the potential, the longer the duration. However, in this case, I believe we can estimate 6 hours for him. The figure in black mist nodded in agreement. Shang-Chi's talent was indeed remarkable. As time ticked by, Song Qi transitioned from a state of continuous struggle to one where he occasionally foamed at the mouth and twitched. Eventually, he completely relinquished his resistance, lying on the ground with vacant eyes, appearing almost lifeless. Only the violent rise and fall of his chest and the steam emanating from his head testified to his continued existence, as well as the ongoing effects of source water. 6 hours later, ugh, cough, 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 cough. The violent coughing shattered the silence of the training chamber, and the once motionless Song Qi finally rose from the ground. After several intense coughs, he expelled a few flecks of blood before regaining his composure. I'm still alive? He gasped in disbelief. The earlier ordeal had led him to assume he had ingested a deadly poison. Instinctively, he reached for a healing potion, hoping to alleviate the pain in his body. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he experienced none of the usual aftereffects associated with magical potions. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of vitality coursing through him. He examined his body, astonished to find that his previously slender physique had become more defined. Lifting his shirt revealed bulging muscles and an impressive set of 8-pack abs that dazzled the eye. What the hell? Song Qi was momentarily stunned. Does source water also have a transformative effect? His physique had improved to such an extent. One could only wonder how much his strength and constitution attributes had increased. Chapter 51, Potential Like a Spring. Name, Song Qi. Strength, 115. Constitution, 156. Agility, 158. Spirit, 698. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, envy. Talent, God-level summoning technique. Skills, summoning, soul link, life shield, directional leap. Song Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. His strength had surged from 13 to a staggering 115, an increase of 102 points. His constitution and agility had risen from 36 and 34 to 156 and 158, respectively, an astounding total increase of 120 attribute points. His primary attribute, spirit, had skyrocketed from 382 to an astonishing 698, an increase of over 300 points in his primary attribute. No wonder it was called source water. The enhancement effects were simply outrageous. Song Qi, still reveling in the sensations of his newfound physique, could not help but admire his flawless muscles. What man would not yearn for a perfect body? However, Song Qi had chosen the path of a summoner, where strength and constitution were not his primary attributes. Thus he had largely abandoned any aspirations regarding his physique. Unexpectedly, a bottle of primordial water turned his situation around. Originally handsome, his physique now approached perfection. If I were to dress up nicely, I would surely captivate countless women. Outside the training room, the city lord observed the data displayed on his tablet with a significantly calmer demeanor. One bottle of primordial water had elevated his main attributes by 316 points, with secondary attributes each increasing by 100 points. The enhancement was commendable, yet for him, it merely represented the norm. Instinctively, the city lord partitioned Song Qi's assessment criteria from that of others. If these enhancements had belonged to someone else, he would have been astonished and showered them with praise. Yet, in the case of Song Qi, it felt rather unremarkable. He found himself dissatisfied. The city lord realized he was exhibiting a double standard. However, upon recalling that the subject of his double standard was Song Qi, he felt justified in his bias. After all, a genius ought to be held to the standards befitting their brilliance. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord rapped his fingers against the window. Let us take a break and continue later. Continue. Upon hearing this, Song Qi, who had been engrossed in his exercises, stepped out with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by continue? Of course, I mean you should drink the second bottle of primordial water, the city lord replied nonchalantly. Song Qi froze momentarily, then forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. But, city lord, I just finished the first bottle. I can't handle 2 bottles in a single day. The effects of the primordial water were indeed substantial, yet the process was excruciating. He had nearly fainted from the pain just moments ago. Now the city lord was telling him he had to go through it again? 3 bottles in one day? The city lord scoffed. It's not that simple. You must consume all 3 today. Song Qi felt tears welling up. Just the thought of drinking another bottle made his insides churn with discomfort. And now he was expected to finish 3. He couldn't fathom what he had done to offend the city lord. Noticing Song Qi's reluctance, the city lord's expression softened as he coaxed him gently. Song Qi, one must endure hardships to rise above the rest. I have persevered in the same manner. Besides, I went to great lengths to acquire these 3 bottles of primordial water. You may not have the chance to obtain more in the future. Gritting his teeth, Song Qi conceded. Drinking all 3 today is feasible, but you must grant me one request. A request? What kind of request? The city lord raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As this was the first time Song Qi had made a demand in the days they had spent together. Song Qi rubbed his hands together, his anticipation palpable. You see, city lord, I ventured into the wilderness yesterday, and I discovered that defeating monsters above my level not only grants more experience, but the difficulty is not insurmountable for me. Could you possibly grant me early access to the high-level dungeon? Absolutely not. The city lord retorted sharply. I am a city lord, not a wishing well. The rules of the dungeons are manifestations of the world as well. If I could alter them, would I still be here in the 7th city? The first district would surely have me back in their service. After a moment's thought, the city lord teased, "Want to battle higher-level monsters? Just go out into the wild. Mediocre adventurers opt for dungeons. Those with true talent will not waste much time there." Song-Chi shrank back. "But I am only level 21. According to regulations, without a higher-level adventurer to guide me, no one below level 60 is permitted to leave the city alone." "That's simple." The city lord waved his hand dismissively. "Come to me tomorrow, and I will personally sign a permit for you to leave the city." "But the wild is so vast. How will I find the monster gathering spots?" Song-Chi inquired further. "I will provide you with a map detailing all nearby monster locations." The city lord responded. "Are you satisfied now?" "Yes, absolutely." The cloud of despair lifted from Song-Chi's face, replaced by a triumphant smile. Noticing this, the city lord quickly realized that Song-Chi's apparent reluctance to drink more was merely a ruse to obtain the exit permit and the map. However, he was unbothered and chuckled softly as he gestured towards Song-Chi. "All right, since you're satisfied, let us begin." With that, he handed the second bottle of primordial water to Song-Chi. "Do you remember when I mentioned that free attribute points could help you break through your limits? You still have those attribute points, right?" Song-Chi replied, "Of course, I've saved all my attribute points." "Excellent." The city lord nodded, proceeding to explain the important details. "The first bottle of primordial water has nearly exhausted your potential. If you wish to achieve a similar effect with the second bottle, you will require the support of your free attribute points. If we liken your potential to a spring, your spring is currently stretched to its limit. Relying solely on your own strength, you can no longer extend it further. Attribute points serve as an additional force applied to the spring. When you exert external force on the spring, your potential spring will momentarily fluctuate and stretch further. However, this stretch is unstable and may dissipate in a few hours. Your task is to fully harness this temporarily heightened potential before it vanishes, converting it into a permanently increased length of the spring. Do you understand?" Song-Chi nodded. "I understand." He grasped the city lord's meaning. In simpler terms, if his mental attribute's theoretical maximum potential could only rise to 100 points, adding 1 point with free attributes would cause his potential to fluctuate, theoretically raising his mental attribute to 110 points. However, those additional 10 points would be unstable, liable to disappear at any moment. Now, his objective was to elevate his attribute to its theoretical maximum before those 10 points dissipated, ensuring they would not vanish. Chapter 52. This kid has impure motives. Returning to the training room with the second bottle of primordial water, Song-Chi settled cross-legged on the floor. He took several deep breaths to calm his nerves, then closed his eyes and waited for a moment. "Here goes." With a determined tilt of his head, he downed the entire contents of the bottle in one go. Immediately, he opened his panel and allocated his 10 attribute points according to the optimal distribution calculated by the city lord, which favored strength, agility, constitution, and spirit in a ratio of 11:17. Initially, Song-Chi had intended to allocate all 10 free attribute points to his mental attribute. Yet, the city lord had advised him that the mind and body were inextricably linked. If the strength of the body did not keep pace, the enhancement of the mental attribute would be constrained. Given the city lord's counsel, Song-Chi obediently complied. A few minutes passed. It's coming. This time, however, the sensation seemed a touch lighter. Song-Chi's expression was one of intense agony, yet he maintained his meditative posture. The first bottle of primordial water had nearly exhausted his initial potential, rendering the effects of the second bottle considerably diminished. This was a realization Song-Chi was acutely aware of. The pain from the first bottle had crept in silently, with its most significant torment being the burning sensation that penetrated to the very marrow and organs. The second bottle of primordial water, though painful, was markedly more tolerable. While his insides still felt as if they were being scorched, the intensity was not as overwhelming. With a sigh of relief, Song-Chi furrowed his brows and steadied himself. Time flowed steadily, and after 4 hours, Song-Chi awakened, barely glancing at his panel before immediately consuming a third bottle of origin water and once again allocating 10 points to his free attributes. Another 4 hours later, within the training room, Song-Chi slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He gazed out the window. The sky had succumbed to the cloak of night. He had arrived here around 7 in the morning, yet now it was already past 10 in the evening. Of course, his progress had been monumental. With 2 bottles of origin water and 20 points of free attributes invested, his panel had transformed to name, Song-Chi class, summoner level, 21 experience, 431, 252, 000. 000 strength, 215 constitution, 276 agility, 278 spirit, 991 free attribute points, 1 equipment, 7 deadly sins, envy, talent, god-tier summoning technique skills, summoning, soul link, life protection, directional leap. His strength, constitution, and agility had each surged by over 100 points. Yet, his spirit attribute remained his crowning achievement, inching ever closer to the formidable threshold of 1,000. This nearly matched the prowess of Lu Bu's singular attributes. Naturally, Song-Chi possessed enough self-awareness to understand that even if he were to match Lu Bu in all attributes, their strengths would remain in entirely different realms. Even if his attributes surpassed Lu Bu's, the latter could effortlessly dispatch 10 of him with a single strike. The true power lay not merely in the panel, but in the awe-inspiring effects of their formidable skills. Furthermore, Song-Chi calculated that even if his potential were fully realized and he relied solely on free attribute points to transcend limits, each bottle of origin water could augment his primary attributes by at least 150 points. Such figures were indeed terrifying. Had someone told Song-Chi a month prior that a mid-tier professional's bare attributes could reach 1,000, he would have dismissed them as overly fond of lowbrow literature. Yet now, he found himself the protagonist of the very tale he once scorned. No wonder even the city lord could scarcely procure much origin water. Its effects were indeed astounding. If those talented scions from noble families had been using such treasures since childhood, it's unfathomable to consider how high their attributes might soar. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Song-Chi. Just then, the door swung open with a bang as the city lord strode in, a jug of wine in hand. Rest assured, their attributes may not necessarily surpass yours. He glanced at the empty bottles on the floor, confirming that Song-Chi had consumed them all, and nodded with satisfaction, tilting his head to take a swig of wine. Such a resource as origin water remained exceedingly scarce, even for the offspring of illustrious families. Each bottle extracted was meticulously recorded by dedicated personnel, and the effects varied from person to person. If you could elevate your primary attribute to 1,000 with 3 bottles of origin water, it was due to your exceptional talent. Conversely, some might drink 10 bottles and still fall drastically short of that figure. A look of realization crossed Song-Chi's face, followed by a hint of confusion as he inquired. So, does this mean my talent is actually quite high? Yet, weren't you previously stating that my talent was rather mediocre? Cough. The city lord, caught off guard, sputtered on his drink, having forgotten that he'd downplayed Song-Chi's abilities to instill pressure. His face flushed red as he pondered for a moment, then produced 2 items. Right, here are the map and the city exit permit you requested. Keep these safe. With these 2, you'll be able to venture outside the city to battle monsters tomorrow. Song-Chi accepted the items with gratitude, lifting his head in appreciation. Thank you, city lord. No need for thanks. It's but a trifling matter, the city lord replied. But could you clarify the meaning of your earlier statement? Does it imply that my talent is indeed quite substantial? Were you deliberately undermining my confidence? Embarrassed, the city lord scratched his head, whistling casually while glancing around. Suddenly, he spotted something outside the window. Wow, Song-Chi, look how dark it's gotten outside. You've been training earnestly. No wonder people say time flies in the mountains, and cultivation knows no age. Song-Chi squinted suspiciously, fixing an unwavering gaze on the city lord. The city lord, sweating profusely, swallowed nervously. While diligent training is commendable, moderation is key. Now that you've finished, it's best to return home and avoid worrying your family. Come, I'll escort you back. With that, he waved his hand, and a swirl of black mist enveloped Song-Chi. As Song-Chi attempted to question further, the black mist had already encased him from beneath, lifting him directly toward the elevator. He sought to voice his concerns, but upon glancing up, he found the city lord's black mist had transformed into earplugs, obscuring his vision and rendering him unable to see Song-Chi, feigning ignorance. Desperate to free himself, Song-Chi struggled, only to discover the black mist had tightly ensnared his legs. City lord, I know you can hear me. A seasoned high-tier professional possesses acute senses. How could mere earplugs block out external sounds? City lord, your oppressive teaching style is misguided. Bang. The elevator's soundproofing was superb. As the door closed, the noise vanished entirely, and the city lord finally exhaled with relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. How peculiar. This kid's reactions are astonishing. Not a single word was uttered correctly. Yet he sensed something amiss. The face of the black mist manifested, wearing a look of exasperation. I say, you've had enough. A simple acknowledgement and a mild apology would suffice. Why persist in stubbornness? The city lord, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. Do you truly think this impudent brat feels wronged and merely seeks an apology? Nonsense. Don't let his outwardly honest demeanor fool you. He has far more cunning than he appears. The first time we met, he dared to poke fun at me. If I apologize now, he'll undoubtedly take advantage of it. I'd be a fool not to lose something in the process. The black mist's face scrutinized him for a long moment before closing its eyes in resignation and dissipating into the air. I truly cannot comprehend you humans. At the city lord's estate, Song-Chi was unceremoniously ejected from the elevator. He rose, shaking his fist in indignation. How infuriating. I had hoped the city lord would assist me in procuring a skill book. I never anticipated he would evade the trap. Chapter 53. Departure to the wilds. Upon returning home, Song-Chi relayed his impending venture outside the city. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing his solitary expedition to battle monsters for experience, instead presenting it as a special training arrangement orchestrated by the city lord's estate, assuring his parents of its safety. The next morning, as dawn broke, Song-Chi stood outside, prepared to embark on his journey to the wilds. Dad, Mom, and big sister. I'm off. His mother, expressing concern, adjusted his collar. Son, you must work hard during your training. Look how well the city lord treats you, gifting you a house and funds, and now providing special training. You mustn't let others' efforts go to waste. In life, one must possess a sense of gratitude. If someone treats you well, it's acceptable to decline their kindness, but once you accept it, you ought to reciprocate. Beside her, his father nodded in agreement. Song-chi, you're destined for greatness. Normally, I would impart some wisdom before your departure, but having spent my life working in a factory, my insights are rather limited. Moreover, I recognize that you are the most promising one in our Song family. Allowing you to forge your own path is the best course of action. The two of us can be of assistance simply by not causing you any trouble. However, if possible, I still hope that a child of the esteemed Song family can embody integrity. Upon hearing this, Song-chi smiled helplessly. Rest assured, Mom and Dad. Your son is merely going out for a few days of wilderness training. There is no significant danger involved. It's not as if I'm departing for a life and death farewell. With that, he waved at his elder sister, Song-lan, who stood a short distance away. I'm off. MHM, remember to return home safely. At the entrance of the 7th district, a thunderous sound echoed as the city gate slowly creaked open. Song-chi followed the throng of people exiting, paid 500 credit points, and boarded a specially modified bus. He settled by the window, gazing pensively into the distance. The last time he ventured into the wilderness, he had accompanied a burly man and thus missed the chance to truly appreciate the scenery. Today, he finally had the opportunity to observe it clearly. The so-called wilderness was, in fact, the remnants of a once thriving city. Upon closer inspection, faint traces of the old urban landscape could still be discerned. Towering skyscrapers, now draped in moss, stood sentinel along the roads. Some were severely damaged, cleaved in half, while others retained a comparatively intact appearance. Occasionally, various flying magical creatures could be seen ascending and descending from the rooftops of these buildings. Once a bastion of humanity, this city had now transformed into a haven for monsters. At that moment, a voice broke his reverie. Hello there, handsome. Feeling a hand grasp his arm, Song-chi turned in confusion, only to find a rather alluring middle-aged sorceress. Her attire was quite revealing, accentuating her prominent features. Hello, is there something you need? Song-chi extricated his arm from her grasp, maintaining a neutral expression as he inquired. The sorceress smiled charmingly, seemingly unperturbed. Handsome, you appear quite young. You must be here to level up, am I right? Would you care to join our team? We currently have 5 members, all with an average level exceeding 65. Before she could finish her sentence, Song-chi interjected, I'm sorry, but I have no intentions of joining another team at the moment. Ah, what a pity. To be honest, I quite like you, the sorceress replied, a hint of regret in her tone after being rebuffed. However, she did not linger. Rising to survey the surroundings before sitting beside another individual, Song-chi chose to disregard her and turned back to admire the landscape outside. After more than an hour, the bus arrived safely at its destination. Although there were a few encounters with monsters along the way, they were swiftly dealt with by the driver's fireball spell, indicating that the driver was no novice himself. Welcome to the endless snowfield. Hurry up and disembark, urged the driver, prompting the passengers to alight in haste. Stepping off the bus, Song-chi rubbed his hands together, exhaling a cloud of mist. It's freezing. No wonder it's called the endless snowfield. This area served as a gathering point for humanity. Just 3 kilometers ahead lay the domain of the monsters. The endless snowfield was the preferred training ground for most newly emerged professionals from the city. Once individuals surpassed level 60, they were forcibly expelled from the city and prohibited from entering dungeons, thus compelling them to train in the wild. The monsters at the edge of the snowfield typically ranged from levels 40 to 70, making it an ideal environment for professionals around level 60 to hone their skills. Naturally, being in the wild meant that the levels and movement patterns of monsters were not fixed. Occasionally, creatures as powerful as level 80 or 90 might appear. Although most resided deeper within the snowfield, there had also been numerous instances of monster sieges. As such, for most professionals, this gathering point was not a permanent residence, but merely a stopover. I need to find a place to stay, otherwise, I'll have nowhere to return to tonight. Song-chi surveyed his surroundings. The gathering point featured simple pathways, a few small shops, and establishments resembling inns and restaurants. The foot traffic was sparse, with only a handful of figures wandering the streets. After circling the area, he finally settled on a relatively clean inn, paying 70,000 credit points for a room. The room was equipped with electricity and an electric heater. Song-chi turned on the heater and spread the map given to him by the city lord across the table. Let me see where I am now. He pointed to a red dot on the map. The markings provided by the city lord were exceptionally clear, detailing not only the terrain but also the specific types and names of nearby monsters. Given his current strength and level, it would be best for him to encounter monsters at levels around 50. If they were too low, he would gain insufficient experience. Conversely, if they were 10 levels higher, the challenges would become arduous, and the risks would increase exponentially, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Hence, the most suitable leveling spot for him was indicated here. His finger ultimately landed on the area marked Location of Icefield Snow Wolf Pack. The Icefield Snow Wolves, averaging level 45, had a pack leader typically around level 52, posing little threat to him. Moreover, these wolves were social creatures. Finding one would mean finding a whole pack. Most crucially, due to their level. Professionals above level 60 often disregarded the meager experience they offered, leading to a noticeable overpopulation of Icefield Snow Wolves in recent years. Thus, they were relatively easy to locate. The only caution was that this area was not solely the realm of the Icefield Snow Wolves. It also bordered the territories of formidable monsters such as the polar bear and the blue two-headed ogre. Therefore, while hunting, he needed to stay vigilant and avoid ambushes from other creatures. After pondering for a few minutes and confirming that there were no other points of concern, Song-Chi finally rolled up the map. Chapter 54. Icefield Snow Wolves. The joy of overleveling monsters having determined his destination. Song-Chi did not rush outside but instead retrieved a pure white coat from his system bag and donned it. Most areas of the endless snowfield were blanketed in thick snow, and the white coat would render him less conspicuous, helping him evade potential ambushes by other humans. Indeed, in the wilderness, danger did not solely originate from monsters. It also stemmed from humanity itself. With 2 lives worth of experience, Song-Chi understood well that human nature was often counterintuitive. In a world besieged by foreign races, where monsters encroached upon human territories, the survival of humanity was precarious, teetering on the brink of annihilation. One might assume that during such dire times, everyone would rise in rebellion, united in purpose and spirit. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The more critical the situation became, and the scarcer resources were, the fiercer the conflicts among people grew. Even when facing death, some would still seek to seize one last opportunity. Conversely, in safer times, when resources were abundant, human interactions tended to be more amicable. When there is plenty to share, there is little incentive for theft. As the saying goes, a full granary knows etiquette. With ample food and clothing comes a sense of honor and shame. The tales of open doors at night only occurred during prosperous times, not amidst chaos. The plight of humanity now mirrored this sentiment. Consequently, upon arriving in the wilderness, Song-Chi remained perpetually vigilant of those around him, even declining the advances of the alluring sorceress. One could hardly call him anything less than prudent. After all, she was indeed a captivating woman, and as a man, it was genuinely challenging to refuse. Proud of his steely resolve, Song-Chi turned and closed the door behind him as he descended the stairs. Half an hour later, in the outer layer of the endless snowfield, a pack of Icefield Snow Wolves was engaged in a hunt. A few unfortunate reindeer had been completely encircled. 2 of the reindeer had already met their demise, their necks bitten through and rendered silent. The remaining reindeer huddled together, desperately resisting the onslaught of the wolves. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was Song-Chi. With nearly 1,000 points in mental attributes, Song-Chi can now utilize directional leap repeatedly, a dozen times, without the slightest concern for mental exhaustion. Thus, he employs it as a means of swift travel. Upon landing, he immediately spots a scene in the distance, a pack of Icefield Snow Wolves hunting reindeer. His eyes gleam with excitement as he opens the information panel before him. Monster, Icefield Snow Wolf. Level, 45. Strength, 966. Constitution, 1033. Agility, 1148. Spirit, 843. Skills, Bite, Ice Fog Breath, Frostblade, Rapid Digestion. Indeed, these are Icefield Snow Wolves, numbering a total of 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. 12 Icefield Snow Wolves. It appears to be merely a small squad. There should be larger packs lurking nearby. Fortune seems to be on my side. A radiant smile spreads across Song-Chi's face. Icefield Snow Wolves are social creatures, often dividing into several small teams when hunting, ranging from 4 to 6 members, with larger groups containing dozens. Such a squad of 12 typically serves as the vanguard of a substantial wolf pack. Lu Bu Ingzheng. Bang, bang. The 2 materialized behind Song-Chi in an instant. My lord, sir. Song-Chi clutches a triple experience card and gestures forward, requiring no further explanation. As they already comprehend, remember to leave one behind to return home. Understood. The 2 bow slightly and then steadily advance toward the distant wolves. Lu Bu raises his hand, summoning the Fangtian Hua Ji to his grasp, while the long-absent red hair materializes from thin air. Faced with 12 monsters whose attributes are not vastly inferior to his own, Lu Bu adopts a rare seriousness. Ingzheng, unfazed, joins his fingers and lifts his hand slightly. Whoosh. 4 terracotta soldiers coalesce in front of him, advancing step by step toward the snow wolves. Neither of them attempts to conceal their presence. Thus, they are quickly detected when they close the distance to mere dozens of meters. Growl. As if sensing the imminent danger, the Icefield Snow Wolves swiftly pivot, abandoning even the reindeer they had just encircled. The 6 on the left are yours. Is that acceptable? Do you require me to send a few more your way? Lu Bu mounts his horse, undaunted even in the face of foes that outnumber them significantly and possess higher levels. Ingzheng smiles. I am, of course, untroubled. However, you should refrain from exhausting all your skills now, lest you hinder Sir's leveling speed. There will be fierce battles ahead. Lu Bu casts a cold glance at him. Disdain evident. Humph, just a few mere beasts. They hardly warrant the use of my skills. Charge. With that, Lu Bu suddenly yanks the reins, and Red Hair, in perfect sync with his master's intent, gallops forth, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning across the snow. Boom. With a powerful strike, his spear emits a sonic boom. The foremost snow wolf, caught off guard, feels a sharp pain in its neck before its head is sent soaring several meters high, blood spraying forth. In an instant, one of the snow wolves, boasting attributes not dissimilar to Lu Bu's, lies slain upon the ground. Seeing this, Zhuxian does not linger. With a push of his right hand, boom, an invisible shockwave erupts, saturating a radius of 500 meters with an aura of lethal intent. The 4 terracotta soldiers grow sturdier. The distant snow wolves suddenly hunch over, as if weighed down by some unseen force. Royal territory, under heaven. All lands belong to the king. Zhuxian expands a domain with a radius of 500 meters centered on himself, within which enemies suffer varying degrees of weakening, while allies enjoy varying degrees of enhancement. Kill. Zhuxian gestures lightly, and the 4 terracotta soldiers accelerate. Though they appear clumsy, their speed is surprisingly swift, and their coordination is impeccable. The snow wolves open their massive jaws, unleashing a frost blade enveloped in wind and snow. 2 terracotta soldiers step forward without hesitation, shielding their comrades with their bodies. The other 2 terracotta soldiers seize the opportunity to advance, their long spears poised for action. Stab! Stab! The snow wolf's abdomen is pierced cleanly through. Without a moment's pause, they withdraw their weapons. The 4 terracotta soldiers immediately reconfigure their formation, now targeting the second icefield snow wolf, charging forth. Thus, experience points, 46, 687. Experience points, 45, 355. Experience points, 45, 017. The bounty of experience from these level 45 monsters is indeed generous. Zhuxian muses, somewhat entranced. Originally, a single icefield snow wolf would yield merely 15,000 experience points. Yet, with the triple experience card, each one grants a staggering 45,000 points. 10 would result in 450,000 experience points. At present, he stands at level 21, requiring 200,000 experience points to level up. This implies that he needs to defeat just over 40 snow wolves to advance. In a mid-level dungeon, it might take an entire day to amass such experience. Truly, venturing into the wild to hunt monsters was the right choice. Had he remained in the city, he might not have leveled up even once in a day. Zhuxian feels fortunate for the decision he has made. Swiftly, all 11 icefield snow wolves meet their demise, leaving only one whimpering as it flees into the distance. Pursue. Without hesitation, Zhuxian rises to follow. Chapter 55, Thunder strikes from the ground. A spear shatters the sky. Howl! Howl! Across the endless expanse of snow, a limping snow wolf whimpers as it races eastward, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Lu Bu and Zhuxian trail leisurely behind, applying sufficient pressure while refraining from immediate engagement, maintaining a distance of 100 meters. Minutes pass, and a high-pitched wolf howl resonates from a nearby mountaintop. The injured wolf, already weary in spirit, suddenly jolts. It recognizes that sound. It is the king of their pack. This signifies that it has finally neared the main group. Howl! Ecstatic, it quickens its pace, eager to join its comrades. But in the next moment, a piercing sound slices through the air from behind. The fleeing snow wolf instinctively turns back. But it is too late. Thud! The Tongtian Huaji, razor sharp, cleaves through the air, severing its head cleanly. The snow wolf's body is instantly divided. Due to its frantic speed, the carcass slides across the snow for dozens of meters before finally coming to rest. This must be their lair. Lu Bu remarks as he rides Red Hair, advancing to extract the Tongtian Huaji from the snow, casting not a single glance at the fallen wolf. Leaving it alive was merely to allow it to guide them to the main pack. Now that they have located the larger group, it is time for slaughter. The number of wolves is considerable. An entire small mountain is occupied by them. A rough estimate suggests there are around 200. Zhuxian, mounted on a sturdy steed, ambles forward. General Lu, how shall we divide them? Divide? Lu Bu snickers, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor as he gazes upon the multitude of snow wolves. After being summoned for so long, his days have been spent either bullying the weak or preparing to do so. He has long been pent up with energy. Today, having finally encountered foes that promise a satisfying challenge, he is positively itching for combat. To hell with division. We shall each rely on our own prowess. Red Hair charge. Neighing in response to its master's intent, Red Hair is filled with excitement and battle spirit. Its front hooves rise high before crashing down. Bang! A wave of shock ripples outward, and Lu Bu and Red Hair transform into mere afterimages, racing toward the wolf pack. Kill! Lu Bu's battle cry reverberates, showing no inclination to conceal their presence. The wolf pack had also detected the approaching Lu Bu. The wolf king tilted its head back and let out a low growl. Howl! A whoa! Dozens of snow wolves received the command and immediately turned their heads, forming a battle array as they pounced upon Lu Bu and his steed. The Snow Wolf King was highly intelligent. In its eyes, Lu Bu's speed was not particularly remarkable, and it did not evoke a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, it saw no need to deploy too many of its kin. However, it soon realized its grave miscalculation. The red lightning clashed violently with the pure white torrent at the foot of the mountain. Boom! A torrential rain of blood erupted. The formation of dozens of snow wolves crumbled almost instantaneously. Scalding wolf blood rained down, and the cold light flashed across the blade of the halberd. The Tongtian Huaji had not even been stained with filth. The Wolf King's judgment had not been entirely flawed. Lu Bu's basic attributes were comparable to those of an average snow wolf. Yet, it overlooked one critical aspect. Identical attribute values do not necessarily equate to equal strength. Much like in a game, where one player can elevate the same hero to the pinnacle of glory while another falters at bronze. Lu Bu, a seasoned warrior who had faced countless battles and seldom encountered a worthy opponent, was undoubtedly among the elite. Mere dozens of snow wolves were evidently insufficient to satiate Lu Bu's thirst for combat. He squeezed his legs together and continued his charge towards the Wolf King atop the mountain. Howl! The Wolf King let out a long, furious howl. It was enraged that so many of its kin had perished at the hands of a single human. It opened its mouth wide, the essence of snow and moonlight coalescing within, forming a massive orb of moonlight. Then boom! A 10-meter-long beam of moonlight, resembling a colossal entity, thundered towards Lu Bu. The pack of wolves followed suit, spitting forth countless frost blades, a downpour of icy radiance cascading towards Lu Bu. Unfortunately for them, Lu Bu and Red Hair were simply too agile. The duo danced and maneuvered, the halberd whirling in a tight formation, deftly avoiding any harm. Even amidst such a concentrated assault, Lu Bu continued to close in on the pack of wolves. At the foot of the mountain, Ying Zheng, wielding a treasured sword, faced several scattered snow wolves that glared at him but were dismissed with disdain. His steed had vanished, and 4 clay soldiers were strategically positioned at the mountain's corners, poised to encircle. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Bu drew the wolves' attention, he approached the mountain's base. He glanced upward, gauging the distance. Yes, this should suffice to encompass all the snow wolves. Domain activated. Boom. A wave of pressure surged, causing countless snow wolves to feel an immediate increase in weight. Their frosty breath faltered momentarily. Lu Bu, ever vigilant for an opportunity to strike, felt a glimmer of hope. What a chance. Bang! Red Hair leaped, taking both horse and rider dozens of meters into the air. Buzz! Lu Bu raised the Tongtian Huaji high, as if the very space around him began to wail. A shadow, akin to a deity or demon, gradually coalesced behind him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the figure bore a striking resemblance to Lu Bu. The blade of the halberd crackled with eerie purple lightning, now thicker and more menacing than before. As Lu Bu's momentum surged, the Wolf King below felt a prickling sensation at the back of its neck. It sensed danger, an overwhelming peril. Flee! It could not comprehend the human's actions, yet its instincts screamed in alarm. The primal essence of survival urged it to escape this perilous situation. If that strike landed solidly, it would surely meet its demise. Oh whoa! The Wolf King turned to flee. Yet, as it did so, it suddenly found its limbs seemingly beyond its control. Its speed plummeted to an inconceivable crawl. Then boom! Thunder roared from the ground, as a halberd pierced the heavens. The enormous shadow of the Tongtian Huaji crashed down. Boom! The specter of the halberd dissipated as the mountainside housing the pack of wolves was shattered, triggering a minor avalanche that buried the fleeing snow wolves within. Countless notifications of experience gained flooded into Song Chi's ears. Experience 45317. Experience 45079. Experience 45974. Experience 98314. A beam of white light enveloped Song Chi, who had been watching from a distance. The demise of nearly 100 snow wolves propelled his level from 21 to 22. After leveling up, his experience bar surged significantly before finally stabilizing. 9,000 experience points? It seems the Wolf King has fallen. With the Wolf King now dead, it was time for me to collect the spoils. I hope these wild creatures do not disappoint and yield several pieces of extraordinary gear. Chapter 56. Heroic Level Weapons and the Scarlet-Clad Maiden. Oh whoa! The Wolf King had perished. The surviving snow wolves, leaderless, became restless and could no longer muster a coordinated charge. Lu Bu, riding Red Hair, reveled in the afterglow of battle, a satisfied glint in his eyes. With each thrust of his halberd, he dispatched any snow wolf that crossed his path. At the foot of the mountain, Ying Zheng commanded the 4 clay soldiers, slowly closing in from the corners of the mountain, methodically slaughtering the snow wolves fleeing from the summit. With the enhancement of sweeping the 6 directions, the 4 clay soldiers boasted attributes exceeding 3,000, giving them a crushing advantage over the snow wolves. Furthermore, the clay soldiers were impervious to injury, requiring no concern for defense. In an instant, all the snow wolves were cornered atop the mountain. Lu Bu wreaked havoc above, while the clay soldiers blocked their escape below. The entire area transformed into a vast slaughterhouse for snow wolves. Experience 46871. Experience 44913. Experience 45419. Whoosh. Another beam of golden light descended. And having been on the cusp of leveling up, Song-Chi's level soared to 23. The experience required for level 21 was 2 million. For level 22, it was 3 million, totaling 5 million. 100 snow wolves provided approximately 5 million experience. Here, there were nearly 200. This meant that after this wave, he was on the verge of leveling up again. 3 levels in one afternoon. This pace of leveling was simply magnificent. Song-Chi couldn't help but express his delight. Reflecting on the grueling, monotonous grind of dungeons back in the city, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, happiness is often born from contrast. Dungeons were not suited for someone of my caliber. I belong in the wild. This rate of leveling is simply exhilarating. Song-Chi strolled to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the vast expanse of snow wolves had been nearly annihilated. Only a small number remained at the summit, fiercely resisting. However, with the cooperation of Lu Bu and the 4 clay soldiers, it was merely a matter of time before they were eliminated. Now, Song-Chi rubbed his hands together in excitement. It was time for the thrilling and exhilarating phase of looting. Looting essentially referred to collecting equipment. Wild monsters could drop gear and skill books, but whether in dungeons or the wilderness, the drop rates for valuable items were notoriously low. Most of the loot consisted of ordinary or rare quality items, hardly worth more than a mere sale. Hence, it was humorously dubbed garbage collection. Song-Chi stepped into the mound of snow wolf corpses, eagerly searching. Soon, he unearthed a pair of iron long-tube boots stained with blood. Ordinary grade equipment. What a pity. However, it is suitable for level 45, and it should fetch around 1,000 credit points without issue. Song-Chi stowed it in his backpack and resumed his search. Before long, clink, another iron sword was kicked out. A rare grade two-handed sword, universally applicable to warriors, knights, and paladins. This is splendid. It could surely be sold for several thousand credit points. Elated, Song-Chi added it to his backpack, considering it a small fortune. After a while, a suit of armor emerged from the pile of corpses. Unfortunately, it was yet another piece of ordinary grade equipment. Nevertheless, Song-Chi did not dwell on his disappointment. He merely grumbled a bit before placing it in his backpack and continuing his search. With the enhancement of 3 bottles of primal water, his hands and feet moved swiftly, and various pieces of equipment were quickly unearthed. However, the majority remained ordinary grade, while the rare grade equipment was disappointingly scant. Even after scouring the entire mountain, he had only found 4. As for extraordinary grade items, there were none to be found. Ultimately, Song-Chi's gaze settled on the shattered mountaintop. There lay the unexamined corpse of a wolf king. Oh, Wolf King, do not let me down. He approached, his face alight with anticipation, extending his hand to probe the Wolf King's belly. Upon contact, he felt something hard and elongated. It seemed to be a staff-like weapon. Indeed, there was equipment. He hastily extracted it. It was a staff, and its sheen indicated it was a hero-grade weapon. What extraordinary luck. Song-Chi eagerly activated the information panel. Weapon, Snow Wolf King Staff. Quality, Hero, applicable professions, Mage. Summoner, applicable level, above level 30. Required attribute, Spirit 300, Strength 0, Agility 0, Vitality 10, Spirit 150. Effect 1, increases the user's spirit attribute by 10. Effect 2, absorbs the power of ice and snow to enhance all summoned creatures' attributes by 20. If in a snowy field, the effect increases to 30. Effect 3, increases the potency of all ice-based magic or combat skills by 50. Evaluation, to transcend the limits of its kind. The Snow Wolf King spent its life absorbing the power of ice and snow to fortify its heart. Ultimately, it succeeded in transforming its heart into an exquisite forging material. Song-Chi was momentarily stunned, then his delight surged even further. He never anticipated that it would be a hero-grade weapon usable by summoners. It was as if he had found a pillow upon falling asleep. Although it required level 30 to wield, considering his current rate of advancement, he should be able to equip it in less than 3 days. Excellent, I'll stow it away for now. The joy of scavenging lies precisely in this. One can never predict the quality of the next item found. The more trash collected, the more intense the exhilaration when finally discovering something valuable. He needed approximately 2 more tenths of a million experience points to level up. It seemed there were only about 180 snow wolves. How disappointing. Given my high expectations of you all. Song-Chi glanced at the mountaintop, noticing that all the snow wolves had perished, while Lu Bu and Ying Zheng were aimlessly pacing back and forth. At this moment, his experience bar was just shy of being filled. The triple experience card had long since expired. He scratched his head, standing atop the mountain and gazing around at the expanse of white snow. There were no other monsters congregating nearby. It appeared he would have to seek out other locations. With that, Song-Chi randomly chose a direction, preparing to continue his quest for more snow wolf packs. However, just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down upon him. Little handsome, I've been searching for you so diligently. Song-Chi felt a warmth in his ears as a refreshing fragrance wafted by. A woman in a red dress had mysteriously appeared by his side. Her voluptuous figure sprawled across his back as she gently nibbled at his right ear. What should have been a flirtatious act now filled Shang-Chi with sheer terror, his hair standing on end. Who? Chapter 57, The Cult of Demons. Get away from me. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang-Chi activated the life shield skill. A pale yellow protective barrier instantly descended, repelling the woman in red. In a flash, Shang-Chi vanished from his spot, reappearing at a distance. Lu Bu and Ing Zheng were summoned back to his side. Giggle, little handsome, why so tense? I wouldn't eat you, the woman in red taunted, her excitement only growing at the sight of Shang-Chi's anxiety. She hovered above the mountaintop, laughing exuberantly. At last, Shang-Chi could clearly see the woman's features. She was the same voluptuous beauty who had shared a bus ride with him previously, even extending an invitation to join her team. Her attire remained unchanged, a deep red robe that hugged her form, the plum blossom insignia on her chest subtly visible, exuding charm and allure. How did she catch up to me? Shang-Chi ignored her mockery and focused his thoughts. If he was not mistaken, she had suddenly materialized on his back without any warning or visible means of movement. This implied she had employed a skill akin to directional teleportation. Yet, his path was entirely random. Even he was uncertain where he would end up. Therefore, it was likely she had left a mark on him beforehand, with the only opportunity for contact being that brief moment on the bus. Quickly, Shang-Chi raised his right hand to inspect his arm. Sure enough, there was an exceedingly concealed plum blossom mark on the back of his elbow. Its placement was cunning, entirely transparent, undetectable to the naked eye, with only the faintest hint of psychic fluctuation. Without deliberate scrutiny, it would be imperceptible. Damn careless. Shang-Chi summoned his mental energy to cleanse the mark away. The woman in red had descended and approached him with a teasing demeanor. Little handsome, you're quite clever to notice so quickly. Alas, it is too late now. It's rather amusing. I find that when I leave a mark with my hand, the chances of being discovered are often quite high. Yet, when I make contact with your chest, men like you tend to unconsciously overlook it. With a cold smirk, Shang-Chi refrained from engaging in her banter and directly countered. Then may I ask, what purpose did you have in deliberately marking me? I'm merely a novice fresh out of the city, possessing few valuable possessions. Even if you were to rob me, I doubt it would amount to much profit. From her tone, it seemed this was not her first time engaging in such behavior. This implied it was a means of survival for her. Was she a wilderness bandit, specifically targeting novice adventurers fresh from the city? Or did she have ulterior motives? Or perhaps, dear sister, are you so desperate for male companionship that you wish to engage with me? If that is the case, you could simply say so. I might not refuse. With a smile, Shang-Chi intentionally provoked her. Yet, she appeared unfazed by his jests, approaching him with a grin. Little handsome, don't be in such a hurry. As long as you're willing to join us, you'll have access to all the women in our sect, barring the saintess. Of course, you could even switch partners daily, enough to keep you entertained for a year and a half. If you insist on choosing me, dear sister, I would not mind spending an entire month accompanying you in playful pursuits. The woman clad in red possessed a gaze as beguiling as silk, her breath fragrant like orchids, deliberately lowering her collar to reveal an alluring figure, aiming to ensnare her counterpart. What do you mean by you all teach? Which sect do you belong to? Shang-Chi furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly burdened. Initially, he assumed they were merely opportunistic robbers, which would have been a manageable predicament, likely involving just one individual. However, if it were to involve a cult, the situation would swiftly become convoluted. In this era where extraordinary powers have become widespread, there are still sects active within human society, wielding considerable strength and boasting numerous followers. There exists only one. Moreover, the aesthetic and form of this sect can only be described as warped. Which sect do we belong to? I trust you have heard of us. The woman in red did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she extended her right hand, from which a plume of black mist wafted forth. An eerie aura instantaneously enveloped the entire space. This was a power entirely distinct from the vocational paths of humanity. Soon, the black mist dissipated, revealing a bizarre statue crafted solely from wood in her grasp. Shang-Chi sensed no trace of extraordinary power emanating from the statue. Yet, for reasons unknown, merely observing it from a distance invoked a profound sense of discomfort. It was a peculiar idol, polished to a pitch-black sheen. Its form bore resemblance to that of a human, yet its head sported ram's horns, and its limbs were adorned with fine scales. The lower half of the statue was entangled and bound by a ring of tentacles. The tentacles were also intricately carved from wood but exuded a strange dampness, as if they might drip with moisture at any moment. Upon discerning the statue's appearance, Shang-Chi felt a weight in his heart, an ominous sensation intensifying. It was indeed the cult of demon worship. The cult of demon worship, a peculiar human religious faction that venerates extraterrestrial demonic beings. It is a cult inscribed in the textbooks of humanity. According to records, the cult was established 80 years ago during humanity's most arduous period by a cadre of traitors. At that time, the cult of demon worship was not particularly strong, with its most formidable members barely reaching level 70. Coupled with the rampant betrayal among humanity during that era, the establishment of this sect attracted little attention. Yet who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential sect would indeed find a way to connect with high-ranking extraterrestrial demons? Through genuine and tangible rewards and powers, they attracted countless aspirants yearning for strength within a mere 30 years, rapidly rising to prominence. To this day, it has evolved into a terrifying sect with tens of thousands of practitioner followers. Even during the founding of the 10th and 12th districts, the cult of demon worship nearly caused the cities to fail in their establishment. Yet what perplexed Shang-Chi further was why the cult of demon worship had chosen him. Had someone tipped them off, intending to harm him? However, aside from the city lord and his family, no one else was aware of his whereabouts. Could it be his family? Unthinkable. Shang-Chi immediately dismissed the notion. The city lord? Even less likely, given the city lord's position. If he truly wished to act against him, there would be no need for such convoluted schemes. Thus, the only explanation was that he had simply drawn the short straw. Chapter 58. So it's just over 2,000? The cult of demon worship, he chuckled awkwardly. I never imagined that your esteemed sect would take an interest in me. It is truly an honor. But I wonder, what is it about me that caught your attention? It's quite simple, for you are young enough. The woman in red leisurely explained. Daring to venture beyond the city implies your level is at least around 60. Youth signifies that your talent or family circumstances are not lacking, especially since you are a summoner, a profession renowned for its affluence. You are quite suited to offer everything to our lord. Now, make your choice. The woman in red seemed to receive some signal and glanced into the distance. Do not think of fleeing. Our people have already arrived. Following her gaze, Shang-Chi beheld a burly man clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant axe towering over him. Trudging through the snow, not far from him, a shadowy assassin stood poised on a branch, eyes ablaze, sending shivers down Shang-Chi's spine. Additionally, a paladin bearing a golden hammer knelt beneath the tree, fervently praying, cradling a tome that was incongruous with the holy light, ensnared by tentacles. Together with the woman in red, they formed a quintessential quartet, a warrior, a mage, an assassin, and a semi-priestly paladin. Such a flawless assembly was indeed flattering. All to confront him, a mere fledgling practitioner just emerging from the city? Shang-Chi's lips twitched. This ensemble seemed capable of venturing deep into the tundra to hunt high-level magical beasts. Young man, do not flatter yourself too much, the heavy armored warrior said impatiently. We are merely here to fulfill the task assigned by our leader. Recruiting you is merely incidental. Hurry and respond. We have no time to waste here. Oh, and let me share an even more despairing piece of news. All four of us are devout followers who have received the blessings of our Lord multiple times. Although we are only level 65, our primary attributes exceed 2,000 once we don our gear. At this point, the heavy armored warrior appeared quite proud. The other three also seemed quite self-satisfied. Clearly, for level 65 practitioners, possessing attributes exceeding 2,000 was a significant point of pride. However, upon hearing this, Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, 2,000? With full gear, your primary attributes exceed 2,000? So, you claim your primary attributes exceed 2,000, but what is the average? 2001 and 2999 are entirely different concepts. The heavy armored warrior paused, seemingly taken aback by Shang-Chi's question and momentarily at a loss. He scratched his head and began counting on his fingers. The average is probably around 50 points higher. So, your maximum attribute is only 2,000? Shang-Chi raised an eyebrow. The woman in red slapped her forehead in exasperation and sighed. You actually answered that. Well, it doesn't matter. She turned to face Shang-Chi, her gaze sharpening. All right, handsome, provide your answer. Join the cult or become sustenance for the tundra. You have 10 seconds to respond. Boom. A blazing inferno erupted in her palm. Should Shang-Chi show any sign of defiance, she would unleash her attack without hesitation. Yet at that moment, Shang-Chi suddenly relaxed. So it was indeed just over 2,000. Why not say so earlier? The manner of their entrance was utterly surprising. Coupled with the cult of demon worship and the four-person team, almost intimidating him. The woman in red frowned slightly, seemingly perplexed. What do you mean? What I mean is, Shang-Chi beamed, a radiant and sunny smile illuminating his face. You can all go to hell. With a flourish, a tome-like piece of equipment materialized in Shang-Chi's hand. Before the team could react, he pointed at the red-clad sorceress. Thud. A peculiar spatial fluctuation ensued, and both Shang-Chi and his opponent vanished from their original positions. What just happened? The disappearance of the red-clad sorceress sent shockwaves through the other three. Yet before they could act, the next moment, whoosh. A torrential downpour of blood rained down as the sorceress reappeared in midair. The entire sequence transpired in less than a breath's time. Yet, upon her sudden reappearance, her head had already detached from her body, soaring high above, her eyes still reflecting the lingering terror. 7 deadly sins. Envy. Effect 1. Select a target. If that target possesses any attribute greater than the owner, they are forcibly stunned for 15 seconds. Effect 2. The holder can issue a challenge to an enemy. If any attribute of the opponent exceeds that of the holder, the opponent cannot refuse, and bystanders cannot intervene. This legendary artifact, combined with the formidable combat prowess of Lu Bu, allowed Shang-Chi to instantaneously slay one of the enemy's generals. glancing at the lifeless body of the crimson-robed sorceress. Song-Chi's expression softened with pity. "Oh, dear sister, do not blame me. I truly wish to keep you for the end. However, for the sake of prudence, I must act against you first. Blame it on your teleportation skill." The adversaries were members of the demon sect, and if even one of them managed to escape, it would usher in endless troubles for Song-Chi. Thus, the sorceress, endowed with teleportation abilities, naturally became his primary target. Song-Chi was not particularly fond of killing, but he abhorred complications even more. Therefore, he had to eliminate all four of them. "Red-robed, damn it, you dare kill the red-robed. I will have your life." The heavy-armored warrior initially froze, then erupted with rage, his massive axe glowing with a white light, channeling an unmatched force as it swung ferociously towards Song-Chi. This was his ultimate move, capable of unleashing a strike with double his strength attribute in an instant. He had previously felled numerous high-level monsters with this technique. Yet today, bang! The clash of metal rang out. His full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by the Fangtian Huaji. Lubu did not even budge an inch. How is this possible? The power contained within that strike exceeded 4,000 points. The burly man was incredulous, yet the agonizing pain radiating from his hands reminded him of the harshness of reality. Was 4,000 points of strength that high? Lu Bu's eyes glinted with crimson fury as he looked down upon his opponent, narrowing his gaze, rage burning within him, veins bulging on his forehead. His anger was undeniable. Just a mere insect, just a pitiful thief. I am nearly driven to madness. How dare these weaklings approach my lord in my presence? How could such negligence occur? You dare raise a blade against my lord? You deserve to die. The Fangtian Huaji was raised high before crashing down. There were no frills or fancy techniques, just a brutally simple display of raw power. Boom! A shockwave of white energy erupted. The swirling snowflakes mingled with the vaporized flesh, exploding into a gruesome spectacle. The warrior, who had just been shouting for Song-Chi's blood, was now reduced to nothing but a mist of crimson. Clang! A storage ring fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Chapter 59, Looting the Corpses. The assassin perched on a branch and the paladin on the other side were momentarily stunned. They were still seeking an opportunity to enter the fray, yet the warrior had perished. It was known that although the warrior was somewhat reckless, his strength was beyond question. His abilities and skills were nearly all focused on attack and defense. How could he have died so easily, reduced to a mere cloud of blood? He was the vice tank of their team, the second strongest capable of withstanding high-level monster assaults aside from the paladin. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief and shock. Where was the so-called rookie summoner that the crimson-robed sorceress had mentioned? The pampered flower of the greenhouse. How could she label such a formidable opponent as a rookie? If this was a rookie, what did that make them? They realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. The assassin leaped down from the branch, landing beside the paladin. "Do you think if we apologize now, he would let us go? Perhaps we should consider it from another perspective?" The paladin, surprised, replied, "Well, it seems we are doomed." The assassin paused, bouncing nervously in place. "In that case, we have no choice but to fight with all we have." The paladin looked at him, astonished. "You're not going to run?" "I feel I cannot escape." The assassin shook his head, glancing at Zheng beside Song-Chi. The latter's expression remained unchanged, coldly observing him, which sent a shiver down the assassin's spine. It felt as though a sharp blade was poised above him, its chilling edge almost touching his skin. It was terrifying. He had a premonition that should he choose to flee, he would likely meet an instantaneous death before even having a chance to resist. "Then let us fight to the death." The paladin slowly opened his eyes, the tome wrapped in tentacles bursting forth with radiant holy light. Holy light spell, weapon blessing, angelic protection, devout aura, for skills cascaded upon them. The assassin breathed a sigh of relief, squatting down, his hands pressed against the ground, resembling a spring taut to its limit. The massive golden war hammer was gripped tightly by the paladin, who took a deep breath and then charged towards Song-Chi without hesitation. "For my lord." The paladin, clad in heavy armor, felt as though he bore the weight of a laden cart. Each step sank deeply into the snow, creating massive imprints. Thud, 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 thud. Each footfall resonated with a dull thump, shaking the very earth. Zheng's gaze was drawn to him, but he quickly realized the paladin's attack was merely a feint. Turning back, he found that the assassin had, as expected, vanished. A commendable plan, but alas. Zheng remained unfazed, offering a faint praise before nonchalantly gesturing. "Speed, before me, is the most useless ability." Buzz. A wave of energy radiated outward, and the assassin, in the midst of his rapid movement, abruptly reappeared in midair. He felt his body suddenly disobeying his commands, as if he had become hundreds of times more clumsy. He was forcibly ejected from his supersonic state. Damn it! What is happening? The assassin was engulfed in terror. His once prized speed had become as sluggish as that of a tortoise. "Found you." Zheng chuckled lightly. Raising a finger, two terracotta warriors immediately materialized around him. No unnecessary words or explanations were given. The long spears wielded by the terracotta warriors lunged forward. Stab! Stab! The assassin was deprived even of the power to scream. The spears pierced precisely through his throat and brain. The assassin was slain. Ah, for my lord. With his comrades dead, the paladin seemed oblivious, his eyes bloodshot as he continued to charge at Song-Chi. Yet in the next instant, crack! A flash of cold light swept past from behind him. The enraged Lu Bu had appeared behind him without warning. The Fangtian Hua Ji slashed downwards, cleaving the paladin and his armor in two. Thus, the four-member squad of the demon sect was annihilated upon the snowy expanse. It was over. Although it was his first experience of taking a life, Song-Chi felt no discomfort. He had expected that witnessing death firsthand would induce feelings of nausea or perhaps a few minutes of retching. However, it seemed that the experiences depicted in novels did not apply to him. Not only did he feel no revulsion, but there was also a vague thrill coursing through him. Oh no, could I be a natural-born killer? He dismissed the thought. Why ponder such things? The enemies were vanquished, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Rubbing his hands together, Song-Chi eagerly approached the corpses of the four individuals. Although he had dispatched these members of the demon sect with ease, they were all level 65 elite professionals. Not to mention, they appeared to be the creme de la creme within the sect. Whether from their storage rings or the equipment adorning them, it was enough to yield substantial gains for Song-Chi. He stepped forward, prying open the paladin's fingers to remove his storage ring, then picked up the warhammer. Just a glance at it, and he was immediately beaming with joy. As expected, it was just as I had anticipated. It is a weapon of extraordinary quality at level 60. The mere fact that it is of extraordinary quality renders it worth at least 500,000, coupled with its level 60 status. Selling it for $1 million is undoubtedly feasible. What a splendid start. Is it really this simple to amass 1 million credit points? The equipment I possess also seems quite impressive. However, it is unfortunate that it was cleaved by that fellow Lu Bu. As for the shoes, regrettably, they are merely rare-level equipment at level 60, which could fetch only a few thousand credit points if sold. After inspecting the paladin's belongings, Song-Chi moved on to the assassin's side. A little over 10 minutes later, Song-Chi came to a satisfied halt. The collection of spoils had concluded. Each of the four members of the cult of demon worship possessed weapons of extraordinary quality, exceeding level 60. Notably, the red-robed sorceress's robe is an epic cloak. Alas, being just a cloak, it is not as valuable as the weapons, thus estimated around 5 million credit points. The other weapons and equipment are primarily of rare quality, and the items within the storage rings cannot be accessed for the time being, making it impossible to assess their worth. However, even without considering the storage rings, the total value of the other items would easily amount to at least 10 million credit points. It is worth noting that this 10 million credit points would be pure profit, 100% return. For Song-Chi, this represents a sudden windfall. Nonetheless, encountering the cultists has dampened my enthusiasm for further grinding. I should return to the city first to inform the Lord about the situation and request his assistance in unlocking these storage rings. Storage rings bear the owner's spiritual imprint. Even if the original owner has passed, the imprint remains. To unlock them, one must either pay at a blacksmith shop or seek someone to forcefully crack them open. However, the cost of unlocking storage rings at the blacksmith shop is exorbitant, and one must register their name and purpose, risking exposure to the cult of demon worship. Thus, Song-Chi prefers to seek the Lord's help. After all, he had mentioned that they came here to accomplish a mission for the team leader. There might even be mission information within the storage rings. It is quite reasonable to request the Lord's assistance in such matters, isn't it? After calculating his gains, Song-Chi appeared quite elated as he joyfully made his way towards the gathering point alongside Lu Bu and Ying Zheng. By the way, Ying Zheng, who did you just bind to the assassin? His speed has decreased significantly. I see no other creatures with low agility in the vicinity. Ahem, sir, actually. Ying Zheng coughed softly twice, then glanced awkwardly at Song-Chi. The one I bound is. Song-Chi suddenly understood and waved his hand to interrupt. All right, that's enough. You need not elaborate. However, it would be best if you carried a dirt chicken or a frog with you next time. That would yield much better results. Ying Zheng nodded in agreement. Your lesson is duly noted, sir. The trio gradually faded into the snowy expanse. Chapter 60. The Bounty Task of the Cult of Demon Worship. In the evening, Song-Chi returned to the gathering point in the endless snowfield. The sky darkened progressively. The town, which was sparsely populated during the day, became lively at night with the return of numerous professionals. Upon returning to the inn, Song-Chi plopped down on a chair and casually opened the menu. Waitstaff, I would like to place an order. A serving of rice, a portion of stir-fried beef, and a beggar's chicken. Hurry up, I've been starving all day. Certainly. Please hold on. The waitress nodded and turned towards the kitchen. In just a few minutes, the dishes were served. Although the flavors were not particularly remarkable, Song-Chi devoured the food ravenously. Being his first time in the wilderness, his lack of experience meant he had not brought provisions. Naturally, anything would taste delightful after a day of hunger. After demolishing half a beggar's chicken, 3 bowls of rice, and a portion of stir-fried beef, Song-Chi finally felt satiated. I'm full, burp. Time to settle the bill. He contentedly rubbed his belly and patted it, preparing to rise to pay. However, just as he completed the payment, he suddenly noticed several new bounty notices posted in the center of the hall. Frowning, he approached. Waitstaff, what is this? Sir, these are private bounty tasks from the gathering point, the waitress patiently explained. These are generally funded by individuals and, after approval and endorsement by the gathering point's overseer, are released as unofficial tasks. Although they are unofficial, due to the endorsement of Old Lu, our gathering point's overseer, there typically won't be any issues with defaults. Song-Chi nodded in understanding and shifted his gaze to one of the bounty notices. It was a brand new bounty notice, featuring photographs of 4 professionals and a storage ring bearing a plum blossom emblem. The task details were quite straightforward. Private bounty task. The members of this squad have gone missing this afternoon, and important items are lost. We are now willing to pay handsomely for any reliable information. The squad members and the storage ring appear as depicted above. Any verified information will earn between 100,000 to 1 million credit points, depending on the significance of the information. If someone retrieves the storage ring, we are also willing to reward the individual with the specific location of a legendary level treasure. Interested parties may directly contact the gathering point's overseer without needing to engage with us. Song-Chi squinted at the photographs atop the bounty task. The 4 individuals depicted were indeed the members of the cult of demon worship whom he had eliminated that very afternoon. The ring in question was the storage ring belonging to the red-robed sorceress. A bounty initiated by other members of the cult of demon worship? They only just died this afternoon, and yet the cult has already received news? This suggests that the cult may possess some means of detecting the life or death status of its members. However, from the description of this task, it seems they are not overly concerned with the deaths of those 4. Rather, they place greater importance on the ring. They are willing to offer information about a legendary level treasure for a mere storage ring? Song-Chi stroked his chin, falling into deep contemplation. It is important to note that the value of legendary level treasures is measured in the hundreds of millions. For instance, the 7 deadly sins, envy, in Song-Chi's possession, if he were to sell it, would fetch at least 1 billion credit points. Even if he chooses not to sell it, it remains immensely useful. Moreover, to allay any potential concerns, they even designated the most reputable overseer of the gathering point as the intermediary, facilitating a no-contact transaction between both parties. How considerate indeed. It seems the cult is aware that Song-Chi knows their identities, and thus they have provided a solution. This means that, should he wish to, he could discreetly hand over the ring to the gathering point's overseer tonight, and subsequently acquire the specific information regarding the legendary level treasure. Information about a legendary level treasure. Even if he does not seek it, simply auctioning it would surely yield tens of millions of credit points. What difference does that make from receiving a windfall of several million? I must admit, Song-Chi felt somewhat tempted. Thus, he resolved, I shall head upstairs and retire for the night. What? Why wouldn't he accept the task? What a joke. Are tens of millions of credit points a trivial amount? Well, indeed, they are substantial. However, the crux of the matter lies not in the sum, but in Song-Chi's belief that no amount of credit points would compel him to take such a risk. Who knows what traps might have been set by them? Who can ascertain whether the gathering point's overseer is not in collusion with them? Song-Chi is confident that, through his talent and diligence, his future accomplishments will far exceed the worth of mere millions of credit points. Nevertheless, this bounty notice has brought him good news. It appears that the members of the cult of demon worship are unaware of his appearance. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to issue a bounty that might alert him. They could simply lie in wait outside the gathering point. Thus, it is best for him to refrain from making any conspicuous moves to avoid drawing attention. He should patiently await tomorrow's bus back. Song-Chi returned indoors and swiftly locked the door behind him. After a moment's contemplation, he felt that this measure was insufficiently secure. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Bu materialized instantaneously within the room. Just to be cautious, Lu Bu, I would appreciate your vigilance tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu did not express any discontent. Rather, he was invigorated. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty. In the early hours of dawn, outside the gathering place in the endless snowfields, a desperate voice cried out, Damn it! Who are you? Why have you attacked our team? An assassin, blood trickling from his lips and his body battered, frantically fled towards the gathering place, panic etched across his face. Several professionals relentlessly pursued him from behind. Quit the pretense. Hand over the ring. They shouted, sneaking out in the dead of night towards the city. Who else could it possibly be but you? Surrender it now, and I may grant you a swift end. As soon as the words left their lips, a massive fireball erupted, hurtling towards the assassin's back at breakneck speed. He coughed up blood, half of his body charred. Yet he dared not diminish his pace. What ring? I have no knowledge of it. He protested. Interference among professionals is strictly forbidden by the human race. How dare you ambush us? Do you not fear the hunting orders from Old Lu and the city lord? Hunting orders? Old Lu? Huh. The men behind him scoffed dismissively, showing no signs of wavering. Realizing that mere words would not deter them, the assassin gritted his teeth and continued his retreat despite his grievous injuries. Chapter 61. Old Lu and the Cult of Demonic Worship. Just then, a tall figure with white hair appeared before him. He extended his hand forward with a gentle push, his voice not loud, yet imbued with extraordinary power. Begone! With the reverberation of a bell tolling, the sound waves surged forth, instantly repelling those pursuing the assassin. A glimmer of recognition illuminated the assassin's eyes. He knew this elderly man. Clutching onto hope as if it were a lifeline, he rushed forward, bursting into tears. Old Lu. Oh. At last. You have come. Having danced on the precipice of death multiple times, the assassin's psyche had reached its limit. Upon seeing old Lu, he finally cast aside all defenses. The white-haired elder affectionately ruffled his hair before producing a vial of potion. Do not speak for now. Your injuries are too severe. Drink this potion. Thank you. Old Lu, thank you. The assassin wept profusely, bowing deeply before accepting the potion and gulping it down. This elder was none other than the overseer of the gathering place, Old Lu, a high-level whisperer who had surpassed level 80 3 years prior. Renowned for his integrity and care for the younger generation, the assassin held no reservations in this moment. Seeing that the potion had been consumed, Old Lu waited a moment before sighing and inquiring, I must ask, is the ring truly not in your possession? Why then? Did your team stealthily venture towards the city at such an hour? Why are you asking this too, Old Lu? The assassin was perplexed. I genuinely do not know anything about that ring. Our team crept out at night because we had stolen something and dared not linger, hence we left the gathering place. All 4 of us are assassins, specializing in thievery. Although we acquired quite a haul today, we have never encountered a plum blossom ring. Mid-sentence, the assassin seemed to realize something and abruptly covered his mouth. Uncertain of why he had begun to divulge so much, he looked up at Old Lu in terror, only to find the elder's palm extended towards his face. Old Lu, unable to bear the moment, gently closed his eyes and uttered, annihilate. In the next instant, the assassin's gaze became vacant. His pupils turned a stark white. Thud. The very next second, the once lively assassin lay lifeless, a rigid corpse. Hey, why did you kill him? We hadn't even interrogated him yet. The 3 men who had been repelled approached, seemingly quite familiar with Old Lu. What I administered was a truth serum, Old Lu clarified. Anyone who drinks this potion cannot lie. Since he claimed to have never seen it, then he indeed has not. You should spare his kind the agony of suffering for your amusement and accrue some virtue for yourselves. At these words, the leader of the group scoffed, dismissing Old Lu's concerns. If it's not them, then that means the culprit remains within the gathering place? Old man, this time is different. The team leader has issued a death order. We must retrieve the ring tonight, even if it means slaughtering the entire gathering place. Try it if you dare. Old Lu roared, his fury erupting in an instant. His white hair rose as if defying gravity, his presence soaring. A whisperer, focusing on the cultivation of spirit and soul, possessed overwhelming pressure that far surpassed others of the same level. At that moment, his aura surged forth, causing the others to break into cold sweat under its weight. Cult of demonic worship. Do not overstep your bounds. Old Lu's hair billowed as if in a tempest, his fury palpable. Countless intricate symbols swirled around him, hinting at hidden profundities, exuding an air of destruction. I am willing to cooperate with your capture tonight, but that is my limit. If even one of you sets foot within the gathering place tonight, I shall curse you to your doom, even if it is your team leader. Do you understand? Depart. With a fierce wave of his hand, an invisible shockwave erupted, sending the 3 members of the cult of demonic worship tumbling away with no capacity for resistance. They soared through the air for hundreds of meters before finally regaining their footing upon landing. As they stood there, exchanging glances in silence, one finally broke the tension, saying, Brother, what do we do now? It seems we have truly angered that Old Lu. What if we sneak in tonight and kill a few? Proposed another. Slap. The leader smacked him. If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. If even one person dies, do you think he won't figure out it was us? Will you bear the brunt of his curse for me? After contemplating, another spoke up. Then let us gather more brothers and lay an ambush for the bus tomorrow morning. Those who killed the Red Cloak team will surely be eager to dispose of the loot. They won't stay tonight, but they'll definitely leave by morning. Slap. The leader struck again. Foolish. I see you wish to serve our master ahead of time. Ambushing the bus. You actually thought that through. Let alone whether that old man will act. Do you want our sect to be exposed in the 7th district even faster? Moreover, what is your standing? How often do you receive blessings from our master? Is it worth your life? Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinates fell silent, covering their faces, not daring to speak further. The leader, satisfied, nodded. In any case, let us report the situation to the team leader. We will act according to their directives, regardless of how this unfolds. It will not fall upon us 3. We shall obediently follow orders. This matter involves too many intricacies for us to meddle in. Remember, do not seek glory. Merely seek to avoid blame. With that, the leader seemed fatigued, waving his hand. All right, let us return to guard that narrow path. Tomorrow morning, we will report to the team leader. Chapter 62. Whosoever speaks his name shall be known. Within the gathering place, all remained calm throughout the night. As dawn broke, the crowing of roosters roused Song Chi from his slumber. He first expressed his gratitude to Lu Bu before dismissing him. After a brief wash, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and swept aside the curtains. The radiant sunlight graced his face, warm and comforting. Ah, yet another tranquil day. Song Chi stood with his hands on his hips, eyes closed, savoring this rare moment of serenity. After basking in the sun for a while, he finally opened his eyes contentedly and gazed downwards. The first bus, ferrying passengers between the city and the gathering area, had just arrived. After checking his belongings to ensure nothing was amiss, Song-Chi descended the stairs. However, he refrained from boarding the bus immediately. Instead, he took a seat nearby to confirm that the first bus had encountered no mishaps before making his way to the second bus. Over an hour later, Song-Chi returned to the 7th district. Without any delay, he headed straight for the 12th floor of the Lord's residence. The Lord was lounging leisurely in his chair, sipping tea. Upon seeing Song-Chi's return, he casually inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you not say you were going to level up by fighting monsters in the wild? It's only the second day." Without further ado, Song-Chi retrieved a statue affiliated with the demon cult from his system backpack. The Lord furrowed his brow at the sight of it, his previously indifferent demeanor instantly turning serious. He recognized the statue's origin with a glance. "The demon cult. Where did you acquire this statue?" Song-Chi gestured towards the outskirts of the city, in the gathering area on the endless snowfield. Several minutes later, Song-Chi recounted his entire experience. The Lord pondered over the peculiar statue for a long while. After a moment, he sighed. "The demon cult has extended its reach to the 7th district? I had not received a single shred of information. Yet, from your description, it seems they have not established a firm foothold here. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to casually recruiting a practitioner from the roadside. This suggests they are still in a desperate and developmental phase. This is, in fact, good news for me. However, their bringing of a half-body statue signifies their considerable interest in the 7th district. It is likely that my jurisdiction will not remain tranquil henceforth. This is truly a perplexing dilemma." Upon hearing this, Song-Chi felt a twinge of confusion. "My lord, this statue depicts a demon, does it not? Who is being portrayed? What does the half-body statue signify?" "Indeed, it portrays a demon, but as to who it is," the Lord shook his head, "that is not within your purview just yet. The mere utterance of his name is enough for one to be recognized. To be targeted by him is no trivial matter. To be recognized merely by invoking his name?" Song-Chi admitted he was taken aback. "Is this goat-headed figure's power not a tad excessive? I have only heard of such abilities attributed to deities. Could it be that the goat-headed figure is a deity of the extraterrestrial demon race?" The Lord paused before continuing. "The statue serves as a medium for transmitting significant commands, containing information that only they can decipher. There are two forms of the statue. The half-body represents covert operations, while the full body signifies a lack of need for circumspection. Regardless of the form, the presence of a statue indicates the utmost importance of the task at hand. As for this particular statue, aside from the unique entity it depicts, there is nothing else of particular note." Song-Chi's understanding dawned upon him. "I see." He nodded, then suddenly snapped back to attention. "Wait, the statue contains information? Information that only they can interpret? Can Ying-Zheng decipher it?" He recalled that Ying-Zheng possessed a skill known as unified script. Unified script. Ying-Zheng can read any text and understand its meaning. "My lord, may I see this statue?" "Take it." Song-Chi received the statue, feeling an array of intricate bumps upon its surface. Initially dismissing it, he realized after the Lord's explanation that these protrusions might very well resemble Braille. Braille should also qualify as textual information, correct? This suggests Ying-Zheng has a high probability of being able to interpret it. A delightful surprise indeed. With a snap of his fingers, Ying-Zheng materialized before them, bowing slightly. "Sir, what do you require of me?" "Examine this statue. Can you decipher the text upon it?" "It may be worth attempting." Ying-Zheng took the statue, lightly feeling its surface before donning a contemplative expression. "Well?" Song-Chi inquired anxiously. Ying-Zheng smiled and nodded. "As promised, I have comprehended it. The statue bears 3 lines of text. The first 2 are prayers without much practical significance. The third line conveys that the gate of Obis is about to open, and the fourth key has emerged in the depths of the endless snowfield." "The gate of Obis? A key?" The Lord beside them paused, initially skeptical of Ying-Zheng's abilities. However, upon hearing the name of the gate of Obis, he became utterly convinced. This name was known only to a select few within the human realm. "What is the gate of Obis?" Song-Chi asked, perplexed. He had never heard of this name before. Could it be a special artifact crafted by some notable figure? "The gate of Obis translates to the abyssal gate." The Lord interjected, his expression growing grave. "The abyssal gate serves as a conduit to the world's negative will, and once opened, an endless horde of demons will surge forth. Yet the issue lies here," the Lord continued, his brow knitting into a frown. "Isn't the demon cult devoted to the extraterrestrial demon race? While the abyssal gate indeed harbors demon legions, they are fundamentally distinct from the extraterrestrial demons. One represents negative entities birthed by the world's will, while the other comprises invaders from beyond this realm." Yet, despite his confusion, the mention of the abyssal gate visibly eased his demeanor. "Song-Chi, aside from this statue, did you discover anything else from them?" "I also retrieved their equipment and storage rings," Song-Chi replied. With a flourish of his hand, a heap of gear materialized between them. Various armors, weapons, shoes, and protective gear piled high. The Lord merely cast a glance before losing interest. What could these scraps reveal? Hand over the storage rings. I shall assist you in unlocking them. He took the 4 storage rings from Song-Chi's grasp and swiftly wiped them. With a flourish, the spiritual imprint of the 4 rings was obliterated, and the items inside were released and amassed together. The Lord rummaged through the contents and soon extracted a tattered piece of parchment. The parchment was exceptionally smooth, bearing a rudimentary map with 3 marked points. By deciphering the adjacent annotations, it became evident that the locations corresponded to the endless snowfield. If he were not mistaken, this should be the hiding place of the 4th key. A satisfied smile spread across the Lord's face. Although he was uncertain of the demon cult's intentions, one thing was clear: whatever the enemy sought to accomplish, it was precisely what they needed to sabotage. Chapter 63. What a good child. The Abyssal Gate. Song-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Did the description of 7 deadly sins, jealousy, not contain a similar passage? So he essentially held a key in his possession? Were they to find a way to prevent the Abyssal Gate from opening? If that were the case, he too had a key. Song-Chi tentatively inquired, though reluctant. He understood the gravity of the situation. Faced with a potential threat to the entire human race, he could relinquish a trifling advantage. Prevent? Why would we prevent it? The Lord chuckled, rising from his seat and stretching languidly. The Abyssal Gate is a magnificent asset. Furthermore, the opening of the Abyssal Gate is an inevitability. In no more than 10 years, or as few as 3 or 4, the world S shall activate it, causing it to open automatically. The more you attempt to obstruct it, the more challenging it will become once the Abyss Gate is opened. However, if detonated in advance, the resolution will be considerably more manageable. You may simply perceive it as an act of expulsion by the world's will. The 7 keys are essentially tickets to access the Abyss Gate. An endless horde of demons may sound terrifying, but in reality, provided one is adequately prepared, what difference does it make from an infinite supply of experience points? You could even regard it as an extraordinarily unique dungeon. So keep that key close. It will prove invaluable in the future. At this point, the Lord did not even inquire about the key that Song-Chi mentioned. He merely lifted his leg and proceeded toward the elevator. Come, let us together venture towards the endless snowfield. Huh, you are personally going, my lord? Song-Chi, having gathered the spoils from the ground, hurriedly followed the Lord. The Lord chuckled. My direct involvement provides greater assurance, and besides, in just 5 days, we shall set off to the 3rd district for the genius competition. We cannot afford to delay the progress of the sole Super S-class talent in the 7th district. As Song-Chi stepped into the elevator, he pondered for a moment. Then, my lord, please wait for me a moment. I need to handle the spoils and acquire a skill book. Shortly thereafter, Song-Chi returned to the gathering place in the endless snowfield. The spoils acquired from the 4 members of the cult of demon worship, along with the contents of his storage ring, culminated in a total sale of 24 million. The skill book for Void Torrent was finally added to his collection. With this life-saving skill, he felt emboldened for this operation and future endeavors in the wilderness. However, this time, the Lord did not appear by his side. According to the Lord, the primary objective of this operation was not merely to drive away the members of the cult of demon worship, but rather to ascertain their intentions regarding the search for the Abyss Gate. Therefore, a dual-line strategy was necessary, one overt and one covert. The overt line would serve to stir the grass and expose the enemy's chief, ideally capturing him alive for judgment within the district. Meanwhile, Song-Chi would play the role of the instigator. He was indeed the most suitable candidate for this position. For the members of the cult of demon worship would hardly suspect that the practitioner they had carelessly provoked could directly contact the Lord. As for the covert line, that would be the Lord himself. He would maintain vigilant watch over Song-Chi, observing any suspicious individuals approaching him. Song-Chi surveyed his surroundings. Everything in the gathering place appeared to be as it should be, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, aware of the underlying truth, he understood that the calmer things seemed on the surface, the more tumultuous the situation likely was behind the scenes. He exhaled a puff of white mist and made his way towards the tallest building at the center of the gathering place. That was the residence of Old Lu, the leader of the gathering place. According to the bounty task description, Old Lu was highly likely to be connected to the cult of demon worship. While he might not know the identities of the group, it was probable that he was acquainted with several members and shared a significant rapport with them. Otherwise, he would not have gone so far as to offer such a favor. As for the information about him, Song-Chi had already learned from the Lord. Old Lu, whose real name was Lu Renfu, was a master of secret language at a level of at least 80. His talent was remarkably aligned with his profession, boasting an S-class aptitude. Iron calligraphy increases the power of text-based skills by 30, and all such skills are treated as area attacks, with the specific range determined by the user's mental attributes. It was due to this talent that, unlike the secret language masters trained specifically in the Lord's manner, Lu Renfu was more adept at combat techniques. The gathering place in the endless snowfield had endured multiple assaults from the beast tide, and each time, the tide included a few formidable creatures from the depths of the snowfield, with levels soaring to 80 or even 90. Yet, under his stewardship, this gathering place had never fallen. His prowess in battle was evident. However, to the public eye, he was not perceived as aggressive. Rather, he was known for his gentleness. Yet, according to the Lord, Lu Renfu had once possessed a fiery temper in his youth. After becoming a father and founding the gathering place, his temperament gradually softened. As Song-Chi arrived at Lu Renfu's door, he rubbed his face, donning a cautious expression. Knock, knock, knock. Is old Lu at home? I have a task I wish to settle with you. Initially locked tight, the wooden door revealed a message, and the peephole transformed into a human pupil. The pupil scrutinized Song-Chi for quite some time before reverting to its original form. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. An ancient and weary voice emanated from upstairs. Come in, I am on the second floor. Song-Chi feigned hesitation for a moment before stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, bang, the wooden door locked behind him, as if to prevent any chance of escape. This scene only deepened Song-Chi's suspicion of Lu Renfu. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the interior was hardly lavish. Indeed, it could be described as austere. It was a purely wooden house, with much of the space left empty. The furnishings were commonplace household items, illuminated by the most ordinary incandescent bulbs. Only a few books on the shelves exuded a hint of the extraordinary, revealing the distinctiveness of the homeowner. Ascending the stairs, Song-Chi finally caught sight of Lu Renfu. He was an elderly man with graying hair and a small tuft of white beard, yet his physique remained robust, seated in a rocking chair. The tea on the table still emitted steam, and he appeared lost in thought. However, for some reason, his eyes were filled with weariness. Upon noticing Song-Chi ascending the stairs, Lu Renfu snapped back to reality, smiled, and beckoned him closer. Have you come for the information regarding that legendary treasure, my child? Come, let me have a good look at you. Song-Chi considered for a moment, but ultimately approached. What a fine young lad you are. Possessing such strength at such a tender age. Lu Renfu stood and patted Song-Chi's head, shaking his own in apparent reminiscence and perhaps regret. It is a pity. For the sake of my child, I must impose upon you a bit. Chapter 64. Are you not even pretending? It is a pity. For the sake of my child, I must impose upon you a bit. Lu Renfu's eyes were filled with kindness as he gently stroked Song-Chi's head. Yet, he still emanated an air of lethal intent. Song-Chi was taken aback. Huh, no, sir, what you are doing is tantamount to a death sentence. Are you not even pretending? Are you truly revealing everything so directly? I haven't even said anything yet. I haven't even taken out the ring, nor have I started probing. You laid it all bare right away? This script is wrong. Are you not afraid of my teammates? Shouldn't I enter your home? And then you tentatively inquire what I know about this matter and whether I have discussed it with anyone else. And then I pretend to know nothing. Casually mentioning a few teammates to make you wary? After a few rounds of this back and forth, either you expose my identity, or I extract your secret, correct? You start off by revealing your greatest secret? Do you truly have no defenses? Or perhaps you never intended for me to leave alive, thus deeming it unnecessary to engage in further dialogue? Are you also a member of the cult of demon worship? With pressure mounting, Song-Chi inquired. It seems you indeed know a great deal. In response to Song-Chi's question, Lu Renfu displayed little surprise. I have not joined the cult of demon worship. Our relationship can only be described as one of cooperation. More accurately, it is my son who has joined the cult of demon worship. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi's curiosity deepened. In the dossier provided by the lord of the city, it was indeed confirmed that the other party had a son, and he possessed quite remarkable talents. With such commendable abilities, coupled with the substantial wealth amassed by his father, his path of growth could be described as smooth sailing. Regrettably, perhaps due to a rather untroubled upbringing, he hastily ventured into the endless snowfields upon reaching level 50, eager to showcase his prowess. The outcome was his inexplicable demise in the wilderness. In pursuit of uncovering the true cause of his son's death, Lu Renfu, a rare high-level cryptic master, insisted on taking up residence in the wild, assuming the role of the overseer in this gathering place. Your son? Queried Song-Chi, but the rumor is, your son has been gone for 20 years. My son is not dead. Lu Renfu interjected, suddenly animated, interrupting Song-Chi. His physical form has merely dissipated. His body decayed in the wild, yet his soul endures. His essence has been successfully captured by that cult known as the Worshippers of Demons. They promised me that if I were to take action, they could create a perfect vessel for him, and my son could be resurrected. He would return to this world once more. Song-Chi shook his head. But Lu, even a child knows that the so-called resurrection spoken of by the Worshippers of Demons is merely a ruse to entice others into their fold. Bang! Lu Renfu slammed his fist on the table. His eyes blazed with crimson fury, his neck flushed. In his expression, one could faintly discern boundless madness and impatience, akin to a gambler who has lost all hope. What do you understand? What do you know? I have seen my son with my own eyes. He could even accurately recount the amusement park I took him to when he was 5. He remembers the calligraphy exercises I had him write when he turned 8. Even the unique training methods I taught him, he can articulate flawlessly. He cried out to me from the hands of the worshippers, saying he does not wish to die. He does not want to perish. He said he longs to embrace me, his father. Lu Renfu plunged into utter madness, his eyes glistening with tears that fell silently. Song-Chi attempted repeatedly to interject, yet Lu remained oblivious to any other sounds, consumed by his own anguished roars. With a heavy sigh, Song-Chi discerned that Lu Renfu, despite his rational understanding that he was most likely deceived by the worshippers, was overwhelmed by an insatiable longing for his son. Thus, even the slightest glimmer of hope was too precious for him to relinquish. Like a drowning man, he clung desperately to a mere straw, fully aware that such a slender support could hardly bear his weight. It was precisely because he understood the likelihood of being deceived that he continuously engaged in self-brainwashing, rejecting any rational dialogue. After a prolonged silence, Lu Renfu gradually regained a semblance of composure. He gazed at Song-Chi, his fervor receding, ultimately revealing a hint of reluctance and affection. You resemble my son, young and accomplished, just like him. I believe your father must be proud of you as well. If it were not for dire necessity, I would not wish to use you as a bargaining chip. Song-Chi exhibited an appropriate semblance of trepidation. Capturing me would be futile. The ring is not on me. I entrusted it to another teammate before arriving. That is of no consequence, Lu Renfu replied, shaking his head as he produced a vial of potion. To the worshippers of demons, who possesses it is irrelevant. It suffices to know who has taken it. Child, heed my advice. If you are willing to drink this vial of truth serum, I assure you that you will pass from their grasp without suffering. With a deep sigh, Song-Chi appeared resigned, hesitating momentarily before raising the potion to his lips and inquiring, if possible, could you clarify what exactly is hidden within that ring? What is the true purpose of the worshippers of demons? Lu Renfu's expression softened, yet he nodded in affirmation. Do you recall the reward stated in the bounty task? The specific location of a legendary treasure. Within the ring lies a piece of parchment, an artifact passed down by the saintess of the worshippers. It marks the hiding place of the legendary treasure and serves as the key to unlocking that location. As for their ultimate objective, I remain uncertain. After all, I can only be considered their collaborator. Song-Chi nodded thoughtfully. It became apparent that the parchment was not merely a map, but also the key to accessing a concealed site. By the way, Lu, you mentioned that the worshippers would be arriving shortly, correct? Do you have any special signal for them? Upon hearing this, Lu Renfu furrowed his brow, growing somewhat impatient. Why did this young man have so many questions? Was he deliberately stalling, reluctant to drink the potion and face his demise? Yet, perhaps it was understandable. At such a young age, how could one willingly accept death? Surely his own son had felt the same way. Reflecting on this, Lu's heart softened once more. There is no signal, they will come directly. Moreover, my child, preserve your dignity and cease your struggles. I assure you, you will pass without any pain. That is my promise to you, Lu Renfu. Song-Chi scratched his head. What was the matter with this man? He insisted on his death, yet spoke as though it were for his benefit. Contemplating, he asked, Lu, do you know? I am, in fact, a summoner. A summoner? Indeed. A rare profession. And so? Lu Renfu inquired patiently. Would you not wish to see my summoned beast? A summoned beast? Lu chuckled. Are you attempting to resist? Very well. He nodded calmly, exuding unparalleled confidence. This was his domain. This house was not only his residence, but also a fortress constructed with his utmost devotion. He was a cryptic master, a transcendent being wielding the power of words and language. This abode had been fortified into an impregnable bastion through his abilities. His audacity to challenge the leader of the worshippers stemmed from this very place. He was supremely confident that unless a city lord personally arrived, he would remain invincible. Chapter 65. As one approaches death, their words become kind. Stepping back 2 paces, Song-Chi took a deep breath and exclaimed, if the city lord does not appear soon, I shall truly perish. Lu Renfu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Song-Chi's antics. However, before he could react, a resounding crash echoed as a cloud of black mist surged through the window, intertwining lines of text flickering briefly before being obliterated. Failing to serve as any form of obstruction, the black mist settled upon the ground, gradually dissipating, revealing a towering figure clad in full black armor. The figure emanated a continual flow of dark fog. As the helmet was removed, the visage of Fu Tianqi, the lord of the 7th district, was fully unveiled before them. Lu Renfu's previously composed demeanor faltered, his hand holding the teacup freezing in place. At first glance, he hesitated to believe it. But upon seeing the face of the one who had removed his helmet, a thunderous realization struck him. Lu Renfu felt as though his mind had shattered. All thoughts became a chaotic jumble. How could this unfold? That child summoned the city lord. So this is what you meant by summoner? Lu Renfu struggled to comprehend. The esteemed city lord, one of the leaders of the 13 districts, the pinnacle of human strength, had been summoned by a mere child? Was this even plausible? Yet why would the city lord be present here? Was it for that legendary treasure? No. How could a city lord personally intervene for a mere legendary artifact? Is this all to resolve the matter concerning the cult of demonic worship? Yet, did not that group arrive in the 7th district merely a week ago? Their leader had fervently assured that this operation was of utmost secrecy, known only to them. Does this imply that the child's identity is extraordinary? Could it be that this child bears the surname Li? Is he perhaps the descendant of that esteemed individual? Could the city lord actually be his guardian? But wait, wasn't that illustrious lineage said to be residing in the 1st district? Could it be a mere illusion? Or perhaps a mere impersonation of the city lord? Pondering this, Lu Renfu resolved to take action and probe further. He rose, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. How absurd. Do you truly believe that sending someone to impersonate the city lord could intimidate me? Such naivety. With that, he spread his arms wide, fingers pointing skyward. As the extraordinary power within him surged forth, countless seals were activated simultaneously. An array of characters erupted from every corner of the room. A tempest of black script swirling about. Boom. It was as if the very fabric of space trembled. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire room. Lu Renfu soared into the air, intricate symbols clustering around him, presenting him as if he were a deity or a demon. In that moment, Song-Chi seemed to see the shadows of the several headmasters reflected in Lu Renfu. He had, in a mere instant, transcended the confines of level 80. There was an aura that faintly rivaled those of over level 90. Yet, in the next moment, it was incomprehensible. The city lord let out a cold snort, stepping forward and forcefully stamping down. Boom. An invisible wave instantly radiated outward. Whoosh. Like a hurricane sweeping through. The turbulent sea of characters within the room was instantly cleared. Several sealed windows shattered in an instant. Bookshelves, tables, and benches were all sent flying through the openings. The space that had just moments ago felt cramped was now wide and bright. Subsequently, a small wisp of black mist, no larger than a fingertip, shot forth from within the city lord's armor, diving into Lu Renfu's mouth. Cough cough. Lu Renfu felt a tickle in his throat. The once smooth flow of his extraordinary power abruptly became stagnant and blocked. He could no longer maintain his levitating state and crashed to the ground. So, is it now possible to prove that I am the actual city lord? But you, Lu Renfu, are you not renowned for your intolerance towards the seat? In your youth, you were among the most fervent in battling the extraterrestrial demon race. Who would have thought that you would now, for such a ridiculous reason, fall into collusion with the cult of demonic worship? The city lord's face was etched with disappointment. Before this elder who had defended the stronghold of humanity for decades, he felt a pang of regret. Given the chance, he would truly wish to spare this individual. However, this matter involves the greatest traitorous organization of humanity, the cult of demonic worship. Devoid of extraordinary power, Lu Renfu's once withered body crumbled instantly. After a series of violent coughs, he managed a bitter smile as he raised his head. Cough, cough, cough. It truly is the city lord. I fear the leader of the cult of demonic worship would never have anticipated that you would detect the oddities here so swiftly, would he? Yet I still do not comprehend the identity of this young gentleman. How is it that he commands your presence? The city lord did not answer his inquiry, but instead took the truth serum from Song-Chi's hands and presented it before him. Here, drink this. In your own words, it is to maintain some dignity for yourself. Lu Renfu was momentarily taken aback, staring at the serum in a daze. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Accepting the serum and downing it in one gulp, the city lord watched him in silence. Name? Lu Renfu. Race? Human. Why collaborate with the cult of demonic worship? Because I was too foolish. I believed they could save my child. And now? Do you still believe? No longer, Lu Renfu replied with a bitter smile. In the face of the city lord's overwhelming strength, he felt the grip tightening around his throat, forcing him to confront the reality. There was no evading the answer to this question any longer. What was the purpose of the cult of demonic worship's visit? To establish a branch in the 7th district while searching for a legendary treasure. As for the specific effects and appearance of the treasure, I am unclear. The city lord nodded, confirming his prior information shared with Song-Chi. What of their personnel configuration and the location of their stronghold? The only individual I interacted with was a leader, accompanied by 24 high-ranking disciples, though 4 of them are already deceased. As for their stronghold, I only know they have a base 10 kilometers to the east. Whether it is indeed their stronghold, I cannot ascertain. The leader's name and abilities? I do not know the name, but their abilities seem to pertain to flames. After several minutes, the city lord finally finished his inquiries. He stood up and asked one last time, "Do you have anything else to convey?" Tears glimmered in Lu Renfu's eyes, a manifestation of boundless remorse and guilt. I have lived my life with a clear conscience, without shame towards humanity. I have instilled in my son that traitors to humanity are the most disgraceful. Yet, I never imagined that I would, in my old age, be blinded by ignorance. He lamented deeply, regretting his past choices. If possible, I wish for the cause of my death to be recorded as something else, rather than being branded a traitor to humanity. In this way, I could at least face my son with dignity in the afterlife. The city lord remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Regrettably, betrayal is betrayal. But I assure you, your merits will be accurately recorded. Upon hearing this, Lu Renfu chuckled softly. Then I thank the city lord. It is merely a duty. Additionally, young man, could you come here for a moment? He turned to Song-Chi, beckoning him over. Song-Chi was taken aback, but approached nonetheless. It felt almost surreal. The city lord's gaze was filled with warmth directed entirely at Song-Chi. After a moment's thought, Lu Renfu removed the storage ring from his hand and pressed it into Song-Chi's palm. Inside, there is a card containing over 100 million credit points. The password is the abbreviation of my name. Of course, I realize that money may hold little value for someone of your stature, but within lies the fruits of my years of labor. I hope it may assist you. Song-Chi was stunned, bewildered by the sudden gift. With that, Lu Renfu offered no further explanation and slowly closed his eyes. The city lord stepped forward, a wisp of black mist emanating from his fingertip, gently touching Lu Renfu's forehead. With a mere light tap, Lu Renfu's body slumped completely. Thus, this guardian of humanity, who had defended the stronghold for over a decade, repelling beast tides and participating in multiple battles against the extraterritorial demon race, was utterly deceased. I have altered his setting. Henceforth, I shall refer to humanoid summons as summoned spirits. Initially, I had no intention of changing it, but a reader questioned me, asking if I would not fear repercussions for naming the 3 pure ones summoned beasts. Though I am an atheist, his words did indeed instill a sense of unease within me. Thus, I spent the night revising the previous 60 chapters. Chapter 66, Leader Xian Xiaona. Song-Chi held the ring that had been given to him, momentarily at a loss. The mental imprint on the storage ring had been erased. He stole a glance inside. What he found was startling. There were no weapons or armor, only an abundance of tools and talismans. Moreover, each item was a high-grade creation, only producible by high-level secret language masters. If sold, each would fetch no less than several 100,000 credit points, a true luxury. Some were even worth tens of millions of credit points. More importantly, such high-grade items are always in demand, with no price to be had. He estimated that this collection of items could easily start at 10 billion. Song-Chi felt somewhat dazed, his breath quickening. His heart raced. So, have I inherited this elder Lu's legacy? Although his sensitivity to money had significantly diminished after becoming a professional, the magnitude of such wealth still stirred within him a tempest of excitement. 1 billion credit points. What does that even signify? He could purchase an entire set of exquisite hero-grade equipment for merely a little over 100 million. If he were not too discerning, he could easily acquire a complete ensemble of legendary-grade gear. Yet, he was simultaneously perplexed. Just moments ago, hadn't the other party threatened to kill him? How could they suddenly bestow upon him an astronomical inheritance? Moreover, the more pressing question lingered. Why had this wealth been entrusted to him? Did he truly have no other descendants? After 20 years, even if his son had not produced an heir, had he not considered nurturing a new avatar? The city lord cast a deep glance at him, letting out a sigh. He was a master of secrets and had once been a warrior against the extrinsic demonic races. His body bore the scars of severe and permanent injuries. Understanding dawned upon Song-Chi. All right, I comprehend now. The two tidied up the room, restoring it to its pre-battle state. According to Lu Renfu, he had already notified the followers of the cult of demons to come. The cult members had also responded, though he was uncertain who would arrive. Half an hour later, a series of knocks jolted the meditative duo from their reverie. The cult of demons had arrived. The city lord rose and approached the door. 3 individuals stood before him, though regrettably, they did not appear to be significant figures. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Such lowly minions rarely possessed substantial knowledge. Nevertheless, an inquiry was still necessary. A surge of black mist erupted from within his armor, spilling out through the doorway. The 3 individuals knocking had no time to react, feeling their internal extraordinary powers abruptly cease. An irresistible force then surged beneath their feet. Come in. Thud. The door swung open violently, and the 3 fell, heads striking the ground as they were swiftly pulled inside. The door slammed shut almost instantaneously. The entire sequence transpired in less than a breath. They had barely registered any resistance before finding themselves sprawled on the floor. The city lord manipulated the black mist, lifting the 3 and forcing their mouths and throats open. They felt their jaws pried apart, a long tube thrust into their stomachs, followed by a chilling liquid pouring within. This was the last 3 vials of truth serum remaining in Lu Renfu's storage ring. The city lord couldn't be bothered to feed each of the cult members individually. Thus, he solidified the black mist into a tube and administered it directly into their stomachs. Once the serum was delivered, the black mist severed its connection, entering their bodies. Now, you each have 3 seconds to answer every question. The city lord's tone was frigid and merciless. He granted them no time for contemplation, immediately commencing the interrogation. First question, besides yourselves, are there any other companions acting as sentinels behind you? Wait, I'm not. The first individual was clearly taken aback. His expression, one of utter confusion. Time's up, incorrect answer. Without hesitation or compassion, the city lord unleashed a punch. Bang! The chest of the first cult member was punctured. Crimson blood and shattered organs splattered against the wall. Astonishingly, even in such a state, the individual remained alive. A shroud of black mist enveloped his mangled chest, sustaining his breath in a desperate struggle. Song-Chi had learned the previous day that the cult of demons possessed a method to discern the death of their followers, which prompted the city lord to intentionally spare his life. Ugh, ugh. The man gasped like a wheezing bellows, an indescribable agony washing over him. Merely hearing it sent chills down the spine. The once calm expressions of the other 2 instantly morphed into sheer terror. The city lord turned to the second individual. It's your turn to respond. 3, 2. No. It's just us 3. No one else is with us. There's no one patrolling nearby. The second person shouted in panic, fearing that a second's delay would lead him to share the same grim fate as his companion. Good. The city lord nodded, slightly easing his demeanor. Now, disclose your team's composition for this mission to the 7th District, along with the current operational direction and any other pertinent information. Do not attempt to conceal or mislead. I will inquire of your companion as well. The truth serum ensured that what the drinkers uttered was entirely truthful. However, the respondents could still intentionally omit details or employ misleading truths. Hence, establishing a control group was essential. All right, but please bear with me. My mind isn't working too quickly. I need a moment to think. After a brief pause, the second individual began to speak. We are members of the 4th Division of the Cult of Demons, led by a priestess named extinction. Besides the division leader, we have 24 members, 12 of whom are above level 60, though 4 of them perished yesterday. The remaining 12 are intermediate professionals, all level 40. As for our mission, we originally had 2 objectives. One was to seek a legendary treasure purportedly hidden within a sealed dungeon, and the other was to establish a new branch of the cult in the 7th District. However, following the demise of the Red Cloak team yesterday, our division leader abruptly declared her intention to abandon the establishment of a branch in the 7th District. The reason we continue to collaborate with Lu Renfu is primarily to locate the whereabouts of a parchment and to maintain a facade. In reality, she dispatched a team deep into the snowfields last night. 17 individuals were sent to the snowfields, including 5 advanced professionals above level 70 and 12 intermediate professionals. They carry an artifact capable of corroding seals. However, using this artifact poses a risk of destructively damaging both the seal and the sealed entity. As for us 3, we are merely responsible for communicating with Lu Renfu. To avoid any incriminating evidence, he divulged everything, even his assumptions. The city lord turned his gaze to the last individual. Did he deliberately omit or mislead any information in his statements? No. Absolutely no intentional omissions or misdirection. Everything we know has been disclosed. The third individual shook his head vigorously. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed the city lord's eyes. Extinction, she is the one who came? TSK. This presents quite a dilemma. Is she formidable? Song Chi inquired with curiosity. The city lord shook his head. No, she is not particularly strong. But her status within the cult of demons is exceedingly high. She is the second individual in the entire cult with prophetic abilities, second only to the Saintess. Chapter 67. Who? Me? Prophetic abilities? Song Chi was taken aback. Did that not mean that every one of our movements had already been discerned by her? It's not that impressive. The city lord shook his head, suddenly appearing somewhat agitated, as if recollecting a troubling matter. Her abilities allow her to roughly discern the fortune or misfortune of a given event. Moreover, this talent demands immense energy, with her qualifications. Even receiving blessings from the cult leader, her usage would be limited to perhaps once a day at most. Although prophetic abilities are powerful, they come with significant restrictions. If used recklessly without regard for energy consumption, it could even result in permanent damage to the soul. Oh, Song Chi sensed something amiss. The city lord seemed to be quite familiar with this person, and there appeared to be a personal grudge. City lord, do you know her? Of course I know her. She is a traitor of the human race who left the 7th District. The city lord spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his fury. She was an Ultra S-class talent who emerged in the 7th District 30 years ago. At that time, she was also a key figure we nurtured in our district. Just like you. Unexpectedly, merely 2 years had passed when she chose to betray humanity and join the demon worshippers. Upon hearing this, Song Chi's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this leader, Extinction, had suffered some grievance while aligned with humanity? Had she endured persecution from her own kin in her early years? Or perhaps she had been oppressed by the prominent families. Such experiences might have led to her utter disillusionment with humanity. Why did she opt to join the demon worshippers? Was it due to past oppression? Oppression? Surely. You jest, the city lord scoffed. The moment she revealed her prophetic abilities, it immediately captured the attention of all humanity. Not to mention the 7th District. The entire human race had only a handful of individuals who dared to oppress her. It was remarkable that she didn't oppress others. Who would be foolish enough to do so? As for the reasons behind her betrayal, she was merely a cowardly, self-preserving wretch. In the visions she beheld, humanity's fate appeared rather bleak, prompting her choice to betray. It was as simple as that. Song Chi scratched his head awkwardly, finding this answer somewhat unexpected. The 2 followers of the demon worshippers behind him listened thoughtfully. So, their leader possessed prophetic abilities? No wonder her thoughts had undergone a dramatic 180 just yesterday. She not only abandoned the task of establishing a branch, but also shifted from a conservative approach to one that was decidedly radical. She had sent someone to venture deep into the snowy plains with that precious item overnight. Truly, their leader was decisive. Wait, something seemed amiss. The 2 exchanged glances. If their leader had foreseen the risks of continuing contact with Lu Renfu, then their arrangement to maintain contact with him indicated they were being treated as pawns. Their pupils contracted in realization. No wonder. No wonder their typically prudent leader had failed to provide them with any contingency plans or warning systems. It seemed they were merely intended to serve as sacrificial pieces to buy time. What should we do now, brother? The one on the left looked helplessly at the one in the middle. The middle one wore an expression of despair. What can I do? I have done everything possible to keep you safe from danger. Who could have known that from the start? The three of us were already forsaken? He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Perhaps this was the fate of the insignificant. No matter how cautious and careful we are, a single thought from the powerful can inexorably lead us to our predetermined end. The one on the left, seeing this, grew anxious. Brother, perhaps we could surrender? I recall our teacher instructing us in our youth that even in rebellion, if one sincerely repents, humanity would still be willing to accept them. The textbooks even provided examples of several individuals who had returned after betrayal and were granted proper placements. The middle one closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Third brother, don't be foolish. How can you prove your sincere repentance? Where lies your sincerity? True repentance is not gauged by how earnest you claim to be, but by the value you bring. We are but pawns unworthy of even the qualification to repent. Upon hearing this, the one on the left finally fell silent. The city lord approached the two, gently clapping his hands twice. Well said. Your self-awareness is commendable. Then, farewell. With that, he flicked his fingers, and the heads of the three exploded instantaneously. They died without any suffering. Shang-Chi stepped forward, having learned from his previous experience. He adeptly removed 3 storage rings, 3 weapons, and several pieces of equipment. His proficiency caused the city lord's expression to twitch. He even began to suspect what Shang-Chi had been up to in the wild. Surely, he couldn't have been involved in murder and pillaging? Shang-Chi cheerfully finished collecting the items, completely oblivious to the city lord's expression, and stood up to ask, City Lord, what shall we do next? Shall we head to the depths of the snowy plains, or go to the temporary outpost to capture that leader? According to the route on the parchment, the hidden dungeon lay to the west of the gathering place, while the demon worshipper's outpost was situated to the east. The directions were entirely opposite. If the two of them traveled together, once they chose one location, they would likely have to abandon the other. I believe we should head west to prevent them from obtaining the Abyss Key. After all, given that their leader possesses prophetic abilities, there is a high probability she has already fled. Even if we pursue, we may not yield any results. In contrast, the dungeon appears to offer a greater chance of success. Shang-Chi rationally analyzed the situation. However, the city lord shook his head. No, I refuse to abandon either option. I must personally deal with extinction, this traitor of humanity. I will also seize the Abyss Key that the demon worshippers desire. He smiled slightly, patting Shang-Chi's shoulder. Therefore, I will pursue extinction, the traitor of humanity. As for you, you shall resolve the 5 level 70 professionals at the dungeon. Shang-Chi was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. Me? The city lord replied. If I am not mistaken, Lu Renfu's storage ring should contain a considerable number of items and talismans, correct? The achievements of a high-level secretive master are in your possession. Even if you lack any tactics and merely throw everything out in a frenzy, the power of these items, when unleashed in a surprise attack, would be enough to decimate not just level 70 professionals, but even level 91s. With that, the city lord waved his hand, producing a skill book and handing it to Shang-Chi. Of course, I won't make you work for nothing. This skill book serves to compensate for your losses. A skill book? Shang-Chi was somewhat astonished, taking it and glancing at it. Skill book, Chimen Duanjia Tian Shong. Quality, legendary. Restricted range, summoners, priests, mages. Skill description. The user can release a powerful shockwave by expending mental energy, with the wave's power proportional to the user's mental attributes. Capable of inflicting moderate damage on enemies and producing a significant impact effect. No cooldown time. Maximum level. Cannot be upgraded. A legendary skill book? The skill effect is a shockwave? This seems somewhat misleading. Shang-Chi felt puzzled, sensing the skill's effect did not quite match its legendary quality. Clearly, this was a defensive skill, primarily serving to create distance between the user and their enemies. Although it possessed some offensive nature, it still could not compensate for its shortcomings. If it were an extraordinary skill, it might be acceptable, but as a legendary skill, it felt a bit forced. He continued reading. No cooldown time. Shang-Chi's pupils widened in shock. Goodness, this is a divine skill. The moment he saw there was no cooldown time, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. A skill with no cooldown time. Truly, it deserves its legendary status. It's simply outrageous. Shang-Chi felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Initially, it was merely a defensive skill, but the absence of cooldown time instantly elevated it to an extraordinarily powerful control skill. It is essential to understand that control does not solely refer to effects like stunning or immobilizing. Effects such as knocking back or repelling also fall under the category of control, as long as the skill's consumption is not excessive, even if its effect is somewhat lacking. This absurd cooldown time can compensate for all shortcomings. This skill book was specifically prepared for you to participate in the genius competition, the city lord remarked with a smile. Its effects are nearly on par with those of an epic level skill. How do you find it? Satisfied? Very satisfied. Shang-Chi nodded eagerly. Simultaneously, he felt a bit moved. Skills like Soul Link, which are exclusive to summoners and are of legendary quality, typically cost around 80 million to 100 million. This is not merely a skill usable by summoners. Both mages and priests, two highly esteemed professions, can wield this extraordinarily powerful legendary skill. One could argue that it is worth no less than 5 or 600 million credit points, perhaps even doubling in value if news of its auction were to circulate throughout the human realm. Yet the lord of the city has so readily bestowed it upon him. It is worth noting that even Lu Renfu, a level 80 sage, possesses a lifetime fortune of merely around 10 billion. This skill book, so close to the quality of an epic, could nearly rival the entirety of that wealth. The Lord's gift is undoubtedly precious, and the treatment he receives is beyond commendable. Song-Chi gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the trove of valuable items within his storage ring, then shifted his gaze to the Void Torrent skill on his panel. Accompanied by the panels of Lu Bu and Ing Zhang, he reassured the Lord, "Rest assured, I shall secure the Abyss Key." "Excellent. Your words bring me comfort." The Lord replied with a hearty laugh. "Go forth. I have faith in you." No sooner had he spoken than a swirl of black mist enveloped the Lord, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Song-Chi scratched his head, sighing. 5 level 70 practitioners. He remained uncertain about their true capabilities. Though he had boasted in Haikao, a tinge of doubt lingered. Yet, why did the Lord place such unwavering trust in him? It became evident that the Lord seemed entirely unconcerned for the safety of this super S-rank talent. Allowing him to venture out of the city for level grinding had been one matter, but now he was expected to leap 50 levels and directly confront high-tier practitioners. To claim that the Lord did not value him seemed inaccurate. After all, he had secured the source water for himself and prepared a top-tier legendary skill book for his use. This was hardly indicative of a lack of regard. Was it that he had prepared a contingency plan, thus feeling no fear, or was he genuinely allowing him the freedom to grow? Song-Chi discerned that the Lord's silence likely stemmed from a desire to temper his will, ensuring he would not falter in the face of life and death crises in the future. "Very well, I shall get to work." After a moment's contemplation, Song-Chi retrieved his parchment, checked his coordinates, and disappeared from the room. Thud! Song-Chi reappeared 2 kilometers away in the snowy expanse. The cooldown for a directional leap was 10 minutes, so after utilizing it, he promptly summoned Ing Zhang, who called forth a horse-shaped terracotta warrior, and the two sped away on their sand steed. Although Lu Bu was swifter, there was always something peculiar about riding him. So Song-Chi opted for summoning Ing Zhang instead. Chapter 69. The battle commences. Deep within the endless snowfield, a biting wind howled incessantly. A pristine white blanket of snow enveloped the land entirely. Venturing deeper not only raised the level of the magical creatures, but also plunged the temperature to even more frigid lows. Despite Song-Chi being a practitioner with a physique well above the ordinary, he could not stave off the shivers in this desolate place. Fortunately, he had reached his destination. He could faintly discern the figures of the cultists of the demon worshippers several hundred meters ahead. Summoning Lu Bu, he dismounted and immediately cast Life's Blessing upon himself. He remained vigilant, wary of potential scouts or ambushes. Faced with 5 practitioners exceeding level 70, Song-Chi dared not let his guard down. The higher the practitioner's level, the more arduous the path to advancement. Yet, the disparity between each level grew more pronounced. Transitioning from level 65 to 70 typically required a staggering 46 years. Though the elite members of the demon worshippers could not partake in the source water or various magical potions, they were blessed by their master, receiving varying numbers of blessings each year. 46 years is ample time for them to significantly enhance their foundational attributes, far surpassing level 65 practitioners. Coupled with elevated equipment levels and improved gold acquisition capabilities, a level 65 practitioner would typically don rare-grade gear, with the finest items often being only extraordinary grade. In stark contrast, level 70 practitioners could effortlessly amass a complete set of extraordinary grade equipment, with 1 or 2 heroic items not being uncommon. Furthermore, those who reach level 70 typically possess commendable talents. The rare A and S ranks among lower-tier practitioners are quite commonplace in the realm of level 70 and above. Song-Chi, alongside Ing Zhang and Lu Bu, circled around to a nearby modest hill. 1, 2, 3, 17 individuals in total, their numbers matched, and their positions were confirmed. This group must be members of the demon worshippers. Song-Chi crouched in the snow, observing stealthily. The cultists congregated at the base of a steep cliff, where an oddly shaped object, resembling a potion bottle, hovered in midair, continuously dripping purple liquid onto the ground. Each droplet created a fleeting, translucent portal upon impact, only to vanish immediately thereafter. However, as the droplets fell with increasing frequency, the portal's disappearance slowed. That potion bottle must be the artifact the demon worshippers employ to erode the seal. It appeared I had arrived just in time. So, the entrance to the hidden dungeon lies beneath the cliff? Song-Chi scanned the surroundings. Surrounding the dungeon's entrance were 12 individuals, likely the 12 intermediate practitioners of level 40. They posed no particular threat. The other 5 high-level practitioners patrolled the perimeter, maintaining a formation to ensure any incident would be immediately detected. Among the 5, 4 were male and 1 female, all wielding weapons that made their professions easily identifiable. warrior, shield warrior, paladin, priest, and ranger. 3 frontline fighters, 1 ranged attacker, and 1 healer. The priest and ranger were notably protected at the center, making a direct assault challenging. 7 deadly sins could only target 1 rear guard. Whether it be the priest or the ranger, both presented formidable challenges. If 1 rear guard continued to harass or heal, taking on 4 opponents would be quite daunting. Song-Chi stroked his chin, contemplating. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate both rear guards simultaneously. As for the 3 frontline warriors, he opened Lu Renfu's storage ring and counted. There was no rush regarding the 3 frontliners, as Lu's ring contained ample offensive and defensive items. If it were just them, he could easily dispatch them with the right tools. After some thought, Song-Chi retrieved several talismans, applying them to himself. Cloak of Concealment, Speed Incantation, Shield Incantation, and Burrow Incantation. At the temporary camp of the demon worshippers beneath the cliff, a robust shield warrior, wielding a massive shield taller than himself, wandered about idly. Even in the depths of the snowy wilderness, he remained bare-chested, showing no signs of discomfort, a testament to his exceptional physique. After a while, he stifled a yawn and turned to the priest beside him. I say, Renan, how much longer until this seal breaks? I've been keeping watch since last night, and I'm utterly bored. The short-haired female priest cast an impassive glance at the portal. The seal's stability was waning. It could be released in as little as 10 minutes or as long as half an hour. Of course, there was also the risk of a failed release that could result in both the seal and the dungeon being obliterated. The shield warrior sighed in resignation. Come now? Let's not speak of such ominous possibilities. If it explodes, we would. Silence. Interrupted the ranger sharply, pointing towards the distance. Someone approaches. At this, the previously lethargic demeanor of the 5 transformed, and they all turned their attention to the direction indicated by the ranger. In the distance, 2 towering figures emerged slowly from the snow-laden ground. One wielded a long spear and donned ancient armor, while the other was attired in a black dragon robe, crowned with a magnificent diadem. Were they ancient beings? It appeared they were summoned spirits of a conjurer. Rather than avoiding us in the wilderness, they approached directly, summoning their spirits to our presence. The ranger grasped his bow, prepared for action. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. The shield warrior narrowed his eyes, slowly raising his massive shield before him, positioning himself at the forefront of the 5. His voice boomed with authority. Friends ahead, serving the cult of demons. It would be wise to step aside if you wish to avoid death. However, the 2 figures before them not only continued their advance, but broke into laughter at his words. The cult of demons? That was the faction composed of traitors from the human race. Such insignificant traitors, who would forsake their own kind, dare to demand we yield. Upon hearing this, the 5 members of the cult of demons darkened in expression. Within their ranks, they did not consider themselves traitors. On the contrary, they believed they had chosen a more rational means of salvation. The disparity in power between humanity and the foreign demonic tribes was simply too vast. Their master had promised them that none would be harmed who surrendered, and that a paradise would be granted for the remaining humans. Given this, why resist to the bitter end? It would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Thus, they were particularly averse to being labeled as traitors. With that, there was nothing more to be said. A wave of earthy yellow light enveloped the shield warrior, causing his form to swell once more. His aura became immensely formidable. The paladin and priest simultaneously began to cast spells, radiant halos descending to bestow various enhancements upon their group. Charge! The shield warrior bellowed, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The seemingly cumbersome form erupted with unparalleled speed. Thunderous booms resounded, a ring of white mist exploding around him. The sound barrier shattered as he surpassed the speed of sound. The barrier could not even momentarily impede him. The terrifying momentum, coupled with exaggerated velocity, rendered the shield warrior's assault utterly magnificent. Come forth. Unleash the might. Red hair appeared beneath Lu Bu, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Yingjing stepped back 2 paces, then activated both King's Land and swept the 6 directions simultaneously. Lu Bu's power surged once more. The combination of unleashed and sweep the 6 directions bestowed an astounding 800-point enhancement, elevating his attributes to a truly terrifying level. Rodents, prepare to perish. Faced with the visibly formidable aura of his opponent, Lu Bu showed no sign of retreat and charged headlong. The Fang Dianhua halberd clashed against the gigantic shield in an instant. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Then boom! The deafening sound of their collision echoed through the heavens. Everyone else present instinctively covered their ears. The shockwave radiated outward, instantly shattering the nearby snow-capped mountains, triggering multiple avalanches simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Bu and Red Hair were sent reeling backward, but quickly regained their footing. Hiss! The shield warrior inhaled sharply, retreating several steps. Just now, his legendary colossal shield had trembled as if it were mere aluminum foil under the impact. His palms felt as if they were about to shatter. Blood oozed from his hands. What manner of monstrous spirit had emerged here? A conjurer capable of summoning such a formidable spirit must be at least level 80, right? An 80-level conjurer in the 7th district? How had they received no prior warning? He was utterly astonished. This was his most prideful strike. Yet it had only sent his opponent flying a few meters, and he himself had been forced back? The crucial point was that this was his strongest blow, bolstered by all available buffs. In such circumstances, could it be that he might have even been pierced through had he not had the support of his teammates? When had the 7th District seen such powerful summoned spirits? Chapter 70. Fighting to madness, ecstatic to the point of hoarseness. One Nan, the shield warrior called out loudly. A green light descending upon him. His injuries healed almost instantaneously. At that moment, he finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, our team has a priest, in a war of attrition. Victory is assured for us. Just then, the warrior and paladin arrived at his side. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit injured. His strength is formidable. Be cautious. The shield warrior advised, then raised his shield anew. The three prepared to combine their efforts to vanquish the powerful foe before them. Meanwhile, Lu Bu had returned to his normal state, looking down imperiously upon the trio, unperturbed. Red hair, with skin as red as blood, snorted. But upon seeing the three standing together, a disdainful expression akin to a human flickered in its eyes. One man and one horse, brimming with unrivaled pride. Was it merely 1 versus 3? They were not unaccustomed to such odds. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air with unparalleled speed, not even leaving an afterimage. Aimed directly at Lu Bu's face. Crash! A shield-bearing terracotta warrior swiftly materialized in its path. Bang! The terracotta warrior and the arrow detonated simultaneously. The shot returned without success. The ranger furrowed his brow, glancing into the distance. He noticed the figure clad in a black dragon robe, intently watching him. Clearly, every move he made was under scrutiny. Prepared to thwart any ambush he might attempt. To be able to accurately summon a creature mid-flight to intercept his gale arrow? These two are no trifles. He was well aware of just how swift his gale arrow was. The ability of his opponents to achieve such a feat was sufficient to attest to their prowess. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, both sides merely exchanging glances, refraining from striking. Drip! A single, unremarkable drop of melted snow fell. Then charge. Kill. As if preordained, the calm of the previous moment shattered, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. Bang! 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 Lu Bu, mounted on red hair, clashed head-on with the three. The thunderous clamor of metal against metal resonated like a fierce march across the snowy expanse. The four engaged in a chaotic melee, shockwaves erupting. The ranger seized the opportunity to leap into the air. With a mere tug, a rain of arrows cascaded from above. Interspersed among them were a few holy light orbs from the priest. Ingzheng raised his palm nonchalantly, despite having only 4 terracotta warriors at his disposal. It appeared as if an inexhaustible army was at his command. Each terracotta warrior managed to collide with an arrow the moment it formed, and with every explosion, a new warrior appeared from another direction. A ceaseless wave, advancing relentlessly. Not a single arrow fell into the fray ahead. All were intercepted by the terracotta warriors. With the enhancement of Sweep the 6 Directions, Ingzheng's mental attributes soared above 6,000. This allowed him to completely disregard the cost of summoning terracotta warriors. This time, neither side held back. The onslaught continued unabated. Ingzheng and the ranger maintained a delicate balance of offense and defense. Lu Bu and the three fought with unrestrained fervor, their voices hoarse from the exertion. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a small mound in the snow had stealthily approached the temporary camp of the cult of demons. Right behind the priest and ranger. With a rustle, a pair of clever eyes peeked out from beneath the snow. It was Song Qi, who had ingeniously utilized items to burrow under the snow, making a wide detour. Where on earth is that priest? He extended his head in an attempt to discern his bearings, only to realize that the illumination in his vicinity was far from adequate. The short-haired priest, who had just moments ago been standing before him, had vanished without a trace. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he turned to survey his surroundings, only to be met by the sight of a pair of alluring legs adorned in black stockings. Momentarily taken aback, he lifted his gaze and found himself locking eyes with the short-haired priest. Song Qi, if I were to claim that I am not a pervert, but merely here to kill you, would you believe me? In the next instant, a piercing and shrill scream reverberated throughout the camp, as several beams of golden light cascaded down upon the female priest. In a state of panic, she hastily cast various defensive spells upon herself and sprinted toward the ranger. Alas, it was already too late. The Fang Tian Hua Ji materialized in Song Qi's grasp, and his pupils began to shimmer with a crimson glow, reminiscent of Lu Bu before him. Spirit Link LV2, 910. The summoner may designate a summoned creature and share all its attributes and skills, lasting 30 minutes with a cooldown of 21 hours. At this moment, he had transformed from a summoner into a berserker of formidable prowess. Despite his lack of combat experience, facing a fragile support class like a priest in close quarters rendered the outcome all too predictable. Without further ado, Song Qi leaped into the air, a shadowy figure of a demon manifesting faintly behind him. In pursuit of a decisive strike, he harbored no illusions. He unleashed his most potent attack, the body sacrifice strike. Slicing through the air, A crimson ribbon tore the sky asunder, like fabric being severed. The defenses surrounding the short-haired priest proved utterly futile, her form being rent asunder in an instant. At the moment of her demise, an arrow suddenly surged toward him. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, a torrent of inscriptions erupted from Shang-Chi, shattering 7 layers of spells in succession. Ultimately, however, the arrows were expended. Damn it! Observing his comrade's demise, the ranger cast a cold glance before calmly releasing another arrow aimed at Shang-Chi, swiftly retreating in the process. Beneath his feet, a cerulean glow emerged, and in a blink, he vanished from the camp. Shang-Chi cleaved through the arrow with his spear and then nonchalantly opened his palm. 7 deadly sins materialized instantly in his grip. One hand held the tome while the other pointed at the ranger. Come forth. Whoosh. Following a sudden and inexplicable distortion of space, the ranger, Shang-Chi, along with Ying Zheng and Lu Bu, simultaneously vanished from their location. The trio, who had been fiercely battling Lu Bu just a moment prior, found themselves bewilderedly rising to their feet, only for the shield warrior to immediately sense that something was amiss. Why did we suddenly disappear? Did that summoner flee? Wait, no. Renan and Zhang Wei are in danger. The shield warrior hastily turned around, only to be met with a gruesome sight of crimson within the camp and the lifeless form of the female priest. Roaring in fury, the burly man wielding the massive shield charged toward the camp, his eyes welling with tears upon the horrific sight before him. The state of the priest's death could only be described as a scene of unspeakable horror. Her lower half was obliterated, and large swathes of snow were stained a deep scarlet. His lips trembled as he cradled the remaining upper half of the priest's body in his arms. Renan! He howled to the heavens, consumed by anguish. Cursed summoner! I will make you pay for this.